The collapse of the Buddhist realm has ensued, with Xuanzang reincarnated as the extraordinary-eyed youth Tang Shi, who harbors within his palm the formless golden pattern, an artifact capable of devouring demons. On the journey to the west, he bears not scriptures, but the blood-soaked memories of ancient Buddhas fallen from grace. Accompanied by the imprisoned demon King Sun Wukong, who has been confined for a millennium, and the data-stream Zhu Wujing, wielding a nine-toothed rake, alongside Wujing, who possesses knowledge of quantum leaps, they form a non-human pilgrimage group. When the mechanical Guanyin unveils that the quest for scriptures is, in fact, a prelude to reigniting the apocalyptic slaughter, the youth must make a choice: to incinerate the three realms with the golden pattern and shatter the cycle of reincarnation, or to transcend the heavens and transform the celestial deities and demons with his corporeal form. Chapter 1. The Parinirvana of the Buddhists. 5 centuries after the journey to the West, in a certain corner of the Pure Land, a dialogue unfolds. Master, don't you tire of reciting scriptures every day? Reciting scriptures is a means of cultivating the heart. What is there to tire of? You may not tire, but I, the old son, am quite exhausted. Master, if I, the old pig, may say, the finest fare is best accompanied by sumptuous feasts. Ah, does that imply that the presence of beautiful maidens would enhance the experience? Within the temple, a monkey, a pig, and a monk engage in conversation. As they speak, the heavens suddenly roar with thunder and lightning. Wukong looks up and remarks, "Strange, when did this western Pure Land fall under the dominion of the Thunder Lord and the Lightning Mother?" Bajie chuckles, "If you ask me, the Thunder Lord and Lightning Mother seem to." Before he can finish, a bell tolls. Wukong turns and exclaims, "Master!" Tang Sung rises, gravely stating, "Indeed, it appears that a significant event is afoot. Let us proceed." Wukong, filled with excitement, declares, "Ha ha, at last something to do." Cloud of transformation. In a flash, he vanishes. Oh no, the shadow of a monkey. Tang Sung sighs. This Wukong, having attained Buddhahood for so long, remains so impulsive. "Wait for me, old pig." Bajie chases after him. "Ah, this Bajie too." With that, Tang Sung ascends on his cloud. In the hall of Tathagata, the Buddha sits cross-legged upon a lotus throne, inquiring, "Who among us is yet to arrive?" Guanyin glances at the seats and replies, "Amitabha, the victorious fighting Buddha, the Buddha of sandalwood virtue, and the purifying altar envoy have yet to make their appearance." As soon as she finishes speaking, a familiar voice resounds, "I, the old son, have arrived." A flash of golden light appears, and a figure materializes in the grand hall. This figure dons a suit of golden chainmail, footwear of cloud-walking silk, a crown of phoenix wings and purple gold, stands upon the cloud of transformation, and wields the golden staff. What a spirited and valiant visage of the Monkey King, truly deserving of the title Great Sage equal to heaven. "Senior brother, this," Sha says, and Wukong nods, leaping to Sha's side. Soon after, Bajie and Tang Sung arrive. Upon seeing all present, Tathagata speaks. "Now, the calamity of the three realms has descended. I hope all will lend their strength." Wukong immediately shouts, "What calamity of the three realms? With a single strike, I, the old son, can handle it." Tang Sung raises his hand, signaling Wukong to be quiet. Then Tang Sung stands and says, "Amitabha, what could have prompted the Buddha to toll the bell? What is this calamity of the three realms?" It is important to note that the bell of the Pure Land is not rung lightly. It signifies a momentous occurrence. One cannot ring it indiscriminately after all. Sun Wukong, having attained Buddhahood, once, out of sheer boredom, told it and was subsequently imprisoned by Tathagata. Originally, the punishment was meant to last a century, but through the pleas of their master and disciples, he was released. Yet this incident reminded Wukong that strength is of utmost importance currently. His power rivals that of Tathagata. Tathagata explains, "The ringing of this bell signifies the calamity of the three realms. which can be seen as the tribulations faced by every individual. At this moment in the heavenly court, various deities are also in discussion. The Jade Emperor asks, "Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts?" Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, replies, "I report to the Jade Emperor, we remain uncertain regarding the nature of this calamity." The Jade Emperor sighs, "Alas, it is true if we knew the countermeasures. How could it be termed a calamity?" In the hall of Tathagata, discussions continue regarding the course of action. Wukong, grinning cheekily, asserts, "If you ask me, this so-called calamity of the three realms can be resolved with a single strike." Bajie scoffs, "Humph, Brother Monkey, if you were truly that formidable, you would have overturned the Buddha's palm long ago." Upon hearing this, Wukong seizes Bajie's ear and retorts, "You simpleton, if you wish to receive a strike from me, just say so, don't beat around the bush." Bajie feigns tears. "Oh dear, master, look at how Brother Monkey bullies me." "I, the old pig, merely speak the truth. Did you not vow as a monk to speak no falsehoods?" Wukong, hearing this, tightens his grip. "Hey, you simpleton, do you think you have a reason now?" Tang Shi intervenes. "Wukong, let go. No more fussing." Shock concurs, "Indeed, indeed." Bajie hurriedly adds, "Yes, Brother Monkey, quickly release me." Upon hearing the master's words, Wukong relinquishes his hold. Though unafraid of heaven or earth, it does not imply he lacks decorum. Wukong glares at Bajie and declares, "Today, for the sake of master and old Shah, I shall spare you. But tomorrow, I will come for you." Bajie, initially relieved, upon hearing the latter part, weakens and plops down onto the ground, clinging to Tang Sung's legs and wailing, his expression quite comical. Amidst the commotion of the master and disciples, a disciple rushes in, his face pale, kneeling and proclaiming, reporting to the Buddha, "Intruders have breached our sanctum." Tathagata sighs, "What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. All Buddhas, follow me into battle." At this moment, Wukong joyfully exclaims, "After hundreds of years, I can finally engage in a fight." He dashes out in a flash. At the entrance of Ling Mountain, a group of figures cloaked in black are clashing with the disciples of Ling Mountain, but the situation is overwhelmingly one-sided. Unfortunately, it is not the disciples of Ling Mountain who are prevailing, but rather the black-clad figures achieving a complete victory. Just as one of the black-clad figures prepares to strike down a disciple, a flash of golden light appears, and a staff pierces the chest of the assailant, who then dissipates into a cloud of black mist. The remaining black-clad figures retreat hastily, asking, "Who are you?" A figure strides forth, declaring, "Listen well, I am the great sage equal to heaven, the Monkey King's son Wukong of Huagu Mountain." The black-clad figure responds, "Oh, you are Sun Wukong?" Wukong raises an eyebrow. "Oh, you know me?" The black-clad figure laughs. "Ha ha, who wouldn't recognize a monkey?" Hearing this, Sun Wukong erupts in fury, exclaiming, "Quit the nonsense, feel the might of my staff." However, at that moment, a mass of black mist envelopes Wukong, who exclaims in alarm, "What is this? Why can I not exert my full strength here?" Terrifyingly, the black mist begins to permeate Wukong's body, and he cries, "This is bad." Now Wukong feels all his powers waning, his form becoming ethereal, and his life force dwindling. A mysterious voice echoes, "Ha ha, the grand design of the world is now set. Nothing shall obstruct me henceforth." Ha ha. The black mist dissipates, yet Sun Wukong vanishes without a trace, leaving only the golden staff behind. Meanwhile, the others arrive, but a closer inspection reveals that one among them is missing. Notably absent are several esteemed Buddhas, and even the Bodhisattvas have vanished. Bajie, noticing the golden staff hovering in the air, hastily takes it into his hands, then realizes what has transpired, kneeling and weeping, "Brother Monkey, please return. The three realms need you, did you not say so? Tomorrow you were to fight me. Come back." The others exchange glances, their last hope extinguished. At that moment, The golden staff radiates with brilliant light and soars into the sky. Bajie quickly turns to the others and proclaims, "No, there is still hope." Chapter 2. The Dawn of Hope. As Sun Wukong vanished, the group had just exited the Grand Hall when a figure clad in black, with blue hair and a purple gear emblazoned on the back, emerged. He addressed the Buddha, "Greetings, great Sun Tathagata." The Tathagata raised his head and began to respond. "You are," but before he could finish, the black-clad figure placed a finger to his lips and whispered, "Hush, forward." Behind him, a multitude of similarly dressed figures appeared, signaling that a fierce battle was imminent. The Tathagata and the leader of the black-clad figures then entered a diminutive realm. The Tathagata gazed at his counterpart and inquired, "Why resort to such measures? You have already been defeated." Outside the small world, all the Buddhas had transformed into relics, leaving only Zhu Bajie and a few disciples. The reason for sparing Zhu Bajie was that he was deemed insignificant. His laziness had fortuitously allowed him to evade peril. Shortly after, a black-clad figure emerged from the small world, and the Tathagata was nowhere to be found. The outcome was evident. What followed was precisely the scene witnessed earlier. The heavenly court now lay in ruins, with only a handful of survivors, including Neza. Suddenly, a small tower on the ground erupted, and Neza leapt forth, surveying the devastation around him. He cried out, "Father!" It turned out that during the cataclysm, Wujing had concealed him within the tower. The Jade Emperor had proclaimed that this calamity would leave no survivors. Thus, to protect Neza, he was hidden away. With Wujing's demise, the Linglong Pagoda became ownerless, granting Neza his freedom. Lost in deep contemplation, Neza pondered, "What shall I do? I can journey to the Western Paradise." With a swift stride, he soared through the air. In a verdant expanse of a campus in H City, a strikingly handsome youth lay on the grass. This young man, with sharply defined features, had a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, squinting up at the sky and murmuring, how tranquil this world is." His name was Ichen, an orphan who once bore the name Lin Ichen, abandoned by his parents as an infant at the doorstep of an orphanage. He chose to discard his surname upon gaining awareness, simply adopting the name Ichen. As he squinted at the sun, he faintly perceived a golden light drawing nearer to him, prompting him to ponder, "How peculiar. Am I experiencing hallucinations?" According to news reports from informed sources, a meteorite had crashed into the campus of H City, striking a student who was lounging on the grass, miraculously leaving behind only a crater. "Ouch, where am I?" Ichen exclaimed. The scenery before him transformed dramatically. The campus vanished, replaced by a lush landscape adorned with vibrant flora and towering trees. The air was refreshingly pure, devoid of concrete structures, and instead, majestic mountains loomed in the distance. Ichen propped himself up on his hands, sitting on the ground, and scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "What on earth is this place?" Looking around, he noticed a shimmering iron rod lying nearby, radiating a golden glow. When he attempted to grasp the rod, he found it utterly immovable. "How is it possible that I cannot even lift a mere iron rod?" Ichen exclaimed in astonishment. Undeterred, he stood resolutely, spat on the ground, rubbed his hands together, and made a determined effort to seize the rod. Struggling to lift the heavy iron rod, Ichen collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily. "Oh dear, this is quite the burden," he thought. "Never mind the iron rod for now, I shall see where I am." Just as he was about to explore his surroundings, the iron rod transformed into a beam of golden light and entered his ear. Momentarily dazed, Ichen suddenly exclaimed, "What in the world?" He frantically dug at his ear, yet found nothing. "Senior sister, look, there is someone over there." At the sound of the voice, Ichen turned and was once again taken aback. Before him stood two women, but more striking was their attire, reminiscent of ancient times. A thought crossed Ichen's mind. Could it be that I have traveled through time? As he pondered this bewildering situation, the woman clad in blue remarked, "Why does that person seem so peculiar? Short hair and dressed in such strange clothing. Are you from a foreign land?" With that, she gracefully leaped, and a flying sword appeared beneath her feet, whisking Ichen into the air as she called out, "Linger, follow closely." The girl in pink responded, "Understood, senior sister," and promptly took flight on her own sword. Ichen was utterly bewildered from the outset. First, he found himself in this inexplicable situation. Then, the iron rod had penetrated his ear, and now these two women were soaring through the air on flying swords. His entire worldview was collapsing. At that moment, the girl in pink approached him. "Hey, who are you? And why have you appeared here?" As she drew nearer, Ichen finally discerned her features. With cascading black hair that flows gracefully, skin as pure as snow, and a delicate face seemingly fragile to the touch, her long, curled eyelashes frame captivating, spirited eyes. Her cherry-like lips reveal two pointed little tiger teeth. Yi Chen was entranced but quickly composed himself, saying, "I am Yi Chen. The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself here. By the way, where is this?" The girl in the pink attire smiled and replied, "I am Jiolinger. You may call me Linger." Yi Chen, slightly perplexed, asked, "I meant to inquire about where this is." Linger responded, "This is the domain of the Dragon Rising sect, and the one guiding you is our sect's chief disciple, Qing Shiying." At that moment, the lady named Qing Shiying interjected, "Linger, cease your nonsense." Yi Chen turned to gaze at Qing Shiying. Her clear, bright pupils, elegantly arched brows, and long eyelashes trembled ever so slightly. Her flawless, fair skin glowed with a delicate blush, and her thin lips were as red as a rose, exuding an air of nobility. Linger protested, "Senior sister, I am not. I was merely complimenting you." Amidst their playful banter, they arrived at the so-called Dragon Rising sect. This sect was indeed imposing, nestled against a mountain, which remarkably resembled a soaring dragon, explaining its name. Upon reaching the ground, Yi Chen hurriedly broke free, his gaze falling upon the grand plaque inscribed with the words Dragon Rising Sect. As he beheld the characters, Yi Chen felt as if a colossal dragon was fixated upon him, its immense pressure instilling a sense of helplessness, compelling him to kneel. A flash of golden light flickered before his eyes, and Yi Chen immediately awoke, a chill creeping down his back. These mere words were enough to evoke an impulse to kneel in reverence. How much more formidable must the author of such words be? Linger hurried over, glancing at Yi Chen, and remarked, "Not bad. You didn't kneel. Your talent is commendable." Yi Chen furrowed his brow and queried, "What talent do you speak of?" Linger replied, "Of course, your cultivation talent. You didn't even know that?" Qing Shiying approached slowly, her expression impassive, stating, "This plaque was inscribed by my esteemed ancestor to test one's talent. The sooner one awakens beneath this plaque, the greater their aptitude." Yi Chen nodded. Though internally he was astounded. Had he truly traversed into another realm? Most importantly, he possessed cultivation talent. He could cultivate. At this moment, Yi Chen was exhilarated. Who wouldn't he desire to live like the protagonist, reveling in the embrace of beauty while wielding power over the world? Chapter 3. The commencement of cultivation. Just as Yi Chen was lost in his reverie, two disciples dashed over from the entrance. One disciple greeted, "Senior sister, greetings. And to you, junior sister Linger. Who might this gentleman be?" Qing Shiying responded, "This is the young man we discovered in the demon forest, possessing commendable cultivation talent. We intend to bring him into the sect for training." The disciple replied, "Ah, so he will be our junior brother. Allow me to extend my greetings in advance." Yi Chen, taken aback, merely nodded. Just as he was at a loss for words, Qing Shiying instructed, "Follow me." "Oh yes, of course." Yi Chen hurriedly complied, with Linger trailing closely behind. Upon entering, one quickly realizes the vastness within. As Yi Chen explored his surroundings, Linger took on the role of a guide, leading him and pointing out, "That largest area over there is the martial arts arena, while the smallest is our sleeping quarters." She then complained, "The sect is rather stingy. Our accommodations are too cramped." Continuing her tour, she remarked, "That iron structure is the forging hall, and the one filled with the pungent smell of herbs is the alchemy room." As they spoke, they arrived at the grand hall, inscribed with the words Elder Hall. At this juncture, Linger ceased to accompany him. Yi Chen, puzzled, inquired, "Why do you not enter?" Linger responded with a smile, "Oh, I am not the senior sister. My status is that of the chief disciple, merely an inner disciple without the privilege to enter. Do not mind me. You should go in." After a moment of understanding, Yi Chen nodded and hurried inside. Upon entering, he found a middle-aged man seated centrally, with 10 others flanking him. The middle-aged man addressed the assembly, Qing Shiying, "What prompts this gathering?" He inquired, "Is there a significant matter at hand?" In truth, according to the rules, disciples are not permitted to summon elders, but Qing Shiying, as the chief disciple, possessed this authority. Qing Shiying replied, "I respectfully report to the sect leader that during my beast hunting expedition, I discovered this young man, who possesses extraordinary talent and is a prodigy in cultivation." The sect leader, taken aback, responded, "Oh, is this all? Is it truly necessary to summon me and the 10 elders for such a trivial matter?" The other elders echoed his sentiments. Indeed, how could this be? It was evident that both the sect leader and the elders were growing somewhat impatient. Qing Shiying calmly remarked, "There is no need for haste. Sect master, You may simply use the talent testing stone. Oh, so you imply that his talent is remarkable? Very well, I shall put it to the test. With that, the sect master summoned the talent testing stone. He then inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" I Chien, momentarily lost in thought, quickly responded, "I am I Chien." With the surname Yi and the given name Chun, he inwardly sighed with relief, contemplating how fortunate he was to possess quick reflexes. Otherwise, he would risk leaving a poor impression and potentially being rejected. The sect master called out, "I Chien? A fine name indeed. Place your hand upon the talent testing stone." Although I Chien was unaware of the underlying reason, he proceeded to comply. He casually laid his hand upon the stone, but it remained unresponsive. After a moment, the sect master, with a hint of irritation, exclaimed, "Shurying, are you mocking me?" The other elders chuckled in agreement, one elder remarking, "Indeed. It seems you have little regard for the sect master." Particularly, Elder 5 interjected, "I propose that the sect master appoint my son as the chief disciple instead, and let Qing Shurying step down." At that moment, the sect master sighed and shook his head. It was well known that Elder 5 had long desired his son to assume the role of chief disciple. However, in an effort to solidify his position, the sect master had appointed Qing Shurying to that esteemed title. After all, being the chief disciple was akin to being the next sect master, and Elder 5 had his sights set on that position. As the elders continued their jests, the talent testing stone suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light. The sect master and the elders were taken aback, while Qing Shurying secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite her outward composure, she was quite anxious inside, grateful that I Chien had not let her down. Once the golden light dissipated, the sect leader solemnly declared, "I hope that all present will refrain from disseminating the events of today. Should anyone be discovered doing so, they will be dealt with according to sect regulations." Addressing Qing Shurying, he instructed, "Take him to the library and provide him with a suitable cultivation technique." Qing Shurying replied, "Understood." Yet, even she was perplexed by the sudden gravity of the sect leader's demeanor. However, as a disciple, she felt it inappropriate to inquire further, so she led I Ching out. Upon exiting, the girl named Linger eagerly inquired, "How did it go? Can you cultivate?" In truth, I Ching was equally oblivious to the situation, but it appeared that he was now able to practice cultivation. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "I can cultivate." His enthusiasm surged as he recalled the aspirations of protagonists in novels, to indulge in beauty while intoxicated and to wield power upon awakening. Linger seemed even more elated than he was, as if she too had gained the ability to cultivate, despite already possessing that capacity. Upon reaching the library, Qing Shurying casually tossed him a book entitled Congealing Qi Technique, stating, "Simply follow the cultivation methods outlined in this book. Linger, we shall be on our way." Linger had intended to engage I Ching in conversation, but with no choice, she followed her senior sister. After taking a few steps, Qing Shurying turned back, saying, "Take this." She handed him a token, explaining, "This signifies your identity within the sect and your resting quarters." Seemingly concerned that I Ching might struggle to find his way, she called upon another disciple to guide him. I Ching mused to himself, "Qing Shurying is indeed a person of warmth beneath her cool exterior." After the disciple led him to the designated place, he remarked, "This is where you shall rest, junior brother. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." I Ching nodded and replied, "Safe travels, senior brother." The disciple acknowledged with a nod and departed. I Ching stretched lazily and began to survey his surroundings. The room was quite spacious. After a moment of observation, he reclined on the bed and sighed, "Ah, life is indeed full of unpredictable twists. One moment I was merely an ordinary student, and the next, I have become a disciple of a sect." As he pondered, a thought struck him. Isn't there a manual for refining energy? Immediately, he sat up in bed and perused the book. It read, "One must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attain immortality." Upon reading this, I Ching was taken aback. Immortality? Is it truly possible to become immortal? Goodness, does that mean eternal life awaits me? With renewed vigor, he continued reading, discovering that the manual was divided into 3 levels: the first level of Qi refinement, the second level of foundation establishment, and the third level of core formation. Beyond that, he was uncertain. Surely, there must be more realms beyond these. Without further ado, I Ching commenced his cultivation according to the prescribed steps. Seated in a meditative posture, he sensed the influx of spiritual energy. At that moment, a warm current flowed into his body, and I Ching thought, this must be the spiritual energy. However, After a short while, he felt something surging within him, accompanied by a resonant sound, and he experienced a breakthrough. Chapter 4. The Battle of Palai Chin was bewildered. Is this truly a breakthrough? It seems almost too easy. Am I truly a genius? He hastily resumed his cultivation, progressing through the levels of qi refinement, first to the second, then the third, until he reached the 9th level, at which point he slowed his pace. As night has descended, one would expect I Chien, having ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement, to appear increasingly spirited. Yet, for reasons unknown, I Chien feels an overwhelming drowsiness, as if an unseen force compels him to slumber. Eventually, he cannot withstand it any longer and succumbs to sleep. At that moment, a gleaming golden rod abruptly emerges from his ear, radiating a brilliant light, curiously invisible to all but him. On Ponglai Island, within a wooden cottage, 2 figures and a pig engage in conversation. The woman states, "I can sense his presence." The young man and the pig nod in agreement. The pig and the young man are none other than the pure altar envoy Bajie and the 3rd prince Neza. Neza, brimming with joy, exclaims, "The pure altar envoy speaks truly. Hope remains." Bajie, with a playful grin, responds, "Of course. Do you not know who I am?" However, as they reminisce, the atmosphere shifts to one of melancholy. Bajie begins, "Sister Xia, do not be disheartened. I firmly believe that Monkey King is still alive." The one referred to as Sister Xia is none other than Xia, the beloved of Wukong. Neza hastily adds, "Indeed, Xia, Wukong is surely alive. Just as I steadfastly believe that my father is still with us." Xia nods affirmatively. "Indeed, we must have faith in them." At that moment, a voice calls from outside. "Mother, someone is approaching." Xia and Neza, along with Bajie, exclaim in unison, "Impossible. How could anyone come here?" It is known that in the century following that great battle, even the mightiest deities have vanished without a trace. Moreover, it is understood that reaching Panlai Island is no small feat, without considerable strength. One cannot traverse the illusions guarding this sacred place. Suddenly, as they stepped outside, a girl who appeared to be around 12 rushed over and hugged Xia's waist, exclaiming, "Mother, it is these people." Xia affectionately replied, "Wooer, you should hide behind me." This Wuo was the daughter of Wukong and Xia, and a century had elapsed since that great battle. For reasons unknown, Wuo was unable to cultivate to ensure her eternal youth. Xia encased her in a millennium of profound ice, preventing the passage of her lifespan. Of course, she would occasionally allow her to emerge for play, for she was but a child. This was indeed a selfish act of motherhood. To stave off Wuer's demise, Xia subjected her to the torment of being frozen. Wuer represented not only Xia's hope, but also Wukong's shared aspiration. Xia preferred to see her suffer rather than to witness her gradual aging until the end of her days. As the scene shifted, Xia furiously inquired, "Bajie, are these the individuals?" Bajie, filled with sorrow and anger, responded, "It is they who captured Monkey Brother." With that, Xia drew her purple-green sword, while Bajie brandished his 9-toothed rake. The 3rd prince, Neza, conjured the universe circle and the chaos silk. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a figure clad in black emerged, chuckling, "Oh dear, let us not let things remain so tense." Xia, seething with rage, retorted, "Tense? Return my husband to me. Otherwise, it will not be merely a matter of tension." The man in black, bewildered, inquired, "Husband? Oh, you mean that monkey? Do not worry. He is alive and well. You shall meet him again." "Ha." Xia, in a state of urgency, demanded, "Quickly tell me, where's my husband?" At this moment, Neza called out, "What about my father, Li Jing?" The cloaked figure replied, "Rest assured, they are all doing quite well." Before he could finish his sentence, Xia and Neza chorused, "Enough with the idle chatter. Where are they?" It was then that Bajie interjected, "Sister Xia and 3rd prince, allow him to finish speaking." The cloaked figure continued, "Indeed, it is the pure altar envoy who understands the situation. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yan, the left protector of Lord Yuan." Bajie, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Cut the nonsense. Where are they?" At that moment, Xia urged, "Bajie, stop engaging in trivial talk. Let's subdue him and find out." With that, she drew her sword and charged forward, followed closely by Neza. Bajie could only sigh, but ultimately joined their pursuit. Yin remarked, "Since you are all so eager, let us commence the battle." With that, he summoned his followers. Upon hearing this, the other cloaked figures rushed forward. Xia shouted, "True emotion, sword technique." A group of cloaked figures was struck down, collapsing into a mass of dark energy. Bajie, not to be outdone, raised his nine-toothed rake and dispatched the remaining cloaked figures, reducing them to a swirl of black mist. In a swift series of attacks, Zixia and her companions vanquished the cloaked figures. Bajie, feeling quite pleased with himself, remarked, "Humph. These mere minions are hardly a challenge for me." He was brimming with confidence. Yin laughed. "Oh, so you believe you are remarkably formidable just for defeating these individuals?" Bajie responded with a hearty laugh. "Huh. If that's the case, let your grandpa pig show you what he's made of." Before Zixia and Neza could intervene, Bajie leaped into the air, raising his rake, poised to strike. As Yin raised his right hand, a terrifying aura emanated from him, causing Neza and Zixia to wear expressions of grave concern. A lotus flower burst forth from Yan's sleeve, descending from above to suppress Bajie. Zixia exclaimed, "What is this?" "This is the lotus seed of Guanyin Bodhisattva." Upon hearing this, Neza scrutinized the scene and affirmed, "Indeed, it is the lotus seed of Guanyin Bodhisattva. However, this lotus seed is no longer the sacred artifact of your. It is now imbued with a sinister aura, the lotus itself having transformed into a shade of black." Bajie struck at it with his rake, but to no avail. Yin remarked, "You think you can break free? Don't be absurd. That is Guanyin's possession, and it now belongs to me." Zixia inquired, "How did Guanyin Bodhisattva's artifact end up in your hands?" Yin waved his hand dismissively and replied, "That's not for you to concern yourself with. What matters is that none of you can escape." As he spoke, numerous familiar celestial artifacts began to float behind him, such as the purple gold gourd, the binding rope of the celestials, and the banana leaf fan. Yin chuckled, "Do you remember these? They are the very artifacts that you deities once possessed. Using them against you is simply fitting." Zixia, alarmed, urged, "This is bad. Neza, quickly take Wu'er and go." Before Neza could respond, Zixia called out, "Great Sun Tathagata, appear." Gradually, a phantom manifested behind her, slowly solidifying into the form of the Tathagata. Upon witnessing this, Yin looked down in confusion and murmured, "Oh, Great Sun Tathagata? I thought the Tathagata had been vanquished by Lord Yuan. Why does he appear here?" Yin carefully scrutinized the figure of the Tathagata and then remarked, "I initially believed it to be the true Tathagata. It turns out to be merely an illusion." He relaxed his muscles, stating, "I must see just how formidable this spectral Tathagata truly is." With his hand resting upon his spine, he gradually drew forth a blade crafted from the very bone of his own vertebrae. He pointed this blade towards the illusion of the Tathagata and declared, "Come forth. I shall witness the extent of your power." Chapter 5. The official disciple within the Dragon Ascend sect, a bewildered Ichen pondered, "Where am I? Why have I found myself here? Have I traversed dimensions once more?" The scene before him transformed. No longer was he in the previous chamber, but instead faced a plaque inscribed with the words, "Ling Mountain." Ichen exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, Ling Mountain. Is that not associated with the Tathagata? Have I perished?" At that moment, a figure clad in golden armor emerged, engaging in combat with a cloaked adversary before vanishing, leaving behind a golden iron staff. Ichen rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Is this not the staff that appeared this very morning?" Subsequently, the scene dissolved, leaving only the iron staff, from which 4 books flew forth: the Grand Immortal Sutra, the 72 Transformations, the Somersault Cloud, and the Fiery Eyes of Discerning Gold. Before Ichen could peruse their contents, a sharp pain surged through his mind. The scene swiftly shifted back to the original room, but now it was bathed in daylight rather than the previous night's darkness. Ichen contemplated, was that a dream? Yet it felt so vividly real. Suddenly, a voice from outside called, "Junior brother Ichen, I am Sister Ling sent to summon you to the martial arts arena for assembly." Ichen responded, "Oh, wait a moment." After donning the garments of the Longting sect, he opened the door and said, "Apologies for the wait." The person replied, "It's all right, junior brother, let's head to the training grounds." Subsequently, Ichen followed along until they arrived at the training area, where he once again beheld the familiar figure of Jillinger. She too spotted Ichen, waving her hand excitedly, and exclaimed, "Ichen, look over here." In her eagerness, she jumped up and down, as if fearing he might not see her. Ichen, unfazed, remarked, "Is it really that difficult?" Jillinger retorted, "Of course. Besides, you were merely a mortal just yesterday." Ichen replied nonchalantly, "I don't find it challenging at all. It's quite simple. However, I do wish to inquire why. Upon reaching the 9th level of Qi training, I am unable to break through despite my attempts to absorb spiritual energy." Jillinger explained, "Oh, That's quite straightforward. Upon reaching the 9th level of Qi training, one must utilize a specific elixir to aid in breaking through, and that elixir is the Foundation Establishment Pill. I Chien, perplexed, asked, Foundation Establishment Pill? Zhulinger stepped forward and affirmed, Indeed, the Foundation Establishment Pill. Rest assured, if you need it, I shall procure one for you. I Chien inquired, And what is the current situation? Zhulinger joyfully replied, Currently, we are selecting disciples. Only those who pass these trials can truly become official disciples of the Longting sect. I Chien rubbed his nose and said, More trials to pass? Zhulinger reassured him, Don't worry, these are merely trials for mortals. Since you have already reached the 9th level of Qi training, you will undoubtedly pass with ease. As she spoke, she took I Chien's hand and urged, Come, follow me. I Chien, taken aback, questioned, What are we going to do? Linger said, Do not worry about it, just follow me. After a brief moment, I Chien was led by Linger to a place known as the Hall of Stewards. Linger called out, Is the old man here? At the sound of her voice, I Chien looked over to see an elderly man with a white beard, dressed in a grayish-brown robe adorned with a dragon embroidered on the back. Linger introduced him, I Chien. This is the master of the Hall of Stewards, Old Zhao. Old Zhao addressed I Chien. So you are the one whom Qin Shiying brought to the sect yesterday. I am Zhao Xianhan, but everyone calls me Steward Zhao. You may simply address me as Old Zhao. I Chien replied, Then I shall call you Old Zhao. Zhao nodded and turned to Linger. Child, what brings you to me? Linger tapped her head and exclaimed, Oh right, I almost forgot. Old Zhao, please issue a formal disciple token for I Chien. Old Zhao readily responded, No problem. Linger, puzzled, asked, Old Zhao, you surprisingly did not object? Old Zhao replied, exasperated. Do you think I have cultivated my core formation for nothing? However, I heard that this lad was merely at the mortal realm yesterday, and in just one day, he has ascended to the 9th level of Qi training? Without concern, Old Zhao continued, It matters not. Everyone has their secrets. As he spoke, he conjured a set of robes and a token from thin air. Old Zhao instructed, Place a drop of your blood on that token. Following his guidance, I Chien bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the token. Old Zhao remarked, This will serve as your identity symbol within the Longting sect. He then handed the token and the robes to I Chien. Linger chuckled, Oh dear, Zhao old man, how did you know I had other matters to attend to? Zhao replied, patting Linger's head, My dear girl, do you think I am unaware of you? Speak up, is it the Foundation Establishment Pill you seek? Linger playfully tugged at Zhao's sleeve, exclaiming, You truly understand me, Grandpa Zhao. He retorted, What is this? No longer calling me old man Zhao? As he spoke, a vial of medicine appeared in his hand. Here, take it. Upon receiving the vial, Lingo grasped I Chien's hand and dashed out, calling back, Thank you, old man Zhao. Zhao, hearing her, shook his head with a smile. This girl, I must get to work as well. Linger led I Chien to the back mountain, instructing, I Chien, swallow this, and you will break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. I Chien responded gratefully, Thank you, Linger. She replied, What is there to thank for? From now on, you shall be my junior apprentice, so there's no need for gratitude. Nodding, I Chien seized the pill and swallowed it. It dissolved instantly upon contact with his mouth. Before long, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, and in a brief moment, he successfully broke through his realm. Linger observed him and remarked, Goodness, are you a magical beast? You've broken through so easily? It took me an hour to achieve the same. Just as I Chien was about to respond, he detected a foul odor. Upon closer inspection, he realized his body was covered in layers of grime. Just as he was about to inquire, Lingo dashed away, saying, Don't worry, this is a normal occurrence. After establishing your foundation, your meridians will be purified, so see you tomorrow. After speaking, he ran away. After a considerable time, I Chien finished bathing. To ensure cleanliness, he changed the water 5 large buckets worth. Finally, he emerged refreshed, and it was evident that his skin had become significantly fairer. His hair had grown longer, and his height had increased. I Chien, at this moment, could be described as a strikingly handsome young man. Chapter 6. The Art of Dreaming, however. Due to the delay caused by his bath, evening had already descended. For some inexplicable reason, I Chien found himself growing drowsy as twilight approached. It is worth noting that previously, I Chien had been a night owl, capable of staying awake for 3 consecutive nights without any difficulty. Yet, ever since arriving in this world reminiscent of Journey to the West, he found himself overwhelmed by fatigue as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon. Gradually, I Chien reclined on his bed and drifted into slumber. In his dreams, was this not yesterday's vision? Yi Chen pondered. At that moment, the golden staff reappeared, and he remarked, "Is this the golden staff from yesterday?" As he reached out to touch it, he felt a sharp pain in his fingertip. His blood stained the staff, and suddenly, his room was illuminated with a resplendent golden light. Yet, the members of the Longting sect seemed oblivious to the spectacle. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, a voice reported, "Master Yuan, we have located the golden hoop staff." The figure clad in black seated upon the dragon throne responded, "After such a long time, it has finally been found?" Master Yuan replied, "But I only grant individuals a single opportunity." As he spoke, the figure on the ground transformed into a wisp of black mist. To the left of Master Yuan, Yin bowed and said, "My lord, leave the matter of the golden hoop staff to me. I assure you I will handle it adeptly." Master Yuan remarked, "Regarding the last matter, you performed commendably." However, before Yuan could finish, the cloaked figure on the right interjected, "My lord, allow me to handle this task. Was it not agreed upon last time? Am I not to be entrusted with the next mission?" Yuan responded, "Oh, you mentioning it almost slipped my mind. Very well. This task shall be yours, Han. Of course, should you fail, you shall face the same consequences as before." Han hurriedly bowed, saying, "Rest assured, Master Yuan. Should I falter, I shall take my own life." Yuan chuckled, "Good, haha," and then gradually vanished. Yin, observing Yuan's departure, promptly said, "Han, be cautious not to displease the master, for that would be most unfortunate." Han replied with a smile, "Oh, you need not worry about that." With that, he too disappeared. Somewhere else, a young boy exclaimed, "It has appeared again. The direction is towards the Eastern Victory Divine Continent." He then grasped the hand of the girl beside him and headed towards the rising sun. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was circling around a peculiar staff, twisting left and right. Yi Chen pondered, what could this possibly be? As he leaned in closer, he noticed inscriptions on it. He read, "Rui Jinggu Bang." Yi Chen exclaimed, "Oh, so this is the golden hooped rod. Wait a moment. The golden hooped rod. Is it not the possession of the great sage?" Just as Yi Chen was deep in thought, a voice echoed, "Indeed, it is the great sage's weapon. The golden hooped rod." Yi Chen gasped and shouted, "Who goes there?" A voice proclaimed, "Do not fear, I am right before you." Yi Chen glanced around and replied, "But there is only the golden cudgel before me." The voice responded, "I am the golden cudgel." Yi Chen exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" The golden cudgel continued, "Do not be overly surprised. Having followed the great sage for so long, it is quite normal for me to have gained sentience." Yi Chen inquired, "Oh, so you are akin to the spiritual beings found in novels?" The golden cudgel questioned, "What novels?" Yi Chen, puzzled, remarked, "No. I remember being brought here by a beam of golden light. That light was you, wasn't it?" The golden cudgel shifted slightly and affirmed, "Indeed, that was I." Yi Chen then asked, "But why did you bring me to this world?" The golden cudgel declared, "Because this world needs you." Yi Chen queried, "Needs me? What is the reason?" The golden cudgel replied, "It is based on my intuition." Yi Chen responded, Intuition?" The golden cudgel, somewhat irritated, said, "Do not concern yourself with that. I have brought you here to impart the techniques of the law." Yi Chen, confused, asked, "Is it the 72 transformations or the somersault cloud?" The golden cudgel, exasperated, replied, "Those are celestial arts. What I am to teach you is this." A book flew forth from the golden cudgel, inscribed with the title Great Immortal Technique. Yi Chen questioned, "What is the Great Immortal Technique?" The golden cudgel floated gently and responded, "That is the technique cultivated by the great sage, sufficient for you to reach the realm of the immortal emperor." Yi Chen inquired, What is the realm of the immortal emperor?" The golden cudgel asserted, "Enough with the idle chatter. If your foundation is not properly established, I shall dismantle your current realm and help you rebuild it." With that, the cudgel struck Yi Chen, who, unable to evade in time, fell to the ground. Yi Chen winced in pain, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts." The cudgel replied, "Stop complaining and get up quickly. I am not lacking in discernment." Yi Chen hastily rose to a seated position, legs crossed. The cudgel continued, "The method is already ingrained in your mind. Practice it accordingly." Without hesitation, Yi Chen complied as the cudgel added, "In truth, establishing a foundation does not necessitate pills. One can harness the spiritual energy within their own body to achieve this. The reason you have failed to establish your foundation is due to not having reached your limits." At that moment, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards Yi Chen, centering around him. Uncertain of how long he absorbed it, Yi Chen eventually sensed a saturation point. Just as he pondered his next move, the cudgel urged. Continue to absorb the spiritual energy. Ichen followed the command, feeling as though his body might burst. He cried out in agony, I cannot endure any longer. It hurts. The cudgel encouraged him, do not give up. Gritting his teeth, Ichen shouted, indeed, one must not yield easily. Push forward. Break through. As the vortex of spiritual energy dissipated, Ichen successfully established his foundation. The transformation was remarkable. He sensed that his strength had quintupled. Astonished, he remarked, this is the extent of my power now. The cudgel affirmed. Precisely. This is how the great sage possesses the capability to challenge those beyond his level. Ichen joyfully exclaimed, haha. Does that mean I can be as powerful as the great sage? The golden cudgel replied, do not celebrate too early. Focus on your training, or else. Ichen pressed further, or else what? The golden cudgel responded, it's nothing. Wake up. Ouch. That hurts, Ichen said, rubbing his head. As he propped himself up, he felt he had toppled over something. To his astonishment, it was indeed the golden cudgel. The cudgel immediately declared, what does it matter? I have made a decision. To train you, I shall have you carry me. Ichen protested, carry you? You do realize you weigh over 13,500 pounds. The golden cudgel reassured him. Fear not. We shall start with 500 pounds. Remember, do not use your spiritual energy. With that, the cudgel transformed into a soft armor and donned itself upon Ichen. This way, you can train while ensuring your safety, it said. As the golden cudgel settled on him, Ichen was immediately pressed back onto the bed. He cried out, how heavy? Chapter 7. The Devil's Training. After much effort, Ichen finally managed to rise from the bed. Goodness, it truly is heavy, he remarked, slowly making his way out of the room. Stretching languidly, he sighed, refreshing. At that moment, a voice called out, Ichen. Turning around, he saw Linger and said, oh, it's you, Ling. Linger responded with surprise, it really is Ichen. I thought I had mistaken the person. Wow, I didn't expect this transformation, Ichen. You have changed so much. Ichen replied, is that so? Ichen smiled and said, thank you for the compliment. At that moment, the golden cudgel remarked, young man, cultivation is of utmost importance. Ichen nodded in agreement. He then added, as for Linger, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, he dashed away. Linger whispered to herself, how could this fool not realize that I have feelings for him? After Ichen departed, the golden cudgel commented, young man. Did you not notice that the girl named Lingo has affections for you? Although Lingo was the only one who consistently engaged him in conversation since joining the sect, it did not necessarily imply that he reciprocated her feelings. They merely shared a bond of friendship. The golden cudgel teased, you truly are a sentimental one, aren't you? Ichen clarified, not at all. I simply feel that she is yet to make her appearance, much like your sense that this world requires my presence. The golden cudgel replied, then the devilish training is about to commence. Ichen inquired, you understand devilish training as well? The golden cudgel casually responded, I have delved into your memories. So of course I know. Ichen exclaimed in alarm, does that mean my? The golden cudgel reassured him, do not worry, I am not that twisted. Ichen sighed in relief, that is good to hear. The golden cudgel then instructed, now, do you see the waterfall ahead? Go stand beneath it. Ichen, perplexed, asked, why should I do that? The golden cudgel retorted, no more questions. If you wish to grow stronger, simply follow my orders. Thus, Ichen complied. And as he stood beneath the waterfall, he immediately felt the intense force of the cascading water. Ichen recalled the advertisements from his previous life, that exhilarating sensation, truly authentic. As time passed, he gradually acclimated to this overwhelming force. After a considerable period, Ichen ceased his cultivation. He sat upon a nearby stone, panting, and remarked, I'm not criticizing you, golden cudgel, but what purpose does this serve? The golden cudgel responded, do you not perceive that your strength has significantly increased? Ichen sensed it and replied, indeed, it feels much easier. The golden cudgel then declared, thus, I have decided to transform into 1,000 pounds. As soon as the golden cudgel finished speaking, Ichen felt an immense weight descend upon him. Just as he was about to speak, the golden cudgel interjected, I shall impart 2 techniques to you, the ground-based technique Cloud Somersault, and the body-training manual Demon Ape Dominance. Ichen did not catch much of what was said, but upon hearing Cloud Somersault, he eagerly inquired, Cloud Somersault? Does that mean I can fly? The golden cudgel promptly doused his enthusiasm with cold reality, stating, do not get ahead of yourself. Remember, it is a ground technique. Ichen, puzzled, questioned, is there a ground version? The golden cudgel affirmed, "Indeed, it has been specially created for you." Yichen replied, "Oh, I thought I could fly." The golden cudgel reassured him, "Once you achieve immortality, you shall naturally be able to." Subsequently, Yichen engaged in conversations with Ling in the morning, familiarizing himself with the customs of the cultivation realm. In the afternoon, he underwent rigorous training, and by night, he practiced the grand immortal decision. A month later, in the martial arts arena, an elderly man clad in blue robes, with a dragon embroidered soaring on his back, addressed them. He was the 10th elder. The 10th elder proclaimed, "It has been a month since your entry into the sect. To assess your cultivation progress, you are to venture into the demon forest to hunt ferocious beasts." As he spoke, he handed each person a map. The elder continued, "The more demon beasts you hunt, the more abundant the rewards will be. To give you a heads up, the first place will gain direct access to the inner sect for cultivation." A wave of excitement surged among the disciples below, for the cultivation resources available to inner sect members far surpassed those of the outer sect. A plump fellow remarked, "Igu, do you think you could clinch the first place?" This chubby individual, known as Jin Fu, had recently befriended Yichun. He added, "Of course, Igu is a genius." Presently, Yichun was recognized as a prodigy in the outer sect, having established his foundation within a mere month. In truth, Yichun concealed his true prowess with the golden cudgel. He had already reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment and was on the verge of breaking through to the core formation stage. However, he was currently suppressing his spiritual energy, waiting for the saturation point before making his breakthrough. After gathering the necessary supplies, Yichun and Jin Fu convened at the entrance of the sect and set off together. Amusingly, before their departure, Ling had repeatedly urged Yichun to be cautious and safe, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Once they descended the mountain, Jin Fu inquired, "Hey, Igu, does senior sister Ling have feelings for you?" Yichun replied, "Not at all, we are merely friends." Jin Fu, skeptical, retorted, "Friends? Then why the excessive concern?" "I don't buy it." Yichun shrugged, "Believe what you will." As they reached the foot of the mountain, a rich ambience of ancient culture enveloped them. This was Yichun's first descent since arriving in this world, and he marveled at the scenery below. Jin Fu waved a hand in front of Yichun, asking, "Hey, Igu, are you all right?" The plump man exclaimed, "Indeed. It has been ages since I last savored meat. I find myself quite tempted." It is not that the Dragon Rising sect cannot afford meat, but rather that after establishing a foundation, one can engage in fasting, relying solely on the absorption of spiritual energy for sustenance. Those disciples who have not yet established their foundations consume only the specially cultivated spiritual herbs of the sect. As one who has traversed through realms, Yichun cannot possibly forego sumptuous feasts. The same holds true for the rotund fellow. Dining is not merely a means to satiate hunger, but rather a delightful indulgence. The plump man mentioned that this place is renowned for its culinary offerings. Yichun found it appealing, especially since it had been too long since he last enjoyed meat, drawn in by the alluring aroma wafting from the building. Upon entering, a young attendant approached, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, what would you like to eat?" As he spoke, he led them to a room on the 2nd floor. "Excellent, esteemed guest." With that, the young attendant exited. The plump man quickly turned to Yichun, saying, "Brother E, in truth, I had dined here when I first arrived at the sect, and the cuisine is simply exquisite." Yichun chuckled, "You, my hefty friend, speak truthfully. It has indeed been far too long since I savored meat, and it brings back fond memories." After a short while, the young attendant returned, bringing forth their meal. Yichun eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to enjoy the dishes. The plump man asked, "Brother E, how is it? Delicious?" Yichun, while relishing the food, replied, Quite delightful indeed." Just then, a rather irritating voice echoed from the entrance. "Oh, our great genius Yichun is dining here as well." A man outside called out. The stout man remarked, "Oh, then I wish to inquire, if our innate talents are inferior even to yours, if we are akin to dogs. Then what does that make you?" The man retorted angrily, "You." Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. These two men were named Lin Yun and Huang Tian. The one who spoke first was Lin Yun, while the man beside him was his sycophant, Huang Tian. Ever since Yichun entered the sect, these two had persistently opposed him. It was later revealed by the stout man that Lin Yun harbored feelings for Jiuling and as Lin Yun's subordinate, Huang Tian naturally aided him in suppressing Yichun. Unfortunately, Yichun was the foremost genius of the outer sect, and he was too indifferent to engage with these two fools. Lin Yun and Huang Tian rendered speechless by the scorn, could only feel their faces flush with indignation. Lin Yun could only point at Yi Chun and declare, I hope you enjoy such good fortune in the demon forest. With that, he turned and strode away, followed hurriedly by Huang Tian. The stout man chuckled. I say, brother Yi, these two must have water in their brains to oppose you. Yi Chun shook his head with a smile. I know not. Let us finish our meal swiftly and hasten to the demon forest. The stout man replied, right away. After a short while, once the stout man settled the bill, he and Yi Chun hurried to the demon forest. Upon arriving, Yi Chun sighed. This is the first place I have visited since arriving in this world. The stout man asked, what? The first in the world? Yi Chun responded, it's nothing. Let us proceed inside. As the stout man entered alongside Yi Chun, he opened the map and said, Brother Yi, the demon forest is divided into 3 areas, with the outermost region being where we combat the demon beasts. Yi Chun inquired, oh, and what lies beyond? Yi Chun pondered silently, contemplating. Can I contend with the golden cudgel given my current strength? The golden cudgel responded, with your present cultivation level, you might just manage to confront a first-tier core formation realm opponent. Yi Chun eagerly inquired, why is that? Am I not capable of challenging those beyond my level? The golden cudgel explained, while it is true that one can challenge opponents of higher tiers, the divide between the core formation realm and the foundation establishment realm is monumental. The core formation realm, as the name suggests, signifies the formation of a golden elixir within the body, allowing for the storage of spiritual energy at a magnitude several times that of the foundation establishment realm. The fact that you can challenge higher tiers is commendable. Yi Chun remarked. I see. The rotund companion expressed, I am at a loss as well. The golden cudgel suddenly warned, young one, trouble approaches. A demon beast of the core formation stage is coming this way. Before Yi Chun stood a colossal creature, towering 5 meters and stretching 10 meters in length. Its body adorned with armor, resembling a rhinoceros. The golden cudgel exclaimed, this is dire. It is a monoceros. Run, boy. However, Yi Chun did not flee. Instead, he shook his hands and declared, how could I run? This is my inaugural battle. Charge. Observing Yi Chun's resolve, his stout companion exclaimed, Yi Chun, you have lost your mind. Nevertheless, true to his character, he did not retreat but bravely followed suit. Yi Chun, witnessing his friend's courage, thought to himself, indeed, my judgment was not in vain. He shouted, you beast, feel the force of my fist. With that, Yi Chun launched a punch directly at the rhinoceros. The blow struck true, yet the creature remained utterly unfazed. The golden cudgel remarked, child, humanity relies on the cultivation of true energy, while demon beasts primarily enhance their physical prowess. Hence, the outcome is all too predictable. Suddenly, the unicorn rhinoceros swung its massive body, sending Yi Chun flying 10 meters away, crashing through several large trees along the way. Fortunately, the golden cudgel had imparted to him the art of body training. Otherwise, Yi Chun might have remained incapacitated. However, the chubby man was unaware of this. Upon witnessing Yi Chun being hurled away, he shouted, beast, let me show you the might of your master. With that, he seized a nearby piece of wood and hurled it at the unicorn rhinoceros, only to meet the same fate as Yi Chun, being thrown back violently. Yet, unlike Yi Chun, the chubby man had not undergone any body training. After being struck, he was left battered and bloodied. Yi Chun called out, are you all right, buddy? Gasping for breath. The chubby man responded, Yi Chun, I can still hold on. Yi Chun replied, that's good. Gradually, he rose to his feet and shouted, beast, prepare to meet your end. Golden cudgel. As he spoke, the golden cudgel materialized in his hand, though due to his insufficient power, Yi Chun felt immense pain. In fact, the golden cudgel had just informed him, when Yi Chun needed it, the cudgel could be temporarily summoned, but only for a mere minute. 1 minute? That's enough. Yi Chun declared, raising the golden cudgel. Take this. With that strike, the unicorn rhinoceros could not withstand the blow. After all, the golden cudgel was a divine artifact. Although its wielder was not particularly formidable, it remained a powerful weapon. At that moment, Yi Chun felt as if he were Sun Wukong, battling atop the heavenly palace. Brandishing his staff toward the heavens, he raised the cudgel and shouted, receive my strike, the sweeping staff technique of the 8 desolations. In an instant, he battered the unicorn rhinoceros into a state of disarray, while the beast, now desperate, fought with all its might, determined to engage in a life-or-death battle. Before them, the colossal horn of the unicorn rhinoceros had grown significantly larger, charging towards Yi Chun with immense force. Chen shouted, "Come on. With the second style, I shall stabilize the world." With a thunderous crash, everything in the vicinity was obliterated. The unicorn rhinoceros fell to the ground with a resounding thud, while Chen lay on the ground, panting heavily, exclaiming, "Goodness, that was truly exhausting. Oh right, there's still the chubby one." As he attempted to rise, a wave of pain surged through him. "Ouch, that hurts. No, I can't possibly collapse here." He limped towards the chubby one, who looked at him with gratitude and said, "Chen, thank you for saving me." Chen dismissively replied, "What are friends for? Let's get you to the clinic." With that, he hoisted the chubby one onto his back and began their journey to the medical facility. Conversing along the way, "I must say, you really ought to consider shedding some weight." The chubby one sheepishly chuckled, "Is that so? Haha." Chapter 9. It turns out to be you after a while. The chubby one on Chen's back inquired, "Hold on a moment, Chen. I recall we were in the outer district. Why did we encounter the unicorn rhinoceros?" Chen paused to ponder. "Indeed. Why is that?" The chubby one continued, "Chen, we've suffered a loss. The carcass of the unicorn rhinoceros is still at the site." It dawned on Chen, "Oh no, I completely forgot about the unicorn rhinoceros. However," he added, "that pales in comparison to the safety of my brother." The chubby one, feeling deeply moved, replied, "You truly care for me, Chen." Tears welled up in his eyes, prompting Chen to say, "Please, no tears. Aren't we supposed to be strong?" The portly fellow remarked, "I am truly touched by your concern, Brother E." At that moment, the golden staff interjected, "Do not worry, young man. The unicorn rhinoceros is safely stored in my space." Upon hearing this, Chen exclaimed, "That is splendid news." He then informed the portly man, "Ah, my friend, I have brought along the carcass of the great rhinoceros." The portly fellow, momentarily distracted by the thought, inadvertently aggravated his wound, causing him to cry out in pain. Chen, slightly irritated, retorted, "Enough. Must you be so dramatic over such a minor injury?" The portly man, feeling wronged, replied, "Oh, in truth, Chen was not genuinely angry, after all." During the perilous moment, the portly fellow had not fled, which is often said to reveal the depth of true friendship in times of adversity. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the medical clinic. Chen called out, "Is anyone here?" An elderly man clad in white emerged, exclaiming, "What has happened to you? Your injuries appear quite severe. Quickly, lay him upon the bed." Chen promptly complied, explaining, "These injuries were sustained during our battle with a beast in the demon forest." The elder stated, "Ah, this can be treated, but he will require several days of rest and recuperation. The medical fee is 5 spirit stones." Spirit stones serve as the universal currency among practitioners. Chen produced 5 spirit stones and handed them to the elder, who then proceeded to retrieve the medicinal elixirs. After the bleeding had been staunched, the portly fellow said, "Brother E, I assure you, I am not gravely harmed. You may attend to your matters. Do not forget. We are in the midst of an assessment." Chen responded, "It is of no consequence. The assessment is not of utmost importance. What matters most is that you recover swiftly." The portly man expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Brother E, but I truly am fine now. Please, do hurry along." Upon reaching this point, Chen no longer hesitated. After bidding farewell to the rotund companion, he set off alone towards the demon forest. The reason Chen chose not to remain with his friend was that the golden cudgel had just informed him that the appearance of the one-horned giant rhinoceros was orchestrated by human hands. The golden cudgel remarked, "Youngster, the reason that one-horned giant rhinoceros has manifested in your vicinity is due to the scattering of blood powder by someone. This powder possesses a fatal allure for beasts below the Yuaning level. Fortunately, it appears that this individual does not wish for your demise, having scattered only a modest amount, which attracted merely one rhinoceros." Upon hearing this, Chen had a strong suspicion regarding the identity of the culprit. After all, his adversaries could only be Lin Yun and Huang Tian. Who else could it possibly be? Thus, Chen resolved to impart some lessons upon them. To prepare for this, he even consulted the old doctor about the most painful places to strike. Upon locating their room, he overheard Huang Tian saying, "Brother, do you think that Chen fellow might have already been devoured by a beast?" To which Lin Yun replied, "No. That man in black stated that it would only attract ordinary beasts." Huang Tian responded, "Oh." Chen whispered to himself, "A man in black?" The golden cudgel exclaimed, "Could it be them?" Chen inquired, "Who are you referring to?" Before the golden cudgel could respond, Lin Yun shouted, "Who is it? Come out, we know you're outside." Realizing he had been discovered, Ichin no longer wished to eavesdrop. With a forceful kick, he broke open the door and declared, "It is I, your esteemed Ichin." Huang Tian exclaimed in surprise, "How can it be you? Aren't you?" But before he could finish, Lin Yun interrupted him. Ichin remarked, "What are you not? Were you devoured by a beast?" Lin Yun replied, "How could you inquire when you are already aware?" Ichin sighed, "Forget it. I do not wish to waste words with you." At that moment, anguished cries echoed through the room. As Ichin made his way towards the demon forest, he pondered. "Achio, who is thinking of me?" He mused. "This also serves as retribution for the hefty fellow." Upon returning to the demon forest, Ichin felt an increased sense of vigilance, especially after the harrowing encounter with the horned giant rhinoceros, which left lingering shadows of fear. However, with the absence of those two meddlesome individuals, Ichin found himself considerably more at ease, occasionally daring to challenge demon beasts at the core formation stage. Yet, without exception, he relied on the power of the golden staff. It had declared that it could only be wielded in dire life-threatening situations, and otherwise, he must depend on his own abilities. Nonetheless, Ichin appreciated this arrangement, for he recognized the danger of becoming overly reliant on the staff. On the seventh night, Ichin began his breakthrough into the core formation realm. A vast vortex reformed around him, and after a lengthy period, he opened his eyes and flexed his hands, exclaiming, "At last, I have transcended into the core formation stage. This realm is truly distinct. If I were to encounter that horned giant rhinoceros again, I could subdue it without even employing the golden staff." Surveying his inner core, Ichin was astonished to discover that he possessed 7 distinct cores. He quickly inquired of the golden staff, which was equally perplexed, and responded, "In the past, when the great sage achieved core formation, he consolidated 5 cores, each representing one of the 5 elements. As for the 2 additional cores you possess, I am at a loss." At that moment, within Ichin's dantian, there were 7 different golden cores, with 5 swirling around the 2 at the center. The colors were red, blue, gold, green, and yellow. Among them, 2 were distinct, one radiant and the other dim. Ichin, unconcerned, believed that strength was paramount. After all, possessing more golden cores could potentially enhance one's prowess. After a night's rest in the demon forest, Ichin sought out his stout companion. Upon arriving at the medical clinic and discussing the situation with the old physician, he took the stout one away. The stout one lamented, "Ichin, it's utterly tedious in the clinic, and I fear I might score no points in this trial." Ichin reassured him, "If you discover what you don't know, I will handle everything. Relax." The stout one replied, "To be honest, although it's boring in the clinic, lying in bed all day without a care, being taken care of is truly splendid." Ichin chuckled, "Well then, let me land a few punches on you, and you can return to your bed." The stout one quickly pleaded, "Ichin, please don't." Chapter 10. The Pact of Life and Death. Ichin began, "Oh." That is when suddenly the golden staff interjected, "Kid, it's best not to speak of my existence, lest you attract unnecessary attention." The stout one inquired, "Ichin, what is that? Hurry and tell me." Ichin replied, "That is a gift from Ling Er." "Yes, a gift." The stout one, puzzled, remarked, "I've heard of gifts of swords, but a gift of a staff?" Ichin answered, "What is so strange about it? Come on, stop overthinking." The stout one acquiesced, but still pondered why one would gift a staff. Ichin murmured, "Golden staff? It just struck me. Weren't you supposed to transform into armor? Why do I still sustain injuries?" The golden cudgel remarked, "You are quite foolish. Although I am a divine artifact, I am a weapon, not a defensive apparatus. Moreover, the impact from that rhinoceros generated vibrations powerful enough to injure you. Do you comprehend?" Ichin whispered, "I understand. How could I not? After all, I am an academic prodigy." Yet the reality was that he was merely a mediocre student. Suddenly, the chubby one inquired, "Ichin, why do I always catch you talking to yourself?" Ichin replied awkwardly, "Do I?" The chubby one insisted, "Yes, indeed." Ichin waved his hand dismissively, "Don't mind that. Look, we are almost at the sect." Upon entering the sect, before he could catch his breath, Elder Tin summoned them to gather at the training grounds. Within the training arena, many individuals bore the carcasses of demon beasts. Their expressions varied, some exhilarated, others mournful, yet the overwhelming sentiment was one of excitement. After all, this was their inaugural battle, and it was only natural to feel a surge of enthusiasm. Elder Tin raised his hand, and the training ground fell silent. He announced, "The trial has concluded. I extend my congratulations to all of you. Next, we shall proceed to the rankings, which will be determined by the demon beasts you have hunted." Upon hearing this, The chubby one expressed his dismay. Alas, I am certain I will place last. I spent the past 7 days merely lounging in bed. I-Chen comforted him. Worry not. My dear friend. With me, I-Chen, by your side, what is there to fear? Here, take this. As he spoke, I-Chen tossed the chubby one a ring. The chubby one gasped, a spatial ring. I-Chen, how did you come by such a treasure? I-Chen replied nonchalantly, I purchased it. The chubby one immediately prostrated himself, exclaiming, Wealthy one, let us be friends. I-Chen laughed and scolded, You rotund fellow. Soon, during their playful scuffle, it was announced, Next, I-Chen. By the 10th elder. I-Chen stepped forward, and those below noticed that he bore no trophies of slain beasts. One by one, they mocked, Look at this fellow. He hasn't hunted a single beast, yet claims to be a genius. He is nothing but a fool, and he still dares to show his face here. Indeed. Chimed in others. Listening to their derisive comments, I-Chen remained unfazed, for he paid no heed to their words. The 10th elder inquired, I-Chen, why do you not present the carcass of any beasts? I-Chen replied, Elder, do not rush. Just watch. With a wave of his hand, numerous beast carcasses appeared. There were those from the Qi refining stage, the foundation establishment stage, and even some from the core formation stage. The disciples below gasped in astonishment, and the murmurs resumed. No wonder he is the foremost genius of our outer sect. He truly is remarkable. The tide of the situation began to shift in I-Chen's favor. Just then, a voice from the crowd called out, Elder, I-Chen is cheating. Among those beast carcasses, there exists one from the core formation stage. How could he possibly have hunted it? I-Chen turned to see that the accuser was none other than Lin Yun, although his sycophant, Huang Tian, was conspicuously absent. The 10th elder immediately addressed I-Chen. Do you admit to any wrongdoing? I-Chen, with calm dignity, replied, Elder, I have not cheated. The 10th elder pressed further. Then how could you have hunted a beast of the core formation stage? I-Chen responded, Elder, look. With that, he unleashed his core formation aura. The 10th elder exclaimed, A genius. No, indeed, a prodigy. I-Chen inquired, Elder, can this prove that I have not cheated? The 10th elder promptly replied, Yes, indeed. Just as I-Chen was about to descend, he suddenly heard Lin Yun shout, I-Chen, I demand a duel to the death. The entire martial arts arena was astounded. After all, I-Chen had already reached the core formation stage. Was Lin Yun courting death? I-Chen chuckled, Lin Yun. You must be aware of the chasm that separates us, right? Although I-Chen bore a grudge against Lin Yun, he had no intention of risking lives. Furthermore, having reached core formation, he did not wish to bully Lin Yun. However, the golden cudgel suddenly interjected, Wait, lad, something is amiss with Lin Yun. I-Chen asked, What seems to be wrong? The golden cudgel replied, I cannot pinpoint it, but something is indeed amiss. I-Chen sighed. Oh, do not be overly suspicious. He then asked, Lin Yun, you truly wish to engage me in a duel to the death? Lin Yun declared earnestly, Indeed, I do wish to fight you to the death. I-Chen laughed, I am not trying to belittle you, Lin Yun, but you must recognize the disparity between us. Upon finishing his words, Lin Yun unexpectedly unleashed the aura of someone at the core formation stage. I-Chen was taken aback, and Lin Yun taunted, So, does the gap still exist? I-Chen murmured, Golden cudgel, I believe I understand what you meant by something being amiss. The last time I taught them a lesson, I distinctly remember I had just begun my foundation establishment, and now, merely 7 days later, he has reached core formation. This is impossible. The golden cudgel replied, That is not what I meant. I-Chen inquired, Oh, then what do you mean? The golden staff remarked, I have already stated, I am uncertain. At that moment, the 10th elder interjected, Enough. Today marks the conclusion of the trials. We shall engage in combat tomorrow. Lin Yun responded, Very well. I-Chen, remember, tomorrow will be a battle to the death. I-Chen concurred, Indeed. Initially, I had little interest, but now that Lin Yun has also formed his golden core, I am eager to witness the extent of the disparity between us at this equal level of cultivation. Soon after, it was the turn of the plump fellow, who, astonished, presented the corpses of demonic beasts from the spatial ring I-Chen had given him, garnering the surprise of the 10th elder. Following a thorough inspection, the 10th elder began to announce the rankings. Third place, Jin Fu. The plump fellow exclaimed with excitement, Hooray! Ego, I am third. I-Chen responded with indifference. Is such excitement necessary? To which the plump fellow replied, Of course it is. Second place, Lin Yun. First place, I-Chen. The plump fellow remarked, Ego is indeed formidable. I-Chen humbly replied, Not at all. The 10th elder then proceeded to announce the rewards. For third place, a copy of the Peiyuan technique. The plump fellow exclaimed, finally, a cultivation method to reach the golden core. For second place, a copy of the Peiyuan technique and a spatial ring. He continued. And for first place, a copy of the Peiyuan technique, a spatial ring, and the opportunity to enter the intersect directly. Chapter 11. The 7 stars soared. Once the 10th elder concluded his address, he instructed, the top 3, please step forward to receive your rewards. Yi Chun and the plump fellow ascended, followed closely by Lin Yun. The 10th elder personally presented their rewards, but when it came time to bestow upon Yi Chun, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Yi Chun remarked, Elder Shi, surely you wouldn't withhold the rewards due to your disciple. Elder Shi replied, how could that be? I merely noticed your spatial ring and wished to avoid wasting its potential. Yi Chun responded, very well, I trust you, Elder Shi. After the rewards were distributed, the training grounds dispersed, and Lin Yun approached Yi Chun, saying, I hope you are still alive tomorrow. The plump companion added, hey, Yij, why do I feel like Lin Yun has changed? Yi Chun chuckled, fatty, haven't you been lying here for the past 7 days? Yi Chun then said, well, goodbye. Shortly thereafter, upon reaching the door of his room, Yi Chun spotted someone waiting for him. Upon recognizing her, he greeted Linger. In a flurry, Linger rushed to Yi Chun's side, glancing around anxiously. She then inquired, Yi Chun, are you hurt? Having listened to his tale, filled with moments of laughter and concern, Linger advised, Yi Chun, please don't overexert yourself. Your life is of utmost importance. Yi Chun assured her, don't worry, I understand. Subsequently, Linger asked, Yi Chun, I heard Lin Yun is challenging you to a life and death duel? Is it true? Yi Chun affirmed, indeed, it is true. Linger expressed her apprehension, Yi Chun, be cautious of Lin Yun. He seems off. Yi Chun acknowledged her concern, yes. I too sense something amiss, but it matters not, for I shall not be defeated. Linger replied, I believe in you. As night descended once more, Yi Chun felt an indescribable excitement at the prospect of the battle that awaited him the following day. This would be his first encounter with an opponent of equal standing. After all, the intellect of the spirit beasts at the Golden Core stage was still quite limited, thus igniting his enthusiasm. After practicing for half an hour, Yi Chun succumbed to slumber. As the first light of dawn began to grace the horizon, Yi Chun awoke. Habitually, he dashed to the rear of the premises. Now, when he utilized the nimbus cloud, he could glide through the waterfall without a single drop touching him. Moreover, with his growing strength, his golden staff had now reached a weight of 1,000 pounds. Yi Chun was acutely aware that his power was steadily increasing with each passing moment. After completing his morning exercises, Yi Chun made his way to the arena of life and death, for there lay a wager between him and Lin Yun. Within the sect, one could sign a life and death contract, allowing for lethal combat in the arena without it being considered harm against a fellow disciple. Naturally, it was rare for disciples to engage in such contracts unless there was a deep-seated animosity. Generally, they would refrain from signing such agreements, for once signed, it was a matter of either one's life or the other's demise. At that moment, the arena was abuzz with activity, with everyone discussing the impending life and death duel between the outer sect prodigy Yi Chun and Lin Yun. However, these disciples were not merely spectators. They sought to gain insights and enhance their combat experience. Thus, they were far from idle. Soon, our protagonists made their entrance. Lin Yun had also arrived early and proclaimed, Yi Chun, so you have come, let us begin. To which Yi Chun responded with a smile, why do you seem so eager for death? Very well, I shall oblige you. Lin Yun laughed and replied, only through battle will we know who prevails. Soon, the two ascended the stage, only to be surprised to find that the sect leader and the 10 elders had arrived, alongside other inner disciples. The life and death contract was contained on a single sheet of paper, upon which they pricked their fingers to draw blood. Under the watchful eyes of the elders, Yi Chun and Lin Yun prepared to engage in combat. The 10th elder addressed the sect leader, saying, Leader, both Yi Chun and Lin Yun are rare talents. The death of either would have significant repercussions for the sect. Are you certain you do not wish to intervene? The sect leader, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, no need. A genius who has not experienced the trials of life and death will never achieve greatness. Upon hearing this, the 10th elder could only sigh. Yi Chun called out, Hey Lin Yun, are you really certain you want to back down? Lin Yun retorted, enough with the nonsense. Prepare to face my attack. Demonic Heaven Claw. With that, the assault commenced. Yi Chun immediately wiped the smile from his face, transforming his expression to one of seriousness. For the golden cudgel had just informed him that Lin Yun was under someone else's control and was not at the foundation establishment stage, but rather at the golden core level. He could be considered I Chin's strongest adversary to date. Before I Chin could react, Lin Yun's claw had already grasped him, inflicting a wound that emanated a dark aura. The golden cudgel remarked, "I understand now. It is the dark-cloaked man." I Chin, evading the attack, inquired, "What dark-cloaked man?" The golden cudgel responded, "Do not worry about that for now. I will forcibly elevate you to the golden core stage using the residual celestial energy within me." Upon hearing this, I Chin felt an unfamiliar energy infiltrate his body, a force far superior to his own vital energy. Under the influence of this celestial energy, he broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Feeling the surge of power, I Chin exclaimed, "Now it's my turn." I Chin swiftly transformed his defense into offense, and the situation began to stabilize as the two engaged in an evenly matched duel. At that moment, Lin Yun broke the stalemate, conjuring a sword in his right hand. Upon seeing this, the golden cudgel exclaimed in astonishment, "That is the 7-star sword. It belongs to the Supreme Lord. Youngster, summon me quickly." Without hesitation, I Chin summoned the golden cudgel, which declared, "Youngster, the old rule applies. You have only 1 minute." I Chin nodded gravely, while the onlookers, particularly the sect master, were filled with astonishment. The sect master mused to himself, "These two weapons are at least celestial artifacts. Just as there are distinctions in cultivation, there are also distinctions in weapons: mortal, treasured, earthly, heavenly, celestial, and divine." As the battleground transformed, both combatants drew their weapons once again, resuming their fierce contest. I Chin proclaimed, "A staff sweeps the 8 realms." Lin Yun immediately countered, "Purple chi rises from the east." Their techniques were of equal caliber. At that moment, I Chin sensed his strength waning. He realized the time had come to determine the victor. He shouted, "A single staff to stabilize the universe." Lin Yun retaliated with, "A single sword to divide heaven and earth." The collision of staff and sword unleashed a force that shattered the arena of life and death, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. The crowd pressed forward, eager to witness the outcome, including the sect master and the elders. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Lin Yun's sword piercing I Chin's chest, while I Chin's cudgel was similarly embedded in Lin Yun's heart. Chapter 12. A new conspiracy. Lin Yun chuckled, "I Chin, it seems we are destined for mutual destruction. Haha." I Chin replied calmly, "Not necessarily, golden cudgel. Make me larger." The golden staff ruptured Lin Yun's corpse, creating a grotesque scene that caused many disciples to retch uncontrollably. Even I Chin found it difficult to endure. After all, this was his first experience with taking a life. Fortunately, he had endured the trials of the past 7 days. Otherwise, he surely would have succumbed to the horror. I Chin's aura plummeted, diminishing from the golden core realm to the core formation realm. Grasping the hilt of his sword, he forcefully withdrew it from his chest. Blood gushed from the wound, and the golden staff remarked, "Alas, your mortal body has been grievously injured by the 7-star sword. The wound will not heal." I Chin, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "What should I do now?" Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Just before losing consciousness, he heard a girl calling his name, embracing him, and he succumbed to slumber in her warm embrace. "Where am I?" I Chin inquired, touching his head. Beside him, Linger replied anxiously, "I Chin, you have finally awakened. Do you know you have been unconscious for 7 days?" I Chin glanced at Linger and noticed her haggard appearance, streaked with tears. He asked, "Linger, have you been crying?" Before Linger could respond, a voice from outside interjected, "Of course Linger has been crying, and she has not rested for 7 days while caring for you. Although cultivators can go without sleep, only those of a higher realm can autonomously absorb spiritual energy. Linger, being only at the core formation stage, was incapable of self-sustaining spiritual absorption, which accounted for her weary demeanor." At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from outside, the chief disciple, Qing Shiying. Linger said, "Sister, it's all right." Qing Shiying expressed her concern. Why haven't you rested?" "The young man has awakened." I Chin remarked, "Indeed, I have awakened. You should rest." Linger, mustering her strength, replied, "No need, I can." Just then, Qing Shiying led Linger away. As soon as she departed, the familiar voice of the chubby friend echoed from outside, "Brother E, you have finally awakened." I Chin chided with a smile, "You, chubby one, why did you not attend to me while I was resting?" The chubby friend hurriedly responded, "Brother E, that is not the case. I have been caring for you for 7 days. I just went down the mountain to procure some meat for you, to nourish you once you awaken. Only then did I-Chin notice the bag of meat the chubby friend was carrying. I-Chin replied, You know, chubby one, I am already in the core formation stage. I hardly require nourishment. The chubby friend laughed. Brother E, you are unaware. This is the meat of the spirit-hearted horse. This horse is nourished by spiritual herbs, possessing the ability to enhance spiritual energy and replenish vitality. I-Chin expressed concern. That must be quite expensive, I presume? The chubby friend, grinning, reassured him, Fear not. It is not costly, it is quite common. Now, Brother E, you should rest well while I prepare this for you. Before I-Chin could call out to him, the chubby friend hummed a little tune and departed. I-Chin muttered in bewilderment. Why is he in such a hurry? The golden cudgel interjected. That is due to the spirit-hearted horse's meat needing to be consumed within half an hour to be effective. I-Chin pondered thoughtfully. I see. By the way, what transpired after I lost consciousness? The golden cudgel remarked, It's nothing. After you drew the 7 stars sword, I simply put it away. Oh, by the way, you should inquire with that sect master. I have a feeling he knows something. I-Chin immediately sprang up, astonished to discover that his wounds had miraculously healed. The golden cudgel continued, Enough of your boasting. Were it not for me, do you think there exists a method to heal the 7-star sword in this world? I-Chin replied with a smile, Thank you, golden cudgel. The golden cudgel responded, What is there to thank? If you must express gratitude, then hasten to cultivate. I-Chin patted his chest and assured, Fear not, I shall, though my chest still aches terribly. The battle with Lin Yun had made him acutely aware of the importance of strength. At that moment, the plump friend pushed open the door, carrying a bowl, and said, Igu, the soup is ready. Drink it while it's hot. I'll prepare more afterward. I-Chin felt a wave of emotion. In the past, no one had shown him such concern. Every time he was injured, he faced it alone, purchasing medicine from the pharmacy and administering it himself. Even when he suffered from a high fever, he silently endured the pain in solitude. I-Chin declared earnestly, With you as my brother in this life, I, I-Chin, have no regrets. The plump friend hurriedly replied, Hey, Igu, don't talk about death so casually. Drink while it's hot. I-Chin took the bowl and gulped down the contents, only to feel an overwhelming urge to vomit. It tasted dreadful. He managed to choke out, Who cooked this? The plump friend proudly patted his chest and exclaimed, Of course, it was I who prepared it. So Igu, how does it taste? I-Chin forced a smile and remarked, Delicious, truly delicious. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed out the door. The stout man, astonished, exclaimed, Wow, the meat of the spirit-connecting horse is so revitalizing. Just moments ago, Brother E was still in bed, and now he is full of life. I must go prepare a bowl for him. With that, he made his way back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of the Longting sect, I-Chin was diligently practicing the golden cudgel, focusing on his martial techniques, the tiger subduing fist and dragon descending palm. As he listened to the golden cudgel, he learned that these techniques were sought after by the great sage for their formidable prowess. I-Chin felt that after his training, he could amplify his strength twofold. He marveled. Truly, the techniques of subduing the dragon and tiger are extraordinary. Particularly, he noted that once mastered, these two techniques could be employed simultaneously for even greater effect. Though he had yet to reach that level of proficiency, I-Chin continued his training undisturbed. At that moment, in a grand hall, a figure cloaked in black knelt and reported, Lord Han, the plan has failed. From his seat above, Han replied, You should be aware of the rules. Failure in a task warrants a death sentence. A chilling scream echoed as the kneeling figure was enveloped in dark mist and vanished. Han commanded, Contact our agents in the mortal realm and inform them that failure will lead to their demise as well. In the mortal realm, amidst the cloaked figures, a man pounded his fist on the table in frustration. This is intolerable, he declared. A companion replied, My lord, do not be vexed. We can simply send more people. The man retorted, Remember, success is imperative. With that, he departed. At this moment, on the back mountain of the sect, I-Chin was engrossed in his cultivation when a voice called out, I-Chin, what brings you here? How did your wound heal so quickly? Turning around, I-Chin discovered it was Qing Shuriying. He replied, Oh, perhaps my physique is different, allowing for a swifter recovery. Qing Shuriying continued, Well, I have something to discuss with you. I-Chin, puzzled, asked, What is it? He found it hard to fathom why someone with whom he had little interaction would seek him out. Qing Shuriying then inquired, You must be aware of Linger's feelings for you, right? I-Chin scratched his head and acknowledged, Yes, I know. Qing Shuriying pressed on, So what are your intentions? Ichin sighed. I don't know. Immediately, Qing Shuring exclaimed, you don't know. Look at Linger. She went down the mountain with that chubby fellow to join the Hunters Guild, all to procure the meat of the Lingxi horse, hoping to aid your recovery. Ichun, perplexed, responded Hunters Guild. Didn't he the chubby one say the Lingxi horse is? Before he could finish, Qing Shuring interjected excitedly, what? Just a common beast, right? That's merely a fabricated tale. They risked their lives to hunt the Lingxi horse, and Linger nearly perished in the process. At that moment, Ichun grasped the depth of Linger's affection for him. Qing Shuring added, Lingo is resting now. You should visit her tomorrow. With that, she began to walk away. Ichun called after her, I will go see her tomorrow. Hearing this, Qing Shuring muttered to herself, Linger, dear sister can only assist you this far. After Qing Shuring departed, the golden cudgel addressed Ichun, saying, Hey, young man, didn't you claim you would wait for the one you hold dear? Ichun smiled and replied, when someone who loves you stands before you, why not cherish them instead of waiting for an unattainable ideal? The golden cudgel responded, It seems you possess quite a bit of wisdom. Very well, continue your training. Nodding in agreement, Ichun resumed his practice. At dawn the following day, Ichun rose from his bed. As he made his way to seek Linger, he noticed her hastily approaching. With concern, Linger inquired, Ichun, are you all right? It was my fault for falling asleep yesterday. Witnessing Linger's guilt stirred deep emotions within Ichun. He said, Linger, come with me. With that, he took her hand and led her to the back mountain. At that moment, Linger could only think, Ichun is actually holding my hand. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Upon reaching the back mountain, Linger was astonished. It was no longer a shaded grove, but a landscape adorned with blooming flowers, where butterflies danced freely among the blossoms. Pointing in disbelief, Linger exclaimed, Ichun, did you do all this for me? Ichun smiled and replied, of course. Just wait a moment. With that, he dashed away. Linger nodded, her heart swelling with emotion as she gazed at the sea of flowers. She knelt down to caress the blossoms, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, breaking into laughter, she exclaimed, that person is you. Ichun, flustered, exclaimed, Linger, tell me how I made you cry, and I shall change, if that is what you wish. Upon hearing this, Linger embraced Ichun and exclaimed, you fool. Ichun, feeling her warmth, found his thoughts momentarily adrift. Noticing his distraction, Linger released him and inquired, by the way, what were you up to just now? Ichun replied, Linger, take a look. With that, he produced a sword from behind him. It was the 7 Stars sword. However, unlike before, this sword bore an inscription that read, for a lifetime of love, Linger. The 7 Stars sword, being a divine artifact, was not easily damaged. Thus, Ichun had enlisted the help of the golden cudgel to engrave these words. Fortunately, the cudgel still contained some residual celestial energy, which was entirely consumed in the process of inscribing the phrase. Prior to the engraving, the cudgel had consulted with Ichun, warning that the remaining celestial energy could preserve his life, but Ichun dismissed the concern, leaving the cudgel powerless in the matter. Ichun then asked, what do you think, Linger? To which she responded, what shall we name this? Initially, Ichun intended to inform her that it was called the 7 Stars sword. However, after some contemplation, he decided to allow Linger to name it herself. This sword does not yet have a name. You may choose one, Linger. She replied, let me think. I've got it. Let's call it Lingxi. Ichun inquired, why that name? Linger explained, because our bond was formed through the Lingxi horse. Ichun recited, with no colorful phoenix wings to soar, yet our hearts understand each other profoundly. Linger responded, what a beautiful poem. I didn't realize you possessed such literary talent. Gazing into Linger's eyes, Ichun earnestly stated, encountering you is the destiny of lifetimes. Upon hearing this, Linger's face immediately flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Upon witnessing her reaction, Ichun couldn't help but chuckle. Linger, noticing his laughter, retorted, Ichun, you're still laughing. With that, she raised her hand, seemingly intending to strike him. However, Ichun was not one to let her succeed, playfully calling out, come on, Linger, come hit me. Thus, the two continued their playful banter until dusk fell. As night enveloped them, Linger leaned against Ichun's shoulder and said, Ichun, do you know? This has been the happiest day of my life. Ichun replied, Linger, look. Suddenly, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, a moment of sheer beauty. Ichun then exclaimed, Ling. She turned to him, responding, Under this enchanting spectacle, their lips met in a tender kiss, sealing their love in that singular moment. The night passed in silence. The following morning, I Chin awoke early, brimming with vitality. The golden staff inquired, "Really, what's the fuss about? Isn't it just a budding romance? You're as exuberant as the great sage." I Chin, intrigued, asked, "Wait, what do you mean by like the great sage? Does he have someone he cherishes too?" The golden staff replied, "Indeed, but let us not dwell on that. Focus on your training." Instead of heading straight to the mountain for his practice, I Chin inquired of the golden staff, "Do you have any cultivation methods suitable for Linga?" The golden staff responded, "Yes. Why do you ask?" I Chin eagerly replied, "Could you possibly share them with her?" Upon receiving the information, he exclaimed, "Thank you, golden staff." The golden staff reiterated, "As I said, if you wish to express your gratitude, make sure to devote your time to training." I Chin inquired once more, "Oh, by the way, do you have any cultivation methods suitable for the chubby one?" The golden cudgel provided him with a technique known as the Yuan-ju. Upon seeing it, I Chin expressed his gratitude. "Once again, thank you. I wish to present this to Linger." The golden cudgel, upon hearing this, remarked, "You rascal, truly infatuated." Ignoring the golden cudgel's comment, I Chin hurriedly descended from his bed and exited the room. Chapter 14. Secrets of the Pavilion. On his way to Linger, I Chin unexpectedly encountered Huang Tian, the sycophant of Lin Yun. However, this Huang Tian seemed to have undergone a transformation, resembling Lin Yun yet distinctly different. As I Chin passed by, Huang Tian suddenly proposed, "I Chin, shall we engage in a game of cat and mouse?" With that, he fixed I Chin with a terrifying gaze. I Chin, feeling the intensity of his stare, shuddered involuntarily. The golden cudgel commented, "This is no longer the Huang Tian you once knew, like Lin Yun before. He now possesses an even more formidable aura. He has reached the nascent soul stage." I Chin questioned, "Who are you?" Huang Tian replied with a laugh, "I am merely Huang Tian." "Ha ha," and walked away. I Chin considered pursuing him but was deterred by the golden cudgel's warning, "Do not chase after him. You cannot defeat him." Curious, I Chin asked, "Golden cudgel, who are these individuals?" The golden cudgel sighed, "I shall explain it to you tonight." Nodding in understanding, I Chin continued on his quest to find Linger. Arriving at her door, he knocked gently, but after a considerable time with no response, he pondered, where could she possibly be? Never mind. I shall seek out the chubby one first. Upon reaching the chubby one's room, I Chin was greeted by the sound of snoring. He chuckled, "Hey, this chubby fellow is still fast asleep." After speaking, he pounded on the door and shouted, "Fatty, get up." Fatty was immediately roused by the commotion and called out, "Who dares disturb your esteemed Fatty's slumber?" I Chin replied, "It's your brother I Chin." Upon hearing his brother's voice, Fatty quickly got out of bed and opened the door, confirming it was indeed I Chin. Fatty exclaimed, "Oh, it really is you, brother I Chin. My apologies, I had no idea it was you." I Chin responded, "No worries. By the way, I have a cultivation method for you." He handed Fatty the Yuan-ju. Fatty glanced at the text and said, "But brother I Chin, I already have the Yuan-ju. Why do I need this one?" I Chin explained, "Your Yuan-ju can only take you to the Golden Core realm, but this technique can lead you to ascend." Upon hearing this, Fatty quickly inquired, "Brother I Chin, you aren't deceiving me, are you?" I Chin replied, "Why would I lie to you?" Fatty, feeling a surge of urgency, ushered I Chin into his room and closed the door, glancing around cautiously. I Chin asked, "What are you doing?" Fatty said, "Brother I Chin, this method is of celestial origin. If it falls into the wrong hands, we could be in grave danger." I Chin asked, "Why is that?" Fatty replied, "It's complicated to explain. Come, I'll take you to the library." With that, he led I Chin to the library. Once there, Fatty rummaged about until he finally found an old, yellowed book. Its title, barely legible, read Origins of the Sect. From the title, I Chin surmised that the book detailed the history of the Longting sect. The corpulent man blew the dust off the book, opened its pages, and remarked, "This is a tome penned by the founder of the Longting sect." With that, he began to read aloud. Today unfolded as unremarkably as any other day, yet suddenly, the heavens transformed dramatically, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. However, what fell from the sky was not the usual rain, but a torrential downpour of blood. Since that fateful day, the mortal realm has seen no deities descend. People could no longer ascend to immortality or attain the ranks of the celestial. Some claim that the heavens have forsaken us, yet I beg to differ. I believe that monumental events must be transpiring in the celestial realm. A decade has passed since the last rain of blood, and now, a multitude of figures clad in black have descended from the skies. Upon their arrival, these dark-clad individuals unleashed chaos, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder without restraint, rendering even the mightiest of the great Ascension realm powerless against them. In response, we rose in defiance, and in my quest to contribute to our cause, I joined this battle. Before embarking on this journey, fearing that my sacrifice might leave no legacy, I established the Longting sect to ensure the continuity of our teachings. For reasons unknown, a prophecy suddenly circulated in the mortal world. In a century's time, a person shall emerge who will lead us to victory, heralded by certain omens. The corpulent man paused and added, "Alas, the rest of the text is missing. I have heard that the remaining half of the page was torn away. Therefore, Yij, you must understand how enticing the prospect of attaining immortality is in the present time." Yet, at that moment, I-Chen's mind was consumed by a singular thought: the black-clad individuals. Once again, the black-clad individuals. I-Chen pondered why it was always these dark figures. He had often heard from the Golden Cudgel that Lin Yun and Huang Tian's plight was solely due to the actions of these black-clad men. Initially, I-Chen believed that the figure in black was merely part of a minor organization. However, it has become clear that he had underestimated the situation. Noticing I-Chen lost in thought, the plump man waved his hand in front of him and asked, "I-Chen, are you all right?" The plump man mused to himself, "I-Chen, I never anticipated you would be willing to share such a mystical technique with me. I will certainly brave any peril for you." I-Chen, filled with urgency, hastened to find Linger, fearing for her safety at the hands of the black-clad individuals. Yet, upon arriving at Linger's room, he found her absent, which left him in a state of panic. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he suddenly heard, "I-Chen, what are you doing here? Missing me?" Upon turning to see Linger, his anxious heart found solace. He embraced her and exclaimed, "Linger, do you know? I am so afraid of losing you." I-Chen then continued, "As long as you are safe, that's all that matters. Here, take this technique." With that, he handed Linger the 9 divine decisions. Linger, astonished, exclaimed, "I-Chen, do you know my true identity?" I-Chen, perplexed, replied, "What identity? Aren't you just an inner disciple?" Linger thought to herself, I-Chen must still be unaware of my true identity. Why then would he bestow this technique upon me? She inquired, "I-Chen, who gave this to you?" I-Chen responded, "This technique was given to me by a mysterious individual. I believe it is quite suitable for you." Linger questioned, "Oh, have you seen it?" I-Chen replied, "Of course. Otherwise, how would I know it suits you?" Lingo contemplated, "This fool, if he had truly examined it, he would certainly know my identity." Lingo hastily gestured for I-Chen to refrain from further reading the technique, saying, "There is no need for that. Thank you." After speaking, she retreated into her room and closed the door. Leaning against the door, she exhaled deeply, contemplating. If he were to discover the essence of the technique, he would undoubtedly unveil my true identity. Yet, how did this fool come into possession of such a celestial art? Were I-Chen to overhear her thoughts, he would surely exclaim in astonishment, "How does Linger know this is a celestial technique?" Chapter 15. Ascending to the Golden Core. As I-Chen traversed the path leading to the back mountain, he inquired, "Golden Cudgel, why did Linger react so upon seeing the technique you provided?" The Golden Cudgel replied, "You shall come to understand in due time. But tell me, what is your perspective on monsters?" I-Chen responded, "Monsters, much like humans, can be good or evil. Those who perform virtuous deeds are good beings, while those who commit malevolent acts are wicked." The Golden Cudgel remarked, "I did not expect you to possess such discernment." I-Chen retorted, "Of course. By the way, Golden Cudgel, why do you suddenly wish to know my thoughts on this?" The Golden Cudgel replied, "It is merely a casual inquiry. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Focus on your cultivation." I-Chen affirmed, "Understood." Thus, he commenced his training. Observing I-Chen's efforts, the Golden Cudgel commented, "Though you may not rival the great sage, you are certainly not lacking." In this manner, I-Chen was on the verge of a breakthrough. Transitioning from the core formation stage to the Golden Core stage is no simple feat, and I-Chen found himself stalled for a full hour. After this duration, he sensed the opportune moment and, with renewed vigor, successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage. The Golden Cudgel remarked, "You should assess your own progress." Upon finishing his words, the scene before I-Chen swiftly transformed, reverting to the moment he first entered the interior of the Golden Cudgel. I-Chen inquired, "What is this?" The Golden Cudgel responded, "This is the scene of the battle between the Great Sage and the cloaked figure at Ling Mountain." Witnessing the Great Sage vanquishing the cloaked adversary with ease filled I-Chen with exhilaration. However, his heart sank upon seeing the Great Sage ensnared in the black mist, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. I-Chen asked, "What is that black mist?" The golden cudgel replied, I know not. Only that beneath this shroud of darkness, the great sage possesses no capacity for defiance. I Ching questioned, am I destined to confront something that even the great sage cannot defeat? The golden cudgel affirmed, indeed. I Ching lamented, but I lack confidence. The golden cudgel probed, why the lack of confidence? I Ching explained, because it is something that even the great sage could not overcome. Moreover, I am not the great sage. The golden cudgel countered, why must one aspire to be the great sage? Why not transcend him? I Ching pondered, transcend? The golden cudgel affirmed, yes. Precisely that, transcend. I Ching nodded in determination, exclaiming, indeed, I shall surpass the great sage. The golden cudgel encouraged, that is the spirit. I Ching expressed gratitude. Thank you, golden cudgel. The golden cudgel sighed. How many times must I say this? Before it could finish, I Ching interjected, I must hasten my training, right? Yet, I still wish to rest. The golden cudgel chided, you rascal. Hurry along, practice in this space. Although the celestial energy is depleted, the spiritual essence here far surpasses that of the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, I Ching settled into a cross-legged position. Tomorrow, how delightful. The golden cudgel speaks the truth. The spiritual energy there is undeniably stronger than here. I have already advanced to the 3rd level of the golden course stage, and with a bit more effort tonight, I shall surely break through to the 5th level, I Ching remarked. After donning his attire, I Ching set out to find Ling Er. Hearing that he was off to seek Ling Er, the golden cudgel admonished him, young man, cultivation is paramount. I Ching replied, oh, it's nothing to fret about. I can practice later in the evening. There's no rush. The golden cudgel simply sighed in exasperation, thinking it unwise to allow the two to grow closer. Upon encountering Ling Er, I Ching greeted her, saying, hello, Ling Er. Ling Er responded, well done. You've broken through to the golden core stage. I Ching inquired, how did you know? I recall you were still at the core formation stage. Ling Er smiled and replied, why not take a look for yourself? I Ching observed. And indeed, he could no longer discern Ling Er's cultivation level. He asked, Ling Er, what is your current stage? At this moment, the golden cudgel interjected. Do not inquire further. She has advanced to the nascent soul stage. I Ching was taken aback, exclaiming, what? You said my cultivation was extraordinary, yet Ling Er, who hardly practices, has surpassed me in her progress. Ling Er chimed in, I owe my rapid advancement to the cultivation method you provided, otherwise, I wouldn't have reached the nascent soul stage so swiftly. I Ching responded, is that truly the case? That's splendid news. I must take my leave now. You may continue your cultivation at your own pace. With that, he departed, leaving Ling Er puzzled about his intentions. Once he was a distance away, he promptly asked, golden cudgel, do enlighten me. The golden cudgel was perplexed, asking, what is it you wish to know? I Ching insisted, stop feigning ignorance. Did you not claim that Ling Er and I were practicing the same level of cultivation technique? Why is it that she progresses more rapidly than I? Originally, I Ching intended to showcase his prowess before Ling Er, only to discover that she had already transcended to the nascent soul stage. The golden hooped rod remarked, so that is the matter at hand. It is merely due to the cultivation method, specifically tailored for her. I Ching, puzzled, inquired, tailored? The golden hooped rod affirmed, indeed, specifically tailored. I Ching hastily asked, then, is there a method tailored for me? The golden hooped rod responded, certainly. It is the supreme celestial technique. I Ching pondered. Then why am I not progressing as swiftly as Ling Er? The golden hooped rod replied, well, I cannot divulge that information just yet. I shall tell you in due time. I Ching protested, hey, don't be like that. It wouldn't hurt to share a little. The golden hooped rod conceded, I may share, but only on the condition that you first reach the spirit refining stage. I Ching queried, what is the spirit refining stage? The golden hooped rod explained. It involves the stages of forming the golden elixir, reaching the nascent soul, and then refining the spirit. I Ching exclaimed, must it take so long? The golden hooped rod advised. You simply need to accelerate your cultivation. I Ching declared, indeed, I must cultivate more diligently. Upon hearing this, the golden hooped rod mused, had I informed him sooner, he would have hastened his training. I Ching then retreated to the back mountain, which had become his dedicated sanctuary for cultivation. He gradually calmed his mind, attuning himself to the essence of every blade of grass and tree in the world. As the golden hooped rod had mentioned, with elevated cultivation must come an elevated state of mind. Otherwise, one risks falling into madness. While I Ching was deep in his practice, the golden hooped rod announced, someone approaches. I Ching turned to see Huang Tian. Huang Tian remarked. Ah, so our brilliant genius is cultivating here. How leisurely indeed. Yichen inquired, pray tell, who exactly are you? Huang Tian pointed to himself and replied, me? I am the one sent to kill you. Yichen promptly assumed a combat stance and declared, well then, let's see about that. Huang Tian chuckled, you are not worthy. I hope to converse with you again once you reach the nascent soul realm. Yichen retorted, oh, how will we know without a trial? However, before he could finish, Huang Tian unleashed his prowess at the spirit refinement stage. Yichen hastily retreated, and Huang Tian laughed. Fear not, I have stated that we are to engage in a game of cat and mouse. If the mouse is not plump, killing it will not satisfy one's hunger. Would you not agree? Yichen countered. It remains unclear who is the cat and who is the mouse. Huang Tian replied, I do relish your spirit. However, I am indeed the cat. With that, he departed. Yichen struggled to maintain his composure, for the pressure emanating from Huang Tian's spirit refinement level left him breathless. The golden cudgel advised, young one, do not lose heart. Hasten your cultivation. As you said, it remains uncertain who is the cat and who is the mouse. Chapter 16, One East, One West. Yichen nodded heavily, as Huang Tian had once again imparted the lesson of the supremacy of strength. Just as he was about to begin his training, a disciple rushed over, exclaiming, Junior brother Yichen, the sect leader seeks you. Yichen pondered for a moment, unsure of the sect leader's intentions, and asked, please lead me to the sect leader. The disciple escorted Yichen to a room before taking his leave. Yichen surveyed the room, which appeared to be a study based on its layout. At that moment, the golden cudgel remarked, young one, the third shelf, specifically the fifth book from the left, conceals something. Upon hearing this, Yichen found the book and took it down. As he opened it, he discovered a half sheet of paper tucked inside. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the missing half page from the collection. Yichen picked it up and read aloud. The verification stone will emit a brilliant light, and the sect will. Before he could finish, a voice from outside interrupted, no longer exist. Turning to see the newcomer, Yichen inquired, is it true, sect leader? The sect leader replied, I too am uncertain of its authenticity. Alas. Yichen then stated, then the one who foretold this must be me. The sect leader affirmed, indeed, it is you, Yichen. Yichen pressed further, sect leader, I wish to leave the sect voluntarily. The sect leader sighed, to be honest, I have witnessed your talent and dedication, yet. Yichen reassured, do not worry, sect leader, I shall depart. With that, Yichen stepped out of the door. The golden cudgel remarked, young one, are you not going to bid farewell to that chubby lad and the young girl? Yichen replied, there is no need. The black-clad figures are searching for me, and I fear for their safety. The golden cudgel responded, then we cannot remain complacent, without the sect's protection. The black-clad figures will surely come after us in quick succession. Are you prepared, Yichen? Yichen declared, of course. If one comes, I shall slay him. If two come, I shall vanquish both. The golden cudgel exclaimed, that's my boy. Let us move. Yichen asked, where to? The golden cudgel replied, well, I am not quite certain. Yichen was instantly rendered speechless, and with a twirl of his golden staff, he exclaimed, oh right. Let us learn from the great sage and head westward while we venture east. Yichen responded affirmatively, very well. Let us proceed. Meanwhile, within the sect, the disciples had gathered in the martial arts arena, buzzing with speculation about the reason for such an assembly. Linger, unable to spot Yichen among the crowd, inquired of the chubby disciple, where is Yichen? As the discussions among the disciples grew louder, the sect leader commanded, silence. Instantly, a hush fell over the assembly. The sect leader proclaimed, I must announce a significant matter. Inner sect disciple Yichen has stolen the sect's treasured artifact and is no longer considered a disciple of our sect. I urge all disciples to slay him upon sight. Upon hearing this, Linger rose defiantly, exclaiming, impossible. Yichen would never do such a thing. The chubby disciple quickly echoed her sentiment. Yes, Yichen would never act in such a manner. They both understood that Yichen, capable of wielding celestial techniques, had no need to resort to thievery. Noticing Linger's fervent objection, the sect leader unleashed an aura of nascent soul power. The chubby disciple struggled to breathe under the pressure, while Linger responded in kind, emitting her own nascent soul aura. The chubby disciple found relief as the sect leader, astonished by Linger's advancement to the nascent soul realm, realized he could no longer intimidate her. Reluctantly, he reiterated, he has indeed stolen the sect's treasure. With that, he departed. Linger declared, I refuse to believe this. I must find him and clarify this matter face to face. With determination, she set off in search of Yichen. The chubby disciple hurriedly called after her, "Sister Yichen, wait for me," and promptly followed in her wake. The two of them scoured the entire sect, yet found no trace of Yichen. The chubby one exclaimed, "Right, brother, he must have encountered some trouble and left the sect, only to be ensnared by someone." Lingo concurred, "Indeed, that must be the case, fatty. Let us depart the sect." The chubby one nodded in agreement, and together they exited the sect. The sect leader, witnessing their departure, murmured in confusion, "Let them go. Perhaps there is still hope, is there not?" Shortly after Yichen stepped outside, he halted and called out, "Who is it? Step forth." At that moment, dark-clad figures emerged around him, all at the golden core stage, numbering at least 20 or 30. Yichen quickly readied himself for battle, having sensed that he was being followed since he left, intentionally leading them to this secluded spot. He inquired, "It is Huang Tian who sent you, is it not?" The shadowy figures remained silent and immediately sprang into action. Yichen declared, "Very well, come at me." Fuhuk. With a powerful punch, he felled one of the dark figures before swiftly employing the dragon subduing palm. However, it was still far from sufficient, as the number of adversaries was overwhelming. At that moment, the golden hoop remarked, "If only I had learned the great sage's 72 transformations." Yichen retorted, "Who told you not to teach me?" The golden hoop replied, "Oh, I must have forgotten." Yichen shot back, "Golden hoop, you are betraying your comrades." The golden hoop reassured him, "Fear not, I shall lend you my power. Just remember it is for 1 minute." Yichen responded, "1 minute will suffice." Golden hoop. With the strength of the golden hoop, Yichen felt significantly empowered. Take my stick." With a sweep that traverses the vastness, Yichen exclaimed, "One strike to determine the universe." With a resounding crash, the area within a 10-meter radius was reduced to rubble. Yichen gasped, "I'm exhausted, utterly spent." He collapsed onto the ground, but, not long after lying down, sprang back to his feet. Upon reaching the sect, he was dismayed to find it had lost its former grandeur, now resembling a desolate wasteland. Yichen immediately called out, "Ling Er, Fatty. No, they must be safe." In his desperate search for Ling Er and Fatty, Yichen overturned every stone, encountering many familiar faces along the way, including Qing Shuriying, the sect leader, the elders, and even Zhao Lao, whom he had only met once. Thus, Yichen scoured the ruins for 3 days and nights, his hands bloodied from the effort. The golden cudgel lamented, "Yichen, cease your search. Perhaps they have encountered trouble and left the sect." Yichen replied, "Indeed, that must be the case. Let us go find them." The golden cudgel affirmed, "Now that's the right attitude." Yichen declared, "I believe they headed east. Let us proceed." Meanwhile, Ling Er and Fatty were walking along the road. Fatty inquired, "So, Sister E, in which direction shall we go?" After a moment's thought, Ling Er decided, "Let us head west." Fatty responded, "Very well. Forward." With that, they continued westward. Thus, the trio ventured in different directions, one to the east and 2 to the west. Chapter 17. New Companions Goodness, Golden Cudgel. "How long have we been walking?" Yichen questioned. The golden staff remarked, "It has been approximately an hour." Yichen responded, "Golden staff, I must ask you, have we lost our way?" Indeed, ever since Yichen ventured eastward into a forest, he had inquired beforehand whether the golden staff knew the route. The golden staff had confidently assured him of its knowledge, yet alas, their current predicament spoke otherwise. The golden staff admitted, I seem to have forgotten." Yichen exclaimed, "Oh my heavens, golden staff, I should never have heeded your counsel." The golden staff retorted, "Well, you could have chosen not to listen." Frustrated, Yichen ceased further dialogue with the golden staff and began to survey the dense thicket, hoping to discover an exit. Thus, as night fell, they still found no way out, prompting Yichen to lie down upon the ground to rest. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the silence. A wolf. Yichen sprang to his feet, questioning, "Golden staff, are there wolves here?" The golden staff replied, "Why do you ask me? I have no knowledge of it. Besides, did you not just hear it?" At that moment, numerous pairs of eyes appeared amidst the grasses nearby. Yichen inquired, "What shall we do, golden staff?" The golden staff stated, "These demonic beasts are of the golden core realm, possessing intelligence. Moreover, they are wolf demons, renowned for their formidable teamwork." Yichen shouted, "That is nonsense. I am asking what we should do." The golden staff responded, "What else can we do? We must fight our way out." Yichen fell silent, for before him stood at least 50 wolves, a greater number than the dark-clad figures from the morning. The wolf clan was infamous for their collective combat prowess. Ichin resolved, I suppose we must charge and head first. Just as he prepared to engage. At that moment, the sound of a flute echoed through the air, causing the nearby pack of wolves to retreat. Ichin, astonished, inquired, what is this? The golden cudgel responded, this is the spirit summoning melody. It is specifically designed to fend off demonic beasts. This tune compels them to disperse, provided the realms are equal. Ichin turned his gaze towards the source of the melody and beheld a figure clad in white, skillfully playing the instrument. Once the wolves had fled, the man approached, and Ichin expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, esteemed sir. The man replied, no need for thanks. May I ask your name, kind sir? What brings you to linger in this forest at such a late hour? Ichin responded, my surname is Yi, and my given name is Chun. As for my presence here, would you believe me if I said I was lost? The man chuckled, why would I not? It is common for first-time visitors to this forest to lose their way. I too have been ensnared by its depths. Ichin then inquired, what is your name? Good sir? The man replied, I am called Bajie. Ichin continued, Bai, do you know the way? Bajie affirmed, indeed, you may simply call me Bajie. Follow me. Without hesitation, Ichin trailed after Bajie, and in a short while, they emerged from the woods. Upon stepping out, Ichin exclaimed, at last, we are free. Bajie then asked, Ichin, may I address you as such? Ichin replied, of course. Bajie then remarked, so, Ichin, are you by any chance heading to the Celestial Tao Academy? Ichin, puzzled, responded, Celestial Tao Academy? Noticing Ichin's bewilderment, Bajie queried, you have never heard of the Celestial Tao Academy? Ichin shook his head, and Bajie remarked, the Tian Tao Academy stands as the epicenter of the vast realm, nestled between the 4 great continents. In the past, the academy served to select officials for the celestial court. However, with no word from the court now, the academy has begun to recruit exceptional individuals to combat the Source Alliance organization. Ichin inquired, Source Alliance? Observing Ichin's astonishment, Bajie asked, Ichin, are you not from this world? You are unfamiliar with the Source Alliance? Ichin explained, well, I have only just departed from my village and am unaware of the happenings in the outside world. Bajie responded, oh, I see. The Source Alliance is an organization formed by a group of black-clad individuals. Ichin thought to himself, no matter where I go, there are always these black-clad figures. Bajie continued, Ichin, would you care to accompany me to the Tian Tao Academy? Ichin replied, there is no need. I am in search of someone. Bajie insisted, if you are searching for someone, it is even more imperative to go to the Tian Tao Academy. Once you make a name for yourself there, your reputation will spread across the 4 continents, and the person you seek will soon be able to find you. Ichin agreed. Indeed, let us go, Bajie. I will accompany you. Bajie smiled, that is splendid. With an additional companion on the journey, it will be far from lonely. Ichin then asked, Bajie, could you elaborate on the current dynamics of the 4 continents? Bajie replied, of course. Let me explain as we walk. Although Ichin possessed the golden cudgel, a century had passed since it had brought him here. Thus, when inquiring about the current state of the golden cudgel, it remained unknown, prompting the need to consult Bajie. Following Bajie's introduction, Ichin came to understand the formidable strength of the black-clad individuals in the mortal realm. The Eastern Victory Divine Continent serves as a bastion for the human race, while the Western Bull Congratulations Continent is a stronghold for the demon tribe. With a distinctly marked boundary between the two, there exists, however, a singular exception, the Academy of Heavenly Path. Here, as long as one possesses exceptional talent, recognition is granted regardless of whether one belongs to the demon or human race. This led Ichin to inquire, who is the headmaster of the Academy of Heavenly Path? Bajie pondered for a moment before replying, I am uncertain. It is said that the headmaster has never revealed themselves, thus their identity remains a mystery. Nonetheless, their cultivation level is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, merely a step away from immortality. Alas, Ichin questioned, what a pity. To which Bajie promptly added, indeed, it is regrettable, for there has been no word from the celestial court. Coupled with the disturbances caused by the black-clad individuals, the headmaster is reluctant to ascend to immortality. Ichin further inquired, what disturbances from the black-clad individuals? Bajie explained, precisely. Should the headmaster ascend to immortality, the equilibrium of the mortal realm would be irrevocably disrupted, as the absence of a key player might allow the black-clad individuals to shatter the current stalemate. Ichin remarked, so this headmaster is a hero for the sake of the collective. Bajie shook his head in disagreement. Ichin pressed, is that not the case? Bajie responded, Not quite. Consider this. The silence from the celestial court indicates that there may be a crisis above, or perhaps the celestial court has already fallen. Should the headmaster become immortal and ascend, everything would become uncertain. Yichen nodded, acknowledging, I see. So the headmaster is merely afraid of death. Bajie remarked, No. Every individual possesses a selfish side. His reluctance to attain immortality reveals his fear of death. Yet, for the sake of others, he embodies the spirit of a hero. Yichen responded, I see. Depending on the perspective one adopts, the outcomes can differ greatly. At that moment, Yichen's state of mind experienced a profound elevation. He expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Bajie. To which Bajie replied, No need for thanks. I've noticed your unstable mindset for quite some time and felt compelled to share some insights. Whether you grasp them or not ultimately rests with you. Yichen insisted, regardless. I must express my appreciation. Chapter 18. Intelligence trade. At this juncture, the golden cudgel interjected, Kid, the one named Bajie has opened the heavenly eye. Yichen inquired, Opened the heavenly eye? The golden cudgel affirmed, Indeed, he has. However, there are various forms of the heavenly eye, and I cannot specify which one he possesses. I only know that as heavenly, I can penetrate your state of mind. Yichen whispered, That's incredibly powerful. Bajie questioned, Yichen, what are you muttering about? Yichen replied, Oh, it's nothing. By the way, please continue telling me about this academy. As Yichen and Bajie engaged in lighthearted conversation, they arrived at the mortal city. Just as they were about to enter, they were halted by the gatekeeper, who declared, All who wish to enter the city must pay 10 spirit stones. Yichen quietly asked, Bajie, do you have any spirit stones? Bajie responded, Of course. Surely you haven't forgotten to bring any, have you? Yichen awkwardly nodded in response. Bajie chuckled and remarked, Yichen, you truly have me in stitches. Who ventures out without spirit stones? It's akin to an ordinary person stepping out without money. Yichen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Well, I was just in such a rush. Bajie responded, Oh, never mind, here are 20 spirit stones, every last one. The gatekeeper counted them and said, All right, you may enter. With that, he allowed Yichen and his companions to pass through. Upon entering, Yichen stated, Bajie, I promise to repay you once I have spirit stones. Bajie replied, Now that's where you're mistaken, Yichen. We are friends. How could I not assist you with something so trivial? Yichen responded, Then, Bajie, if you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will certainly help. Bajie assured, Certainly. Yichen, the sky is growing dark. Let us find an inn to rest. Yichen agreed. Indeed, let us search, Bajie. However, after searching for quite some time, they found that either the inns were closed or fully booked, leaving them with no place to stay. Yichen inquired, Bajie, are we destined to wander the streets? Bajie pondered, perhaps so. As they continued their search, they stumbled upon a temple ahead. What kind of temple it was remained a mystery, for the plaque only bore the character for temple, and the preceding inscriptions had vanished. Yichen suggested, Bajie, shall we take shelter in this temple? After a moment of contemplation, Bajie agreed, Very well, it seems we have no other choice. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves on the streets. After speaking, the two individuals made their way to the temple. Upon entering, they discovered that the temple was dedicated to Guanyin. Thus, it was indeed a Guanyin temple, albeit one that had fallen into a state of disrepair due to years of neglect. Had it not been for its outline, Yichen would hardly have recognized it. Bajie lamented, If only the deities had not gone silent, this temple would not have fallen into such disrepair. It is truly a pity. Bajie then inquired, Yichen, did you bring a bamboo mat? Yichen replied, No, I did not. Bajie offered, Then you may use mine tonight. Yichen asked, What about you? Bajie reassured him, Do not worry, I have one. With that, he retrieved 2 bamboo mats from his storage ring. Once they had spread them out, the two sat cross-legged and rested. The night swiftly passed, and upon awakening early the next morning, Yichen and Bajie ventured out to secure a room before departing. Yichen said, Bajie, Why don't we hurry to the Academy of Heavenly Tao? Bajie replied, The Academy of Heavenly Tao is not so easily accessible. First, you must pass through the selection process in these 2 continents, and only then can you enter the Academy. Yichen exclaimed, How complicated. Bajie explained, That is why we are spending some time in this mortal city. In a couple of days, representatives from the Academy will come here to select students. Yichen asked, What is there to enjoy in this mortal city? It would be better to dedicate ourselves to cultivation. After all, The matter of the extermination of sex has made me acutely aware of the world's brutality. Without strength, one is bound to be trampled upon. Wujing said, rest assured. There's no need to rush. You seem troubled. It's the perfect opportunity to unwind. Yichen replied, for me, the best way to relax is through cultivation. Wujing responded, don't speak so soon. Come, let me take you out for some leisure. With that, he draped an arm over Yichen's shoulder and led him forward. They arrived at a place named Xiangkalu. At the entrance, several young women called out, hey, handsome, come in and have some fun. Observing this, Yichen inquired, Wujing, could this possibly be a brothel? Wujing excitedly replied, you guessed it right. This is the largest pleasure house in Fan City. Xiangkalu, come. Let me broaden your horizons. Upon entering, an older matron approached and exclaimed, oh, it's young Master Bai. What brings you here? Yichen, overhearing this, asked, Wujing, are you a regular here? Wujing reassured him, fear not, I only come here for dining. Yichen was at a loss for words. Who would visit a brothel merely for a meal? Wujing insisted, oh, don't be skeptical. Matron, please tell him, am I not just here for a meal? The matron hurriedly affirmed, indeed, young Master Bai only comes here for dining. He has not requested any ladies. Wujing exclaimed, see, did you hear that, Yichen? Oh, and please, don't look at me with such doubtful eyes. Indeed, Yichen was casting a skeptical gaze upon him, still unconvinced. Wujing sighed, well, believe it or not, the matron's dishes remain as delightful as ever. The matron replied, yes, young Master Bai. After speaking, he departed. Wujing led Yichen into a private room and remarked, in truth, my purpose for dining here is quite intentional. Yichen inquired, oh, what is your purpose? Wujing responded, this establishment, while ostensibly a brothel, serves as a hub for intelligence trading. Yichen, perplexed, asked, an intelligence trading hub? Wujing affirmed, indeed. An intelligence trading hub. He continued, I came here to inquire about the nature of the upcoming assessment at the Tiandao Academy. Yichen questioned, Wujing, you are aware of the Tiandao Academy's assessment? Wujing replied, of course, please wait a moment, madam. Upon his call, the madam hurried over and asked, what can I do for you, young Master Bai? Wujing inquired, do you have knowledge regarding the forthcoming examination at Tiandao Academy? The madam feigned difficulty, stating, there is information, but Wujing promptly handed her a ring, declaring, this contains 1,000 spirit stones. Is that sufficient? Upon seeing this, the madam quickly replied, that will do. I shall summon someone to brief you. With that, she went to fetch assistance. Chapter 19, Tiandao Academy. Before long, a person clad in blue arrived and asked, are you young Master Bai? Wujing affirmed, indeed. The person in blue stated, the upcoming assessment at Tiandao Academy will test the heart bridge. Yichen inquired, heart bridge? Wujing replied, so it is the heart bridge. Yichen then asked, Wujing, what exactly is the heart bridge? Wujing rose to his feet and remarked, this heart bridge is a peculiar structure located at the entrance of the Heavenly Tao Academy. It is said that anyone with an unstable state of mind will plummet into the abyss beneath it. The figure in blue responded, oh, it seems you possess considerable knowledge. Young sir, Wujing waved his hand dismissively, saying, not at all, I merely know a little by chance. Yichen interjected, isn't this trial rather simple? Once one reaches the nascent soul realm, one can traverse the skies, can't they? Moreover, if all else fails, one can always ride a sword. The golden staff questioned, how strange, why have I never heard of this abyss while with the great sage? Yichen replied, there are many things you are unaware of. For instance, that grove we encountered earlier, you were oblivious to it. The golden staff retorted, that was merely an accident. Do you understand? Just as Yichen was about to counter, Wujing inquired, how curious. Yichen, why have you been talking to yourself throughout this journey? Yichen explained, well, it's just a personal quirk. Wujing, puzzled, asked, a quirk? Even the figure in blue appears speechless. Yichen felt embarrassed at this moment, and the golden staff said, actually, Yichen, you can simply think it quietly to yourself. Yichen exclaimed, you could have mentioned that earlier, golden staff. Look at the predicament you've caused me. The golden staff replied, you never asked. Yichen shot back, you. Wujing called out, Yichen, have you drifted off again? Wujing halted Yichen, saying, ah, but how can that be? We haven't even eaten yet. Besides, you might as well take a moment to appreciate the ladies here, right? He raised his eyebrows at Yichen as he spoke. Yichen's mood was relatively fine until he heard this, at which point he said, Wujing, I hope you refrain from mentioning this in the future. After saying this, Yichen walked away. Wujing then inquired of the man in blue, what is wrong with him? He was smiling just moments ago, and now he appears so gloomy. The man in blue replied, "You do not understand. This indicates that the young master has someone special in his heart." It was then that Bajie realized her mistake, and her appetite vanished as she hurried to catch up with Yichen. Upon reaching Yichen, Bajie said, "Yichen, I apologize, I was unaware. I just wanted to express my regret." With that, she bowed deeply to him. Yichen responded, "It's fine, you were not aware of what transpired." Bajie pressed on, "Yichen, could you share with me? Perhaps I might be able to assist you." Yichen looked up at Bajie and replied, "Really?" Bajie continued, "In truth, I am the young clan leader of a prestigious family. I sneaked out this time because of the Heavenly Tao Academy." Yichen had long suspected that Bajie's background was extraordinary, but had not anticipated that she was a young clan leader. Following that, Bajie added, "If you require assistance, I can call upon my family to help you find what you seek." Yichen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Bajie." Bajie then asked, "Could you tell me what happened?" Once they arrived at the inn, Yichen explained the sequence of events, and it was only then that Bajie understood. She patted her chest and assured him, "Rest assured, as your brother, I will certainly help you." Yichen replied, "Thank you, Bajie." Bajie remarked, "What is there to thank? I am, after all, your brother." Yichen, in a state of confusion, responded, "Brother, you say?" For the next 2 days, Yichen remained at the inn, diligently practicing the art of the golden cudgel, specifically the 72 transformations. The recent encounters with the black-clad assailants and the menacing wolf pack had instilled in him a profound realization. The urgency of mastering the 72 transformations was paramount. Frequently besieged by throngs of adversaries, it was imperative for him to enhance his skills. Upon delving into the intricacies of the 72 transformations, Yichen discovered that it did not merely signify the ability to morph into 72 distinct entities, known also as the earthly fiend 72 arts. This formidable technique encompasses a myriad of abilities: ghostly passage, spirit summoning, mountain bearing, water binding, wind borrowing, mist weaving, sunny invocation, rain praying, fire sitting, water entering, sun concealing, wind riding, stone boiling, flame breathing, blade swallowing, heavenly vessel, divine motion, water walking, staff releasing, cloning, invisibility, head restoration, body freezing, demon slaying, immortal inviting, soul chasing, soul capturing, cloud summoning, moon fetching, transporting, dream marrying, fragmenting, staff housing, flow stopping, disaster averting, crisis resolution, finger transformation, corpse disintegration, scene shifting, luring, cloud tracing, beast gathering, bird tuning, chi binding, mighty strength, stone penetration, light generation, obscuring garments, guiding, consuming, opening avoidance, rock leaping, seedling sprouting, climbing, water drinking, snow lying, sun ravaging, pill playing, talisman water, medicine application, timely understanding, earthly recognition, valley avoidance, and nightmare praying. At this moment, Yichen realized he had underestimated the great sage. Previously believing that the sage was only capable of transforming into 72 forms, he now understood that the scope of this ability was far broader than he had imagined. The golden cudgel interjected, "At present, the foremost priority is to master the art of cloning." In the past, during the great upheaval in heaven, the sage single-handedly faced 100,000 heavenly soldiers without defeat, all thanks to this very technique. After studying, Yichen discovered that this clone ability was quite extraordinary. The strength of the clones matched that of the original body. The number of clones was determined by the amount of spiritual energy one possessed. At that moment, Bajie pushed open the door and exclaimed, "Hey, Yichen, the people from Tiandao Academy have arrived." Yichen responded, "Finally, it has been dreadfully boring in this mundane city." Bajie replied, "Well, aren't you the one who never goes out to have fun? Let's go." Yichen quickly followed her, and upon their arrival, he was astounded by the sheer number of people, far too many to count. Yichen remarked, "There are indeed a great many people here." Bajie replied, "Of course. After all, they are from Tiandao Academy, recruiting new talent. It would be strange if there weren't a crowd." Yichen pondered aloud, "With so many candidates, what if the bridge collapses?" Those nearby regarded Yichen with incredulous expressions, as if he were a simpleton. Bajie hastily distanced herself from him, wearing an expression that conveyed, "I do not know this person." Yichen, puzzled, asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Bajie replied, "I hardly know how to explain this to you. That bridge is a divine artifact. Not to mention that candidates must undergo a selection process." Yichen inquired, "Selection process?" Bajie explained, there will be a martial arts competition. Of course, those under 16 who have reached the Golden Core stage need not apply. I see that you have already reached the Golden Core, correct? Yichen nodded. Bajie continued. Then that is fine. And you just turned 16, didn't you? Yichen nodded again. Bajie concluded, then it's settled. Chapter 20. The Perilous Abyss. Yichen and Bajie stood in line, and after demonstrating their advancement before the examiners, they successfully passed. However, what Yichen did not anticipate was that Bajie was actually at the nascent soul realm. This revelation made Yichen realize that there were many individuals with greater talent than his own, prompting him to intensify his efforts in cultivation. Nevertheless, due to the overwhelming number of participants, Yichen and Bajie had to wait for 2 days until the others completed their martial trials. During this time, Yichen diligently continued his training, and within those 2 days, he managed to break through to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Teetering on the brink of reaching the nascent soul realm, yet hindered by an insufficient state of mind that prevented his advancement. 2 days later, Yichen and Bajie returned to the competition venue, where the crowd had significantly diminished, leaving only a little over 100 participants. At that moment, a robust examiner stood above them, and Yichen estimated his height to be around 6 feet 3 inches. Once the participants had gathered, the examiner proclaimed, "Do not be overly jubilant for passing the first trial. I trust that you have all learned through various channels what the next challenge entails. Those who fear may leave now." Yet, not a single individual departed. The examiner continued, "I am Li Tan. You may address me as Teacher Li. I hope to see you all under my tutelage." With that, he emitted a sharp whistle. A colossal bird descended from the heavens. Towering 20 meters high and stretching 100 meters long, its wingspan, when fully unfurled, reached an impressive 300 meters. The sheer magnificence of the creature was awe-inspiring. Teacher Li then instructed, "Students, ascend." With that, he mounted the bird, and Yichen and the others promptly followed suit. Once Yichen settled onto the bird's back, it took to the skies. He initially expected a tumultuous ride, but to his surprise, he found the bird's back remarkably steady, devoid of any tremors. Yichen pondered, "The golden cudgel, what sort of creature is this?" The golden cudgel replied, "This is a Qingyuan." Nevertheless, how could a Qingyuan, a creature of the celestial realm, be found in the mortal world? Yichen inquired. "Qingyuan?" The golden cudgel elaborated, "The Qingyuan serves as a messenger for the Queen Mother." Just as Yichen sought to delve deeper into the nature of the Qingyuan, he unexpectedly caught sight of it casting a glance in his direction. Their gazes met, and Yichen felt a shiver run down his spine. After all, who wouldn't be unnerved by such a formidable gaze? The golden cudgel remarked, "It seems this little bird is aware of our conversation." Yichen retorted, "Little bird? Are you certain this is a small creature? I fail to see it as such." He thought to himself, "Haha, I just locked eyes with it." Before long, they arrived at an island where others had gathered. The teachers had assembled as well, and one of them remarked, "These little rascals truly have no fear. None are willing to give up. If they fall, their joy will quickly dissipate." Another teacher chimed in, "Indeed, they all seem fearless, just like the previous group." Teacher Li interjected, "Well, this is quite advantageous. It gives us additional hope in dealing with the Source Alliance. Now that everyone is present, let's commence." Teacher Li stepped forward and called out, "Silence." The crowd fell silent. He continued, "The next task is quite simple. Just walk across this bridge to the other side." Yichen glanced at the bridge, barely 10 meters in length, and remarked, "Isn't this even easier?" At this moment, Bajie shook his head and remarked, "It's not that simple. This bridge can amplify a person's inner fears infinitely." As soon as Bajie finished speaking, Teacher Li added, "Then let's proceed one by one. Those whose names are called, please step forward." "First up, Nietsong," announced Teacher Li. A man stepped forward, but as he walked halfway across the bridge, he seemed to glimpse something terrifying and suddenly fell. Yichen inquired, "What just happened?" Bajie replied, "Though we only witnessed a few seconds, for him on the bridge, it might have felt like several hours." "How intriguing!" exclaimed Yichen. Bajie retorted, "Intriguing? It wouldn't be if he fell." Continuing, Teacher Li called out, "Next, Xiaobin." Another man ascended, but this time he did not fall. Instead, he walked across effortlessly. However, once he reached the other side, he immediately collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Thus, one after another, they took their turns, most of whom plummeted into the abyss. Finally, the 351st name was called, Bajie. Bajie exclaimed, "At last, it's my turn. Yichen, I shall go first." He stepped forward with ease, crossing the bridge effortlessly. After reaching the shore, Chun turned to the golden cudgel and asked, "Why does Bajie appear so composed?" The golden cudgel replied, "This is largely due to his celestial vision, which dispels fear. Otherwise, it would indeed be challenging." Then, the 352nd name was announced. Chun. Upon hearing his name, Chun took a deep breath, thinking, "It's my turn." Chun slowly approached, and as he did, he spotted the portly figure. Chun inquired, "Is that you, fatty?" To which the rotund individual turned and exclaimed, "It's all your fault, Chun. Because of you, the sect has been obliterated." At that moment, Ling also appeared, accusing him. "It's you, Chun. I despise you." Grasping his head in anguish, Chun lamented, "Yes, it is indeed my fault. It is because I joined the sect that this calamity befell us. Perhaps I would be better off dead." Ling and Fatty echoed, "Indeed, you might as well be dead." Chun sank to the ground, reiterating, "Yes, I might as well be dead." Meanwhile, outside, Bajie observed Chun teetering on the brink of despair and called out, "This is not good. Chun is about to fall. I must assist him. Open the celestial eye." As he spoke, his two pairs of eyes began to transform. The originally dark irises turned a brilliant white. Just as Chun was preparing to leap, Bajie materialized before him, urging, "Chun, awaken. This is a trial of the heart bridge. Do not be deceived." Upon regaining his composure, Chun crossed over and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Bajie." Bajie retracted his celestial eye and replied, "It's nothing. We are brothers." After a moment, Chun inquired, "Do your eyes hurt?" Bajie responded, "Not really, just a bit sore." The golden cudgel interjected, "Chun, his cultivation level is low. It is premature for him to use the celestial eye. He has just forcibly activated it, which could easily lead to blindness." However, both Chun and Bajie were unaware that they were being observed. The teacher mused, "So, there is a heavenly eye." Chapter 21. The appearance of Huang Tian. At the moment when Chun was resting, he heard a familiar voice exclaim, "Huang Tian." Chun inquired, "What? How could Huang Tian be here?" Turning around, he indeed saw Huang Tian. As Huang Tian prepared to ascend the bridge, he glanced at Chun, seemingly greeting him with a silent hello. Yet, Huang Tian appeared quite at ease as he approached. Leaning closer to Chun's ear, he murmured, "Our game of cat and mouse is far from over." Enraged, Chun retorted, "You were the one who slaughtered the members of our sect, weren't you?" At that moment, Bajie, having heard the commotion, approached. Huang Tian replied ambiguously, "Perhaps." Chun pressed on, "What about the fat guy in Ling?" His fists clenched tightly, causing blood to trickle from his hands. Huang Tian said, "Let us go," just as Chun attempted to pursue him. The Rui Jingu Bang intervened, stating, "Do not chase after him. He has reached the spirit separation stage." Chun, taken aback, exclaimed, "Spirit separation?" Huang Tian offered a strange smile to Chun before departing. It is essential to understand the hierarchy of cultivation, from foundation establishment to spirit refinement, spirit separation, integration, void refinement, tribulation crossing, and ascension. At that moment, Bajie approached and asked, "Who is this person?" Chun responded in a subdued tone, "He is my enemy." Bajie queried in surprise, "An enemy?" Chun affirmed, "Indeed. An enemy who destroyed my sect." Without hesitation, Bajie declared, "I will help you capture him." As he prepared to pursue, Chun stopped him, saying, "He has already reached the spirit separation stage." Bajie, in shock, exclaimed, "Spirit separation? My goodness, he is merely 16 years old. Yet he has already entered the spirit severing phase." Chun exclaimed, "No, it cannot possibly be him." Bajie was left bewildered, asking, "What do you mean it's not him?" Nevertheless, Bajie promptly reassured, "Do not worry, Chun. I will ask the third elder of my family to avenge you. He is a cultivator of the void refinement realm and will undoubtedly assist you." Chun replied, "No, I will take my own vengeance. However, I appreciate your offer." Bajie insisted, "It is nothing. If you ever need assistance, just call upon me, and I shall help you." The golden cudgel warned, "Boy, do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment." Chun reassured, "Fear not, golden cudgel. I am well aware of my limits." The golden cudgel pondered, "Is this what you call knowing your limits? You are on the brink of demonic transformation." Just as Bajie was about to dissuade Chun, Teacher Li rendered him unconscious. Bajie was about to speak, but Teacher Li interjected, "Do not worry. I am aware of this lad's circumstances. But you, what extraordinary vision have you awakened?" Bajie replied, "You are aware?" Teacher Li pointed at his own eyes and said, "I too have awakened." Bajie was astonished to realize that Teacher Li had also awakened the heavenly eye. 7 days passed, and Yichen gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing him awake, Bajie exclaimed, "Yichen, you have finally awakened." Yichen inquired, "What has happened to me?" Bajie responded, "Do you know, Yichen? You nearly fell into demonic fire. Do you understand?" Yichen asked, "Demonic fire?" Bajie remarked, "Teacher Li has said that your condition is quite unstable. You must exercise caution and avoid negative emotions, lest you fall into madness." Yichen replied, "Rest assured, I will not." Before he could finish, the golden cudgel interjected, "Kid, do not overestimate yourself." Yichen wished to clarify, but Bajie continued, "Teacher Li has warned that if you succumb to madness, you will be confined to the celestial prison." Yichen, puzzled, asked, "Celestial prison?" Bajie explained, "The celestial prison is the most terrifying place in the entire celestial academy. Once you enter, there is no escape." Yichen assured, "Do not worry, I will not fall into madness." Upon hearing this, Bajie expressed relief, "Then I am at ease. Hurry and get up, we must gather. The teacher has specifically waited to commence lessons until you awaken." Yichen inquired, "Why is that? Does he know me?" Bajie replied, "How would I know? Let us go. You must get up." In truth, 7 days prior, Teacher Li had approached Bajie and asked, "I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent?" Bajie responded, "I can, but I must wait for my friend to awaken before lessons can begin." Teacher Li pondered for a moment and said, "Very well. I shall commence teaching only after your friend awakens." With that, he departed. However, Yichen remained unaware of this exchange. After adjusting his attire, he set off with Bajie. They arrived at a spacious level ground, where at each corner stood a stone pillar, symbolizing the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. After Teacher Li confirmed that all the students had gathered, he addressed them, explaining that the school year had been delayed due to recent extraordinary circumstances, which had now been resolved, allowing classes to commence. The students below were filled with excitement. With only a few exceptions, Teacher Li continued, emphasizing the significance of strength at Tiandao Academy, stating that their first task was not to summon them, but rather to establish a hierarchy among them. He declared that the bottom 10 students would be expelled from Tiandao Academy. Upon hearing this, the students collectively lamented, exclaiming, "Oh no. We thought passing the Heart Bridge was sufficient. We didn't anticipate a competition at the end." Teacher Li remained unfazed by their complaints and swiftly added, "To ensure fairness, we will categorize the students, with each person only competing against others of the same realm." At this moment, Bajie interjected, "That's good, otherwise, if Yichen were to face someone in the nascent soul stage, he would surely be eliminated." Yichen retorted, somewhat defensively, "I'm not that weak, you know." Just as Yichen finished speaking, Teacher Li announced, "Of course, one student will be exempt from the competition." The students below erupted in curiosity, questioning, "Why? Does he have connections?" Teacher Li clarified, "Not at all. It is solely because his realm is in the spirit separation stage." Huang Tian, step forward. Huang Tian ascended, and Teacher Li instructed him, "Huang Tian, unleash your realm." Huang Tian nodded and immediately released the unique aura of the spirit separation stage. However, the other students did not feel the pressure. They merely sensed the presence of the spirit separation realm. In contrast, Yichen experienced it differently, as he felt the full weight of Huang Tian's oppressive aura bearing down on him. Chapter 22. Inner turmoil at this moment. Yichen was consumed by an overwhelming desire to obliterate Huang Tian, his malevolent aura intensifying with each passing moment. Bajie promptly called out, "Yichen, do not act impulsively." Startled, Yichen awoke from his reverie, cold sweat trickling down his back. He thought to himself, "Damn it. Ever since I encountered Huang Tian again, my emotions have spiraled out of control. I simply cannot rein myself in." Bajie inquired, "Yichen, are you truly all right?" Yichen shook his head and replied, "I'm fine." Li Laosher then announced, "All right, we shall now divide into groups. Foundation establishment in one group, Golden Core in another, and Nascent Soul in yet another. Begin to line up." Upon hearing this, the students began to organize themselves into groups. Bajie cautioned, "Yichen, you must maintain control and not act rashly. I will be joining the Nascent Soul group, so please take care." With that, she walked away. Yichen joined the Golden Core group, where the Golden Cudgel remarked, "Kid, I shall provide you with a calming incantation. You must recite it before your cultivation, or you risk falling into a state of chaos during your practice." Yichen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Golden Cudgel." The Golden Cudgel replied, "No need for thanks. You are the chosen savior. Such matters are trivial." Yichen, feeling perplexed, pondered, "Am I truly the savior?" "I sigh." The Golden Cudgel interjected, Where has your initial confidence gone, kid? Ichin retorted, confidence? I feel that I am merely overestimating my abilities. If I were the savior, how could I fail to save even my own sect? Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. The golden cudgel admonished, kid, if you continue to think this way, I might indeed have misjudged you. Ichin's emotions were in turmoil. In just a few short days, so much had transpired, leaving him feeling utterly overwhelmed. After all, just a few months ago, he was merely an ordinary individual. During these months, he has experienced a myriad of events. First, he encountered Lin Yun, followed by the peculiar Huang Tian. Subsequently, his sect was annihilated, and both Linger and the plump companion went missing. Now, with Huang Tian's reappearance, despair has once again engulfed him. Ichin truly finds himself at a loss, uncertain of what course to take. At this moment, Teacher Li announced, let the drawing commence. Ichin stepped forward and drew number 1, which meant he would be the first to compete. Teacher Li continued, the 2 students who drew number 1, please step forward to face each other. Ichin ascended the stage, facing a man at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. In the past, Ichin would have felt confident in his ability to defeat him. However, now he found himself consumed by thoughts of doubt. Can I truly win? Just then, Teacher Li declared, begin. The man across from him introduced himself. I am Chunyu. What is your name? Ichin replied, I am Ichun. Upon hearing this, Chunyu responded, Ichun? Then let us commence our battle. Jin Feng. With that, a sword materialized in his hand. Chunyu urged, reveal your weapon. Ichun, in a state of despondency, replied, I have none. While Ichin's words were spoken in a tone of despair, to Chunyu's ears, they sounded like mockery. Chunyu retorted, do not underestimate others. Although I know you are at the 9th level of the Golden Core, I fear you not. Hung Feng's sword technique. Caught off guard and distracted by his lack of fighting spirit, Ichin only reacted when the sword energy approached him. Yet it was too late. A wound appeared on his arm immediately. Upon witnessing Ichin being attacked, the White Star urgently exclaimed, what is Ichin doing? Chunyu replied with a chuckle, how would I know without trying? Besides, weren't you just struck by me? Realization dawned on Ichin. Indeed, how could one ascertain their limits without attempting? Even in failure, there was merit in striving, perhaps victory awaited. Ichin declared, thank you, Chunyu. However, I shall not hold back. With that, he unleashed a powerful tiger fish strike. Chunyu, unable to evade, was swiftly brought to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he remarked, is this the extent of your strength? Quite formidable. Ichin approached him, extending a hand. Chunyu, upon seeing this, grasped Ichin's hand. With a firm pull, Ichin hoisted him up, apologizing, my apologies. Chunyu responded, what is there to apologize for? Losing is just part of the game. It's no big deal. The teacher declared, I announce. Ichin is the victor. Chunyu congratulated him sincerely, congratulations. Ichin perceived his genuine sentiment, replying, without you, I might not have emerged victorious, so I must thank you. Chunyu waved off the gratitude. No need for thanks. I must focus on healing. I still have battles ahead. Observing Chunyu tending to his wounds, Ichin chose not to intrude and stepped aside to rest. The golden cudgel chimed in, friends are we? Ichin affirmed, indeed, friends. In my eyes, you are not merely a weapon, but a living being. The golden cudgel retorted playfully, come now, my young friend, there is no need for formality among friends, is there? Ichin replied, true enough. Let us strive together. The golden staff remarked, keep it up. Within the Source Alliance, how are matters progressing? A figure clad in black stepped forward, responding, my subordinate has dispatched individuals to annihilate the Dragon Rising sect, yet we could not locate Ichun. Upon inquiring with the disciples of the Dragon Rising sect, we learned that Ichun fled after stealing their treasured artifact. The person seated inquired, oh, he escaped? In any case, you still failed to capture him, correct? The black-clad individual affirmed, indeed. The seated figure continued, the usual protocol applies. The subordinate replied, yes. Upon finishing, he self-destructed. The seated figure commanded, send the vanguard. 5 individuals emerged, collectively declaring, the vanguard shall proceed once more. The seated figure cautioned, do not let me down. Though you are my most esteemed subordinates, failure will incur the usual consequences. The vanguard affirmed, understood. Unbeknownst to all this, Ichun remained oblivious as the machinations surrounding him began to unfold. He continued to engage in the competition, ultimately narrowing down to 10 remaining contestants. The instructor announced, the 10 remaining in the Golden Core group will compete tomorrow. We shall now proceed with the competition for the soul nurturing stage. Ichun mused. So the contest for the soul-nurturing stage begins now. It is known that the golden staff informed me of Baixing's formidable strength. Chapter 23. The Mystic Celestial Eye. The golden staff advised, pay close attention to your opponent. Ichin retorted, I am strong as well. Should I reach the soul-nurturing stage, I would undoubtedly surpass Baixing. The golden staff scoffed, humph. Young man, I must say, you stand no chance against him, for he possesses the Eye of Heaven. Ichin remarked, the Eye of Heaven, is it akin to the celestial Eye of Erling Shin? Inquired the golden cudgel. Indeed, came the response. At that moment, Teacher Li announced, next, we shall witness the battle of the nascent soul stage. As per tradition, we will draw lots. Baixing and his group stepped forward, and as fate would have it, Baixing drew number 1, just like Ichin. Those who have drawn number 1, please step forward, commanded Teacher Li. Baixing, along with a burly man, approached. The imposing figure introduced himself. I am Li Xiong. Pointing at Baixing, he declared, You, humph, prepare to be struck. He launched a powerful punch toward Baixing unperturbed. Baixing effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Seeing his initial strike fail, Li Xiong quickly shouted, Demon Stone Hammer. A pitch-black hammer materialized in his grasp. Watch me shatter the earth, he bellowed, swinging the hammer down upon Baixing. However, upon witnessing Li Xiong's seriousness, Baixing's demeanor shifted from casual to solemn. Sky-shattering fist, Baixing proclaimed, his fist colliding with Li Xiong's hammer. The moment they met, Li Xiong was sent flying, and the hammer was cast aside. Baixing nonchalantly blew on his knuckles and dusted off his hands, saying, Hey, don't go crying to your mother about me bullying you. Li Xiong, taken aback and embarrassed, realized the irony of his situation, having just mocked another. He now found himself humiliated. Rising to his feet, he shouted, Come again. Bullish fist. Baixing chuckled. If a hammer cannot withstand my punch, how could your fists? With a thunderous punch, the outcome was evident. Li Xiong collapsed once more, his tendons and bones shattered, blood beginning to flow. Baixing, with genuine concern, inquired, Are you all right? Shall I take a look? Just as Baixing was about to approach, Li Xiong retorted, Mind your own business. Deep within, Li Xiong pondered, Why can I not defeat him? A voice echoed, I can assist you in overcoming him. Come. Li Xiong then felt a surge of power coursing through him. His consciousness began to blur, and his body slipped from his control. No, he shouted. Upon hearing this, Baixing rushed over, but as he reached Li Xiong, he received a kick from him. Baixing, unable to evade, fell to the ground. Li Xiong rose, declaring, Come on. Baixing executed a nimble roll and sprang back to his feet. The golden cudgel remarked, Ichin, it seems Li Xiong has transformed akin to Huang Tian. Ichin replied, Is it another black-clad figure? The golden cudgel responded, I fear it is. On the stage, Baixing brushed off his attire and proclaimed, Though I am unaware of how you have grown stronger, do not think you can defeat me. Li Xiong replied cryptically, Is that so? Xianhua battle axe. 2 axes materialized in Li Xiong's hands. The golden cudgel gasped, This isn't the axe of the giant spirit god? How could it be in Li Xiong's possession? Ichin exclaimed, This is bad. Baixing is in danger. Ichin contemplated halting the match, but the golden cudgel urged, No need. Trust in Baixing. Ichin conceded, but, very well. On the stage, Baixing questioned, Oh, have you switched your weapon to axes? Li Xiong shouted, Come at me. Split the earth. His speed was astonishingly swift. Baixing quickly responded, Spirit-controlling spear. A spear with a trident-shaped tip and blades on both sides materialized in her hand, successfully blocking Li Xiong's axe. The golden cudgel exclaimed in disbelief, This is impossible. Ichin inquired, What is the matter? The golden cudgel replied, Baixing wields the 3-edged spear of Erling Shin. Ichin gasped, Erling Shin's weapon. The golden cudgel suggested, After the match, you should ask Baixing. As Baixing engaged with Li Xiong's axe, the two became locked in a stalemate. However, Li Xiong's strength began to overpower her, and Baixing thought to herself, This is not good. I have no choice. She called out, Celestial Eye of Spirit. A luminous eye emerged from her forehead, emitting a golden light that immediately knocked Li Xiong to the ground. Baixing remarked, To force me to use the Celestial Eye. You are quite formidable. However, regrettably, you are no longer Li Xiong. At that moment, after activating her Celestial Eye, Baixing realized that this was no longer the Li Xiong she knew. Ichin exclaimed, How impressive. The golden cudgel reassured, Do not worry. In the future, you too can cultivate the fire eye of the great sage. No need for those 3 eyes. As the spear approached Li Xiong, Baixing declared, Prepare yourself. Spirit mastery of all. A golden light enveloped Li Xiong, followed by a resounding crash as the platform collapsed. When the smoke cleared, Bai Xing's spear was seen embedded in Li Xiong's body. He uttered, "Thank you for helping me, liberating me," before succumbing to his fate. Bai Xing gently said, "Rest in peace." She then turned her gaze towards Teacher Li, who proclaimed, "Bai Xing is the victor." Bai Xing cast several lingering glances at Teacher Li before descending from the stage. Upon seeing Bai Xing approach, Yichun hastily ran over, eager to speak. But Bai Xing interjected, "I understand what you wish to convey. Let us discuss it later. I need a moment to collect my thoughts." With that, Bai Xing stepped aside, prompting Yichun to inquire, "What is up with him, Jingu Bang?" Jingu Bang replied, "How would I know?" Yichun suggested, "Should we ask him?" Jingu Bang countered, "No need." As he said, "Let him be." Yichun nodded in agreement, and Jingu Bang added, "You should also focus on your training." Yichun affirmed, "Oh, understood." Nearby, Huang Tian observed the scene with amusement, chuckling, "How intriguing, how amusing, haha." Chapter 24, Just like me? After Bai Xing had dashed off, Yichun took a moment to rest. He sensed the weight of someone's gaze upon him and turned to find Huang Tian staring, wearing a peculiar grin. Yichun dismissed him, thinking that since he could not defeat him now, he would wait until he was powerful enough to extinguish him. After a brief interval, Bai Xing returned and said, "Aren't you curious about my secrets? Follow me." With that, Bai Xing turned and walked away, and Yichun promptly followed him into a bamboo grove. Yichun urged, "Speak." Bai Xing replied, "I am just like you." Yichun, puzzled, asked, "Just like me?" Bai Xing responded, "Let them explain." Yuling Chong. Immediately, Yuling Chong appeared before Yichun and declared, "Jingu Bang, come forth." The golden cudgel immediately soared forth, exclaiming, "I am perplexed. What brings you here?" The spirit spear replied, "If you can be here, why should I not?" The golden cudgel inquired further, "What has become of Erling Shun?" The spirit spear responded, "What else could have happened? He too has been rendered missing by that group of cloaked figures." The golden cudgel remarked, "Has the heavenly court also fallen victim to the attacks of these shadowy assailants?" The spirit spear gasped, "Could it be? Is Ling Shan also involved?" The golden cudgel affirmed, "Indeed, these dark figures possess considerable influence." The spirit spear concurred, "It seems to be the handiwork of Xiao Qiao and his companions." With a swift change of topic, the golden cudgel inquired, "By the way, why do you insist on calling yourself the spirit spear? Isn't the three-pointed two-edged spear sufficient?" The spirit spear explained, "That young lad is adamant about the change. What can I do? After all, he is the heir to the true monarch." At this moment, Bai Xing interjected, "I prefer the name spirit spear. It sounds far more appealing than the three-pointed two-edged spear." Yichun chimed in, "I concur." The spirit spear questioned, "Is this young lad truly the successor of the great sage?" The golden cudgel replied proudly, "Absolutely." The spirit spear mused, "Well, he is somewhat acceptable." The golden cudgel retorted, "What do you mean by somewhat acceptable?" The spirit spear clarified, "Simply that he is acceptable, though not as impressive as I am." The golden cudgel exclaimed, "Oh, are you challenging me? Come, let us spar." The spirit spear responded, "Very well, let us do so." Afterward, the spirit spear addressed Bai Xing, saying, "Young man, I shall borrow your body for a moment." With that, he entered Bai Xing's form. At that moment, Bai Xing, oh no. At this moment, the spirit gun was controlling the body of Bai Xing, exclaiming, "Come on." The golden staff chimed in, "Let me borrow your body for a moment." With that, it too took control of Yichun's form. Both Yichun and Bai Xing were left speechless, questioning the necessity of it all. Then, the golden staff declared, "You might as well surrender." To which the spirit gun replied, "Who knows who will lose yet? Prepare yourself." With that, it unleashed a punch towards the golden staff. The golden staff, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of its own, resulting in a clash of flesh against flesh, though neither felt the impact. However, this left Yichun and Bai Xing in distress, for it was they who bore the pain. They cried out, "Take it easy. That hurts." Yet, the golden staff and the spirit gun paid them no heed, continuing their fierce battle. The spirit gun shouted, "Witness my technique. Gun pierces the ages." The golden staff responded, "Staff sweeps the 8 wildernesses." One threw a punch while the other executed a kick, leading to yet another collision of their bodies, further tormenting Yichun and Bai Xing, who found themselves evenly matched once more. The spirit gun remarked, "Old buddy, not bad. Here's another for you. Gun soars with the dragon." The golden staff replied, "It has been a long time since I've enjoyed this kind of thrill. One staff to set the universe." After a considerable time, Bajie and Yichun emerged from the bamboo grove, albeit with Bajie limping and Yichun nursing a hand. Bajie lamented, they should never have met. Yichun nodded in agreement, stating, exactly. At that moment, the golden staff suggested, spirit gun. Shall we arrange a rematch another day? Upon hearing this, Bajie and Yichun exclaimed in unison, enough already. The spirit spear and the golden cudgel expressed their exasperation. Reflecting, is it really necessary to borrow your bodies just to engage in a brawl? They pondered the potential reproach they would face from Yichun and Bajie if they overheard. At that moment, Yichun inquired, by the way, Bajie, what was troubling you at the outset? Bajie replied candidly, to be frank, Teacher Li possesses a heavenly eye as well. Yichun exclaimed in astonishment, Teacher Li too. Bajie nodded and continued, I cannot comprehend why, despite having a heavenly eye and undoubtedly being more adept than I, he did not intervene sooner to rescue Li Xiong from peril. Why? Without needing Bajie to elaborate, Yichun anticipated his thoughts and remarked, perhaps Teacher Li has his own reasons. Bajie, with a hint of self-deprecation, mused, reasons? Perhaps. Yichun encouraged, come now, cheer up. Just be cautious that your state of mind does not mirror mine. The golden cudgel retorted, like yours? That is simply impossible. Yichun snapped, silence. With Bajie now aware of the golden cudgel's presence, the conversation shifted from clandestine whispers to an open dialogue. Upon hearing this, Bajie chuckled, huh? This time, the golden cudgel speaks truth. Yichun, aggrieved, remarked, hey, who claims my state of mind is lacking? Just wait. Once I refine my mindset, I shall show you. Bajie countered, mindset? Let us not kid ourselves. You should first surpass me in cultivation. The spirit spear interjected, indeed. Focus on exceeding Bajie in this regard before anything else. The golden cudgel sighed, alas. Do not be arrogant, spirit gun. Youngster, strive diligently and surpass him. Yichun patted his chest and declared, rest assured. Leave it to me. The golden cudgel reassured, fear not. Young one, you have only been training for a mere month or two, thus I have faith in you. At that moment, Yichun realized. Indeed, after merely 1 or 2 months of training, he was on the brink of forming his nascent soul, while Bajie had been cultivating for several years. The process of breaking through is fraught with vulnerability. Should someone intentionally disrupt it, the consequences could range from a minor deviation to fatality. Therefore, it is imperative to select a secure environment for the breakthrough. The golden cudgel proclaimed, fear not, young one. I shall protect you. So proceed with your breakthrough. Yichun nodded and commenced his ascension, as the sky darkened and ominous clouds began to gather. The golden cudgel exclaimed, this is not good. It is the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. The 6-9 heavenly tribulation, second only to the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, is considered a formidable trial. The golden cudgel said slowly, young one, you must persevere. Chapter 25. Crossing the tribulation to become an infant at this moment. In the competition arena, Bajie gazed towards the bamboo grove and remarked, is it Yichun? The spirit gun affirmed, indeed. That young lad is about to form his nascent soul, but his tribulation is the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Bajie nodded gravely. After all, when he transcended his tribulation, the spirit gun had already informed him of the classifications of heavenly tribulations, with the 6-9 tribulation ranking below the 9-9. Li Laoshi also turned his gaze towards the bamboo grove, pondering, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, indeed. Meanwhile, the students engaged in the competition also directed their attention towards the bamboo grove, their movements halting, for the commotion of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation was simply too great. Upon witnessing the golden staff, it exclaimed, young one, it seems we are destined for fame. However, at that moment, Yichun was too preoccupied to heed its words, as he was wholly focused on his breakthrough. It is time, he declared. The heavenly tribulation commenced, and a dragon composed of lightning descended swiftly. The golden staff urged, young one, harness this heavenly calamity to cultivate the demon ape body. Yichun responded, understood. Just as the words escaped his lips, the lightning dragon struck him directly. Instantly, his flesh was torn asunder, blood gushing forth, causing Yichun to grimace in agony. He hastily activated the demon ape body, gradually absorbing the heavenly thunder within him. The bolts of lightning encircled the 7 golden elixirs, swirling around him. Before he could catch his breath, a second bolt of lightning descended. Unable to withstand it, Yichun spat out blood. The golden staff urged, young one, hold on. Otherwise, you shall never step into the nascent soul realm in this lifetime. Yichun shouted, I understand. and then boldly proclaimed, "Come on, bring it all at once." The golden staff was taken aback. "I urged you to endure, not to provoke it." Indeed. As soon as I Chen's challenge echoed, the thunderclouds above roared ominously, swelling in size. The golden staff exclaimed, "This is disastrous. It is the 99 heavenly tribulation." Such a phenomenon had only manifested a few times during the ascensions of the Jade Emperor, the Great Sage, and the Buddha, without exception. All-powerful beings facing their celestial tribulations. Yet here was I Chen, merely attempting to transcend to the nascent soul, and he was confronted with the 99 heavenly tribulation. The golden staff silently encouraged, "Young one, persevere. You must succeed. After all, having survived the 6-9 heavenly tribulation is one thing. But failing to overcome the 9-9 heavenly tribulation would mean utter annihilation." I Chen, engrossed in his rigorous practice of the demon ape body, remained oblivious to the exclamations of the golden cudgel, only vaguely catching the encouraging words, "Keep it up." I Chen mused to himself, "How considerate of the golden cudgel to worry about me." However, he soon understood the reason for such concern, as a bolt of lightning struck him directly, inflicting pain that was hundreds, if not thousands, of times greater than before. His skin was charred, revealing the stark whiteness of his bones. Hastily, I Chen activated the demon ape body to fortify his physical form. The golden cudgel remarked, "TSK, this lad can still cultivate amidst this heavenly tribulation. Quite impressive." Meanwhile, on the competition field, the spirit gun commented, "Who would have thought the 6-9 heavenly tribulation would transform into the 9-9 heavenly tribulation?" Bajie promptly inquired, "Will I Chen be all right?" The spirit gun replied, "That depends on fate. After all, not everyone can survive the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, which is originally a celestial tribulation meant for the mighty. How unfortunate for this lad to encounter it while attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage." Hearing this, Bajie silently encouraged, "I Chen, you can do it." Li Si, reflecting on the situation, thought, "It has indeed turned into the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. It seems I must pay close attention to him." At that moment, Huang Tian also glanced up, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he said, "I Chen, you must succeed, otherwise my amusement will be lost." At this very moment, I Chen persevered in his efforts to break through to the nascent soul stage when another barrage of lightning descended upon him. I Chen had become numb to the onslaught of this heavenly tribulation. Finally, when the 99th bolt of lightning struck, it was unlike any before, possessing a power 90 times greater. With a resounding crash, lightning struck down, leveling the bamboo forest within 100 miles, sending up plumes of smoke. The golden cudgel called out urgently, "I Chen." Simultaneously, Bajie echoed, "I Chen." The spirit spear remarked, "That lad has likely met with failure." Li Laoshi shook his head in dismay, while Huang Tian felt a sense of futility. As the smoke dissipated, I Chen was revealed, sitting still and silent. However, a brilliant radiance soon erupted. I Chen opened his eyes, and his flesh began to regenerate, shedding its dead skin. Within I Chen's body, the golden core began to shatter. 1, 2, 3. Ultimately, the 7th shattered as well. In their place emerged diminutive figures, each a perfect replica of I Chen, yet each adorned in distinct hues. The 7 little figures soared from I Chen's body, prompting I Chen to inquire, "Golden cudgel, what is this?" The golden cudgel replied, "First, absorb them back within." Upon hearing this, I Chen hastily complied. He then asked, "Is there something amiss?" The golden cudgel responded, "Of course there is. The Yuan Ying is akin to your very life. It can be summoned at will. The colors, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, represent the 5 elements. Yet I am puzzled about the significance of the 2 additional ones," the golden cudgel continued. I Chen admitted his ignorance, noting that one of the extra Yuan Ying was transparent, while the other was peculiarly black. The golden cudgel cautioned, "Remember not to reveal your Yuan Ying in front of those you do not trust. Though the nature of your additional Yuan Ying remains a mystery, the fact that you possess 2 extra signifies you have gained 2 additional lives." I Chen exclaimed, "2 lives?" The golden cudgel replied, "Indeed. As long as the nascent soul remains intact, the physical body may perish without resulting in death. However, if the nascent soul is destroyed, regardless of the state of the physical form, one is still considered deceased." I Chen remarked, "So, the nascent soul is of such paramount importance." Unbeknownst to him, his breakthrough had left others in utter astonishment. Bajie commented, "I Chen has succeeded. How marvelous." The spirit spear, rendered speechless, said, "Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. And this lad has overcome it?" Teacher Li declared, a prodigy. Huang Tian added, huh? This is even more entertaining. I Chien, oblivious to their reactions, simply stated, I've damaged this bamboo grove. Should I compensate for it? The golden cudgel, exasperated, retorted, are you foolish? You have just surpassed the 99 heavenly tribulation. They will undoubtedly regard you as a genius and would never ask for compensation. You truly are quite naive. I Chien countered, not at all. After standing up, however, he promptly realized a pressing dilemma. Where were his clothes? The golden cudgel responded, they were obliterated by the heavenly tribulation long ago. I Chien pondered momentarily and inquired, how am I to face others? Chapter 26. The mysterious nascent soul. I Chien contemplated his predicament and found no solution, resorting to using the leaves of the bamboo grove for modesty. Yet, upon surveying his surroundings once more, he was once again petrified. The bamboo grove had also been ravaged, and a 100-mile radius lay in ruins. I Chien asked, could you, golden cudgel, transform into a set of clothing? The golden cudgel retorted, scram. I Chien playfully exclaimed, oh dear. The golden cudgel has broken out in goosebumps. Wait, that's incorrect. The golden cudgel is a divine metal. How could it possibly get goosebumps? Regardless, he simply could not endure it. The golden cudgel replied, have you forgotten the 72 transformations that I taught you, young one? I Chien responded, all right. He then plucked a hair from his head. Quietly reciting the incantation for the 72 transformations, he declared, transform. The hair in his hand morphed into a complete outfit. The golden cudgel urged, hurry, put on the clothes and go find some more. With your spiritual energy, you won't last long. Nodding in agreement, I Chien quickly donned the garments and stepped outside. Upon seeing him, Bajie immediately burst into laughter. I Chien quietly inquired, golden cudgel, what is Bajie laughing at? The golden cudgel replied, do not forget, he possesses heavenly sight and can see through it. Hearing this, I Chien's face flushed crimson as he shouted, Bajie, stop laughing. Bajie chuckled, oh no, I can't handle it. You're making me laugh so hard I might just die. He clutched his belly, still laughing. I Chien chose to ignore Bajie and prepared to find some clothes, at which point Bajie remarked, are you off to look for clothes? I Chien nodded irritably. After seeing his response, Bajie casually tossed him a garment, saying, I've got one ready for you. It turned out that right after I Chien had completed his tribulation, Bajie had hurriedly fetched him an outfit. I Chien quickly accepted it and ran aside to change. Unbeknownst to him, even his teacher was secretly amused. Whispering to the teacher, he remarked, this fellow emerged bare. Oh dear. If I Chien hears of this, he would certainly choose death, his innocence lost. Once I Chien had changed, he rushed out. And Bajie raised an eyebrow, smiling as he inquired, which is more comfortable, the clothes that transformed or the ones I provided for you? I Chien, his face darkened once more, retorted, Bajie, if you dare mention it again, I shall fight you. Bajie replied, all right, I shall refrain from mentioning your nakedness. I Chien shouted, Bajie. Quickly, Bajie darted aside, saying, calm down first, let us converse. After observing Bajie retreat, I Chien also moved to sit beneath a pillar. I Chien questioned, golden cudgel, why did you not mention this earlier? The golden cudgel replied, I simply forgot. I Chien sighed in response, you have caused me trouble. I sigh. The golden cudgel then suggested, enough, I Chien. Let us discuss something else. How is your cultivation of the demonic ape dominance progressing? I Chien responded, I have reached the 5th level. The golden cudgel exclaimed, excellent. You have indeed attained the 5th level. It is worth noting that during the initial stages of cultivation, due to the lack of resources for physical enhancement, one could only reach the 1st level. Now, due to the 9-fold heavenly tribulation, I Chien has directly ascended to the 5th level. The golden cudgel continued, young one. Now you can withstand the damage from a 9th level nascent soul without issue, though possessing divine weapons is a different matter. I Chien inquired, is the demonic ape dominance truly that formidable? The golden cudgel remarked, of course. If one achieves complete mastery, one can possess an indestructible body like the great sage. I Chien exclaimed in astonishment, so powerful. The golden cudgel replied, indeed. In the past, the heavenly court attempted to eliminate the great sage on several occasions. Yet not a single hair on his body was harmed. Furthermore, even the Buddha could do nothing but suppress him. After hearing this, I Chien declared, then I shall practice this. At least I won't die? Ha. The golden cudgel, left speechless, responded, young man, can't you have a bit of ambition? Sigh. I Chien inquired, then I shall hasten my cultivation. As I Chien commenced his practice, he discovered that his absorption of spiritual energy accelerated by more than tenfold. He asked, Golden Cudgel, what is happening? The Golden Cudgel explained, it is due to your nascent soul. Your 5 elements nascent soul inherently increases your cultivation speed by over 5 times. And with the addition of 2 more, it is undoubtedly even faster. Ichin pondered thoughtfully and surveyed his nascent soul. He mused, what exactly are these 2 additional souls? He observed that the 2 souls were one transparent and one black. The transparent one radiated warmth, while the black one was imbued with malevolence. To his amazement, Ichin discovered that these 2 souls could absorb the 5 elements. It is known that the 5 elements interact in cycles of generation and restraint. Yet these 2 souls could freely absorb different types of spiritual energy from the 5 elements. Ichin exclaimed, Golden Cudgel. These 2 additional nascent souls can absorb different spiritual energies from the 5 elements. The Golden Cudgel gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Young man, allow me to behold your primordial spirit. Ichin nodded, poised to unveil his essence, when the Golden Cudgel interjected, enough. There are too many eyes here. Let us wait until we are alone. Ichin replied, understood. Pondering to himself, what exactly is this primordial spirit? The Golden Cudgel was also deep in thought. It can absorb the 5 elements. What could it possibly be? I never heard of such a thing while accompanying the great sage. Bajie noticed Ichin lost in contemplation and inquired, what is wrong with him, Yuling Spear? The Yuling Spear glanced at Ichin and remarked, he must be so amused that he feels utterly despondent, losing all hope in life and contemplating self-destruction. Bajie, looking exasperated, countered, it can't possibly be that serious. The Yuling Spear retorted, believe it or not. Now, focus on your cultivation. Look at that lad catching up to you. You must hasten your pace lest you be surpassed, or I shall have no face to meet the Golden Cudgel. Bajie replied, I understand. Thus, time gradually passed. Teacher Li announced, the primordial spirit group is concluded. However, Ichin, upon hearing his name, Ichin promptly responded, yes. Teacher Li continued, since you have attained the primordial spirit realm, you must challenge the last member of this group to be deemed successful. Ichin exclaimed, what? I still have to fight? Fine, let us do it. With that, he leaped onto the arena. Although the combat stage had just been demolished, Teacher Li and the others swiftly restored it to its former glory. Upon landing on the stage, Ichin tested the ground and cheerfully declared, hey, the art of cultivation is indeed marvelous. With a mere touch, one can mend anything. Chapter 27. Truly fated upon witnessing Ichin ascend the stage, Teacher Li called out, who is the last participant in the nascent soul group? A man in the audience immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm, me. Ichin, observing this, thought to himself, is it really necessary to be this excited? Unbeknownst to him, the man was thinking, this newcomer to the nascent soul stage is surely no match for me. Thus, I shall not be eliminated. Unfortunately, this man was destined to choose the wrong opponent. Upon taking the stage, he introduced himself, saying, I am Yiming. Ichin replied with a bow, my name is Ichin. Yiming remarked, ah, Ichin, do not claim I am bullying you, a mere novice in the nascent soul stage. Ichin assured him, fear not, it will not be so. Yiming declared, then I shall make my move. Knight Rider Blade. A blade materialized in Yiming's hand as he shouted, taste my strike, and lunged towards Ichin. However, to Ichin, the attack was far too slow. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, Tiger Subduing Fist. His fist struck Yiming squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Yiming clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain. He pondered, why can I not even defeat someone who has just entered the nascent soul stage? My mother was right. The outside world is far too perilous. Oblivious to the magnitude of the blow he had dealt Yiming, Ichin mused, alas. The power of the tiger's subduing fist is insufficient. I should practice more. Teacher Li then announced, Ichin is the victor. Yiming is eliminated. Bajie cheered, well done. Ichin nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing this. As preparations were underway, Teacher Li continued, Ichin, do not be hasty to leave. You still have to challenge 9 opponents. At that moment, Yiming was being carried away. Ichin inquired, isn't it required to challenge just one? Teacher Li replied, yes, but if you only challenge one, you'll still be the last. Do not forget my words. The bottom 10 must withdraw from Tiandao Academy. Ichin, feeling defeated, remarked, then I shall directly challenge the 11th place. Is that acceptable? Teacher Li pondered briefly and responded, very well. Let the 11th in the Yuan Ying group step forward. A robust man with a single horn leaped onto the arena, causing the ground beneath him to crack further. Yichen contemplated for a moment and asked, "My friend, what is that horn of yours?" The strong man thumped his chest and declared, "I am of the demon clan. I am Dunyushin." Yichen retorted, "I thought so. How could there be a horn atop your head?" Dunyushin bellowed, "What? Do you look down upon those with horns?" Yichen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No. It's just that I've never seen one before." "Ha ha." Dunyushin growled, "Enough of the idle chatter. Prepare to face my horn." With that, he charged at Yichen with his horn. At that moment, the golden cudgel remarked, "I must say, this is quite serendipitous." Yichen asked, "What do you mean by serendipitous?" However, the golden cudgel paid him no heed. Yichen, indifferent to the cudgel, focused on dealing with the imposing figure before him. He seized Dunyushin's horn with one hand. Despite Dunyushin exerting all his strength, he could not budge Yichen an inch. Yichen yawned and declared, "Now it's my turn." Tiger subduing fist. Yet this time, he did not succeed in knocking his opponent down with a single strike. Dunyushin merely took a step back and then halted. He touched the spot where Yichen had struck him and proclaimed, "Come again, demon bullhammer." Yichen exclaimed in astonishment, "You're unharmed?" The golden cudgel interjected, "Fool. The demon race primarily cultivates their physical bodies. Naturally, their skin is tough and their flesh resilient." Yichen conceded, "True. If I could knock them out with a single punch, I would become a superhero." No sooner had he spoken than a massive hammer descended upon Yichen. However, this time, Yichen did not evade. He prepared to receive Dunyushin's hammer with his head. Dunyushin chuckled, "You wish to meet your demise? I shall oblige." Below, Bajie cried out in alarm, "Yichen, get out of the way." Teacher Li, observing the scene, was puzzled by Yichen's antics but remained indifferent. His only concern was determining the victor. The students below murmured among themselves, wondering if this fool was courting death. As the hammer struck Yichen's head, a resounding crash echoed, and the hammer shattered. Dunyushin was left in disbelief, while Bajie was equally stunned, and Teacher Li was lost in thought. Yichen rubbed his head and remarked, "That was rather painful." Upon hearing Yichen's words, Dunyushin thought to himself, "Just a bit painful? Are you a demon beast?" The reason Yichen dared to confront Dunyushin's hammer was that the golden cudgel had informed him, "Kid, that bull's hammer is merely a treasure. Given your mastery of the demon ape's dominance at the 5th level, you can withstand it." And Yichen, seizing the opportunity to show off, could not resist the temptation to flaunt his prowess, leading to the ensuing outcome. Dunyushin surveyed the remnants of the hammer. "Oh no, now only the handle remained," and furiously declared, "You shall compensate me for my treasure." Subsequently, it transformed into a towering rhinoceros, reaching a height of 6 meters and a length of 12 meters, causing the arena to collapse once more. Yichen, upon witnessing this, exclaimed, "Isn't this the legendary unicorn rhinoceros?" At that moment, the golden cudgel remarked, "Thus, I mentioned the affinity you all share." Yichen replied, "Indeed." Following this, the unicorn rhinoceros, born from the celestial bovine, charged forward. Yichen hastily grasped the horn of the unicorn rhinoceros, yet he was propelled back 3 to 4 meters by its sheer force before coming to a halt. Once stopped, Yichen chuckled, "Now it is my turn." At that instant, a roar reminiscent of a tiger emanated from his left hand, while his right hand echoed with the roar of a dragon. Seizing the opportune moment, Yichen shouted, "Subdue the dragon and vanquish the tiger." With one hand forming a fist and the other an open palm, he aimed for the head of the celestial bovine. A resounding crash ensued as the celestial bovine collapsed to the ground. Yichen plopped down onto the ground, panting, exhausting, absolutely exhausting. Teacher Li glanced at him and declared, "Yichen is the victor. Someone, carry the celestial bovine away." However, the celestial bovine's massive physique required the effort of dozens of individuals to lift it. Yichen dusted off his hands and remarked, surprisingly unscathed, "I shall take my leave now." Teacher Li nodded in acknowledgement. Yichen then dashed over to Bajie, stating, "Bajie, if we were to engage in a contest now, the outcome remains uncertain." Bajie chuckled and replied, "Not necessarily. I am certain of my victory." "Humph. We shall see." Yichen retorted defiantly. Just as the two prepared to battle, Teacher Li announced, "Next, I shall distribute the command tokens to everyone. This token signifies your identity within the Celestial Academy." Subsequently, Teacher Li distributed the tokens to the students. Observing their contemplation over the tokens, Teacher Li remarked, "This token represents your status as disciples of the Celestial Academy, and the number inscribed upon it indicates your future dwelling. That shall suffice for today." With that, he vanished without a trace. After witnessing teacher Li's departure, the group began to disperse, preparing to search for their respective quarters. Bajie then stated, "Well then, Yichen, I shall go in search of my room now, so I bid you farewell." Yichen glanced at his token, 1537, and promptly set off to find his accommodation. Chapter 28. Morong Zhishuan. As Yichen walked, he conversed with the golden cudgel, asking, was that just now the combined power of the tiger subduing fist and the dragon subduing palm? It could unleash 5 times the strength. The golden cudgel replied, "Indeed. However, what you experienced was merely a coincidence. You ought to practice more diligently and familiarize yourself thoroughly." Yichen nodded in agreement, but the next moment, he collided with something. "Ah!" he exclaimed. A voice scolded from ahead. "Are you blind while walking?" Yichen looked up and realized he had bumped into someone. "I apologize. I was lost in thought." "Are you unhurt?" he said apologetically. Before him stood an individual clad in golden silk, wearing black shoes adorned with golden embroidery, holding a folding fan, and possessing a strikingly handsome visage. It was evident that he hailed from a wealthy family. The young gentleman disdainfully remarked, "Is merely uttering an apology sufficient?" The young man beside him interjected, "Indeed, a simple apology would suffice." "But how?" Yichen responded, "Neither servile nor arrogant." The young man pondered briefly, then pointed his fan at Yichen, exclaiming, "This garment was purchased by my father from the western regions, crafted specifically for me. It is made of silk spun from a millennium-old silkworm. Your mere touch could ruin it. Do you understand? Indeed, you should quickly apologize to our young master," chimed in one of his sycophants, stirring up the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, Yichen replied with measured calmness, "Pray tell, what is the significance of silk spun from a millennium-old silkworm?" The young man scoffed, "Why, it is impervious to the ravages of water and fire. Even a child of 3 would know this." "Are you truly asking me?" He then turned to his companions. "Isn't that so?" Yichen, unperturbed, smiled as he responded, "If that is the case, then how could silk made from such resilient fibers possibly be damaged by my touch?" The young man and his sycophants fell silent, momentarily at a loss. Yichen continued, "In light of this, I shall offer my apologies and take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. "Halt! What is your name?" the young man shouted, enraged. He snapped his fan shut and commanded, "Go, find out about someone named Yichen and uncover his background." One of the attendants replied, "Yes," before retreating, presumably to investigate Yichen's identity. At this moment, others inquired, "Young master, do you intend to eliminate him?" The young man replied slowly, "No," and then walked away, with his entourage hastily following in his wake. At that moment, the young man thought, "Ah, Yichen, if you did not possess such a distinguished lineage, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Throughout my life, no one has dared to confront me in such a manner." As Yichen walked, he suddenly exclaimed, "Achoo!" He touched his nose and pondered, "Who is thinking of me? Never mind, I should hasten to find my room." Subsequently, Yichen arrived at the accommodations for the students, and as he read aloud, 1537-1537, "Oh, this is it." It was a large courtyard with 4 rooms. However, when Yichen pushed the door, he found it was locked. Puzzled, he wondered, why won't it open? This is illogical. Just then, a voice inquired, "Are you new here?" Yichen turned to see a figure clad in white, with flowing black hair that danced gracefully without restraint, creating an ethereal presence as if a deity had descended. The skin glimmered with a subtle luminescence, and the eyes sparkled with 1,000 hues of glassy light, presenting a strikingly handsome figure. Upon his first sight of the man, Yichen couldn't help but feel that he resembled a protagonist. Noticing Yichen's silence, the man remarked, "What brings you here?" He then added with a smile, "You must be new, right?" Yichen nodded, and the man continued, "I too have just joined the Heavenly Path Academy. May I ask, where is your token?" "This." Yichen produced his token. The man took it from Yichen's hand and explained, "This token serves as the key to the door." After which, he placed the token into the slot of the door, and with a click, it swung open. Yichen mused to himself, "Oh, I never anticipated that the world of Journey to the West would be so technologically advanced." Upon witnessing Yichen's astonishment, the young man did not find it surprising. He simply remarked, "Just a moment ago, I was also unsure how to open the door. It was a senior who informed me." After opening the door, I too was taken aback, much like you. It was then that Yichen realized he had yet to inquire about the young man's name. With a respectful gesture, he said, "I am Yichen. May I ask your name, my friend?" Yichen smiled. "Ah, so you are Brother Morong." Morong Zhishuan shook his head and replied, "Oh, please, just call me Morong." Very well, very well. Yichen, If you need anything, I am just next door. Feel free to visit me anytime. Morong Zhishuan said with a smile. After speaking, he continued, since you have no pressing matters at the moment, I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, he departed. The interior was spacious and well-arranged. Yichen sat on the bed, pondering, I wonder how that rascal Bajie is faring. At that moment, the golden cudgel emerged, exclaiming, since there is no one around, quickly summon those two nascent souls for me to observe. All right. Yichen responded, settling into a cross-legged position. Soon, the two nascent souls were summoned. The golden cudgel glanced around and remarked, I have no idea what these two nascent souls are for. However, this black one. Yichen hastily inquired, what about it? The golden cudgel continued, it exudes a peculiar demonic aura. I thought you had succumbed to darkness. So, you are uncertain as well? Yichen replied, feeling somewhat speechless. The golden cudgel countered, you could say that. Then, with renewed focus, Yichen asked, what is it? Have you thought of something? The golden staff remarked, you could ask that fellow, the spirit gun. Yichen pondered for a moment and replied, indeed, at the very least. He possesses greater knowledge than you. The golden staff, flustered, exclaimed, you. What do you mean? Yichen, relaxing his hands, responded nonchalantly, it means nothing. He then leapt off the bed to seek out Bajie. Chapter 29. The Sword Immortal Li Bai. Upon stepping outside, a thought struck him. Wait, I don't even know Bajie's contact number. Just as Yichen contemplated this, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Yichen, are you there? A voice called from outside. Yichen exited his meditative state and opened his eyes. Curious, who could it be? He wondered aloud. It's me, Bajie. The voice responded. Bajie, how did you know my number? Yichen inquired as he made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he indeed found Bajie standing there. Yichen asked, how did you know I was here? Surprisingly, I ran into an acquaintance. When he asked what I was up to, I mentioned I was looking for someone named Yichen. Coincidentally, he knew you. Can you guess who he is? Bajie teased. Yichen, bemused, replied, was it really necessary to keep it a secret? Just then, the voice from outside interjected, it's me. Yichen turned to see, how fortuitous. It was none other than Morong Zhishuan. Indeed, Yichen, would you say this constitutes fate? Bajie exclaimed with enthusiasm. You speak wisely, brother Yichen. This is indeed destiny, chimed in Morong Zhishuan from beside him. Bajie then exclaimed, what a delightful coincidence. Let us pledge brotherhood as sworn siblings of different sexes. I shall be the eldest. Ah, that cannot be. I should be the leader. Morong Zhishuan interjected anxiously. Thus, they exchanged words, leaving Yichen utterly unable to interject. Pray tell, whose words ring truer, mine or those of Morong Zhishuan? Bajie? Both Bajie and Morong Zhishuan voiced in unison. At long last, Yichen seized the opportunity to speak. Inquiring, Bajie, may I ask how you know Morong? Oh, I have known Morong for quite some time. He is my arch-rival. Bajie replied through clenched teeth. Indeed, an arch-rival. Morong chimed in, unwilling to concede. Yichen stood momentarily bewildered. The very individuals who had just been discussing brotherhood were now embroiled in a quarrel. After a while, he began to grasp the nature of their relationship. It turned out that Bajie's family and Morong's family were bitter enemies. However, the two were quite the opposite. As they were good friends, due to familial ties, they maintained a facade of animosity while secretly gathering together. By the way, Yichen, what brings you to the Heavenly Tao Academy? Morong inquired with curiosity. I am here in search of someone, Yichen replied solemnly. Noticing the shift in Yichen's demeanor, Morong felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. At that moment, Bajie interjected, do not pry into matters that are best left unasked, understood? It's quite all right. Bajie, I will explain. There is no issue here. Your friend is also my friend. Yichen forced a smile, attempting to ease the tension. Morong soon comprehended the situation. I am truly sorry, Yichen. I was unaware of your circumstances. My sincerest apologies. Morong sincerely apologized. Rest assured, I can call upon my family to assist you in your search. He exclaimed. Thank you. By the way, Morong, what brings you to the Celestial Academy? Yichen inquired. Morong casually replied, Isn't it obvious? I heard that little brat Bajie is here. Otherwise, I wouldn't abandon my status as a young master to enroll as a student in this academy. At that moment, both Morong and Yichen turned their gazes towards Bajie. What are you all staring at me for? Bajie asked in astonishment. And what about you? What brings you here? Both Morong and Yichen asked simultaneously. From the very beginning, Chen had only heard Bajie mention that the Celestial Academy was meant to select outstanding students to confront the Source Alliance. Yet he remained unaware of Bajie's true intentions. I am, of course, here to combat the Source Alliance and contribute, Bajie declared. However, upon witnessing the skeptical expressions from Chen and Murong, he had no choice but to confess. Actually, I came here to prove myself. Prove yourself? Chen and Murong echoed, puzzled. Indeed, to prove myself. Bajie raised his hand emphatically. Chen then asked, why do you feel the need to prove yourself? Do you know? From the moment I was born, I was destined to become the next head of the family, but I truly do not wish to take that path. I have my own aspirations, Bajie asserted with determination. What aspirations? Murong inquired. I wish to live alone in the deep mountains, as a recluse. Like the sword immortal Li Bai? Such freedom. Why not pursue it? Bajie excitedly explained. Well, does that have any relation to your presence at the Celestial Academy? Chen inquired. Well, this reason is somewhat acceptable. He considered the explanation, albeit somewhat implausible. However, a thought struck him. The sword immortal Li Bai? Hadn't he just heard Bajie mention the sword immortal Li Bai? Bajie, did you just refer to the sword immortal Li Bai? Chen asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Indeed. The sword immortal Li Bai? Is there an issue? Bajie responded, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Chen mused. In this world of journey to the west, there exists Li Bai. Might you enlighten me about the sword immortal Li Bai? He inquired eagerly, for aside from the Monkey King, Li Bai was his utmost favorite. In his previous life, he had greatly admired the character Li Bai in the game known as Honor of Kings, and he was keen to learn how this Li Bai compared to the one in the game. By the way, the sword immortal Li Bai hailed from humble beginnings. Yet his innate talent was extraordinary, particularly in his swordsmanship, which was nothing short of transcendent. Murong paused momentarily. Moreover, his literary prowess was exceptional. He is also revered as the poet immortal. Bajie added. Chen nodded, contemplating. I never anticipated that this world's Li Bai would also be a prodigious cultivator. By the way, Chen, why are you so curious about this? Do you, like me, idolize the sword immortal Li Bai? Bajie teased. Chen rolled his eyes and replied, idolizing is a stretch. I simply have a fondness for the character Li Bai. After all, he is one I frequently employed in the game. Character? Fondness. Chen, you wouldn't harbor a preference for the same gender, would you? Bajie exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth. Upon hearing this, Chen's expression darkened considerably. Bajie felt a chill run down her spine under Chen's piercing gaze and hastily declared, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. She quickly fled the scene. You, Bajie, if it weren't for your swift escape, you would have much to endure, Chen shouted, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, Murong slowly approached the doorway and, upon stepping outside, reassured, rest assured, as your friend, I harbor no disdain for you. Yet, do not seek me out again. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Chen glaring at him with a murderous intensity. I shall pursue Bajie now, Murong exclaimed before promptly chasing after her. Chen cursed. Your entire family is composed of homosexuals. You infuriate me. This was undoubtedly the most vexing incident Chen had encountered since arriving in this realm. At that moment, the golden cudgel soared forth, remarking, TSK, young man, I hadn't anticipated that after acquiring Linger, you would still have this golden cudgel. You too. Speak another word, and I. At this juncture, Chen found himself at a loss for words. Should he strike? Yet, he could not prevail. Nor could he afford to insult it for fear of losing its support. Indeed, Chen was filled with rage, but had no outlet for it. The golden cudgel advised, enough. Young one, since there is no one around, focus on your cultivation. Chen could only nod in agreement, close the door, and immerse himself in his training. In a certain location within the western Bulhajo, a rotund figure inquired, Sister E, are you certain that Brother E is here? I cannot say for certain. But once we arrive here, searching for Chen becomes much simpler, a woman ahead responded. The two individuals were none other than the plump fellow and Linger, who had now reached the western Bulhajo. The plump fellow asked, have we truly arrived at the western Bulhajo? Sister E can no longer leave. This is the territory of the demon clan. We must come here, Linger declared. Why? The stout fellow inquired, perplexed. Because. Linger had only begun to explain when a piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the sky. As the eagle descended, it transformed into a man, who bore a pair of wings upon his back and was clad in garments fashioned from feathers. The stout fellow immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Linger, exclaiming, Sister E, step back. With ego absent, I, the stout fellow, shall guard you. Upon hearing this, he was taken aback, shouting, Princess. Sister E here. Linger waved her hand, signaling him to be silent. Observing her gesture, he obediently closed his mouth. Then, Linger spoke. If my father wished to find me, he would have come long ago. Why linger here? The man explained. The princess jests. There has long been an accord between the human and demon realms. Should the demon king recklessly venture into human territory in search of you, he would likely have faced an assault from the humans. Linger nonchalantly nodded, her expression unchanging as she said, Take me to find my father. The man pondered for a moment, hesitating before replying. That is possible, but may I ask, who is the individual beside you, princess? Lingo clarified. He is my friend. Quickly, lead the way. Reluctantly, the man complied and escorted Linger inside. Linger instructed him to wait before speaking to the stout fellow. The stout fellow acquiesced. Subsequently, they arrived at a grand hall, where two large lions stood guard at the entrance. Upon noticing the stout fellow's approach, one lion prepared to devour him. However, Linger shouted, This is my friend. Only then did the lion retreat. The deeper one ventured, the more demonic beasts appeared, until they reached the entrance of a grand hall. The man stated, My subordinate status is insufficient. I kindly request the princess to proceed alone. With that, he departed. The rotund fellow continued to curiously survey his surroundings, prompting Lingo to caution him, Stay close to me. Be careful not to be devoured by my father's subordinates. The chubby man nodded earnestly, for the peril was palpable. The oppressive aura of demonic energy weighed heavily upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Upon entering, they beheld creatures emanating a presence akin to that of demon kings on either side. Daughter, at last, you deign to visit your father. A voice resonated from the throne ahead. However, it was evident that Linger's father swiftly bypassed this topic, inquiring instead, Is this your friend? Indeed, Linger replied. At that moment, the chubby man felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, who wouldn't be apprehensive about entering the den of a demon tribe alone? Surviving such an encounter was already fortunate, given the terrifying potency of the demonic energy surrounding them. As the figure seated upon the throne emerged, the chubby man beheld him clearly. He sported two fox-like ears atop his head and was clad in thick, fluffy garments. His eyes radiated an intimidating authority, and stubble adorned his jaw. One might mistakenly perceive him as a benevolent elder, yet the rotund fellow dared not underestimate him. After all, he was the Demon King. The Demon King, in a jovial manner, offered the chubby man a cup of wine, exclaiming, Come, my young friend. Since you are my daughter's companion, you are thus my friend too. Let us share a toast. The chubby man found himself momentarily at a loss, astonished that the formidable Demon King would exhibit such affability. Caught in a dilemma, he was unsure whether to accept or decline. Lingo intervened to assist the portly gentleman, exclaiming, Drink up. Upon hearing this, he promptly accepted the drink and downed it in one go. At that moment, the Demon King chuckled and jested. In my old age, my words may not carry weight, but my daughters certainly do. Startled by this remark, the portly gentleman panicked, yet Linger reassured him with a smile. Fear not, my dear friend. My father is merely jesting with you. After finishing her cup, she inquired, What brings you to seek me? Linger, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further and unleashed her aura of the nascent soul stage. The Demon King, upon witnessing this, leapt up in delight, eagerly asking, My daughter, is it true? Have you succeeded? Linger nodded, just as she was about to disclose the reason. However, the Demon King exclaimed, Brothers, tomorrow we shall host a grand feast to celebrate my daughter's achievement in reaching the nascent soul stage. Come, let us raise a glass. Chapter 31. Unseen memories. As Linger was about to speak further, a guard interjected, Princess, please. Consequently, she was escorted away, with the portly gentleman hastily following behind, for he feared being left behind to face the beasts of the realm. Once the guard led Linger to a chamber, he took his leave. The portly gentleman entered the room and set down his belongings. Oh, Sister E, this room is extravagantly luxurious. It rivals that of our human princesses, he exclaimed. And what of it? I had intended to ask my father for assistance in locating Yichun, but it seems I must wait until tomorrow. Linger replied as she settled onto a chair. The portly gentleman pondered for a moment before asking, By the way, where shall I stay tonight? You may reside in the palace adjacent to mine. Should anything arise, you may summon me immediately, Linger thoughtfully responded. The stout fellow nodded. After all, the distance was considerable. and one could never know when a demon might strike. Linger, too, was apprehensive about any misfortune befalling him, for she held him in high regard, especially considering his bond as a brother to Yichen. Yet, thinking of Yichen, she murmured, "Oh, Yichen, when shall we meet again? How I long for you." At that moment, within the Celestial Academy, Yichen scratched his nose, wondering who might be thinking of him. Could it be Lingo? His heart leaped with joy. "Focus on your training, young man," interjected the golden staff. "Ah, but I distinctly felt Linger as thoughts directed towards me," Yichen chuckled. Linger, you think of her all day. If you wish to elevate your cultivation, isn't it a simple task to seek out that little girl?" With that, the golden staff playfully struck Yichen. "Ouch, that hurt. Yet, you speak the truth," Yichen exclaimed, rubbing his head. He then resumed his training regimen, only to inadvertently doze off. "Ah, I must have dozed off." He yawned. The golden staff, exasperated, remarked, "You can fall asleep even while training? You truly are something else. How was I to know?" "It used to happen, perhaps due to your influence, but now, I'm uncertain," Yichen replied, rising. He pondered aloud, "A nascent soul? Well, it matters not. It may even allow me to cultivate more swiftly than others. Isn't that splendid?" The golden staff concurred. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Yichen, are you awake? Open up." Upon seeing Yichen open the door, Bajie joyfully exclaimed, "I now reside next door to you, Yichen." As Bajie was about to speak, Wurong interjected. "Isn't it that he wishes to exchange places with someone in this courtyard? Is that even permissible?" Yichen, at a loss for words, pondered the strict regulations of the Tiandao Academy and wondered how such a thing could be allowed, especially considering that others would likely disapprove as well. Bajie feigned an air of mystery and said, originally, that gentleman was not inclined to exchange, but— "What do you mean but?" Yichen and Wurong inquired eagerly. "Well, I mentioned to him that the occupant of the room next door has a fondness for Long Yang." Bajie struck a pose reminiscent of a woman. Yichen and Wurong were immediately filled with a sense of discomfort, and without needing further elaboration from Bajie, Yichen comprehended the implication. After a moment of reflection, Yichen realized, "Wait a minute. I am the one living next door," he shouted, Bajie, in a flurry. Bajie ducked behind Wurong, exclaiming, "Oh, come now, it's all in jest. Isn't that right, Wurong?" Wurong could only chuckle, not wishing to offend either party, and sought to defuse the situation. He then suggested, "We should hasten to see the teacher, otherwise, we might face reprimand." "I too must visit the teacher. Farewell." With that, Wurong departed. Yichen, puzzled, asked, "Aren't we under the same instructor?" His astonishment grew as he wondered, "Are there truly so many courtyards? Which one is the most esteemed?" Bajie contemplated for a moment before responding, "Historically, during the competitions organized by the 4 great courtyards, the rankings have consistently been East Courtyard first, South Courtyard second, North Courtyard third, and West Courtyard fourth." After a brief moment of contemplation, Yichen quickly inquired, "Then what about us?" Bajie humbly remarked, "I am but a humble individual. It is indeed the West Courtyard." Upon hearing this, Yichen was rendered speechless. For did that not imply it was the least esteemed? Observing Yichen's reaction, Bajie reassured him, "Fear not. With the 2 of us present, we shall undoubtedly secure the first position, not the 4th. "Indeed, the first." Yichen echoed his sentiment eagerly. "However, before that, let us hasten to the competition venue, lest we be tardy." With that, Bajie swiftly made his way, and Yichen promptly followed suit, both engrossed in their conversation. At the competition grounds, Teacher Li called out, "Bajie." Not receiving a response, he reiterated, "Bajie," just as Teacher Li was about to strike his name from the list. Bajie hurriedly shouted, "Here." Teacher Li inquired, "Why are you so late?" At that moment, Yichen also arrived, prompting Teacher Li to glance at him before returning his gaze to Bajie. "Ah, right. Brother Yichen is still unfamiliar with the Heavenly Tao Academy, so I took it upon myself to share the history of the academy with him," Bajie explained. Teacher Li observed Bajie momentarily before addressing Yichen. "Yichen, here." Yichen promptly replied. Teacher Li then continued with the roll call. Upon confirming that all students had arrived, he declared, "Since everyone is present, let the matches commence. We shall begin with the Golden Core Group." As it was the Golden Core Group, Yichen found himself with ample free time. Uncertain of how to occupy himself, he mused, "How I wish I had a mobile phone. Ah, that is the one shortcoming of such a device. Everything else is rather splendid." "Young man, is that the rectangular contraption resembling a box?" inquired the Golden Cudgel. Yichen quickly responded, "Do you possess one, golden cudgel? Ichin pondered for a moment and inquired. Is it not true that, even if I forget, as long as I see it, it resides within my memory? He swiftly asked. Could I perhaps glimpse what my parents look like? Your parents? The golden cudgel queried. Indeed, since the moment I became aware after my birth, I have never laid eyes on my parents. I merely wish to see their faces, even if I do not harbor affection for them. Very well. Let me take a look, the golden cudgel replied. Ichin joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, golden cudgel. Just a lad, the golden cudgel chuckled. Chapter 32, The Battle with Bajie. What? Cannot see? Ichin exclaimed in astonishment. Which two kinds? He inquired hastily. Deleted? And what of the second kind? After a moment of contemplation, Ichin expressed his shock. He had not anticipated that his lineage was far more intricate than he had imagined. The third. Ichin was called upon from the stage. Oh, right. Ichin had no choice but to set aside his questions and promptly ascended the stage. Teacher Li announced, Ichin will be battling against Bajie. Ichin widened his eyes in surprise. Hey, it's actually Bajie. Below, Bajie was equally taken aback to find that his opponent was Ichin. Bajie leaped onto the stage and declared, Hee, Ichin, your adversary is none other than me. Are you afraid? I must admit, I feel relieved. It's fortunate that it's you. For now, victory is assured. Ichin retorted. That remains to be seen. The duel commenced as Teacher Li shouted, Prepare yourselves. Receive my punch. Tremor fist. Bajie launched a powerful punch. Ichin countered with his own, exclaiming, Tiger subduing fist. The clash of fists generated a powerful gust of air as their punches collided. You're not that impressive either, Bajie. Ichin grinned. Bajie, unwilling to back down, retorted, You're no better. They both took a step back, and Bajie declared, I'm getting serious now. Spirit Spear. Instantly, the Spirit Spear materialized, elevating Bajie's aura to a remarkable level. Ichin cursed under his breath. Damn it. Why do I only have 1 minute of access to the golden cudgel, while that brat Bajie can use the Spirit Spear without limits? Upon closer inspection, Ichin noticed that Bajie was also struggling. Seeing Ichin hesitate to draw his weapon, Bajie disregarded him and swung his spear horizontally, shouting, Take this. Ichin quickly called out, Golden Cudgel, and immediately used it to block the attack. Bajie admonished, Don't lose focus during the fight, Ichin. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ichin replied, Thanks for the reminder. Bajie chuckled, No problem. But, all things submit to my will. Ichin promptly responded, A cudgel to defy the universe. The collision of their weapons created a formidable gust that swept through the audience, nearly knocking over those of lesser strength. However, Ichin was undeterred, shouting, One cudgel to settle the world. Bajie called back, Perfect. Unifying the realm. With a thunderous crash, the combat platform once again crumbled, leaving Ichin astonished. Is Bajie really this strong? In the past, every time Ichin employed the technique of stabilizing the universe with a staff, he met with resounding success, consistently overcoming his opponents with this maneuver. However, this time, it appears that Bajie is indeed formidable. Bajie, too, was perplexed. In earlier encounters, his command over the world had proven equally effective, yet this occasion differed. At that moment, both the golden cudgel and the spirit spear simultaneously declared, Time's up. Bajie also remarked, I did not foresee this. Take my punch. Dancing demon with 10 wings. Subsequently, a pair of wings unfurled behind Bajie. Ichin, astonished, exclaimed, Is Bajie a beast? While Ichin pondered on how to defend himself, the wings suddenly unleashed beams of energy resembling crosses, shooting forth from their span. Caught unprepared, Ichin could only hastily shield his head with his hands. Bracing himself against Bajie's assault, dust was stirred from the ground, and as the smoke dissipated, Ichin's figure emerged, looking utterly disheveled. His garments tattered and bearing marks from Bajie's strikes. Bajie observed him, astonished, and said, Impressive, Ichin. If others had taken my blow head-on, they would have long succumbed. Your physique is remarkable. Ichin stood up, shaking his arm, and replied, That hurts. Bajie, are you holding back? Yet, Bajie paid no heed to Ichin's words and continued, Prepare for my next move. Celestial Eye of Perception. The golden cudgel cautioned, Kid, watch out. Quickly defend yourself. Ichin had no choice but to raise his hands once more to block, as the celestial eye between Bajie's brows emitted a potent ray, aimed directly at Ichin. Frustration welled within Ichin as he thought, Why does Bajie possess so many abilities? Ichin expressed profound regret and vowed to exert greater effort in his cultivation henceforth. Suddenly, With a resounding crash, a cloud of smoke erupted. Astonishingly, for figures resembling I Ching emerged from the mist. Indeed, for I Ching's, Bajie was momentarily bewildered. However, upon utilizing his celestial eye, he discerned that they were mere illusions. In a swift move, I Ching delivered a punch to the back of Bajie's head. With a technique akin to the dragon's descent and tiger's restraint, a thunderous impact ensued, sending Bajie hurtling down from the heavens. I Ching also fell to the ground, kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. Bajie lay prostrate on the ground, murmuring, "I have lost." I Ching triumphs. The teacher exclaimed upon witnessing Bajie's concession. I Ching assisted Bajie in descending from the platform, exclaiming, "So what do you say? I have emerged victorious." Bajie retorted defiantly, "If it weren't for your ridiculously formidable physique, I might not have lost." However, I Ching did not contest this time, for the truth was, had he not cultivated the demon ape's dominance to the 5th level, he would have found it difficult to defeat Bajie, alas. Bajie possessed an abundance of divine abilities. Were it not for I Ching's clever ruse using his doppelganger to deceive Bajie, the outcome would have been uncertain. Leaning against one another, I Ching reflected, "Bajie, you owe me a new outfit." Bajie replied, "I know, how annoying." I Ching chuckled, "Haha. Are you feeling unwilling to accept defeat?" Bajie shook his head and said, "I need to strengthen my physique as well. Otherwise, next time we spar, I might lose again." I Ching assured him, "Rest assured, you will never surpass me." Bajie countered, "That remains to be seen. Next time, we shall have another contest." I Ching issued a challenge to Bajie. "Let the competition begin." Bajie readily accepted. Chapter 33, Morong Shui. "Haha, but what of it? The outcome remains my victory," I Ching declared with a smile. After his remark, Bajie hurried off to recuperate. "It seems I must also refine my own abilities. Otherwise, I will perpetually find myself on the receiving end of these confrontations." This time, it was merely Bajie's physical form that faltered. I Ching pondered, stroking his chin. "You are indeed correct in your assessment, young one," the golden cudgel interjected unexpectedly. "Moreover, you have certainly enhanced my reputation this time. Hee. When I next encounter the spirit-commanding lance, I shall take great delight in mocking it." Haha. I Ching was at a loss for words. The golden cudgel, despite its age, retained its mischievous nature. At that moment, the spirit-commanding lance addressed Bajie, "Young one, you have brought me shame. When next we meet the golden cudgel, it will undoubtedly ridicule me." "My apologies," Bajie said, scratching his head with a look of contrition. "Well, young one, consider this a lesson learned. I advised you to cultivate your physical form, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Now you must bear the consequences. At the very least, my true lord and that great sage have both attained enlightenment. As the successor to my true lord, you must earnestly endeavor to cultivate yourself." The spirit-commanding lance admonished. Bajie contemplated for a moment before responding, "Understood." Through this battle, both I Ching and Bajie recognized their respective shortcomings. While they were engaged in their training, their teacher called out, "Yuaning group. I Ching, it's your turn." Once again, it was I Ching's time to step into the arena. Suddenly, he heard Bajie calling him. Turning to look, he saw Bajie exclaiming, "I Ching, you have indeed triumphed over me. Victory is imperative." I Ching nodded and assured, "Rest assured." With that, he leaped onto the stage. Upon seeing I Ching's arrival, Teacher Li announced, "The opponent facing I Ching is none other than Morong Shui." As her words fell, a woman clad in purple gracefully ascended the stage, possessing an enchanting beauty and bright, luminous eyes. For reasons unknown, she smiled at I Ching. And within that fleeting glance lay an air of nobility, her skin as fair as snow. I Ching, upon seeing her, mused, "This woman must have descended from the heavens." Just a few simple words. What a stunning beauty. Morong Shui teased, "What is this? Have you been captivated by my presence? Staring so intently is quite rude, you know." I Ching thought to himself, surprisingly, Morong Shui does not seem angered by my gaze. He realized that such a fixation was indeed impolite. Yet he was taken aback that she remained unoffended. He promptly replied, "I apologize for my indiscretion." Morong Shui waved her hand dismissively and said, "No matter. I shall not hold it against you." Meanwhile, beneath the stage, Bajie shook his head and cautioned, "How is it her? I Ching, do not be swayed by her beauty." On stage, Teacher Li declared, "Let the match begin." Just as I Ching intended to speak, Morong Shui interrupted, "Enough with the idle chatter. Let the battle commence. Snow Phoenix, immortal dance." Immediately, a colossal ice phoenix materialized behind Morong Shui, its eyes exuding a divine nobility. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Tao Academy possessed such remarkable talents? Bajie, that rascal, didn't he mention that there were individuals with ice-wind bloodlines? Young man, you are in for a challenge, the golden cudgel jested. Nonsense. At this moment, Ichin felt as though his entire body was on the verge of freezing. The frigid aura emanating from the ice phoenix had encased the entire martial arts arena in ice, with the students below struggling to fend it off with their spiritual energy. While even Teacher Li remained indoors. What hope did Ichin have, facing it head-on? Morong Shui chuckled and said, "Not bad. You can still withstand my coldness." Then, ice ceiling 10 wings. With that, the wings of the ice phoenix unfurled, and shards of ice formed from its wings flew toward Ichin. With no other choice, Ichin could only begrudgingly raise his hands to block the attack. He thought to himself, why does this technique resemble Baixing's demon-dispersing 10 wings so closely? Surely, Morong Shui must be connected to Baixing. Turning his gaze towards Baixing, he found that upon meeting Ichin's eyes, Baixing could only avert his gaze elsewhere. Ichin's suspicions were only further confirmed by Baixing's reaction. Unbeknownst to Ichin, Baixing was bitterly smiling to himself, thinking, "Ichin, I'm sorry." As expected, on the stage, Ichin's clothing was once again torn, revealing his muscular torso. Ichin lamented, "Are all those who know this technique ruffians?" At this exclamation, Morong Shui blushed and replied, "This technique was taught to me by that brat Bai." Upon hearing this, Ichin quickly glanced back at Baixing, pondering. It seems that this brat is indeed related to Baixing. Baixing, feeling the murderous intent in Ichin's gaze, could only shrug in a gesture that implied, "Do you believe I don't know him?" On the stage, Ichin and Morong Shui remained locked in a stalemate, prompting Ichin to unleash his 10 incarnations and charge toward Morong Shui. However, without the heavenly eye, Morong Shui could not discern which was the real Ichin and could only strike randomly. One by one, the clones vanished upon being struck, and at that moment, Ichin approached Morong Shui. During the competition, Ichin showed no mercy, launching a powerful punch directly at her. Morong Shui quickly raised her defenses, invoking the Ice Phoenix for protection. The magnificent Ice Phoenix shielded her with its wings. Ichin's fist collided with the wings of the Ice Phoenix, causing them to shatter upon impact. With a resounding crash, the wings disintegrated into icy shards. Morong Shui, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Hey, you, Ichin, do you even know what it means to cherish the delicate?" Ichin spoke the truth. It was akin to a battlefield where one must give their all. It's a matter of survival. Either you perish or I do. Nevertheless, the wings of the Ice Phoenix, which had shattered into fragments, began to regrow. Ichin exerted all his might, yet with the Ice Phoenix shielding her, Morong Shui remained unharmed. And the wings of the Ice Phoenix regenerated anew. In contrast, Ichin found himself utterly exhausted. This Ichin was at a loss for words. How could he continue to fight? Morong Shui, protected by the Ice Phoenix, was simply formidable. Seeing his fatigue, Morong Shui remarked, "Tired, are we? Then let me show you." With a flourish, she called forth the Phoenix's return. Suddenly, the Ice Phoenix erupted, and shards of ice materialized around her. At that moment, Morong Shui donned the armor formed from the Ice Phoenix, exuding an aura of grace and valor. Ichin, taken aback, questioned, "What is this now?" However, Morong Shui paid him no mind, declaring, "In battle, there is no room for hesitation." Celestial Phoenix Sword. At this moment, shards of ice transformed into a sword in Morong Shui's hands. "Phoenix Prison Phoenix," she proclaimed, pointing the sword at Ichin. A gust of icy wind surged towards him, causing Ichin to gasp in astonishment. The force of the icy gale was overwhelmingly powerful. It swiftly immobilized his legs in ice, rendering him unable to move. The icy wind reached Ichin, encasing his face in frost. He realized that should he be struck by this frigid blast, the consequences would be dire indeed. Chapter 34. Transformation into a true dragon. Just as the icy wind was about to hit Ichin, he shouted, "Subdue the dragon and vanquish the tiger." He braced himself against the icy gust with both hands. With a resounding crash, as he managed to block the wind, shards of ice sliced through his skin, drawing blood. Ichin swallowed hard, contemplating, "If I were to be struck, it would mean either death or serious injury. This woman is not to be trifled with." After Ichin withstood the icy gale, Morong Shui was equally astonished. "You actually managed to block it? Impressive," she exclaimed, astonished that Ichin had resisted the icy wind. With a powerful effort, Ichin freed his legs from their icy constraints. He touched his leg and remarked, "You are quite formidable as well." Morong Shui proudly responded, "Of course. Without giving I Chien a moment to breathe, she declared, "Prepare for my final move." 3 celestial winds. Instantly, 3 blasts of icy wind surged towards I Chien. With a pained expression, he cried out, "Is there nothing else besides icy winds, miss?" Morong Shui pondered for a moment, shook her head, and playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "It seems that is all I have." I Chien was left speechless, but he was undeterred. 72 transformations, he declared as he morphed into a true dragon. Morong Shui was taken aback and exclaimed, "You can't possibly be a dragon." However, the instructor understood, while the students below were bewildered, shouting, "I Chien is a dragon." The entire martial arts arena was engulfed in astonishment. It was only a matter of time before the whole Heavenly Tao Academy would learn of the dragon in the eastern courtyard. Yet I Chien could only insist, "I assure you, I am truly not a dragon." At that moment, the dragon that I Chien had transformed into bellowed, demonic flame annihilation, creating an immensely powerful shockwave. The students below murmured in awe, "How incredible!" However, it seemed to have little effect on the Ice Phoenix. Just then, the Golden Cudgel remarked, "Kid, you may have transformed into a dragon, but you are not one. The flames you exhale are merely the most ordinary of fire." This left I Chien feeling rather embarrassed. As the students below again questioned, "Is this a joke?" In exasperation, I Chien could only ensnare the Ice Phoenix with his dragon form, and the Ice Phoenix shattered under the overwhelming force of I Chien. I Chien then charged toward Morong Shui, who quickly shouted, "I concede." I Chien collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Morong Shui approached, crouched down, and whispered softly in I Chien's ear, "Hey, I Chien, are you really a dragon?" I Chien could only turn his head and reply, "I told you I'm not. Do you believe me?" "I don't believe you." Morong Shui shook her head in response. I Chien, feeling too weary to engage with her further, executed a sudden leap and began to stroll toward the edge of the stage. Subsequently, Morong Shui followed him down as well. However, she trailed closely behind, prompting I Chien to turn and inquire, "What exactly do you want?" Morong Shui smiled and replied, "Oh, nothing much. I merely came down to find Bajie." Subsequently, she dashed to Bai Xing's side. Upon witnessing this, I Chien approached Bai Xing and inquired, "Who is she?" Morong Shui interjected, "You have not even heard of me." "This young lady." "I am." Before Morong Shui could finish her sentence, Bai Xing interrupted, stating, "She is Morong Zhixian's younger sister." I Chien exclaimed in surprise, "You are Morong's sister?" Upon hearing I Chien's words, Morong Shui proudly straightened her chest and replied, "What do you mean I don't resemble him?" I Chien scrutinized her with a smile, commenting, "Indeed, you do not resemble him. However, what is your relationship with Bai Xing?" Morong Shui responded matter-of-factly, "Bai Xing is a friend of my brother, thus Bai Xing is also like a brother to me, which is why I call him Bai Xiaozi." I Chien was left utterly perplexed, pondering the rationale behind this nomenclature. Shouldn't she refer to Bai Xing as brother? Why Bai Xiaozi? Nevertheless, I Chien decided it was not his concern how Morong Shui chose to address him. Suddenly, Morong Shui remarked, "Oh, so you also know my brother. What do you think of him?" As Morong Shui recalled I Chien's bare-chested appearance, her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple that would make anyone's mouth water. Morong Shui stated, "Isn't it Bai Xiaozi who taught me that?" Bai Xing, rendered speechless, retorted, "Isn't it you who insisted that I teach you?" He then recounted the preceding events. During a previous gathering, they had a friendly match, during which Bai Xing had utilized the dancing demon 10 wings. Thereafter, Morong Shui persistently bugged Bai Xing to teach her. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Bai Xing agreed to instruct her, leading Morong Shui to cultivate her own frozen 10 wings based on that foundation. After listening, I Chien was speechless and remarked, "Morong Shui is truly remarkable." Morong Shui blushed once more and replied, "No, you are the one who is truly impressive." Upon hearing this, I Chien's lips twitched. During their recent contest, although he emerged victorious, it seemed that Morong Shui had not sustained any injuries at all. It had been he who bore the brunt of the pain. Just as he was about to strike Morong Shui, she simply declared, "I concede," and the match concluded, leaving I Chien. The thought alone brings tears. He could only silently retreat to a corner to recuperate. Observing this, Morong Shui inquired, "What is wrong with him?" Bai Xing replied, "He is disheartened by your prowess." Morong Shui asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Bai Xing rolled her eyes and subsequently ignored her. With Bai Xing's disregard, Morong Shui could only sit on the ground in frustration, pondering what was so extraordinary. Meanwhile, I Chien continued to tend to his wounds. Astonished by the formidable strength of Morong Shui, to the point where he felt he might be on the verge of defeat. Had he not cultivated the demon ape dominance to the 5th level, he would have dared not confront that attack with his fists. Had he not honed his physical form, his bones would have surely shattered. Now you realize that there are always greater forces beyond your own, remarked the golden cudgel. Yichen glanced at Murong Shui and said, I understand now. I never anticipated that Murong Shui would be this powerful. Of course, after all, she possesses the bloodline of Ice Wind. However, what astounds me most is who exactly founded the Heavenly Path Academy. The golden cudgel responded. Yichen pondered for a moment and asked, Why do you inquire about that? The golden cudgel swayed slightly and remarked, Never mind, you wouldn't comprehend it anyway. Young one, focus on your cultivation. The Heavenly Tao Academy encompasses more than just the Eastern Courtyard. Yichen nodded, realizing that if the students of the Eastern Courtyard were this formidable, the others must be even stronger. It seems I must become more powerful, Yichen declared, clenching his fists. Excellent. That's the spirit. The golden cudgel responded. I wish to learn all the divine abilities. I cannot endure being humiliated any longer. That feeling is utterly unpleasant. Yichen lamented. Chapter 35. Are you the Tao ancestor? Suddenly, the golden cudgel exclaimed, I almost forgot about the fiery eyes. Indeed, how could I overlook the great sage's fiery eyes? Yichen exclaimed, striking his palm. However, the great sage cultivated it using the true fire of Samadhi. What will you use for your practice? The golden cudgel countered, disheartening Yichen. That's a valid point, Yichen replied, stroking his chin. Alas, I cannot seem to find any divine abilities. That is indeed a dilemma, Yichen said, sitting down. Yet, do not fret over divine abilities. The 72 transformations represent 72 divine abilities. The golden cudgel explained. 72 divine abilities? Yichen asked in confusion. Precisely, the golden cudgel affirmed. Yichen, now exhilarated, inquired. Are there any offensive abilities? Indeed, there is the binding technique. The golden cudgel exclaimed. Binding technique? Yichen questioned with intrigue. Correct. It can immobilize your foes. The golden cudgel elucidated. Oh, so the technique the great sage used to bind others also stems from the 72 transformations. But is there anything else? Yichen probed once more. This time, I truly have nothing left. After all, the 72 transformations are primarily for self-preservation, rarely employed in combat, remarked the golden cudgel. In truth, during the tumult at the Heavenly Palace, it was the 72 transformations that enabled Sun Wukong to descend into hell and traverse the seas with the golden cudgel. Initially, Sun Wukong sought immortality, which led him to cross vast oceans and seek the guidance of the Bodhi Patriarch. The Bodhi Patriarch, in turn, imparted the 72 transformations to Sun Wukong. Wait a moment. I believe I've just had a revelation. Yichen exclaimed, slapping his hands together. What have you thought of? Inquired the golden cudgel, genuinely perplexed by the foolishness of Yichen's musings. Yichen proclaimed, I could create my own divine ability. The golden cudgel promptly struck Yichen with a blow. Ouch! What was that for? Protested Yichen, rubbing his head in dismay. Do you think divine abilities can be conjured as easily as cooking? The golden cudgel scolded. That does seem to be the case. Yichen chuckled foolishly. At that moment, Bajie remarked, Hey, young Bai, do you think Yichen has lost his mind? He appears to be laughing foolishly. Murong Shui pointed at Yichen. Bajie turned his gaze towards Yichen and indeed found him grinning vacantly. I have no idea either, Bajie replied, shrugging his shoulders. As the two continued to observe Yichen, he became aware of their scrutiny, feeling somewhat uneasy. Yichen asked, Golden Cudgel? Why are they staring at me? How should I know? Retorted the golden cudgel, exasperated. Subsequently, Yichen turned to face them, and upon meeting their gaze, Bajie and Murong Shui remained fixated on him. Thus, they remained in this stalemate until the announcement of the competition results. Yichen claimed the first place. Murong Shui claimed the second place, while Tang Shi secured the third. 50 competitors in total. Bajie turned to observe the audience below. He then proclaimed, for those dissatisfied with the results, you may challenge the top contenders. Should you succeed in your challenge, you will inherit their ranking. As anticipated, Bajie opted to challenge for the third position, and ultimately triumphed. Thus, Bajie ascended to third place. However, Yichen inquired, Bajie, why not engage Murong Shui in a duel? Bajie whispered, forget it. I have no intention of battling that crazy woman. Hey brat, who are you calling a crazy woman? Suddenly, Murong Shui shouted from behind, Bajie startled. Bajie leapt up and pointed at Yichen, exclaiming, you didn't even warn me that Murong Shui was here. You, What do you mean, you? Retorted Murong Shui, her voice piercing into Baixing's ear. Of course, I'm referring to you. Who else could it be? With that, Baixing hurried away. With Murong Shui in hot pursuit, Yichen observed them and remarked, truly, they are a pair of joyful adversaries. Indeed, chimed in the golden cudgel unexpectedly. Speaking of the golden cudgel, could you refrain from being so alarmingly dramatic? Yichen chided. I can't be bothered with you. The golden cudgel retorted. After which it fell silent. Yichen subsequently retreated to his room. Upon returning to his chamber, Yichen commenced his practice of immobilization techniques. He discovered that he could only immobilize others for a brief moment. Puzzled, he pondered the utility of such a fleeting duration. At that moment, the golden cudgel interjected, humph. Although it's brief, that one moment can prove monumental in a duel. Is that so? Yichen replied thoughtfully. As night descended, Yichen lay down to rest. Come here. Who is it? Yichen inquired. What is happening? Yichen glanced around, surrounded by darkness. A voice called out, come, come. For reasons unknown. Yichen found himself drawn towards the sound. Yet, he persevered, walking on until he reached the end. As he continued, he seemed to perceive a glimmer of light, prompting him to dash towards it. Upon entering, a blinding radiance rendered Yichen unable to open his eyes. Gradually, the light dimmed, and when he managed to open his eyes, he discovered himself beneath a tree. There sat a middle-aged man, motionless, with a face lined with numerous wrinkles, yet possessing well-defined features that conveyed an air of authority without anger. Clad in white robes adorned with golden trimmings, Yichen felt an inexplicable familiarity upon first seeing him. Have we met before? He pondered. Who are you? Yichen questioned the man. He instinctively touched his forehead, realizing it was untouched, and pressed further. Who exactly are you? I. Ah. The man pointed to himself, chuckling lightly. Do you wish to learn divine powers? He asked. I do. But who are you, really? Yichen nodded. The divine powers have already been bestowed upon you, and as for my identity, you may call me Daozu, the founder of Taoism, the man replied. Daozu? Huh. You are quite amusing, referring to yourself as Daozu at such an advanced age. Yichen laughed. But can you truly be Daozu? He mused, regarding the elderly figure before him. How amusing, little one. You are the first to address me in such a manner, and I am not inclined to take offense, Daozu replied without irritation. Yichen jested in return. With that frail physique of yours? Haha. All right, someone is calling you. After speaking, the Taoist master waved his whisk. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Reverting to Yichen's original chamber. Beneath the tree, the Taoist master stood up, and unexpectedly, a voice emerged from behind the tree, proclaiming, So you wish to become the Taoist master? The self-proclaimed Taoist master retorted with a huff. However, Yichen remained oblivious to these exchanges. Chapter 36, The Fifth Courtyard? The Heavenly Tao Academy? Is this my room? Upon opening his eyes and recognizing his surroundings, Yichen spoke. Yichen, are you there? A voice called from outside the door. Who? Yichen inquired. It's me, Baixing. We're supposed to report to the Xin-level class today. Have you forgotten? Baixing shouted from outside. All right. We must report to the Xin-level class today. Yichen hastily got out of bed, dressed, and opened the door. What greeted him was Baixing's flamboyant appearance. Yichen, you've finally awakened. I must say, as a primordial infant, you sleep as soundly as someone who hasn't cultivated at all. Haha. Baixing jested. Is it wrong for me to want to sleep? Yichen retorted. Yet, deep down, Yichen pondered. Was that merely a dream? It felt so vivid. Enough daydreaming. Come with me. Baixing, noticing Yichen's dazed expression, seized his hand and led him away. Yichen quickly followed. The Xin-level class is truly immense. Baixing exclaimed. Yichen looked up and replied, Indeed. It's grand and magnificent. Before them stood an enormous edifice. Atop the roof was a stone statue of a white tiger, crafted from an unknown material, with sections adorned in black stone, while the rest was white, and the eyes were a striking blue. The white tiger's head faced the heavens, its mouth agape, revealing a set of menacing teeth, as if mocking the frailty of the sky. The roof, constructed from an unknown radiant material, gleamed like gold, supported by crimson pillars. These pillars bore numerous enigmatic patterns, bestowing an air of sanctity upon the entire structure. Yichen, stop looking. Hurry inside. White Star exclaimed before entering. Yichen, while admiring the architecture, followed suit. Upon entering, he found himself in a corridor, with each passage leading to a room. Let me see. This. I found it. Yichen declared. Let us go. White Star glanced around and spoke. Yichen hurriedly followed, discovering many students seated, engaged in lively conversation. The students glanced at Yichen and White Star before resuming their discussions. At this moment, Yichen, you rascal, a melodious voice called out. Yichen turned to find it was Murong Shui. He and White Star approached her and took their seats behind her. The seating arrangement accommodated 2 per table, and being male, it was somewhat awkward for them to sit beside Murong Shui, so they settled behind her. Hey, why did you 2 arrive so late? Murong Shui inquired, turning her head. After sitting down, White Star waved his hand and replied, it's all because Yichen took too long to get up. No matter how many times I called, he wouldn't wake up. He slept like a log. Hey, is what White Star said true, Yichen? Murong Shui chuckled. Under Murong Shui's gaze, Yichen felt a flush rise to his cheeks and stammered, that's nonsense. Don't listen to White Star's wild claims. White Star pouted and retorted, I'm not making things up. I'm speaking nothing but the truth. Well then, Yichen, I never expected you to resort to deceit. Murong Shui exaggeratedly proclaimed. Yichen found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, for Bajie had indeed spoken the truth. Just as Yichen pondered his next move, a savior appeared, an elderly man clad in white, with an imposing demeanor and a long beard, entered the room. The elder rapped on the table, prompting the students to fall silent. Those present had all endured the trials of the Tiandao Academy, and the elder extended his congratulations on their successful admission to the institution. He surveyed the students' enthusiastic reactions before continuing, from this day forth, I shall be your teacher. My name is Xian Mingda, but you may call me Xian Lao. The students promptly responded, greetings, Xian Lao. Good, good, good. It has been quite a while since I encountered such courteous students, Xian Lao remarked, stroking his beard. He then added, the first matter upon arriving at this academy is not cultivation, but rather an understanding of Tiandao Academy. With that, Xian Lao descended from the podium. Speaking as he walked, as you all know, Tiandao Academy was initially established to select officials for the Heavenly Court. However, for nearly a century, the Heavenly Court has been silent. The Academy was on the verge of dissolution when unexpectedly, an organization named the Source Alliance emerged, wreaking havoc with their nefarious deeds. Tiandao Academy remained intact solely in response to the Source Alliance. To combat this threat and increase our chances of triumphing over the Source Alliance, we have commenced the selection of talents. Furthermore, our Tiandao Academy is divided into 4 major colleges: the Eastern College, the Western College, the Southern College, and the Northern College. Representing the 4 divine beasts, these majestic creatures also serve as the totems of our Heavenly Path Academy: the Azure Dragon of the East, the White Tiger of the West, the Vermilion Bird of the South, and the Black Tortoise of the North. We are, in fact, the White Tiger, the emblem of our Western campus, which you can readily observe upon entering. Yichen pondered for a moment and exclaimed, oh, so the White Tiger on the rooftop is that? As you may know, we belong to the Xian class, with other tiers including the Huang class, the D class, and the Tian class, corresponding to the realms of Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. This classification does not align with your cultivation levels. Rather, it is as follows. Huang class signifies Jin Dan, Xian class denotes Yuaning, D class indicates Lian Shun, and Tian class represents Fenshin. Old Xian, what about the subsequent realms? One student inquired, raising his hand. Ah, an excellent question. Old Xian chuckled. In truth, the Heavenly Path Academy comprises more than just the 4 major divisions. He teased, building suspense. What? More than 4 divisions? The students gasped. Yichen echoed their astonishment. But just a moment ago, it was stated that there were only 4 divisions, and now we hear there are more? Even Bajie and Murong Shui were perplexed. More than 4? Observing the astonished expressions of the students, Old Xian was far from surprised. I understand. Some of you hail from illustrious families and have the means to procure information about the Heavenly Path Academy. However, this particular piece of knowledge is something you will undoubtedly not obtain, he declared with an air of absolute confidence, one that was far from being blind. In reality, there exists a 5th division. You are all aware of it. It is called the Heavenly Path Academy. Old Xian proclaimed. What? The Heavenly Path Academy? Surely you jest. The students below exclaimed in unison, Tiandao Academy? Isn't that the very institution we are currently attending? Yichen questioned, puzzled. Murong Shui shook her head in response. The 3 of them expressed their bewilderment simultaneously. Elder Xian, observing the reactions of the students, was quite pleased and stroked his beard thoughtfully. There is no need for astonishment. The 5th Academy is indeed Tiandao Academy, Elder Xian remarked with a smile. However, This Tiandao Academy is not the same as the one you currently attend, he continued, continuing to stroke his beard. What does that mean? One student inquired from below. You can only be considered true students of Tiandao Academy once you enter this particular institution. Elder Xian declared passionately. True students of Tiandao Academy? The students responded with astonishment. Indeed, true students. But Tiandao Academy only admits those under the age of 25 who have attained the fusion stage. Elder Xian explained. The fusion stage, you say? Yichen mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Yichen, do you believe you can achieve that? Morong Shui asked. With confidence, Yichen replied, of course. Moreover, I will reach it before I turn 18. 18? Surely you jest, Yichen. Morong Shui responded skeptically. However, at that moment, Bai Xing interjected, I believe you. I too intend to achieve it before I turn 18. Morong Shui glanced at Yichen and Bai Xing, feeling somewhat speechless. Bai Xing encouraged Morong Shui. You should believe in yourself as well. Morong Shui nodded dismissively. I can assure you, this girl can certainly reach her goal by 18. Jin Gubang suddenly interjected. Why do you say that? Yichen inquired. The golden cudgel, feigning an air of mystery, proclaimed, Because of what? Yichen pressed urgently. Because she possesses the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. That bloodline has the potential to transform into a divine beast. If she seizes the opportunity, she could become a phoenix. The golden cudgel replied with fervor. Yichen, astonished, remarked, Is it truly that formidable? He glanced at Morong Shui and continued, Well, judging by her foolish appearance, it seems improbable. The golden cudgel was rendered speechless. However, it was true. Morong Shui appeared indifferent to cultivation. If she were to focus on her training, she could potentially defeat me in the competition. After all, her damage output is exceedingly high, capable of injuring even those who have reached the 5th layer of the demonic ape's dominance, let alone ordinary individuals. It seems that Morong Shui should not be underestimated. On the stage, Elder Xian stated, I hope that all present can genuinely enter the Celestial Path Academy. He continued, As for matters regarding the Academy, I shall conclude here. Should you have further inquiries in the future, feel free to ask me. Today, there will be no classes, so you may enjoy a leisurely day. Class dismissed. With that, Elder Xian exited. Hey, Golden Cudgel, what do you think Elder Xian's realm is? Yichen inquired. What? The Great Ascension. Yichen exclaimed in astonishment. The teacher instructing us is at the Great Ascension level. Then what about the Academy's principal? Kid, don't dwell on it. Like you, I am equally eager to discover who the principal of this Academy is, who possesses such remarkable capabilities that even a Great Ascension Master would come here to teach. The Golden Cudgel remarked. Yichen was utterly astonished, thinking, wow, this principal is truly extraordinary. Yichen, who called me? Yichen was abruptly awakened. Bai Xing, who sat beside him, exclaimed, Yichen, why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. In response, Bai Xing and Morong Shui exchanged skeptical glances at Yichen. I truly am not deaf. Yichen waved his hand dismissively. Now I understand why Bai Xing struggles to rouse you from slumber, Morong Shui remarked, stroking her head. Yichen found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly explain that he had just been conversing with the Golden Cudgel. All right, Yichen. Morong Shui and I have decided to go to the Beast Hunting Mountain at Tiandao Academy for a barbecue tonight with her brother. Bai Xing declared excitedly. What? A barbecue? Yichen inquired uncertainly. Indeed, a barbecue. Remember to come tonight. Let us go, Morong Shui. We must see your brother. With that, Bai Xing departed. All right then. Goodbye, Yichen. See you tonight. Morong Shui waved cheerfully at Yichen before she too left. Once in his room, Yichen collapsed onto his bed, and despite the persistent calls of the Golden Cudgel, he remained unperturbed. Soon, he found himself back in the dream realm he had visited the previous night. Yes, it is time to cultivate your divine abilities, the Taoist master intoned. Cultivate divine abilities? Where? Yichen queried. As soon as he finished speaking, a book flew from his brow. Its cover inscribed with the character for demon. This is a demon? What on earth? Yichen was bewildered. What demon? The Taoist master retorted, glancing at the book and confirming the inscription. Oh dear, I took the wrong one, the Taoist master apologized, waving his hand to transform the book into one inscribed with Tao. Yichen was at a loss for words, sensing that this so-called Taoist master was playing tricks on him. Do not be overly concerned. Hasten your cultivation, or you may never awaken again. The ancestral master pressed on, compelling Yichen to commence his training. The first technique. Demonic steps through the heavens. After only a brief period of practice, Yichen eagerly mastered it. He was impatient to test the demonic steps through the heavens. As dark energy enveloped him, his hands transformed into sharp claws, and a pair of black wings unfurled from his back. Yichen felt an enhancement of his strength. More than double. He reached out, but the tree before him remained unmoved. "Ah, young one, do not be hasty. This is the tree of heavenly law. How could it possibly be disturbed by you? Perhaps you should wait until you venture outside to try again," the ancestral master explained. Yichen had no choice but to relent. He then turned his attention to the second technique, raging demonic claws. For reasons unknown, Yichen felt an uncanny familiarity with these moves. Consequently, he swiftly mastered raging demonic claws. With a resounding boom, a colossal hand emerged from the ground. This was astonishing. Yichen was exhilarated. In battle, he could easily ensnare his opponents with this technique, allowing him to attack at will. The exhilaration was unparalleled. Yichen hurriedly began to learn the next technique, purgatory. Yet before he could finish, the ancestral master interjected. "Someone is calling for you. It is time to go." With a casual wave, Yichen felt a sudden dizziness. When his eyes opened again, he heard, "Yichen, it is already night. Surely you are not still asleep?" It was Bajie from the outer sect. Yichen quickly rose from his bed, opened the door, and exclaimed, "What is it? You are making a racket." Yichen was quite irritated. He had just been on the brink of learning the third technique when Bajie had disturbed him. "Oh, how can you complain? We agreed to have a barbecue tonight. Have you forgotten?" Bajie inquired. "Indeed. We're having a barbecue tonight. How could I have forgotten?" Yichen pondered. However, outwardly, he replied, "How could I forget? I was merely testing whether you would remember me." Yichen clarified. Bajie retorted, "I am your brother. How could I possibly forget you? Let us go. Our siblings are still waiting for us." With that, Bajie stepped outside. Yichen, feeling a sense of warmth, remarked, "Is this the warmth of family? I never experienced this in my previous life." "Oh, here we go," Yichen responded, closing the door and following Bajie. Chapter 38. Xingtian. Bajie had been walking for quite a while, yet they had not arrived. Yichen called from behind, "Are we almost there?" "Soon. After all, the Heavenly Tao Academy is quite vast." Bajie replied, "Look, it's right there. Let us go." Bajie pointed ahead and dashed forward. Yichen followed Bajie's gaze and noticed a flicker of flames, thinking to himself, "That must be Murong and the others." Upon arrival, they indeed spotted Murong and her siblings. "Why are you all so late?" Murong Shui complained. "Oh, you know Yichen, always dawdling." Bajie jested. Yichen could only nod awkwardly, as he couldn't very well explain that someone had been teaching him divine abilities in a dream. "Quickly sit down. It will be ready soon," Murong Shui said, wiping her mouth. Yichen thought, "I never realized how gluttonous Murong Shui could be." Murong Xian, holding his forehead, remarked, "Sister, could you not be a little more ladylike?" "What? Am I not ladylike enough?" Murong Shui retorted, hands on her hips. "All right, you are ladylike enough," Murong Xian said, wiping his brow. "Humph." Murong Shui pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Yichen quietly remarked to Bajie, "This Murong Shui is quite fierce." "Hey, you too. Come and eat," shouted Murong Xian. Bajie immediately sat down and grabbed a skewer to eat. Yichen, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't cultivators not supposed to eat?" Bajie responded while munching, "You don't understand. This is the meat of a magical beast, which can enhance one's cultivation." "Oh." Yichen sat down and took a skewer himself, soon discovering that his spiritual energy had indeed increased slightly. To his surprise, it truly worked. Thus, the four enjoyed their barbecue until suddenly, a voice called out, "Who is there?" "Fire. Not good. Yichen, run," Bajie exclaimed, dragging Yichen away in a hurry. Murong Shui quickly grabbed a few skewers and fled, with Murong Xian following suit. Just as Yichen and the others took their first step, a figure clad in white arrived. "Who is setting fire here?" one of them inquired. "They've run," said a member of the group. "Team Tang, should we pursue?" asked another in white. "Forget it. No need to chase. Just put out the fire." "Let's go," replied the person named Team Tang. After extinguishing the flames, they departed. "Phew, that was close. We almost got caught," Bajie exclaimed, patting his chest. Murong Xian apologized. "I'm sorry. I forgot to inform Yichen that at the Heavenly Tao Academy, one is not allowed to leave their rooms at night." Feeling somewhat tricked, Yichen thought this was the only way to express his feelings. "Sister, I'm leaving first." With that, Murong Shui headed back to her room, still nibbling on her food. Bajie nodded, and soon the two siblings walked away, chatting and laughing. Hey, I never realized that Murong treats his sister, Murong Shui, so well. Yichen exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, that lad Murong cherishes his sister as if she were a precious gem. Bajie replied with a smile, shaking his head. It's evident. Yichen responded. Well, actually, the Heavenly Path Academy does not permit students to go out at night, and capturing beasts in Beast Hunting Mountain is strictly prohibited. Bajie said, scratching his head awkwardly. Yichen wore a grim expression. Noticing this, Bajie added, I'll head to my room now. Good night. With a loud clap, Bajie shut the door. Ah, this Bajie, Yichen chuckled, shaking his head. As he stepped inside, the golden staff immediately flew out, exclaiming, Boy, why do you carry demonic energy? Yichen sniffed himself and replied, Do I? Indeed. The golden staff asserted emphatically. Strangely enough, you usually wake up quite early. Yet since arriving at this academy, you've been sleeping so soundly every night, and even today during the day. What gives? The golden staff questioned, perplexed. That's none of your concern. It's fine. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave and sleep. With that, Yichen turned over and fell asleep. How odd. I used to know exactly what this boy was thinking, but now I can't seem to fathom his thoughts at all, the golden staff muttered to itself. In his dreams, Yichen called out, Tao Ancestor. Tao Ancestor. Why is it that after I have walked the path of the divine art you refer to as Tao, the golden staff claims I am tainted by demonic energy? Yichen pressed. Deep down, he understood that the golden staff could not be mistaken. For it had been in the presence of the great sage. How could it err? He was not like Tang Shi, who disregarded advice. Could it be that it has misjudged? The Taoist ancestor explained. Impossible. The golden staff never makes mistakes. Yichen retorted. The Taoist ancestor, irate, declared, if that is the case, then do not bother to learn. With a wave of his hand, Yichen felt an overwhelming force surge forth, knocking him to the ground. Cough, cough. Are you truly going to go that far? Yichen managed to say, wincing in pain. This agony surpassed even that inflicted by Murong Shui. Who told you to insult me? Learn if you wish, but if not, leave. The Taoist ancestor fumed. Very well. I shall take my leave. Yichen rose, taking measured steps away. But how am I to find my way out? Yichen explained. In the past, it was the Taoist ancestor who guided him out. He had no knowledge of the exit himself. Once again, it is clear. You must learn in order to escape. The Taoist ancestor chuckled. What a waste of time. Is it not simply to compel me to learn? Yichen thought. Though he harbored such sentiments, he maintained a faade, continuing to extract the tome and delve into its teachings. After all, with divine arts available for free, how could one possibly refuse? The third technique is titled Purgatory Xingtian. How curious. Is Xingtian not the god of war? Could this be merely a coincidence? Yichen pondered. Hey, Taoist ancestor, does this Xingtian refer to the god of war? Yichen inquired. The Taoist ancestor nodded and then shook his head. Is it, or is it not? Yichen found himself bewildered. However, one thing became clear to Yichen. This realm of journey to the west was far more intricate than in his previous life. Chapter 39, Cleaning the Classroom. Never mind whether it is or not. Let us learn first. Resolute in his decision, Yichen began to practice. Within the room, the demonic aura surrounding him grew increasingly intense. It seems my instincts were not mistaken. The golden cudgel glanced at Yichen and whispered. In his dreams, Yichen realized that he had indeed mastered this divine ability. Yet, at crucial moments, he felt as if something was amiss. But what exactly was lacking remained a mystery. The Taoist ancestor chuckled. What are you looking at me for? Aren't you merely feigning ignorance? Yichen, exasperated, replied. At a certain point, you will naturally understand. Enough of this. It's getting late. Let us go. With a wave of his hand. All right. Who is it this time that seeks my attention? Yichen said, exasperated. Yichen, can't you recognize my voice? Yichen rolled his eyes. It was undoubtedly that rascal, Bajie. What is it? Yichen said lazily. It's time for school. You haven't forgotten, have you? Bajie exclaimed. Yichen got up and immediately opened the door. Bajie continued. Yichen, it seems I must call you every day. Otherwise, what if you arrive late? So what if I'm late? Yichen replied nonchalantly. He preferred learning divine abilities in his dreams to attending school. Let us go, Yichen, Bajie urged. Having spoken, Yichen hurriedly followed. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found that the other students had already gathered. Yichen and Bajie took their seats, and Yichen noticed Murong Shui chatting animatedly with her deskmate. Radiating joy, turning her head, Murong Shui greeted, Hi Yichen, Bajie. Good morning. Good morning. Yi Chun and Bai Xing replied in unison. Let me introduce you to the person beside me. This is Chu Xiaoyu, Mu Rongshui announced. Chu Xiaoyu smiled and said, Hello everyone. I am Chu Xiaoyu. You can call me Xiaoyu. Oh, I am Yi Chun. Yi Chun chuckled. I am Bai Xing. Bai Xing added. I know you both. Chu Xiaoyu remarked. You know us. Yi Chun and Bai Xing exclaimed in surprise. Yes. I've heard about you from Rongshui. Chu Xiaoyu explained. Really? What did she say about us? Bai Xing inquired with curiosity. Rongshui mentioned that Yi Chun often daydreams, while Bai Xing is rather absent-minded. Chu Xiaoyu laughed. Wait a moment. It is true that I daydream often, but am I really absent-minded? Bai Xing protested, pointing to himself. Is there any doubt? Mu Rongshui retorted, clenching her fist. Observing this, Bai Xing exclaimed, and this is just. I am absent-minded, absent-minded. Humph. As long as you admit it. Mu Rongshui relaxed her fist. After witnessing Mu Rongshui's gesture, Bai Xing discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Chu Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, stifled her laughter behind her hand. Noticing this, Mu Rongshui asked, Xiaoyu, is it really that amusing? Not at all. I merely believe that your relationship is truly commendable, Chu Xiaoyu elucidated. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting the students to fall silent. The visitor was none other than Elder Xian, who surveyed the classroom and remarked, quite commendable. There is a sense of discipline here. As he stroked his beard with a smile. Elder Xian, what shall we be doing today? Inquired one of the students. Today. We have a very significant task at hand. Elder Xian responded. What task is that? The students pressed. It is to clean this classroom. Elder Xian declared. What? Clean the classroom? The students exclaimed in unison. Are you jesting? The very first thing I do upon arriving at Tiandao Academy is to clean the classroom? They murmured amongst themselves. Indeed. Elder Xian continued. Moreover, cleaning cannot rely on spiritual energy. It must be done through your own efforts. With a wave of his hand, he presented the tools for the task, ordinary cleaning implements such as brooms, dustpans, mops, and buckets. However, we must maintain a sense of discipline while we clean. Elder Xian asserted. Let us select a leader for you. Let me see. He scanned the students below, then announced. We shall choose the first place winner of this competition. Yi Chen, what do you say? Elder Xian inquired. Excellent. The students enthusiastically agreed. All right. Yi Chen, please stand up. Elder Xian instructed. Yi Chen promptly rose, and Elder Xian addressed him. Yi Chen, from this moment forward, you shall lead our class. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. I will return shortly to see your results. With that, Old Xian stroked his beard and sauntered away. This Old Xian appears to be quite irresponsible, thought Yi Chen, as he glanced at the audience below, all of whom were strangers to him. How shall we organize ourselves? Yi Chen pondered. What should we do next? Indeed, how shall we proceed? Yes, we shall heed your guidance. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chen realized, to his surprise, that their class was indeed composed of diligent students. Excellent. 10 male students shall fetch water. The rest of the students shall remain in the classroom. Under Yi Chen's direction, the classroom was soon tidied up. Yi Chen surveyed the now pristine room and remarked, truly immaculate. Quite commendable. Unbeknownst to him, Old Xian had quietly entered the classroom. Old Xian remarked, Yi Chen, you have done remarkably well. Not at all. This is not solely my achievement. It is a collective effort. Very well. The students below erupted in enthusiastic applause. Good, good. Humble and unassuming, not seeking personal glory. Quite admirable. Old Xian praised. Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. Old Xian, sensing Yi Chen's discomfort, suggested, shall we rearrange the seating? No need. The students replied below. Very well. Let us commence today's first lesson. Weaknesses. In combat, understanding both the enemy's vulnerabilities and our own is of utmost importance. Following this, the lesson focused on how to identify the adversary's weaknesses while safeguarding one's own. Yi Chen was engrossed in listening, for what he lacked most was practical experience. However, Bai Xing and the others found it rather tedious, as they were young masters and mistresses from affluent families, accustomed to having instructors for practice since childhood. Consequently, most of them were slumped over their desks. Old Xian glanced around and noticed how captivated Yi Chen was, nodding in approval. What a promising talent, he silently praised. Chapter 40, A Practical Instructor? Bai Li Yun Miao. All right, class dismissed. With that, Old Xian stroked his beard and exited with a smile. Finally, class is over. Bai Xing stretched lazily. Bai Xing, You mustn't sleep during class. Morong Shui admonished. Oh, who was it just now, chatting animatedly with Xiaoyu? Bai Xing retorted with feigned indignation. You. Morong Shui pointed at Bai Xing, momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, Bai Xing. One day without a beating. And you've gone wild. Morong Shui declared, launching a fist towards him. Ouch! Bai Xing tumbled from his seat. After a moment, he slowly rose. A distinct imprint of a fist evident on his face. Morong Shui gazed at her small fist and remarked, It seems I still held back. Yichen thought to himself, I must be cautious of Morong Shui. She is quite fierce. I wonder how Bai Xing manages to survive her. He discreetly wiped away his cold sweat. By the way, Yichen, you were very attentive in class, Chu Xiaoyu commented. Bai Xing quickly added, Indeed. Why is Yichen so serious? I found it dreadfully boring. Humph. You wouldn't understand, Morong Shui interjected. Yichen, you are so humble. Do you even understand? Morong Shui retorted. Who said I? Bai Xing began to counter, but upon seeing Morong Shui raise her fist, he promptly shut his mouth. Humph. Morong Shui, pleased with the effect, proudly lowered her fist. Bai Xing thought to himself, what is the point of resorting to violence? In truth, I genuinely require this. Unlike you, who are scions of noble families, raised with tutors since childhood, I have had no such privilege, Yichen explained. By the way, Yichen, what brings you to Tiandao Academy? Morong Shui suddenly inquired. Morong Shui, this matter. Bai Xing attempted to interject, but Yichen continued. I am here to find someone. Who are you searching for? Perhaps I might know, Morong Shui said. Really? I am looking for a woman named Jiu Linger. Yichen exclaimed with excitement. Jiu Lingu? Morong Shui furrowed her brow. Upon seeing her expression, Yichen expressed his disappointment. Is she not here? I'm sorry, I haven't heard of her, Morong Shui apologized. It's all right. Yichen was about to continue when Chu Xiaoyu suddenly interjected. I happen to know a Jiu Ling. What? You know her? Please, tell me. Yichen responded eagerly. The Jiu Linger I know is the daughter of the divine Fox King of the Demon Clan, Chu Xiaoyu declared. Yichen's expression fell in disappointment. It appeared she was not the one he sought. Noticing Yichen's demeanor, Chu Xiaoyu asked, What's wrong? Is she not the one? Yichen shook his head and remarked, This is not the wine spirit I know. She is merely an ordinary person. No, young man, that must be the one you have been yearning for day and night. Linger, because in the Longting sect, Linger is a demon. Suddenly interjected the golden cudgel. What? Impossible. Linger is a demon? Yichen exclaimed, leaping to his feet. What is wrong with you, Yichen? Morong Shui inquired. At that moment, Yichen surveyed the classroom and realized that all his classmates were staring at him. Embarrassed, he said, I apologize. I got a bit too excited. As he gradually settled back into his seat, he felt someone poke him. Turning around, he discovered it was Bai Xing. Bai Xing asked, Yichen, what just happened to you? Nothing. Yichen replied awkwardly, then proceeded to ask, Golden Cudgel, what did you just say? Linger is a demon? Indeed. Do you recall the 9 divine techniques I shared with you? The Golden Cudgel inquired. I remember. Yichen affirmed. That 9 divine techniques is specifically designed for the demon race's 9-tailed fox. A natural cultivation method. The Golden Cudgel explained. A 9-tailed fox? Yichen gasped in astonishment. He thought to himself, I never imagined that Linger was actually a 9-tailed fox. How could she be a 9-tailed fox? Noticing Yichen's expression, the Golden Cudgel asked, What? Are you very surprised to learn that girl is a 9-tailed fox? Yes. I am quite astonished. I never expected Lingo to conceal her true nature so deeply. How did I not notice before? Yichen replied incredulously. During their time at the Longting sect, Linger had left Yichen with the impression of being a naive and endearing girl. Actually, young man, Linger is not entirely a 9-tailed fox. The Golden Staff spoke in a calm, yet deliberate manner. What do you mean by that? Yichen inquired. The Golden Staff elaborated. She possesses a lineage that is half human. Moreover, this bloodline is certainly no less than that of a 9-tailed fox. No less. Yichen questioned. Indeed. I suspect that the other half of her bloodline is of imperial descent. The Golden Staff asserted. Is she truly that formidable? Yichen exclaimed in astonishment. Doubts began to creep into Yichen's mind about his own status as the protagonist. Why is everyone so powerful? Enough, Yichen. Do not lose confidence. You must believe in yourself. You still have me to guide you. If that proves insufficient, you can always seek the teachings of that Tao ancestor. The Golden Staff said soothingly. Tao ancestor? You know him? Yichen replied incredulously. Does the Golden Staff know this Tao ancestor? No. I am not acquainted with him. The Golden Staff clarified. Then you rascal, talking in your sleep in the dead of night, uttering things about Tao ancestors and divine powers, keeping me awake half the night. The golden staff explained. Do I really talk in my sleep? Ichen responded with disbelief. Wait a moment. Golden staff, do you even need sleep? Ichen pondered, struggling to comprehend the concept of a divine weapon needing rest. That's none of your concern, the golden staff retorted. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. All the students fell silent as a captivating figure appeared before them. She possessed an enchanting physique, with long, chestnut hair flowing in the breeze, and her crystalline blue eyes sparkled beneath elegantly curled lashes. Clad in a black leather jacket cinched at the waist, she perfectly accentuated her alluring curves, complemented by knee-high black boots that exuded a subtle, enchanting fragrance. The entire class was left in awe, marveling at the presence of such an extraordinary beauty, leaving even the female students speechless. How could someone be so stunning? Bajie exclaimed in admiration. Am I not beautiful? Murong Shui retorted. Bajie appraised her and replied, You pale in comparison. Murong Shui raised her fist, ready to retaliate, but for the intervention of Chu Xiaoyu, she would have already struck. In truth, Murong Shui was indeed beautiful, yet the woman before them radiated a unique charm, exuding an aura of formidable confidence. As she ascended the stage, she proclaimed, Greetings, everyone. From this day forth, I shall be your combat instructor, by Li Yun Miao. Chapter 41. Practical Combat from today onward. I will serve as your combat instructor. Bai Li Yun Miao addressed the class. What exactly is a combat instructor? Bajie inquired, raising her hand. Bai Li Yun Miao approached the students and explained, A combat instructor is one who teaches you the art of practical combat. Suddenly, the class fell silent, as if her words held no weight. All right, enough of that. You may simply refer to me as Instructor Bai Li, she said nonchalantly. Instructor Bai Li understood. Let us go. Follow me. Upon finishing her words, Bai Li Yun Miao exited the classroom, followed closely by the other students. Hey, Bajie, what do you think of this teacher Bai Li? Is she reliable? Ichen inquired softly. I think as long as she is beautiful, that suffices, Bajie replied. Gazing dreamily at Bai Li Yun Miao, Ichen internally scoffed. Are you hoping for a grand and passionate student-teacher romance? Oh well, Rong Shui, what do you think of this teacher Bai Li? Ichen had yet to finish his question when he noticed Murong Shui muttering to herself. What is so special about this teacher Bai Li? She has merely a pretty face. Deciding against further inquiry with Murong Shui, Ichen turned to Xiaoyu. What is your take on this teacher Bai Li? Is she trustworthy? Absolutely reliable. Chu Xiaoyu responded with a smile. Oh, what makes you so certain? Ichen asked, puzzled. As they walked, Chu Xiaoyu elaborated. Bai Li Yun Miao. She placed second in the teacher competition. She is recognized as the foremost expert in manipulating spiritual energy throughout the entire Tiandao Academy. So formidable, Ichen exclaimed in surprise. I had no idea Bai Li Yun Miao is so exceptional. Chu Xiaoyu continued, moreover, she is an extraordinary expert in various fields, such as combat, artifact crafting, alchemy, and talisman creation, among others. Impressive, truly impressive, Ichen swallowed hard. Thus, having her train us is indeed a reliable choice, Chu Xiaoyu affirmed. Suddenly, Bai Li Yun Miao turned her head and said, Oh, by the way. Shortly thereafter, she produced several hundred sets of clothing from her storage ring. Choose one for yourselves. We have a variety of sizes. The students subsequently each selected a garment. Bai Li Yun Miao, observing everyone dressed, remarked, Then please change into them. Ah, change here? The students exclaimed in astonishment. This is the corridor, and there are both males and females present. How can we possibly change? Do you see the white tiger embroidered on the clothing? Gaze into its eyes, Bai Li Yun Miao elucidated. Gaze into its eyes. Following this, Ichen locked eyes with the embroidered white tiger, and a miraculous event unfolded. The garment instantly adorned Ichen's form. This is astonishing, Ichen exclaimed in sheer wonder. Indeed, how is this possible? The students buzzed in excitement. Enough with the astonishment. You may consider this garment as a pet you have nurtured from this day forth. Only you may wear it. Now, let us proceed. With that, Bai Li Yun Miao led the way forward. One cannot deny the garment's exquisite beauty. It was white, adorned with a black and white embroidered white tiger in the center, and mysterious golden patterns graced its back. Absolutely stunning. Subsequently, the students arrived at the foot of a mountain. Isn't this the place where we last? What was it? Had a barbecue? Ichen inquired of Bajie. Do not speak. If someone overhears and reports us, We will be in dire straits, Bajie cautioned. Just as Yi Chun was about to say more, Li Yun Miao interjected. This is the Beast Hunting Mountain. It was specifically constructed by the Heavenly Way Academy to train its students. What? This mountain is artificial? The students gasped once more. The mountain was truly magnificent, surpassing the Heavenly Way Academy by 5-fold in size. Rather than merely being a mountain, it is more accurate to describe it as a mountain range. Indeed, it is a marvel of nature. How could such a thing be created? Yi Chun exclaimed in awe. Of course, this mountain was crafted by celestial beings. Chu Xiaoyu interjected suddenly. Celestial beings? Yi Chun asked, perplexed. Indeed, according to legend, the Heavenly Tao Academy recruited officials for the Celestial Court. While civil officials were set aside, the military generals lacked combat experience, which was a pressing concern. Thus, 1,000 heavenly soldiers were dispatched, who toiled for 3 days and nights to bring this mountain into existence, Chu Xiaoyu explained. Is there such a legend? Yi Chun remarked, astonished. There is even more to it. Once the mountain was completed, it served little purpose without any extraordinary beast residing within it. Therefore, they captured rare and exotic creatures from various realms to inhabit this mountain. Chu Xiaoyu continued. As she concluded her narrative, a round of applause erupted. It turned out that all the students were applauding her, for she had spoken boldly and without hesitation, her voice carrying to all. As cultivators, their hearing was impeccable, hence. Even Li Yun Miao joined in the applause for Chu Xiaoyu. Subsequently, Li Yun Miao inquired, Young lady, what is your name? I am called Chu Xiaoyu, she replied, somewhat nervously. Chu Xiaoyu? Li Yun Miao pondered the name before realizing. You must be from the Chu family, correct? Yes. Chu Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Oh, that explains your knowledge. So you are indeed a member of the Chu family, Li Yun Miao remarked. The Chu family? Yi Chun mused, scratching his head. He was quite unfamiliar with such familial matters. Perhaps he should wait to inquire further with Bajie. Yi Chun had made up his mind. All right, gather everyone here. We are here for practical training, Li Yun Miao exclaimed. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Oh, you've arrived so swiftly? The students turned to see a robust man, his head shaved, sporting a rugged beard, and his skin bearing a bronze hue, embodying the essence of a stalwart warrior. I didn't expect you to be the second to arrive, Li Yun Miao remarked in surprise. So what if I am the second? Is that something remarkable? The burly man retorted. Behind him, other students appeared, clad in green attire adorned with an embroidered black tortoise at the center and golden patterns on the back. Are these the new recruits you are to lead? They don't seem impressive, the sturdy man scoffed. Oh, Chi Laosan, have you not endured a beating in quite some time? Li Yun Miao threatened. Humph, you always resort to threats. Chi Laosan shot back. Hey, Chi Laosan, Bajie, you've arrived so soon? Suddenly, another voice called out. A man approached, dressed in blue, with eyes as vast as the starry sky, bright and spirited, a prominent nose, and a tall, slender figure, holding a bamboo stick. Haha. Fan Xingqi, why are you only arriving now? Chi Laosan inquired. Chapter 42, Practical Training 2. The man named Fan Xingqi replied, I had a minor matter to attend to. So, are these the students you are mentoring this year? I trust they are all quite robust. Chi Laosan exclaimed. TSK. I hope they are not like you, simple-minded yet physically strong, Fan Xingqi remarked with an exaggerated expression. Chi Laosan scoffed, at least I have soldiers. What about you? Mine is just well, it seems I've lost them. Fan Xingqi awkwardly turned around, for he found himself alone. Fortunately, he thought. At least he hadn't lost any students like this careless teacher, Yi Chun. The other students shared the same sentiment. This teacher was so negligent that he could even misplace his own pupils. That Chi Laosan. Bajie, I'll go search for my students. With that, Fan Xingqi vanished from sight. What on earth is Fan Xingqi up to? Li Yun Miao murmured, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. After a while, Fan Xingqi returned, trailing a group of students clad in blue uniforms adorned with an embroidered azure dragon and golden patterns on their backs. This sight prompted Yi Chun to ponder the significance of these patterns. Why hasn't Feng Luoxi arrived yet? Isn't she usually the first one here? Fan Xingqi inquired. Li Yun Miao glanced at the ground and replied, they likely came early and have already entered to wait for us. How do you know that? Fan Xingqi asked, puzzled. Because, apart from our footprints, there are others on the ground, which must belong to them, Li Yun Miao explained. How did I not notice that? Chi Laosan interjected suddenly. Fan Xingqi retorted, If you could see it, even a sow would climb a tree. Exactly. At least someone as foolish as me wouldn't misplace their students. Qi Laosan countered. Hey, you! Fan Xingqi shouted, pointing at Qi Laosan. Are you looking for a fight? Come on. Qi Laosan was equally defiant. All right then. Fan Xingqi was just about to make a move. Bailey Yunmiao suddenly exclaimed, Enough? Cease your clamor. If you continue, each of you shall receive a steamed bun as a reward. Upon hearing this, Qi Laosan and Fang Xingqi immediately fell silent. TSK, if I don't teach you a lesson, you shall continue to make such a ruckus. Now, let us go. With that, Bailey Yunmiao strode away with remarkable authority. Yi Chen hurriedly followed, whispering to Baixing. This teacher Bailey truly exudes dominance. Indeed, Baixing replied, gazing adoringly at Bailey Yunmiao. This child is beyond redemption, Yi Chen thought at that moment. Soon, the group arrived at a clearing, only to discover a gathering of individuals who had long awaited their arrival. Curiously, they were all women, clad in crimson garments. Adorned with an embroidered golden phoenix, and intricate golden patterns graced their backs. Where is your teacher? Feng Luoxi. Fang Xingqi inquired. Our teacher. One of the students began to explain, but suddenly, a voice, ethereal and enchanting, chimed in, I am here. Yi Chen looked up to see a woman in a red dress, adorned with a golden hairpin featuring the phoenix motif. Her long black hair danced in the breeze, and her eyes sparkled like the night sky, radiating brilliance. Her long eyelashes, delicate nose, and sunset-like red lips exemplified her breathtaking beauty. Where have you been? Fang Xingqi asked in confusion. The woman, identified as Feng Luoxi, responded. One of our esteemed students had a confrontation with the Mo Wunyo, and I went to assist in subduing it. Mo Wunyo? How could your student provoke it? Bailey Yunmiao interjected. Feng Luoxi shook her head and said, I do not know. Regardless of how we inquire, she remains reluctant to speak. Oh, if you ask me, harsh interrogation is the way to go. She would surely divulge the truth. Qi Laosan exclaimed. Hey, Qi Laosan, if you do not understand, kindly refrain from making baseless comments. All right. Fan Xingqi retorted at Qi Laosan. Hey, what's with you, Fan Xingqi? Did you emerge from a barrel of gunpowder? Why do you seem so antagonistic towards me? Qi Laosan inquired. Just as Fan Xingqi was about to respond, Bailey Yunmiao interjected, Silence. You are making a racket. Can you not be quiet for a moment? These are your students. How do you think they perceive your behavior? Upon hearing this, Fan Xingqi and Qi Laosan immediately bowed their heads. However, Bailey Yunmiao was unyielding, declaring, Enough. I am well acquainted with both of you. As soon as Bailey Yunmiao finished speaking, Fan Xingqi and Qi Laosan looked up, grinning. We knew Sister Bailey would understand us. Oh, I truly have no way to manage the two of you, Bailey Yunmiao remarked, rubbing her forehead. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. We all know that the Mo Wunyo possesses a gentle disposition and feeds solely on grass and similar vegetation. Despite its formidable strength, it has never attacked humans, Bailey Yunmiao analyzed. Indeed, but what could have prompted the Mo Wunyo to sense Feng Luoxi's student? Fan Xingqi inquired, puzzled. For the Mo Wunyo to become aggressive, it must be provoked by either a threat to its life or disturbances while it is feeding. Both scenarios would incite its wrath. Bailey Yunmiao continued her analysis. Indeed, Sister Bailey, that was precisely my initial thought. Thus, upon entering Beast Hunting Mountain, I conveyed to my students the nature of the Mo Wunyo beast, remarked Feng Luoxi. How peculiar. Did your student intentionally provoke it? Pondered Fan Xingqi, stroking his chin. Bailey Yunmiao interjected, Enough. We are here for practical training, not to solve mysteries. Gather your teammates. Let us commence. Understood, responded Fan Xingqi and Qi Laosan in unison. The instructors then began organizing the students, who promptly formed a line. I shall now elucidate the details of today's practical exercise, announced Fan Xingqi. Today, each of you will receive a token, and within the confines of Beast Hunting Mountain, you are to seize these tokens. The one who acquires the most shall be crowned the champion of this exercise. Furthermore, you may also hunt the creatures dwelling within. Teacher, is it permissible to seize tokens from one's own academy? Queried a student from the East Academy. An excellent question. Is it permissible to snatch them? Absolutely. Fan Xingqi proclaimed. Won't that mean no allies left? Another student interjected. Indeed, encountering someone means engaging in combat. The students echoed. Fan Xingqi, momentarily speechless, responded, You may indeed seize tokens. But you can also form teams, can't you? Precisely. What say you, Brother Zhao? Shall we join forces? Would you care to team up? The students then began to form their alliances. Splendid. Capturing a monster at the nascent soul stage is equivalent to obtaining 1 token, while those at the divine refinement stage yield 2 tokens, and so forth. Alright, today's practical exercise commences. Until we have chanted our battle cry, no one is permitted to engage. Fang Xingqi proclaimed. Now, begin. The students surged into the forest. Surely, my students will prevail. Haha. Old Qi laughed heartily. That remains to be seen, Bali Yunmiao interjected. Hee, I still believe my students will triumph, Feng Luoxi chuckled. Humph, I think. Before Fang Xingqi could finish, he noticed everyone gazing at him with murderous intent. Swallowing hard, Fang Xingqi stammered, Yours. Only then did the other 3 turn their attention away. Fang Xingqi muttered under his breath, Humph. What is so impressive? Just wait. My students will undoubtedly win. Chapter 43, Tiger Duel. In the beast hunting forest. Hey, I say. Yichen, let us form a team, Bai Xing suggested to Yichen. Wait, what about me and Xiaoyu? We want to join too. Morong Shui suddenly piped up. Yichen nodded and replied. Then we shall be one team. Let us go. We need to familiarize ourselves with the environment since we'll be here for an entire day. With that, Yichen quickened his pace, and the others hurried to keep up. As they walked, Yichen asked, By the way, Xiaoyu, what does your family do? My family operates a merchant association. Chu Xiaoyu replied. A merchant association? Then how do you know so much about the Heavenly Tao Academy? Yichen inquired, puzzled. Because. Before Chu Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, Bai Xing interjected. Your name is Chu Xiaoyu. In a family that is also a business association. Your grandfather must be the vice president, right? What? The vice president? Yichen exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Chu Xiaoyu nodded. This, her grandfather is actually the vice president? Remarkable. Yichen thought to himself. Wow. Xiaoyu, your grandfather is the vice president. Does that mean you can walk through the academy with ease? Morong Shui shouted excitedly. Before Chu Xiaoyu could explain, Bai Xing interjected. TSK, do you think Chu Xiaoyu is like you? Walking with impunity. Humph. Hey, Bai kid. Are you asking for a beating? Morong Shui threatened, raising her fist. You only know how to scare people. Bai Xing retorted. Alright. Take a punch from me. Bai Xing was immediately knocked to the ground by Morong Shui, unable to get back up. The sound of Bai Xing's cry startled the birds in the trees, causing them to flee. Ouch, Morong Shui, you hit too hard. It hurts so much, Bai Xing said, touching his face. Morong Shui looked at her fist and remarked, I was still too gentle. I am too kind. She then turned to Bai Xing, glaring at him with a fierce look, saying, Bai kid, don't you think so? Upon seeing Morong Shui's expression, Bai Xing quickly replied, Yes. Humph. Morong Shui put away her fist. Yichen touched his forehead and said, Bai Xing, you know very well that you can't provoke Morong Shui, so why do you insist on doing so? Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. I don't know, Bai Xing said nervously. Suddenly, a roar echoed. A tiger-s roar. From the woods sprang forth a tiger. The tiger stood at an imposing height of 5 meters and stretched 10 meters in length, its formidable fangs protruding menacingly. Adorning its head was a singular horn, while its claws glinted ominously in the light. Its eyes, wide and piercing, exuded an unsettling intensity. Upon sighting this creature, Chu Xiaoyu immediately recognized it and shouted in alarm. That is the cold Xian tiger. We must flee. What is a cold Xian tiger? Yichen began to inquire, but Bai Xing swiftly seized his hand, urging him to run. As they raced away, Bai Xing remarked, Did you notice the 7 lines on the horn of the cold Xian tiger? Yichen turned to look, and, indeed, 7 distinct lines were visible. What does that signify? He queried. Those 7 lines represent its cultivation level in the refinement of spirit stage. Bai Xing exclaimed, realizing the gravity of their situation. Yichen understood that the tiger was not to be trifled with. He hastily released Bai Xing's grip and called out, Cloud Somersault. Immediately, Yichen quickened his pace, prompting Bai Xing to shout, Wait for me, Yichen. While the others, Morong Shui and Chu Xiaoyu, urged him, Yichen, we cannot be left behind. Upon glancing back, Yichen noticed that Morong Shui and the others were on the verge of being overtaken. He halted and declared, We cannot cower in fear. Let us confront it head on. Come on. He challenged the cold Xian tiger. In an instant, the fearsome beast transformed into a middle-aged man clad in tiger skin, his horns still prominent upon his brow. The cold Xian tiger, now in human form, addressed them with a smirk. Oh? Not fleeing anymore. Not fleeing. Let us fight directly. Yichen shouted back. After all, At their current speed, they would inevitably be caught. It was better to face the creature. Huh. This is amusing. Prepare yourself. Tiger roar, demon forest. From this, it is evident that Han Xuanhu is meticulous, not allowing himself to underestimate the situation due to I Chen's apparent lack of strength. Instead, he unleashes his full power immediately. Han Xuanhu lunges towards I Chen, who swiftly leaps over him, landing behind the beast. I Chen calls out for assistance, to which Bajie promptly responds, coming. Dancing demon 10 wings. Upon uttering this, Bajie unfurls his wings and launches a flurry of feathers that strike Han Xuanhu, yet they seem to inflict no damage whatsoever. Huh. Is this merely a tickle? Han Xuanhu mocks. This won't do. I Chen, his hide is too tough. Bajie exclaims. Let me take over. I see 10 wings. Morong Shui summons an icy gale, shooting shards of ice, but alas, the effect is similarly disappointing. Huh. I didn't expect this little girl to possess the bloodline of the icy winds. I shall devour you. Han Xuanhu declares, charging towards Morong Shui. Not good. Clone. I Chen quickly creates a clone to confront Han Xuanhu, only for it to be swiftly eradicated by a single strike. A mere parlor trick. Han Xuanhu bellows. This is impossible. He is too powerful. I Chen struggles. Let me handle this. Spirit control spear. Spirit eye of heaven. Activate. Commanding all things. Bajie shouts. I shall join as well. Golden cudgel. Sweeping the 8 desolates. I Chen promptly conjures the golden cudgel. The simultaneous impact of the 2 divine artifacts catches Han Xuanhu off guard, as it is indeed a formidable assault. Enraged, Han Xuanhu roars, damn it. Tiger swallowing the mountains and rivers. With a ferocious cry, I Chen and Bajie are violently thrown back, spitting blood. Now, taste another of my strikes. Wandering cold fire. Suddenly, the cold Xian tiger expelled flames imbued with an icy chill from its mouth. White Star, unite. I Chen exclaimed. Immediately after, White Star declared, subdue the world. With all their might, I Chen and White Star launched their attacks against the cold Xian tiger. A tremendous explosion erupted as the flames collided with the golden cudgel and the spirit-controlling spear. The surrounding area was shattered for 100 miles, leaving I Chen and White Star struck to the ground, unable to move. At that moment, Bai Li Jie exclaimed, look, what is that? Bai Li Yun Miao glanced over and replied, let's go take a look. With that, she dashed forward, prompting the others to hastily follow. Meanwhile, I Chen, as time had expired, could no longer wield his weapon. Consequently, both I Chen and White Star found their powers diminished significantly. Roar. The cold Xian tiger lunged towards I Chen. Not good. White Star shouted. I Chen. Morong Shui called out. Chapter 44. Exploring the Depths. Fragrant Blossom Sword. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoyu cried out. A sword flew forth, rapidly enlarging to block the cold Xian tiger's attack. However, after successfully parrying the blow, the sword shattered instantly. Chu Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood, for the fragrant blossom sword was her life-bound weapon. Its damage inflicted harm upon her as well. The cold Xian tiger bellowed. You little girl, you wish to meet your demise. Very well, I shall grant your wish. With that, it lunged towards Chu Xiaoyu. Boom. From the ground emerged a hand that seized the cold Xian tiger, rendering it immobile. I Chen collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. This is simply marvelous. I Chen exhaled in relief. However, that hand immediately began to crack, and the cold dark tiger was on the verge of breaking free. This is not good. Chu Xiaoyu. Quickly evade. I Chen shouted loudly. Chu Xiaoyu swiftly dodged, and at that critical moment, she managed to escape. The cold dark tiger lunged at the spot where she had previously stood. How infuriating. I refuse to believe this. Flame of the wandering cold. The cold dark tiger bellowed. Ice Phoenix, protect us. Morong Shui dashed in front of I Chen and the others, using the Ice Phoenix to shield them from the attack. She then cried out, 3 celestial phoenixes. 3 Ice Phoenixes surged forward, but they were all blocked by the cold dark tiger. The cold dark tiger laughed mockingly, ha ha. This is of no use to me. No, no, no. Take a closer look. Morong Shui replied with a smile. This. The cold dark tiger then realized that the 3 Ice Phoenixes had frozen its 3 legs. So what do you think? Morong Shui inquired. Impressive. However, just wait a moment. And I will break free. My nose is extremely sensitive. Wherever you flee, I will know. The cold dark tiger roared. I have no intention of running. Brother, charge. Morong Shui laughed. Brother? I Chen and the others were utterly bewildered. Could it be that Morong Zhishuan had arrived? Dragon leap and 9 bounds. A voice called out. At that moment, Yichun and the others discovered that Murong was atop the cold dark tiger. A blue dragon appeared on Murong Jishuan, charging towards the cold dark tiger. The cold dark tiger was knocked to the ground by Murong Jishuan, and then a thunderous roar echoed. Azure dragon, shining the world. A colossal dragon's cry resonated. In the sky, a gigantic golden dragon emerged, heading straight for the cold dark tiger. With a resounding boom, it stirred up a massive cloud of smoke. Slowly, a figure emerged from the mist, none other than Murong Jishuan. Sister, are you unhurt? Murong Jishuan inquired with concern. Oh, I'm fine. You should check on Bai and the others. Murong Shui waved her hand dismissively. Oh, Murong, why don't you ever show any concern for me? Bai Xing lamented. Murong's expression darkened instantly. By the way, how did you arrive here? Yichen asked. My sister summoned me here. Murong Jishuan replied. Summoned? Yichen frowned. Yes. The academy provided us with a token that also functions for communication. Murong Jishuan elucidated. Wow, that's incredible. Isn't that akin to a mobile phone? Yichen exclaimed. Mobile phone? What is that? Murong Jishuan queried. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Yichen hurriedly responded. But I must ask, why did you provoke the Hanshin tiger? Murong Jishuan questioned. After a moment's thought, Yichen shook his head, confessing, I have no idea. It suddenly sprang from the bushes. Murong Jishuan pondered for a moment and remarked, that's implausible. The instructor was nearby. A creature like the Hanshin tiger would never risk attacking you. What else transpired before this? We were just... Oh, right. Bai Xing. Was it your scream that attracted it? Yichen said, casting a dark look at Bai Xing. Bai Xing retorted, how could my voice possibly summon a beast? With that, she let out a symbolic shout. See, there is a beast. Before Bai Xing could finish, a loud crash echoed as a tree fell ahead. Could it be? White Star expressed his astonishment. Murong Jishuan shook his head and replied, no, the roar does not belong to the beasts. It must be the sounds of combat among the students. Wait, isn't it true that the teachers warned us not to engage in battle before the signal is given? White Star inquired. It was given a while ago. You likely didn't hear it amidst your struggle with the cold Xian tiger, Murong Jishuan clarified. Oh, my goodness. It's still alive. White Star exclaimed in surprise. Murong Jishuan remarked, it's tough and resilient. Without a weapon, it truly cannot be killed. Having said that, he drew a sword, which bore intricate patterns and had a hilt of dark gold. Just as Murong Jishuan was about to slay the cold Xian tiger, Yichen urgently called out, stop. Murong Jishuan raised an eyebrow and asked, why? Yichen explained, Murong, don't you find it strange? First, we were attacked by the ink martial bull. And now the cold Xian tiger. There must be something more to this. Perhaps we should inquire with it. He gestured towards the cold Xian tiger. Yichen, are you certain it will divulge anything to us? Murong Jishuan questioned skeptically. Why not find out? Hey, cold Xian tiger, why did you attack us? Yichen asked. The cold Xian tiger opened its eyes and replied, if I tell you, will you let me go? Yichen nodded, and the cold Xian tiger weakly continued. A few days ago, a message emerged for some unknown reason. What message? Yichen quickly queried. The message stated that in a few days, the students of the Heavenly Path Academy would enter the Beast Hunting Mountain for a practical exercise, and among them, one possesses a means to help us escape. The cold Xian tiger disclosed. Escape? Yichen inquired, perplexed. The beasts that dwell here, once they have awakened their intelligence, are well aware that this is merely a place where humans confine us. Strangely, no matter the circumstances, we are unable to leave. An insurmountable barrier encircles us, preventing our departure. Even the formidable beings of our demon clan cannot break free. Thus, our longing to escape is immense. When this news spread, we became frantic. Subsequently, while I sought others nearby, I heard a scream from your vicinity, prompting me to rush over, the cold mystic tiger explained. Oh, I see. It was you, Bai Xing. Who attracted them? Yichen remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Bai Xing. I apologize, Bai Xing replied awkwardly. May I take my leave now? Asked the cold mystic tiger. Yes. Yichen nodded in agreement. Upon receiving Yichen's consent, the cold mystic tiger quickly rose and declared, you, human, are quite commendable. Unlike others of your kind who are often deceitful. With that, he limped away. All right. Now that we understand the situation, let us inform the teachers. Yichen stated. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. No need. As Yichen and the others looked up, they discovered the teachers hovering above them. Teacher Bai Li? Yichen exclaimed. A piercing scream echoed. Oh no. Yichen, you all must leave at once. Qi Lao San. Fan Xing Qi. Feng Luo Shi. Go. Bai Li Yun Miao hurriedly rushed forward, with the other teachers quickly following suit. Yichun, we must go? Bai Xing called out. Yichun shook his head, saying, You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to. With that, Yichun ventured deeper into the shadows. What should we do? Morong Shui inquired. Yichun, wait for me. I'm coming too. Bai Xing exclaimed as she hurried to catch up. Fine. I'll join as well. Chu Xiaoyu declared. You all. Wait for me. Morong Shui hastily followed. Hey, sister, wait for your brother. Morong Zhishuan called out. The group began their journey deeper into the thicket. Amidst the grass, a shadow chuckled. I knew you wouldn't leave, Yichen. Our game is still ongoing. Chapter 45. Hide and seek. Hey, Yichen, are you certain you want to proceed? Bai Xing asked cautiously. Yes, Yichen nodded affirmatively. Bai Xing swallowed hard and remarked, Don't you think this is rather eerie? The surroundings indeed appeared quite sinister, growing increasingly dark, with strange cries echoing intermittently. I'm so scared, Morong Shui admitted nervously. Hearing this, Morong Zhishuan patted her back reassuringly, saying, Sister, it's all right. I'm here. Morong Shui replied. Yichen turned to Chu Xiaoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, are you afraid? If so, you may leave first, and Morong Shui, you too. Chu Xiaoyu shook her head defiantly, stating, Don't underestimate me. I am quite strong. Grandpa has given me plenty of life-saving items. That's good to hear. Yichen responded. Suddenly, Bai Xing inquired, Hey Morong, why has your realm suddenly advanced to the spirit refinement stage? Morong Zhishuan chuckled, Because I have gained the acknowledgement of the Azure Dragon. What? The acknowledgement of the Azure Dragon. Impressive, Bai Xing exclaimed in astonishment. After hearing this, Yichen questioned, What does it mean to have the acknowledgement of the Azure Dragon? Upon hearing this, Bai Xing remarked, Isn't the academy divided into 4 major houses, each representing one of the 4 divine beasts? Each house's rooftop is adorned with statues of these beasts, within which reside their divine souls. Only by earning their recognition can one become the chosen son of that house. But what is the significance of that? Yichen inquired. By obtaining their recognition, one would inherit the legacy of the 4 divine beasts, Bai Xing explained. But wait. If the Tiandao Academy has been established for so long, doesn't that imply that many individuals must have already received the inheritance of the 4 divine beasts? Yichen questioned. Bai Xing shook his head vehemently, saying no. As long as the current chosen son remains alive, no one else can receive the inheritance. Yichen pressed further. Then how did the previous chosen son meet his demise? How would I know? Bai Xing replied. Moreover, Yichen, why do you wish to enter this? Bai Xing asked. I am uncertain. I just have a feeling. Yichen's sentence remained unfinished as he noticed Bai Xing and the others had fainted. What's happening to you all? Yichen exclaimed, just as he himself felt a wave of dizziness and succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, a figure clad in black descended nearby, saying, Hee, how could I allow others to join in my game with Yichen? With a swift motion of his hand, a lion approached. Go, take them away. The figure commanded. My lord, are you certain you do not wish to kill them? Inquired the lion. Oh, the black-clad figure cast a terrifying gaze upon the lion. The lion quickly stammered, Forgive me, my lord. I shall immediately escort them out. After the lion carried them on its back, it ran off. Yichen, are we about to commence the game? Said the cloaked figure. After a considerable pause. Hiss, why did I suddenly feel faint? Yichen stood up and exclaimed. You have fallen victim to the illusionary flower fairy, proclaimed the golden cudgel. Illusionary flower fairy. Yichen inquired, bewildered. Indeed, the illusionary flower fairy, even if you are of the great ascension stage, will cause you to faint if inhaled without caution, the golden cudgel explained. How formidable. By the way, what about them? Are they in any peril? Yichen stood up, surveying his surroundings. No, they have been taken away, the golden cudgel replied, recounting the recent events involving the cloaked figure. Cloaked figure. Cloaked figure. Why must it always be cloaked figures? Yichen yelled in frustration, delivering a punch to a tree. With a resounding crash, the tree toppled. Young man, do not let your anger consume you. I fear you are in danger now, the golden cudgel stated earnestly. Yichen glanced around, realizing the environment had drastically changed, filled with an overwhelming demonic aura. What is this? Yichen questioned. It seems we are deep within the beast hunting mountain, the golden cudgel speculated. A hissing sound echoed through the air. Golden cudgel, did you hear that? Yichen asked, preparing for battle. Yes, it approaches, the golden cudgel shouted. Suddenly, a massive python lunged forth. Yichen swiftly dodged as the python collided with a nearby tree, which immediately fell. Hiss. I did not expect to find a nascent soul child here, the python remarked, as Ichin finally discerned the enormous serpent before him. He noted its impressive length of 30 meters and a width of 5 meters, adorned with striking red spots. Its tail bore bony spikes, and its venomous fangs protruded menacingly, creating an aura of fierce intimidation. How colossal! Ichin exclaimed. The golden staff interjected, young one. It is at the spirit-severing stage. What? Spirit-severing? And yet, I must confront it. Ichin responded. It wasn't that he lacked the courage to fight. Rather, he was acutely aware of the insurmountable challenge posed by a creature of such formidable prowess. Spirit-severing. Even battling a spirit-refining beast is arduous. He lamented. I truly was just passing by. May I not be allowed to continue my journey? Hiss, how amusing you are, human. The serpent replied. Does this mean you won't slay me? Ichin inquired. The serpent shook its massive head and declared, No, no, no. I merely wish to propose a game. If you win, you may depart. If you lose, you must remain here with me for eternity. Accompany you? Ichin gasped in astonishment. Indeed, I have not encountered such an entertaining human in centuries. I would hate to end your life. The serpent hissed, flicking its tongue. Ichin raised his chin and asked, What game shall we play? After a moment's contemplation, the serpent suggested, Shall we engage in a game of hide and seek? I shall. How do we proceed? I am an expert at hide and seek. Ichin boasted, thumping his chest. I must caution you, young one. You have lost your senses. It is a serpent. It can detect your presence through heat sensing. The golden staff warned. I am aware, but wait for an opportune moment to flee. Ichin explained. Very well. The golden staff acquiesced. Ichin turned to the serpent and declared, Count to 1,000 before you seek me. The great serpent shook its head and replied, No, just 100 numbers. Well then, Ichin can only proceed this way. All right, let us begin. Hissing 1, 2. The gigantic python commenced its counting. Upon witnessing this, Ichin promptly took to his heels. Kid, run quickly. The snake's tongue is quite formidable, exclaimed the golden cudgel. Ichin replied, I am aware. But how can I possibly run with only 100 seconds? After all, the giant python is not foolish. What if Ichin escapes? Therefore, if the python permits Ichin to hide, it certainly does not fear his flight. How to escape then? Ichin exclaimed. What? Asked the golden cudgel. I have a plan. Just watch. Ichin declared. Suddenly, a voice called out. Hiss, are you well hidden? I'm about to seek you out. Oh, is it coming? Perfect. Ichin chuckled. The golden cudgel queried. I say, kid, what exactly is this method? Why are you so confident? Meanwhile, the gigantic python flicked its tongue and grinned. Hiss. I found you. It immediately lunged forward. Chapter 46. Infernal Judgment. Quick, kid. What is your plan? Hurry and employ it. The giant python is approaching, urged the golden cudgel. Ichin, smiling, replied, Do not forget, you call upon my 72 transformations. Transform. Instantly, Ichin stood still, morphing into a tiger. If Bai Xing and the others were to witness this, they would surely exclaim, The cold mystic tiger. Indeed, Ichin had transformed to resemble the cold mystic tiger. Would it not see me now? Ichin pondered. Hiss, young one. Have you seen a human? The python inquired. Ichin quickly shook his head. Oh, that is not right. Just now, that young one was right here. Could it be? The giant python turned its gaze toward Ichin. Instantly, Ichin felt a surge of anxiety. What if I am discovered? This is dire. What shall I do? Could it be that you have consumed him? The giant python continued. Ichin exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he had not been detected. The python then shook its head and remarked, No, you bear no trace of him. The essence that should accompany a human is absent. This is the remarkable power of the 72 transformations. It does not merely alter one's appearance, but also allows for the imitation of one's aura and the unique energy of the demon race. Unless one possesses the ability to see through such illusions, like the heavenly eye. However, how could this python possibly possess such an ability? Thus, it cannot see through Ichin. It seems that human indeed possesses some skill to have eluded me. What a pity, the giant python lamented. May I take my leave? Ichin asked cautiously. The python fixed its gaze on Ichin and said, No, this is perfect. I have yet to have my lunch, and you shall serve as my meal. With that, it opened its mouth wide, advancing toward Ichin. Goodness. Ichin swiftly dodged. Damn it. To transform into a beast and still be eaten. What luck. You do possess some capability. But I shall not let my guard down. The giant python declared. Inferno. Immediately, flames began to blaze on the opposite side, though these flames were green. What is this? Ichin exclaimed in astonishment. The golden staff interjected, Kid, I think I have deduced what kind of snake this is. What kind? Ichin asked. Just as the golden staff was about to respond, suddenly, before him, molten lava erupted forth, and Ichin, unable to evade in time, felt a significant portion land upon his hind leg. What on earth is this? Ichin painfully inquired. The answer came, the wild heaven python. My innate divine ability. It is called wild incineration. Anything that possesses life can be melted away, explained the golden cudgel. With great effort, Ichin gradually rose to his feet. To his astonishment, he managed to stand. However, this shall be the end. The wild heaven python immediately opened its gaping maw, poised to devour Ichin whole. Ichin thought to himself, I never imagined I would meet my end here. How frustrating. I have yet to see the chubby one. Linger. Why? Why is my power still insufficiently strong? Observing this, the wild heaven python remarked, I never expected you to possess transformation techniques. Huh. Once I consume you, I shall acquire everything that belongs to you. With that, it lunged forward to bite Ichin. Ichin slowly closed his eyes, yet for some inexplicable reason, the wild heaven python remained motionless. Tentatively, Ichin opened his eyes, only to find himself in a dream. Before him stood the figure who claimed to be the Tao ancestor. Why am I here? Ichin began, but the Tao ancestor interjected. The moment has arrived. What moment? Ichin asked. The moment to utilize the purgatory execution, replied the Tao ancestor. Purgatory execution? Indeed. Did you not long to employ it? Now is the time, the Tao ancestor exclaimed. Purgatory execution? Ichin gazed at his hands in bewilderment. He slowly closed his eyes, recalling the techniques of the purgatory execution. One by one, the techniques surfaced in his mind. Purgatory execution. Ichin abruptly opened his eyes. At that moment, the desolate heaven python loomed before him, poised to devour him in an instant. However, just then, the python sensed an overwhelming force rushing towards it. Hiss. Ah! The desolate heaven python was instantly sent flying. Meanwhile, Ichin underwent a transformation. His hair turned to a striking white, and he was adorned in a suit of jet black armor, which bore sinister patterns. On the left arm was the emblem of Tao Tai, on the right, the insignia of Qiongqi. On his chest was the mark of Tao Wu, and on his back, the symbol of Hundun. Ichin's eyes had turned blood red, with a design resembling a pair of wings etched upon his forehead. Boom! A colossal figure, towering at 50 meters, manifested behind Ichin. This giant, with a single eye for a face and a navel for a mouth, wielded a shield in one hand and brandished a massive axe in the other. This was none other than the god of war, Xing Tian. Alas, this was not your true self, which was somewhat regrettable, Ichin thought as he turned his head. Who exactly are you? The desolate heaven python cried out in terror. Ichin smirked, Who am I? Just call me the demon god. Now tell me, how do you wish to meet your demise? Immediately, a terrifying aura of demonic energy radiated from Ichin, advancing towards the desolate heaven python. The python found itself suffocated by the overwhelming magical pressure. Please, spare me, it pleaded. Oh, you were just about to kill me, Ichin replied with a sinister grin. Haha. Then, Ichin turned his back to the python. Seizing the opportunity, the desolate heaven python prepared to launch a surprise attack. However, with a resounding crash, it was shattered to pieces by Xing Tian's massive axe. With a sigh, Ichin jested, I was just about to let you off, but you. Ah. This body is indeed rather weak. Isn't that so, hidden in the grass? He suddenly glanced towards the nearby thicket. At that moment, a figure clad in black leaped forth from the underbrush. The figure chuckled, Haha, the demon god is truly formidable. I hold you in the highest esteem. Ichin regarded the black-clad individual and inquired, Do you know me? The figure replied, Demon god, who in the world does not know your name? Oh. Ichin scrutinized the figure before him. Aren't you the one opposing this body, Huang Tian? He teased. Indeed, that is me, the black-clad figure said, promptly removing his mask to reveal himself as Huang Tian. This, demon god, surely, Huang Tian began, but before he could finish his thought, Xing Tian cleaved him into a cloud of black mist with a single swing of his axe. Just as I suspected, not the true form. Ichin laughed. Meanwhile, in the distance, Huang Tian, seated on a bed, suddenly coughed up blood. With a grimace, he remarked, Truly worthy of the title demon god. To think you could injure my true self? Haha, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. Huang Tian cackled. Within the beast hunting mountain, Ichin glanced at his hands and noticed the armor gradually dissipating. Ah, time's up. I must take my leave. True self, I have avenged you. Soon after, Ichin lost consciousness. All of this was witnessed by the golden cudgel. Chapter 47. Memories my head. Ugh, I feel so dizzy. Ichin groaned as he slowly rose to his feet. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to find the corpse of the desolate heaven python lying before him. Although it remains a mystery why the corpse is so utterly shattered, Ichin discerned that it belonged to the wild sky python. Shaking his head, he touched his own brow and murmured, "Why has the wild sky python met its demise? Was I not nearly its next meal? Ah, right. Was I not preparing to unleash the infernal execution? Could this be my doing? And by chance, is the side effect of this divine power amnesia?" Ichin contemplated. Upon witnessing Ichin's soliloquy, the golden cudgel contemplated revealing the events that had transpired. However, after a moment's reflection, it decided against informing the young man, reasoning that it was wiser to avoid alarming him and to first ascertain who was behind this mischief. After a brief moment of introspection, Ichin exclaimed, "Wait, do I not possess the golden cudgel? Golden cudgel, what is it?" The golden cudgel responded, feigning ignorance. Ichin inquired, "What transpired ahead? How did it come to this?" The golden cudgel glanced at the remains of the wild sky python and replied, "I am unaware. I was resting just moments ago. You woke me from my slumber." "Oh, you mean to say you are oblivious to the recent events?" Ichin lamented. The golden cudgel nodded. "Well then, how about it, golden cudgel? Do I resemble the cold mystic tiger?" Ichin asked with a playful grin. The golden cudgel, seemingly at a loss for words, though it had no face, responded, "Are you certain it is the cold mystic tiger? Where are its horns?" Ichin glanced at his own head, awkwardly admitting, "Oh dear, I forgot to transform. Subsequently, horns sprouted from Ichin's head. The golden cudgel glanced at him, satisfied, and remarked, "Well, this is much better. Let's go?" Ichin nodded and proceeded deeper into the unknown. The golden cudgel quickly called out, "Stop. Stop. Why do you wish to venture further?" Ichin surveyed the depths, then shook his head and replied, "I don't know. But I have an inexplicable feeling that something awaits me in the depths." "Awaiting you?" inquired the golden cudgel. Ichin nodded and said, "Yes. Moreover, it seems to be something of great significance to me." "Of great significance, you say? Then let us proceed deeper," exclaimed the golden cudgel. Ichin reflected, "Golden cudgel, in the end, you are the only one who stays by my side. I am truly grateful for your companionship. Are we not friends?" The golden cudgel retorted, "Indeed. We are friends, brothers," Ichin solemnly declared, wiping away his tears. "Hey, young man, how can a man of your stature shed tears so easily?" The golden cudgel admonished. "What? Is that not permissible?" Ichin replied, drying his tears. The golden cudgel jested, "If I truly possessed a mobile device from your world, I would certainly capture the moment you just cried. Humph. If I had a phone, I would record your last quarrel with the spirit spear, just to show you how childish you are." Ichin countered. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Alas, there are no ifs in this world." "What do you mean?" asked the golden cudgel. "I miss my world. Would you care to listen to my story?" Ichin inquired. "Of course, I would be delighted to," responded the golden cudgel. "I still remember vividly. At the tender age of 5, in my mischievous spirit, I took ink to deface the pristine white walls of the orphanage. When the director discovered my antics, he did not chastise me. Instead, he gently advised me to refrain from such playful mischief. The following day, I noticed that some of the walls had returned to their original whiteness. However, I knew that it was the director who, after tucking us into bed, took it upon himself to paint over my misdeeds, armed with a can of paint and a brush. I became aware of this one night when I urgently needed to relieve myself and ventured into the corridor, where I spotted the director laboriously painting the walls alone. In that moment, I gained profound insight. I recognized the director's tireless efforts and my own childish folly. I exclaimed, "Director, I will help you paint." Thus, whenever someone remarked, "Wow, these walls are so clean," I would eagerly interject, "Of course. This is the result of the director and me working together." When I turned 7, the orphanage was slated for demolition, and all the children were adopted, except for me. I was left in the lurch, feeling as though I had been abandoned by the world. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "If no one will take you, I will." I turned to see our benevolent director. He took me in, and on the night of the orphanage's demolition, he seemed to age before my very eyes. The next morning, I was struck by the sight of his now gray hair, a stark contrast to the previous day. I clung to the director, weeping, pondering why he had aged so suddenly. 3 years later, the director passed away. I still vividly remember her final moments, her eyes closed, repeatedly murmuring, my son, Ichen, why has my son not come to see me one last time? Soon after, she departed from this world, leaving her entire estate to me. However, as I was still a minor, the court granted guardianship to the director's son. In that instant, I realized that the director indeed had a son. He took me to his home, and clutching his shirt, I exclaimed, why? Why don't you go see the director? Do you have any idea how much she longs for you? Yet, the director's son retorted, what do I care? And you, boy? You better behave, or else. From that moment on, any infraction on my part would result in him punishing me with a stick or a whip. My animosity towards him was profound. But it was not merely the physical punishment I resented. It was his utter disregard for the director. Later, I learned that he had refrained from visiting her that night because he was engrossed in a card game, fearing bad luck. Upon discovering this, a surge of rage coursed through me. How could he forsake the director's final moments for such triviality? I felt immense pity for her. I harbored a wish for his demise. Perhaps fate heard my silent plea. He met his end after a night of heavy drinking, plummeting from a high building. Thus, I found myself once again without a guardian. At 13, I stood before the court and declared, I do not require a guardian. I have matured and can live independently. At last, under my persistent insistence, I attained the right to live independently until the day you appeared. With tears glistening in his eyes, Ichen spoke softly. All right, young lad, do not dwell on the unhappy past. Embrace the future with a smile. The golden cudgel remarked. Indeed. For instance, this holds great significance for me, Ichen said, gazing into the depths of the forest. At that moment, deep within the jungle, a mysterious cave emanated a flickering light. Chapter 48, The Mysterious Egg. Young lad. Without further ado, let us hasten deeper into the forest, the golden cudgel suggested. I wonder if anything unexpected will occur, Ichen sighed. The golden cudgel encouraged him. What is there to fear? With me by your side, even if I were to be destroyed, I would not let a single hair of yours be harmed. I am not concerned for my safety. I fear that you might hinder me, Ichen jested. Hey, young lad, you dare to jest with me now? You possess quite the audacity, the golden cudgel teased. Thus, the duo, one person and one cudgel, continued their banter until they arrived at the mouth of a cave. Ichen spoke solemnly, it is right here. Yet, there is something peculiar. What is peculiar? The golden cudgel inquired. Ichen surveyed the surroundings and remarked, why? After traversing for so long, has no one come to trouble me? Moreover, the beasts deeper within are formidable. The golden cudgel replied, what does it matter? Ichen, enter swiftly. I am eager to discover what lies within. With no choice but to set aside his doubts, Ichen transformed back and stepped inside. In truth, the golden cudgel understood the reason behind the absence of threats. Ichen exuded an aura of terror that would deter even the most audacious of beasts from approaching. At this moment, Ichen stepped into the cave, only to be taken aback as the entrance abruptly sealed shut. Ichen, what shall we do? The golden cudgel inquired anxiously. Ichen surveyed the path ahead and resolutely declared, we shall press on. However, with the entrance closed and light extinguished, Ichen relied on the fire spirit energy within him to conjure a sphere of flame in his hand for illumination. Gradually, he discerned a staircase emerging before him. After a moment's contemplation, he descended. The presence of the steps indicated human craftsmanship, suggesting the potential for hidden mechanisms, prompting Ichen to exercise caution. As he proceeded, his field of vision suddenly broadened. A radiant light materialized before him, compelling Ichen to hasten towards it. Upon nearing, he was met with an intense glare, and instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand. After a considerable pause, he slowly opened his eyes, only to be astonished. Before him stood a magnificent palace, adorned with the inscription, Hall of Shadow Demons. At the entrance, two statues were prominently displayed. One statue depicted a creature with the body of a goat, yet the face of a human, its eyes bizarrely positioned beneath its armpits, adorned with the fangs of a tiger and human-like claws. It bore two massive horns on its shoulders, and its belly was a gaping maw, revealing fearsome fangs, a truly terrifying sight. This is Taotai, Ichen exclaimed. Then what about this statue? The other statue was akin in size to an ox, resembling a tiger, its body cloaked in the quills of a hedgehog, and it sported a pair of grand wings. It appears this one is Qiongqi, Ichen remarked. The golden cudgel, observing the scene, commented, this is quite the grand display. Is it truly such a significant gesture merely to showcase the stone statues of Taotai and Qiongqi? Ichen pondered in confusion. The golden cudgel glanced at the stone statue and shook its head, saying, "To my astonishment, there exists a trace of true spirit within this statue." True spirit? What might that be? Ichen inquired. Ah, true spirit. Anything possessing true spirit possesses its own consciousness, the golden cudgel elucidated. Ichen examined the statue and remarked, "So, consciousness implies that they can move? That is one way to interpret it." The golden cudgel replied. Suddenly, the statue fractured, accompanied by a strange cry, and it sprang to life. Ichen hastily retreated, assuming a combat stance. The monstrous creature, Tao Tai, opened its gaping maw, emitting a deafening roar that threatened to rupture Ichen's eardrums, prompting him to hastily cover his ears. Meanwhile, the formidable creature Qiongqi unfurled its enormous wings, and with a mighty flap, sent Ichen hurtling over 10 meters. Clutching his chest in pain, Ichen gasped, "Is this how we are to fight?" A deep, menacing growl resonated, and Ichen realized Tao Tai had approached him. Internally, he mused, "Am I destined to fall here? Do I regret my choices?" No, he did not regret. This was his decision. Unexpectedly, Tao Tai spoke. "I pay homage to the demon god," and promptly knelt before him. Qiongqi, who had been soaring above, also descended respectfully, proclaiming, "I beg the demon god for forgiveness. I was simply too exhilarated upon my emergence." The demon god? Are they referring to me? Ichen questioned uncertainly, pointing at himself. Certainly, demon god. In this world. Who else would dare to claim the title of demon god besides you? Tao Tai exclaimed. Qiongqi interjected, "Tao Tai, you know well the current state of the demon god." He then turned to Ichen and stated, "You are Ichen, are you not?" Ichen nodded in affirmation. "Follow me," commanded Qiongqi, as he strode into the hall. Tao Tai followed suit, while Ichen stood momentarily in astonishment. Observing this, Tao Tai swiftly seized Ichen and hoisted him onto his back. Throughout the entire encounter, Ichen remained bewildered. To his utter disbelief, he found himself riding upon the formidable back of one of the 4 great beasts, Tao Tai. Subsequently, Qiongqi guided Ichen into a grand chamber, where he discovered 2 stone statues. It was evident that one represented Handan and the other, Tao Tai. Ichen struggled to articulate his impression of Handan, which appeared as a formless, dark mass. Perhaps sensing Ichen's confusion, Qiongqi explained, Handan is, in essence, the manifestation of the world's grievances, thus lacking a definite shape. Almost immediately, Handan stirred to life, exclaiming, "At last, I have awakened. Though merely a fragment of my true essence, are you the demon god?" With a thunderous sound, Tao Tai followed suit, rising from his slumber. Towering and reminiscent of a tiger, yet many times larger, he spanned several yards in length, his tail alone measuring over 5 feet. The length of Tao Tai's fur was remarkable, rendering him an imposing figure capable of overwhelming any who stood before him. Qiongqi chuckled, chiding, "Tao Tai, you are quite excitable upon your emergence. After all, it has been ages since you last moved." To which Tao Tai replied with a simple grin, "Oh, is this the demon god?" Qiongqi nodded affirmatively, yet Ichen's interest lay elsewhere. His gaze was fixated on a peculiar egg situated at the center of the chamber, for he had discovered something of immense significance to him. This very egg. Pointing towards it, Ichen inquired, "What is this?" Qiongqi responded, "This is the shadow demon, the master of this hall." After speaking, Qiongqi cast a peculiar glance at Ichen. "Really, can you not recall?" Qiongqi inquired. Ichen, with a hint of regret, replied, "I apologize. I truly have forgotten." "The demon god? Are you referring to me?" Qiongqi glanced around and said, "That is of no concern, Ichen. Take this egg with you. We shall transform into stone statues. You can store us in your spatial pouch, and when necessary, we can protect you." Subsequently, they reverted to their stone forms. Ichen pondered for a moment before collecting them. He then turned his attention to the egg. Chapter 49. Punishment. The egg bore intricate blue patterns, with red luminescent dots at its center. Ichen cradled the egg, examining it closely, thinking, "What is this? Is it something of significance to me?" The golden cudgel emerged from Ichen's ear and remarked, "Kid, is this the item? It seems rather unremarkable." Ichen shook his head and said, "Though I do not know its nature, I sense it holds value for me. Golden cudgel, let us depart." Just as Ichen took a step, he realized that the cave entrance seemed to be sealed. The golden cudgel queried, "Kid, why have you stopped?" Ichen pointed towards the cave's mouth and replied, "It appears to be blocked. TCH. Kid, step aside. Let me show you my prowess." Upon finishing his sentence, the golden cudgel instantly transformed from a half-foot-long stick into a massive rod. towering 10 meters high and 1 meter wide. Kid, watch closely. The golden cudgel then struck the cave entrance with force, and the structure could not withstand the pressure, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Hurry, kid. Otherwise, the entrance will cave in. Chen hurriedly dashed outside, only for the golden cudgel to once again pierce through his ear. Just as Chen had emerged, the entrance collapsed once more. What a close call, he exclaimed in relief. Kid, first, place this egg in my internal space. Otherwise, carrying it around will be quite the hassle, the golden cudgel suggested. Chen glanced at the egg and replied, very well. Subsequently, the egg was directly absorbed into the golden cudgel. Now, let us make our exit. Remaining here is rather perilous. There are far too many high-level demon beasts. And should we encounter one, we might not be able to escape, the golden cudgel warned. Chen nodded and transformed back into the cold Xian tiger, sprinting towards the periphery. Strangely, he noticed that many high-ranking demon beasts, upon seeing him, chose to circumvent his path, which left Chen thoroughly perplexed. Little did he know that during his recent encounter with the 4 great ferocious beasts, he had absorbed their formidable aura. The other demon beasts, sensing this ferocious presence, fled in haste rather than risk an encounter. Thus, Chen safely made his way out. As he continued, he stumbled upon a large pit, a remnant of battle, and examined it closely. Ah, indeed. It feels much more comfortable as a human. Crawling is exhausting. I can't fathom whether the demon beasts feel fatigue, Chen jested, leaving the golden cudgel speechless. Forget it. I must also exit. Yet, why do I feel as though something is amiss? Chen mused, stroking his chin. Never mind. I must hurry out, he urged, hastening through the thicket. Upon emerging, he found that everyone had gathered in an open area. This, Chen had yet to devise a reason when a stern voice echoed. Chen, where have you gone? Upon turning, Chen beheld Bailey Yunmiao, who had just ventured into the jungle in search of him. The teacher. Chen found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that he had encountered one of the 4 fearsome beasts in the jungle? Perhaps he had secured an egg? Regardless, Bailey Yunmiao would undoubtedly dismiss such a tale. Under Bailey Yunmiao's scrutinizing gaze, Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the authority in Bailey Yunmiao's eyes was formidable. He instinctively lowered his head. Bailey Yunmiao surveyed the surroundings and solemnly declared, I will never abandon any student. However, I also expect every student to adhere to the rules. Do you understand? Understood, Chen replied, and Bailey Yunmiao nodded before continuing. I hope this will be the last time, and it shall be your final warning. Should there be another infraction, expulsion from the academy awaits. For the more serious offenses, imprisonment in the Tiandao prison. What? The Tiandao prison? I've heard that once one enters, they never emerge. Is it truly that terrifying? Not only that, inside, one must endure constant torment. The students below began to murmur among themselves about the Tiandao prison. Now, show me how many tokens you possess, Bailey Yunmiao inquired. Chen, upon hearing this, smacked his forehead, realizing, that's what I forgot. Subsequently, the students began to present their tokens for registration, but Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, for he was the only one without one. Other students, even if they lacked tokens, displayed the corpses of demon beasts as substitutes. At last, Bailey Yunmiao turned to Chen and inquired, Chen, what about yours? Well, here it is. Chen produced his own token. Bailey Yunmiao fixed her gaze upon Chen's eyes and asked, is this it? Indeed. Chen affirmed with unwavering certainty. Taking a deep breath, Bailey Yunmiao declared, since you ranked last in this session and have impeded the progress of your fellow students, from this day forth, you, Chen, are to clean the classroom for 180 days. Teacher Bailey, is there no way to avoid this? Chen lamented. Bailey Yunmiao replied with a smile. Certainly. You may withdraw from the Tiandao Academy. Well, in that case, I shall opt to clean the classroom, Chen conceded. There was no other choice. Otherwise, he would be expelled, and without the academy, he would have no means to find Ling Er. Yet, he thought, what about Bajie and the others? They too did not clean up. After Bailey Yunmiao had taken a few steps, she added, remember, you must not violate the rules of Tiandao Academy again. With that, she departed. As soon as she left, Bajie rushed over and exclaimed, Chen, where have you been? We were terribly worried about you. Oh, me? I just went to explore the depths, Chen replied with a smile. Bajie frowned and said, Chen, please refrain from venturing into the depths next time. Teacher Bailey warned that there are many formidable beasts at the Great Ascension stage. It is already a stroke of luck that you emerged unscathed. It's nothing, See, I'm back, aren't I? Ichin responded cheerfully. By the way, how come you still have a token? He inquired. Well, I just took a few tokens from some people not long ago, Bajie answered nonchalantly. Bajie pounded his chest and exclaimed, how could I have not thought of this? Though it may be somewhat unscrupulous. Ichin, in a state of distress, responded with a laugh. Well, who told you to overlook it? All right, let us head to our room. Otherwise, there's little amusement to be found at the Heavenly Tao Academy. Indeed. But what of Morong and Xiaoyu? Ichin inquired. Healing? Has Xiaoyu been injured? He asked, concern evident in his voice. Yes. Hurry up, let us go? Bajie urged, pulling Ichin along. Ichin had no choice but to hastily follow, unaware that within the internal space of the golden cudgel, a strange cracking was occurring, as if something were about to emerge. Chapter 50. Little shadow yet. Ichin remained oblivious to all of this. What he truly needed at that moment was rest. For reasons unknown, he had just discovered that his body felt exceptionally heavy. An overwhelming desire to recline upon that comfortable bed and indulge in a deep slumber engulfed him. Ichin waved his hand, attempting to speak. But before he could finish his sentence, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to shut his eyes and collapse. Fortunately, Bajie caught him, otherwise Ichin would have fallen to the ground. Ichin! Ichin! Bajie shouted urgently, but alas, Ichin had succumbed to unconsciousness and could not hear him. Bajie quickly placed Ichin on his back and, scanning the vicinity, halted a fellow student, asking, Brother, where is the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion? Upon receiving directions, Bajie immediately activated his powers, unfurling his wings and soaring towards the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. The student, witnessing Bajie's abrupt departure, scratched his head and muttered, What a rude fellow, not even a word of thanks. With that, he wandered off into the distance. At this moment, Bajie was anxiously escorting Ichin to the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, Bajie led Ichin to the pavilion. What is this? That egg? Ichin exclaimed in astonishment. Before him lay the very egg brought from the Shadow Demon Palace. Puzzled, Ichin inquired. Isn't this supposed to be contained within the internal space of the golden cudgel? How could it possibly appear here? With a crack, the mysterious egg unexpectedly shattered. Instantly, a fragment of the shell fell away, revealing a round, black little head that slowly peeked out from within the egg. A pair of blood-red eyes gradually opened, adorably gazing up at Ichin. Meow, is this a cat? Ichin uncertainly pointed out. Soon, the entire eggshell fell away, exposing the little creature in its entirety. This enigmatic being, Meow, well, this cat, was entirely black, with a face resembling that of a tiger. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a pair of delicate, curved horns atop its head, alongside slightly immature tiger fangs. Small wings sprouted from its back, dark and shadowy, and on either shoulder, two short, bony spikes emerged. Though small, they already hinted at a certain sharpness, glistening ominously. Its body was adorned with blue, streamlined patterns, while its tail featured tiny bony spikes, culminating in a red that exuded a hint of malevolence. Meow, Ichin remarked as he observed the cat's playful demeanor, promptly dismissing any notion of malevolence. How could this be sinister? It's merely an endearing little kitten. The little cat was now curiously surveying its surroundings, displaying an evident intrigue in its new environment. Ichin cautiously approached it, and upon noticing Ichin's presence, the cat displayed no fear, instead eagerly moving closer to him. As Ichin's hand gently caressed it, the creature reveled in the sensation. After observing it for a moment, he remarked, Little one, are you truly willing to accompany me? The little cat nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from calling you little one and instead bestow upon you a name. I have it. Since you were discovered in the Shadow Demon Palace, you shall be known as Little Shadow. The adorable little shadow bobbed its head in agreement. Ha. I am delighted you like it. Ichin fondly patted Little Shadow's head. The little feline basked in the affection, comfortably resting its chin upon Ichin's hand. Just as Ichin was about to speak, his gaze shifted. What is this? White Star. Ichin slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he beheld was White Star. White Star glanced at Ichin and, relieved, said, Ichin, you have finally awakened. I thought the people from the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion had deceived me. Heavenly Medicine Pavilion? Ichin inquired, puzzled. Yes, when you fainted. I immediately took you to the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. The elders there assured me that your condition was stable and that you would awaken shortly. I was just about to confront the elders for the delay. White Star explained. Ichin vigorously shook his head and rubbed it, saying, I do not understand why I felt so dizzy earlier, but I feel much better now. Thank you, White Star. It is nothing. We are friends. Upon seeing you faint, I took the liberty of using your token to enter your room. I apologize for that. Well, now that you are awake, I can rest easy. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, White Star hurriedly departed. Seeing that White Star had pressing matters, Ichin decided against calling him back, closed the door, and settled into a cross-legged position on his bed. In the shadows, Golden Cudgel, where art thou? What is it, my lad? The Golden Cudgel emerged from Ichin's ear. Upon seeing the Golden Cudgel, Ichin immediately inquired, what of the egg? Ah, is that the matter? It then produced what was supposed to be the egg, but to its surprise, what emerged was not an egg at all, but rather a small beast resembling a kitten. Oh, it has actually hatched? The Golden Cudgel exclaimed. At that moment, Ichin was astonished. Was this not the little shadow from his dreams while he was unconscious? Little shadow, Ichin called out. Haha, thankfully, this is no mere dream. He hurriedly cradled little shadow in his arms. The Golden Cudgel, taken aback, remarked, my lad, did you not claim to be unfamiliar with that egg? Oh no, it has transformed into a beast. Golden Cudgel, whether you believe it or not. I encountered it in my dreams just now. Ichin expressed joyfully. In your dreams? How peculiar does that sound? My lad, why do you seem so elated upon seeing it? The Golden Cudgel inquired. Ichin glanced at the little shadow in his embrace and replied, I cannot fathom why, but encountering it brings me inexplicable joy, akin to finding something dear to my heart. Yet, curiously, this is indeed our first meeting in my memories. The Golden Cudgel observed Ichin, then looked at the kitten he held and pondered. How strange. Since Ichin arrived in this world, it seems as if everything is connected to him. First, there was that mysterious prophecy, followed by the 4 fearsome beasts. Given that they recognize Ichin and even refer to him as the demon god, why does it increasingly feel as though Ichin truly belongs to this world? As the golden staff pondered, Ichin was utterly captivated by Xiaoying. Xiaoying, in turn, displayed immense affection for Ichin, nuzzling against him with enthusiasm and playfully extending her tiny tongue to lick his face. Ha, Xiaoying, stop it. That tickles, Ichin exclaimed, feeling the delightful sensation of Xiaoying's affectionate gestures. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a figure clad in black, situated 100 miles away, observed the scene with sinister intent. Excellent. We are one step closer to the plan. He cackled. At this moment, the golden staff gazed into the distance, feeling a sense of unease, murmuring, why does it feel as though someone is watching us? Is it merely an illusion? However, Ichin remained oblivious, his entire focus devoted to Xiaoying, unaware of the unfolding events around him. Chapter 51. Am I a demon god? Given Xiaoying's diminutive size, reminiscent of a newborn kitten, Ichin gently placed her upon his shoulder. She promptly nestled against him, drifting into a peaceful slumber, emitting soft snores. Ichin, do you not find this little creature reminiscent of something? Inquired the golden staff. Eyeing Xiaoying curiously, Ichin carefully set Xiaoying down on the bed and studied her intently, stroking his chin as he mused. She does bear some resemblance to something. But what exactly? The golden staff glanced around, searching for the answer that eluded him, knowing it lingered just at the edge of his thoughts but slipping away whenever he attempted to articulate it. What breed do you suppose Xiaoying is? Ichin asked, leaning over the bed to observe the slumbering Xiaoying. The Golden Cudgel glanced at Xiaoying, shook its staff, and remarked in astonishment, it is indeed strange. I have accompanied the great sage, traversed the heavenly realm, descended into the underworld, and journeyed westward to the land of bliss. Yet I have never encountered a peculiar beast like Xiaoying. Never encountered? Does that not imply that Xiaoying is truly one of a kind? Ichin joyfully exclaimed. One should not speak so definitively, but at least in my experience, I have only discovered this one. The Golden Cudgel replied. Ichin gazed at Xiaoying and declared, even if Xiaoying is not unique, in my heart, it is indeed unparalleled. Ah, I truly do not comprehend the significance of this little creature to you. The Golden Cudgel remarked, somewhat speechless. In truth, I am also uncertain. I cannot explain why, but upon seeing Xiaoying, I felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from my heart. I have this inexplicable sensation that I have encountered Xiaoying before, yet you know. This is my first time in the journey to the Westworld, Ichin stated incredulously. The Golden Cudgel pondered for a moment, then looked at Ichin with earnestness and said, Ichin, it is possible that you are the reincarnation of the demon god, as mentioned by Tang Shi. Reincarnation of the demon god. Do not jest, Golden Cudgel. I barely understand myself. Me? The reincarnation of a demon god? Huh, how could that be? Yi Chen laughed. The golden cudgel observed Yi Chen and sighed. I too hope that is not the case. Yi Chen, consider this. First, at Beast Hunting Mountain, why did you feel an extraordinary attachment to something here? Furthermore, why did Xiongqi recognize you? Particularly, upon their first encounter, why did Xiongqi directly refer to you as the demon god? And then, when Xiaoying appeared, why did you instantly sense its significance? Is this not sufficient to elucidate? Inquired the golden cudgel. As Yi Chen stepped through the threshold and gazed upon the scenery beyond the door, he declared, regardless, I am who I am. I am Yi Chen, not some demon god. Yi Chen, are you the demon god spoken of by the creature? That matter can wait. What is paramount now is to investigate the identity of this demon god. After all, I have never even heard of such a figure. The golden cudgel stated solemnly. Indeed. However, how do we go about this investigation? Yi Chen queried. Ah, yes. How do we proceed? The golden cudgel responded with a sense of resignation. Suddenly, Yi Chen chuckled. Ha! We seem to have forgotten someone. Who? Asked the golden cudgel. Ah, let us seek that girl. With that, the golden cudgel slipped into Yi Chen's ear. Yi Chen scratched his ear and set off to find Bajie. After all, Yi Chen was unfamiliar with the Heavenly Tao Academy and could not navigate its paths. Thus, to locate Chu Xiaoyu, he needed Bajie as his guide. Knock, knock, Bajie. Are you there? Yi Chen rapped on the door. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Bajie in her flamboyant attire. Oh, what wind has blown Yaj my way? Bajie teased. Yi Chen grimaced and retorted, Bajie, your appearance truly makes me want to strike you. Oh, is that so? Then come on. Let us see how much I have improved these past few days. Bring it on. With that, Bajie leaped out of the doorway, striking a combat stance. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chen quickly assumed his own fighting posture, ready for a duel. At that moment, the golden cudgel interjected. Kid, didn't you merely ask Bajie to take you to Chu Xiaoyu? Why complicate matters? Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, wasn't I looking for that scoundrel, Bajie, to guide me to Chu Xiaoyu? Why is a confrontation brewing? Undoubtedly, this entire predicament is Bajie's fault. He has made me forget. Unbeknownst to Bajie, he is the subject of conversation, and at this moment, he is brimming with excitement. After his previous defeat at Yi Chen's hands, he is determined to emerge victorious this time. However, to his surprise, Bajie noticed Yi Chen lost in thought. He called out to Yi Chen multiple times, but received no response. Frustrated, Bajie exclaimed, Oh, you dare to look down on me? Take this. Tremendous fist. With that, he launched a powerful punch towards Yi Chen. Yet, just as his fist was a mere meter away from Yi Chen's face, Yi Chen suddenly shouted, Stop. Ah, Yi Chen. You've led me astray. Bajie lamented. Was that intentional? Do you believe me? Yi Chen replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. Seeing Yi Chen's demeanor, Bajie rolled his eyes and said, All right, hurry up. Help me up. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen promptly assisted Bajie to his feet. While helping him up, he inquired, By the way, do you know how to find Chu Xiaoyu? Chu Xiaoyu? Oh, I know her. Bajie responded. Are you smitten with her? But I must say, you already have Linger. Why are you interested in Xiaoyu? You might as well be interested in me. Besides, I am far more handsome. Bajie declared shamelessly. Hey, Bajie. Can you show a modicum of modesty? Yi Chen retorted. Uft. I am indeed more handsome than you. That's a fact. Bajie countered. Yi Chen shook his head and sighed, right? But do you truly know how to find her? Bajie nodded enthusiastically and replied, What a coincidence. I happen to know exactly how to locate her. What do you need her for? I wish to peruse some materials to find something. Yi Chen lied. Find something? What might it be? Perhaps I know, or perhaps not. Bajie replied. Yi Chen glanced at Bajie and inquired, The demon god. Are you familiar with him? Bajie eagerly nodded. Yes, indeed. Really? Yi Chen exclaimed with delight. Not at all. Bajie retorted. Yi Chen smirked and clenched his fist, saying, Bajie, are you truly this mischievous? What does that mean? Bajie scratched his head in confusion. However, Yi Chen paid no mind to his understanding and directly swung his fist towards Bajie. Chapter 52. The Identity of the Demon God? Ouch! Yi Chen, are you really hitting me that hard? It hurts. Bajie exclaimed, cradling his head. Yi Chen nonchalantly withdrew his hand, stating, Who told you to be so deserving of a beating? Bajie, touching his head in grievance, replied, I was merely joking. By the way, Bajie, do you know where Xiaoyu is? Yi Chen inquired. Bajie stroked his chin, pondering Xiaoyu. Let me think. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, Oh, I remember now. Because she is the granddaughter of the vice president, and despite the strict rules, she insisted on taking us deeper. She is currently being punished in the Dancing Hall. Dancing Hall? What sort of place is that? Yichen asked, furrowing his brow. Bajie brushed off the dust from his clothes and explained, the Dancing Hall is where the vice president resides. Will she be all right? Yichen asked anxiously. After all, it was because of Yichen that Chu Xiaoyu had accompanied him. If anything were to happen to her, his conscience would be troubled. However, Bajie rolled his eyes and said with exasperation, Yichen, Xiaoyu is, after all, the granddaughter of the vice president. To put it nicely, she is being punished. To put it bluntly, she is simply spending a day in the Dancing Hall. Is that even permissible? Yichen exclaimed in astonishment. Bajie glanced around, feigning mystery, and replied, Of course, I heard it directly from Xiaoyu herself. Later, I grew concerned and inquired about the college's affairs, but what did you manage to find out? What did you discover? Yichen pressed eagerly. Hiki, it turns out that the vice president dotes on Chu Xiaoyu immensely, as she is his only granddaughter. So, what do you think? That vice president treats Xiaoyu like a precious treasure, cradling her in his hands for fear of breaking her, and cherishing her in his mouth for fear of melting her. Therefore, you need not worry at all. Bajie reassured Yichen. Yichen suddenly realized how significant Chu Xiaoyu's position was in her grandfather's heart. Wait, I need to ask Xiaoyu if the academy has a place similar to the scripture repository. He exclaimed anxiously, pacing back and forth. Observing this, Bajie inquired, Yichen, what are you contemplating? Yichen sighed and said, I still want to ask if Tiandao Academy has a place akin to the scripture repository. Oh, so that's the matter, Bajie replied confidently. Yichen, upon hearing Bajie's words, became exceedingly excited. You know? Of course. Come, follow me. With that, Bajie led the way ahead. Truth be told, Yichen thought to himself, I never expected Bajie to be so resourceful. Impressive, my Bajie. Without delay, I hurriedly followed. However, Yichen seemed to have forgotten that a little fellow was still soundly asleep in the room. At this moment, as Yichen walked along, he took a moment to genuinely admire the grandeur of the Tiandao Academy. Majestic edifices unfolded before his eyes, while peculiar trees lined the path. Their stately trunks and exquisite branches adorned with fruits resembling pearls. Filled with curiosity, Yichen inquired about these trees. To which Bajie explained, this tree is known as the Langon tree, and its fruit, the Langon fruit, is exclusively for the consumption of phoenixes. Upon hearing this, Yichen realized the tree's significance, as its fruits were intended for such magnificent creatures. But a question arose, are there actually phoenixes? Yichen immediately asked Bajie, does the Tiandao Academy have phoenixes? Bajie shook his head and shrugged, stating, I don't know. I certainly have never seen one. Just as Bajie finished speaking, Yichen had another question. If the phoenixes do not come to feast, can humans partake instead? After pondering for a moment, he promptly asked, Bajie, if the phoenixes do not eat, can humans consume it? Yichen felt uneasy under Bajie's disdainful gaze. Did I say something wrong? He wondered. However, Bajie soon provided clarification. The reason the Langon fruit is reserved for phoenixes is that it contains potent fire spiritual energy. And not just any ordinary fire energy. For beings like phoenixes, who are impervious to flames, it would be disastrous for us humans to consume it, as the fiery essence within the Langon fruit could incinerate our internal organs. Noticing Yichen's concerned expression, Bajie quickly added, if you don't believe me, you can certainly give it a try. Yichen hastily shook his head like a rattle drum. It was not that he doubted, but rather that he found it utterly astonishing, such formidable power in a mere fruit. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, is it permissible to pluck this Langon fruit? Bajie nonchalantly replied, yes, it is allowed, provided that there is indeed no phoenix to consume it. But what purpose do you intend to serve with that Langon fruit? That is of no concern to you. With that, Yichen immediately leaped up into the tree, gathering over 50 Langon fruits. Satisfied, he stored them away and descended. Bajie rolled his eyes and remarked, I fail to comprehend your intentions. What use could that possibly serve? Having heard this, Bajie had no choice but to lead the way once more. After a brief passage of time, they finally arrived at the entrance of a grand hall. The plaque above the door read, Heavenly Tao Pavilion, while beneath it stood 2 imposing redstone pillars inscribed with the phrases, knowledge of the heavens above, understanding of the earth below. This seemed to exude an air of excessive confidence, which was Yichen's first impression. Subsequently, Yichen and Bajie stepped inside. Upon entering, they beheld shelves brimming with students, and the atmosphere within the Heavenly Tao Pavilion was remarkably tranquil, so quiet that the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Upon noticing the noise, the students merely glanced up at I Ching before returning their attention to their studies. Bajie, familiar with the surroundings, guided I Ching into a particular room filled with books. Inside, there stood a golden silk wooden chair, upon which sat an elderly man exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Clad in a silver robe adorned with golden patterns identical to those worn by the students, I Ching could not help but ponder the significance of these golden motifs. In a moment of contemplation, Bajie approached the elderly man seated in the chair, gently shaking him and whispering, "Old Bai? Old Bai. Ah. Oh, how comfortably I sleep. Who are you?" Old Bai inquired, opening his eyes. Upon hearing this, Bajie bent down and clasped his hands together, stating, "Old Bai. We are the new students of the Baihu Academy, here to inquire about that." What was it? Ah yes, the matter of I Ching. I Ching, still lost in thought, was suddenly jolted by Bajie's question and replied in a fluster, "It's about the demon god, the matter regarding the demon god." Haha, young man, do not be anxious. I am not one to devour the living. By the way, are you seeking information about the demon god? Which demon god? Old Bai chuckled. Which one, you ask? The one who commands the four great beasts as his subordinates, I Ching elaborated. After all, to have the four great beasts refer to someone as a demon god, it must indeed be this individual. However, unexpectedly, the jovial Old Bai suddenly stood, fixing his gaze upon I Ching with wide eyes, exclaiming, "The demon god who commands the four great beasts." Chapter 53, The Identity of the Demon God 2. Upon witnessing Old Bai's fervent reaction, I Ching momentarily feared he had erred. Yet, Old Bai gradually regained his composure, slowly rising to his feet and saying, "Follow me." I Ching and Bajie exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Noticing their hesitation, Old Bai quipped, "Do you wish to know or not?" It was only then that I Ching reacted, nodding woodenly. Observing this, Old Bai sighed in exasperation before striding forward. I Ching promptly followed suit, and Bajie quickly trailed behind. Gradually, they arrived at the threshold of a door. The elder Bai produced a key and unlocked it. As the door creaked open, an ancient aroma wafted forth, prompting I Ching and Bajie to wave away the dust that lingered before them. Once their eyes adjusted to the dim surroundings, they beheld a bookshelf encrusted with layers of dust, suggesting it had been long untouched. Cobwebs adorned the corners, indicating an age that seemed almost eternal, particularly in one shadowy corner. The absence of light rendered the atmosphere exceedingly somber. The elder Bai surveyed the room and gestured, "Behold, this chamber houses relics of renowned figures, including the materials you seek. However, it has been ages since anyone has perused these contents, and I have forgotten their precise locations. You shall have to search for yourselves." With that, he placed his hands behind his back and slowly departed. I Ching stood before the disordered and filthy bookshelf, at a loss for where to begin. Bajie pondered for a moment, scratched his head, and remarked, "I Ching, perhaps we should tidy up first?" I Ching absent-mindedly touched his nose and nodded in resignation, acknowledging that the dust was indeed overwhelming. Just as he was about to commence cleaning, Bajie suddenly exclaimed, "I Ching, do you possess fire attributes?" After some contemplation, I Ching replied, "I embody 7 attributes, one of which is fire, so I suppose I must indeed be of the fire element." Nodding in affirmation, Bajie then pointed at the chandelier above and instructed, "Why not utilize your fire attribute to ignite the chandelier?" I Ching glanced upward and discerned a square frame, intricately designed with an open center and adorned with the heads of mythical beasts at each corner. After observing the surroundings, I Ching harnessed the fiery spiritual energy within his body and directed it into the chandelier. Suddenly, the entire room was illuminated, the brightness almost blinding. It took I Ching a moment to adjust to the radiance. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Wow, I never expected this chandelier to shine so brightly, akin to daylight. What is it made of?" Bajie shook her head in response, saying, "I have no idea. I only know that this is a mechanism technique that, when combined with fiery spiritual energy, can produce such brilliance." Mechanism technique? I Ching mused to himself while touching his nose. Bajie, accustomed to I Ching's soliloquies, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Enough pondering. Instead of contemplating that, we should expedite the cleaning of this room." Realizing the practicality of her suggestion, I Ching rolled up his sleeves and set to work. Bajie joined him, and midway through their endeavor, she suddenly asked, "I Ching, don't you have clones? Summon them quickly. This will expedite our task." I Ching was momentarily speechless, never imagining that his clones would be called upon for such laborious work. Nevertheless, He did not hesitate and promptly conjured 5 clones to assist in the cleaning. After half an hour of diligent effort, the room was finally spotless. Ah, at last. It's done. Yichen sighed, stretching his limbs. Bajie gave her shoulders a light punch and remarked, "No time to rest. We still need to search for information on the demon god you mentioned." Indeed, Yichen immediately began rummaging through the materials, while the clones were retracted, as they continuously consumed his spiritual energy. The reason they were able to persevere for so long was that the doppelganger was not intended for combat. Otherwise, Yichen believed it would not have lasted even 10 minutes. Bajie was still perplexed as to why Yichen decided to retract the doppelganger. It was only after Yichen explained that he understood, and he could only grumble at Yichen for choosing to seek out some obscure information instead of engaging in more fruitful endeavors. The process of searching for information was fraught with monotony and tedium. Yichen produced numerous materials on various demon gods, yet regrettably, none pertained to the specific demon god he sought. Bajie had no choice but to continue the search. Subsequently, the two of them spent 2 full hours and still had not located the desired information. Bajie finally slumped against the bookshelf, despairingly exclaiming, "Haven't you found anything yet?" Yichen, exasperated, replied, "How could it possibly be that quick? We still have a long way to go. Look, there is still over half the room left to search." Yichen pointed ahead. At that moment, Bajie fainted beneath the bookshelf, inadvertently causing a book to tumble down and strike him on the head. "Ouch! Why is it always my head? That hurts," Bajie complained, rubbing his head. Annoyed, he muttered, "I must see what it is that dares to hit me." He grasped the book that had fallen on him, originally intending to discard it. But the title on the cover caught his eye. Indeed, the book was titled The Record of Demon Gods. "Hey, Yichen, could this be the one?" Bajie hurriedly presented the book to Yichen. Yichen accepted the book and began to peruse its contents, which comprised only 5 pages, thus lacking in detailed information. The text revealed the following. In the midst of the great calamity that engulfed the 3 realms, a demon god was born. Initially, he was an ordinary man. But after the tragic slaughter of his entire village, he found himself the sole survivor. Through a twist of fate, he discovered he could absorb the malevolent energies of the universe, transforming them into an inexhaustible source of power. From that moment on, he became immortal, with boundless strength rivaling the highest celestial being. Yichen immediately thought of the supreme Lao Jun, the founder of Taoism and also known as Laozi. Regardless, he continued to observe the unfolding events. In his quest for power, this demon god unsealed the ferocious beasts that had long been imprisoned. The 4 great beasts recognized his might and proclaimed him their demon god, marking him as the most formidable entity of the darkest era in history. Moreover, he resurrected the previous demon god, Xing Tian, who willingly pledged allegiance to him. The demon god appointed Xing Tian as a general, and, in his relentless pursuit of dominion, he resurrected many malevolent beings and creatures, assembling the largest evil organization known as El. The alliance of righteous forces proved utterly powerless against El. Yet, for reasons unknown, one fateful night, this demon god and the formidable General Xing Tian vanished without a trace. In an instant, El was rendered leaderless, disbanding into chaos. The righteous alliance swiftly took advantage of this disarray, defeating El and re-imprisoning the 4 great beasts once more, as well as sealing the 5th beast, Howl. Their strategy was simple: eliminate the mortal threats and seal away the immortal ones. However, amidst this turmoil, whispers of a mysterious legend about the demon god began to circulate. Rumors abound. As the celestial deities begin to fall from grace, a rain of blood descends upon the earth, the ground begins to collapse, the rivers lose their vitality, and the ferocious beasts will break free from their seals. The organization of slaughter shall return to the mortal realm, and the demon gods will once again descend upon humanity, transforming the world into their playground of torment. Yichen, do you believe these rumors to be true? Will the demon gods truly return to the mortal realm, turning it into a hellish abyss? Bajie inquired, turning to Yichen. At that moment, Yichen found himself ensnared by inner demons, a sinister aura gradually emanating from his being. Though invisible to the untrained eye, Bajie possessed the heavenly eye, which immediately detected Yichen's disturbance. "This is not good. The demonic aura is manifesting again," Bajie exclaimed, urgently shaking Yichen's shoulders. Meanwhile, in the library, the elder Bai, who had been resting, abruptly opened his eyes and said, "Demonic aura? How can such a presence manifest here?" He hastily rose and hurried towards Yichen. Bajie, in a state of frantic desperation, noticed the intensifying demonic energy surrounding Yichen. She attempted to awaken him using her spiritual vision, but to little avail. Outside, the elder Bai drew closer to Yi Chen, frowning as he remarked, "What are those two juniors up to?" Inside, Bai Xing heard the hurried footsteps approaching, causing her to panic. If they were discovered, would they not be dragged into the celestial prison? Yi Chen, please awaken, Bai Xing silently urged. In a destitute village, there resided a humble family blessed with the birth of a chubby boy, whom they named Li Tian. As the scene shifts, we encounter the young Li Tian, whose appearance is remarkably ordinary. One might say he could easily be lost in a crowd, possessing no distinctive traits that set him apart from the common folk. The narrative transitions again to a day when the village, serene as ever, is suddenly disrupted by the ominous arrival of a group of individuals clad in black armor and donning bronze masks. The village elder steps forward to engage them in conversation, and amidst the hushed tones, it becomes apparent that these strangers are in search of an artifact known as the Lingyun Ling. However, for reasons unknown, one of the assailants draws a blade, and, in a swift motion, the elder's head falls to the ground. Chaos ensues as the villagers erupt in screams, and the intruders ruthlessly advance upon them with their weapons drawn. In the midst of the pandemonium, young Li Tian, in his desperate bid for survival, stumbles into a cave, thus narrowly escaping the massacre. Upon emerging from the cave, Li Tian is confronted with a horrific sight. The once vibrant village is now a desolate wasteland, strewn with the lifeless bodies of villagers and drenched in their blood, including the fallen forms of his own parents. Overcome with despair, Li Tian collapses to the ground, crying out in anguish, "Why? Why must our village suffer such a calamity? What wrongs have we committed? Oh, heavens!" His tears flow not as mere water, but as blood. For 3 days, he weeps, transforming the village into a veritable sea of crimson. The boy, once tender in youth, now bears the visage of an old man. His black hair turned white under the weight of grief. With trembling resolve, Li Tian rises, vowing with fierce determination, "I shall not rest until I avenge this wrong. Li Tian, I vow never to be human. For eternity, I shall not transcend death." Suddenly, a dark mist emanating from the deceased villagers slowly entered the body of Li Tian. Thus, a new generation of demon god was born. At that moment outside, Bai Lao was on the verge of opening the door when the golden hoop staff exclaimed, "Boy, wake up." Following this, it struck Yi Chen on the head. Instantly, Yi Chen opened his eyes, the demonic aura around him dissipating, just as Bai Lao swung the door open. He glanced at Yi Chen and Bai Xing with a scrutinizing gaze and inquired, "What has transpired? How did the demonic energy manifest?" "This, Bai Lao, we have matters to attend to. We must depart." As soon as the words left her lips, Bai Xing hastily pulled Yi Chen away. Bai Lao was left standing in place, muttering to himself, "Could it be? Is it merely my illusion?" Outside, Bai Xing pressed, "Yi Chen, what on earth happened? Why did you suddenly succumb to darkness?" After a moment, she turned and asked, "Bai Xing, do you believe me?" Bai Xing nodded immediately, affirming, "Of course I believe you." Yi Chen regarded Bai Xing and posed, "Tell me, if I claim to have witnessed the birth of a demon god, would you believe it?" Without a hint of hesitation, Bai Xing replied, "I believe it." This revelation astonished Yi Chen. He had not anticipated such unwavering faith from Bai Xing. She then inquired, "Yi Chen, could you elaborate on what you experienced?" After contemplating for a moment, Yi Chen recounted the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing this, Bai Xing pondered briefly before stating, "I surmise that what you witnessed was indeed the experiences of the demon god. Unless, what could it be?" Yi Chen hastily inquired. Bai Xing, with a slightly pained expression, remarked, "You are indeed that demon god." "Me?" Yi Chen replied with a wry smile, pointing at himself. In truth, Yi Chen had always doubted that he was the demon god, yet an inner voice whispered to him that he was indeed the demon god sought after by the deities. Observing the change in Yi Chen's expression, Bai Xing quickly offered reassurance, saying, "Yi Chen, do not dwell on it. Even if you are, I, Bai Xing, will always stand by your side," Bai Xing declared, patting his own chest. Suddenly, Yi Chen chuckled, "Well, I do not despair at being a demon god. Besides, I am not even certain if I am one, right? At this moment, I am just a bit troubled." "That is fine, Yi Chen. Next month is the competition among the 4 great academies. How are you preparing?" Bai Xing inquired, placing a hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen, slightly taken aback, said, "Next month? I suppose I will just face it calmly." He then confidently declared, "In any case, our Western Academy will undoubtedly secure first place." "Haha, that is true. Bai Xing laughed. Haha, the Western Academy in first place? How laughable. A voice suddenly mocked. Yi Chen and Bai Xing turned at once towards the source of the voice. They saw a group of individuals clad in blue garments, with a green dragon embroidered on their chests and golden patterns adorning their backs, reminiscent of Yi Chen's. Oh, the Eastern Academy? Bai Xing raised an eyebrow. However, their intentions do not seem benevolent. Chapter 55, Teacher Li appears. The newcomers were indeed students from the Eastern Academy, their faces brimming with arrogance, which irked Yi Chen. I say, does your academy lack any shame? Claiming to be first? Just don't come in last. Someone at the front jeered with disdain. Yi Chen, having lived alone for an extended period, managed to endure the taunts. However, Bai Xing was different. Having been raised in a gilded cage, he viewed friends without regard for status, yet this did not imply he was easily bullied. After all, Bai Xing still bore the noble essence of a well-bred family, despite his occasional silliness. The newcomer was momentarily taken aback by Bai Xing's demeanor, but quickly composed himself. Sneering, who did I think you were? Oh, it's the young master of the Bai family, Bai Xing. Has your temper worsened since joining Tiandao Academy? Truly uncouth. I can't hold back any longer. You deserve to die? Bai Xing exclaimed, raising his fist, ready to strike. Yet, Yi Chen reacted swiftly, intercepting him. Yi Chen, step aside. He is insulting my parents. Bai Xing roared. Yi Chen understood the source of Bai Xing's fury. To claim someone was uncouth was, in essence, an indirect insult toward Bai Xing's upbringing and his parents. Yi Chen, move aside. I can't take it anymore. Bai Xing fumed. Yi Chen shook his head, saying, Bai Xing, rushing in blindly only confirms the accusation of your lack of upbringing. But, no buts, Bai Xing. Stay calm. Yi Chen urged. Humph. Bai Xing reluctantly flicked his sleeve and huffed. Yi Chen anticipated this would be the end of the confrontation, only to be met with the unexpected. Oh, aren't you the one who bumped into me a few days ago? How did you end up associating with this uncouth young master? One gentleman inquired. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen took a closer look and realized the newcomer seemed familiar. It was none other than Li Haoran, the one who had sought trouble with him a few days prior. Li Haoran, do not overstep your bounds. Bai Xing admonished, pointing a finger at Li Haoran's nose. It was then that Yi Chen learned Li Haoran's name. Li Haoran, with a sneer, retorted, overstep my bounds? I shall indeed do so. What can you do about it? You all agree, don't you? Indeed, echoed a sycophant, the young master speaks the truth. He will indeed overstep, and what can you do about it? Despite Bai Xing's composure, even Yi Chen, known for his patience, could no longer tolerate the insolence. So, you wish to push your luck, do you? You are Li Haoran, I see, Yi Chen replied calmly. Yet, those acquainted with Yi Chen understood this as a sign of his simmering fury. And what of it? What if I am? Li Haoran replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Yi Chen's lips twitched in irritation. Li Haoran was clearly courting disaster. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen declared, Fu fist. He launched a punch directly at Li Haoran's face, who, caught off guard, staggered back several steps. Fortunately, his sycophant caught him, or he would have certainly fallen in an undignified manner. As Li Haoran touched his mouth, he discovered it was bleeding. Enraged and humiliated, he bellowed, attack. Strike them fiercely. Upon hearing this, his sycophants immediately assumed combative stances, and the atmosphere became charged with tension, spiraling beyond control. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Yi Chen took the initiative to break the silence. Stop this at once, a thunderous voice commanded. Turning around, Yi Chen and his companions discovered it was none other than Teacher Li, who approached with a gaze full of sternness and a serious demeanor. Teacher Li scrutinized Bai Xing intently before shifting his attention to Li Haoran and the others, inquiring, what has transpired? Why such a tumult? After a moment, Yi Chen clasped his hands together and explained, Teacher Li, we were merely jesting. Indeed, just a bit of fun. Li Haoran quickly chimed in, clearly understanding the need for cooperation. Yes, just some playful antics. The others echoed in unison. Upon observing their responses, Teacher Li regarded them sternly, prompting them to immediately fall silent and lower their heads. Bai Xing, was this merely a jest? Teacher Li then directed his inquiry towards Bai Xing. Gritting his teeth, Bai Xing affirmed, yes. We were just having fun. Humph. Enough. I have witnessed such antics far too often. If you possess the prowess to spar among yourselves, you would do better to channel that energy against the Source Alliance. I hope to never witness such behavior again. With that, he dramatically waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Humph. We are leaving as well. Ouch. That hurts, you rascal. Remember this. Li Haoran grumbled as he gingerly touched his face and walked away. Just you wait. Young master, wait for me. I Ching rolled his eyes, lamenting the indignity of being bullied by a subordinate. Are you all right, Bajie? I Ching inquired, noticing the troubled expression on his friend's face. Yes, Bajie replied. Upon entering the room, one was immediately struck by the disorder that reigned within. The table lay overturned, and the bed and blanket bore unmistakable claw marks. The floor was adorned with wet paw prints, leading the gaze to a corner where the innocent little creature, Xiaoying, was diligently sharpening its claws. It was evident that this seemingly harmless feline was the architect of the chaos. I Ching's face contorted in exasperation. It seemed sleep would elude him this night. While cultivators typically require no rest, the utter lack of space to sit cross-legged rendered meditation on the floor unappealing. Oh, what an adorable little kitten! Bajie exclaimed with delight, racing towards Xiaoying. Just as she reached out to scoop up the feline, the once innocuous creature's demeanor shifted dramatically, its eyes glinting with a cold light. In a flash, it struck, claws aimed at Bajie's hand with lightning speed. She barely had time to react, resulting in a deep scratch that drew blood. Ouch! This cat is fierce, Bajie remarked, cradling her injured hand. I Ching sighed, bemused by Bajie's priorities. Rather than tending to her wound, she chose to comment on the cat's ferocity. Are you all right, Bajie? I Ching inquired with concern. Bajie examined her injury nonchalantly. I should be fine. I'll just make a trip to the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion later. By the way, I Ching, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Otherwise, given the state of this room. Both glanced around the disarray, and I Ching relented. Very well. He crouched down and gently lifted Xiaoying, who, in stark contrast to its earlier behavior, now appeared remarkably docile. Bajie enviously remarked, TSK, how wonderful. Unlike me, Sai, I shall head to the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion now. I Ching promptly replied, shall I accompany you? Bajie glanced at her hand and said, no need. It's merely a minor injury. I shall be fine. Here, give me my room token. She tossed the token to I Ching and swiftly departed. I Ching looked at the little shadow in his arms, gently patting its head. Little shadow, you must not act like this again. Do you understand? The little shadow, with an innocent expression, mewed in response. Chapter 56, The Divine Beast Little Shadow. Subsequently, I Ching gazed into the adorably foolish eyes of Little Shadow and sighed, never mind. You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained. He observed the token in his hand, inserted it into the designated slot, and the door to Bajie's room creaked open. At this moment, I Ching was utterly speechless, for, was this truly a room? It could hardly be described as anything but a pigsty. Bajie's quarters were in utter disarray. The table was askew. A chair lay overturned on the floor. The blanket was strewn about, and the wardrobe contained not a single garment. Clothes were scattered across the table, bed, and floor. This was even worse than Little Shadow's mess. I Ching held his forehead in exasperation, pondering how Bajie could possibly endure such chaos. He shook his head, deciding to consider it a means of compensating for the scratches inflicted by Little Shadow. I Ching muttered to the little creature in his arms. After that, he placed Little Shadow on the ground, closed the door, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work. I Ching first organized Bajie's clothes, and then straightened the table and chair. After a considerable time, he finally completed the task, utterly exhausted, and patted his shoulders in relief. Meow? What's wrong, Xiaoying? I Ching noticed Xiaoying rubbing against his leg vigorously. Meow, all right. I Ching admitted he was at a loss for words. It was time to test their mutual understanding. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Xiaoying, do you want to play? Xiaoying shook his head. Then do you want to take a bath? Xiaoying shook his head again. I Ching pondered, unable to think of anything else, until he noticed Xiaoying was persistently touching his belly. Suddenly enlightened, I Ching exclaimed, Xiaoying, why didn't you say so? You want me to scratch your belly? Upon hearing this, Xiaoying promptly fainted onto the ground. Wait, is that not right? I Ching said, feeling embarrassed. Subsequently, Xiaoying got back up, looking around as if he had spotted something, and then, astonishingly, vanished. Xiaoying, I Ching called out, bewildered. Why did he disappear? All right, kid, stop calling out. Xiaoying is in my space. The golden cudgel suddenly interjected. Space, I Ching exclaimed in surprise. Without delay, he entered the golden cudgel's realm, only to find Xiaoying sprawled out, seemingly munching on something. What is it? Oh, he's hungry. But what is he eating? I Ching wondered aloud. Moving closer, he discovered that Xiaoying was devouring the langon fruit that I Ching had picked. Alarmed, I Ching swiftly grabbed Xiaoying and shook him upside down, saying, Xiaoying, you can't eat that. Otherwise, your insides will be burnt. Meow. Xiaoying was on the verge of being shaken into a daze. Kid, don't worry. It's fine. If it were dangerous, he would have been burnt to a crisp by now, the golden cudgel reassured. That does seem to be true. Ichin immediately released his grip. However, Xiaoying has endured considerable hardships, staggering as she walked along the ground. After a while, she regained her composure and continued to eat. Years later, Xiaoying stood atop a lofty mountain, reflecting, in the past, I had 2 encounters with the king of hell. Once, I nearly starved to death at my master's hands. And on another occasion, I almost met my demise through his negligence. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Ichin, observing Xiaoying's delight in her meal, exclaimed in frustration, I can't believe Bajie deceived me. He claimed that eating would lead to my insides being incinerated. Humph. Ichin pointed at Xiaoying in astonishment and remarked, is it possible that she is a divine beast, one that can be compared to the phoenix? The golden cudgel lamented, wow, I never anticipated Xiaoying to be so formidable. I must strive harder, otherwise, if she catches up with me, it would be quite embarrassing. Ichin had heard that divine beasts advance in their realms with remarkable swiftness, achieving immortality in what seemed like the blink of an eye. However, a thought crossed Ichin's mind, and he inquired, Golden Cudgel, don't you have any idea what breed Xiaoying is? Why are you so certain to bring her into the space and feed her the Langon fruit? The Golden Cudgel responded with a sigh, that is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. This Xiaoying can actually enter this space on her own. What? She can enter by herself? Ichin exclaimed. Yes, the Golden Cudgel replied, feeling quite aggrieved. After all, this space belonged to him, and the sudden presence of a cat that could come and go freely left him feeling quite put out. Thus, I believe Xiaoying possesses a natural affinity for spatial abilities. The Golden Cudgel stated gravely. Spatial abilities? Ichin questioned. The Golden Cudgel elucidated. Indeed, it is the realm of space. What are the 2 most enigmatic paths among the myriad of avenues? The most mysterious? Ichin inquired. Yes, the most mysterious, alongside it, is the path of time. It can reverse time, while the path of space can reverse space, and for the truly formidable, it allows the creation of a miniature world within oneself. The Golden Cudgel explained. But, just how powerful is the path of space? Ichin still appeared perplexed. The Golden Cudgel pondered for a moment and replied, let me illustrate it this way. When the Buddha trapped the great sage beneath the 5-finger mountain, you are aware of that, correct? Yes, Ichin acknowledged. The reason the Buddha could crush the great sage with a mere hand was that he had cultivated a small world within his palm, known as the palm of China. The Golden Cudgel elucidated. At that moment, Ichin understood. No wonder the great sage was subdued with a single hand. It turned out that the Buddha's palm encompassed a miniature world. One might ask, no matter how powerful Sun Wukong is, he cannot withstand an entire small world. Golden Cudgel. Ichin exclaimed loudly. What is it? The Golden Cudgel queried, bewildered. Ichin pointed at Xiaoying, saying, Golden Cudgel, teach me to comprehend the path of space and the path of time. The Golden Cudgel expressed his reluctance to engage with Ichin. Is that not possible? Ichin asked. The Golden Cudgel replied curtly, of course not. The path must be realized through one's own understanding. Very well, but how does one achieve such comprehension? Ichin inquired. The most challenging aspect lies here. Space is ubiquitous, yet those who truly grasp it are exceedingly rare, and the same applies to time. The Golden Cudgel lamented. This predicament deeply perplexed Ichin, leaving him to ponder the path to enlightenment. Observing Ichin's distress, the Golden Staff offered words of consolation. Thus, when we speak of enlightenment, it is, in truth, more about seizing opportunities, being in the right place at the right time to truly understand. Encouraged by this, Ichin replied with determination, I believe. I will certainly attain this understanding. After all, I cannot simply watch my pet surpass me in prowess. He turned his gaze toward Xiaoying, his eyes resolute. That's the spirit. Do not lose heart. I have faith in you. The Golden Staff encouraged. Indeed, suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Someone is knocking. Go see who it is, urged the Golden Staff. Nodding, Ichin glanced at Xiaoying before stepping out of the space. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find it was Bajie, whose hands were now wrapped in bandages. Concern etched on Ichin's face, he inquired, are you all right? After all, I just learned that Xiaoying is a divine beast. How could the wounds inflicted by such a creature not cause pain? Ah, it's nothing. Just a minor injury. Bajie dismissed. Shifting the topic. Wow. Ichin, you've kept your room so tidy. Clearly, I Chin was drawn into the diversion, responding, "Of course. If I didn't tidy up your room, it would resemble a pigsty. Hey, make some space for me. Bajie, do not snore. Bajie, remove your feet. Bajie, do not grind your teeth. Bajie, I am taking a day off. After all, I am a student, and the pressure is overwhelming. My studies have left me breathless, so I shall rest for a day." The narrative continues. In the blink of an eye, night transformed into day, with birds serenading from the trees, heralding the arrival of a new dawn. The fresh air was invigorating. Yet how deeply I slept. Bajie yawned and rubbed her eyes. Turning to glance at I Chun, she was suddenly taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, I Chun, you startled me." At that moment, I Chun appeared lethargic, his eyes shadowed by dark circles, fixated intently on Bajie. Bajie felt a chill run down her spine under I Chun's penetrating gaze, her heart racing with unease. She then inquired, "I Chun, who has put you in such a state?" With a mysterious smile, I Chun replied, "He." Suddenly, a scream echoed from within the room. At the entrance of the courtyard, two youths ambled along the path, one of whom was clutching his head in distress. "Why?" Bajie lamented, tears streaming down her face. In response, I Chun turned and shot him a murderous glance, saying, "Oh, shall we have another round?" No, that's quite enough." Bajie hurriedly waved his hand. Just moments ago, Bajie had endured an inhumane ordeal at I Chun's hands, and now he dared not provoke him further. "Miao Xiaoying, are you hungry?" I Chun inquired, glancing at the small figure perched on his shoulder. This morning, I Chun had discovered a new ability of Xiaoying, the power to shrink in size. Thus, Xiaoying had transformed into a palm-sized creature, making it far more convenient for I Chun to carry him around, as leaving Xiaoying alone in a room could lead to unforeseen chaos. "Meow, meow, meow," Xiaoying called out, revealing his hunger. "Here you go." I Chun casually retrieved a langon fruit from his spatial storage and handed it to Xiaoying. The shrunken Xiaoying held the fruit, which was nearly the size of his own head, and began to nibble on it, creating a scene that was utterly adorable. Bajie seemed to have stumbled upon a new discovery, exclaiming, "Wow, I Chun, look, Xiaoying is eating the langon fruit raw. Are you not worried about its insides being burned? Do you think Xiaoying will be all right?" I Chun replied, somewhat exasperated, "Just look at Xiaoying. He seems fine." Bajie observed Xiaoying and remarked, "That does appear to be the case." He then asked, "I Chun, do you know what kind of divine beast Xiaoying is?" I Chun glanced at the small creature on his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, "To be honest, I have no idea what kind of divine beast Xiaoying truly is." Upon hearing this, Bajie seemed to recall something and cautiously inquired, "I Chun, how did you acquire Xiaoying?" Without a moment's hesitation, I Chun divulged the entire story to Bajie. This is not a matter of I Chun being careless. Rather, it is a testament to I Chun's profound trust in Bajie, prompting him to reveal everything without reservation. Upon hearing this, Bajie remarked, "It appears that you and Xiaoying indeed share a fateful connection." I Chun responded with a smile, "Absolutely. It is a destiny woven in the fabric of the universe." However, Bajie cautioned, "I Chun, you should still exercise caution around Xiaoying. One can never be too sure." Yet before Bajie could finish, I Chun swiftly interjected, "There is nothing to be uncertain about. I have faith in Xiaoying, just as I do in you. Do you understand?" Bajie was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly came to terms with it, saying, "Indeed." The reason Bajie posed such a question was rooted in the events of the previous day. Bajie, clutching his wound, hurried to the heavenly medicine pavilion for treatment. To his surprise, he encountered the esteemed elder Yuanming, who happened to recognize Bajie and offered to examine his injury. Upon inspection, Elder Yuanming was visibly startled by the severity of Bajie's wounds. He promptly inquired about the nature of the injury. Bajie, sensing the gravity of the situation, cleverly fabricated an explanation. "I was injured by a monster while undertaking a trial in the wilderness." As anticipated, upon hearing this, Elder Yuanming became agitated, exclaiming, "This is no mere monster. These wounds are clearly inflicted by a ferocious beast." Relieved, Bajie sighed deeply, grateful he had not divulged the truth about Xiaoying. Had he done so, it could have resulted in dire consequences. After all, if it were revealed that I Chun Xiaoying was responsible for the injury, I Chun would inevitably face intense scrutiny, potentially leading to his expulsion from the Heavenly Tao Academy, or worse, imprisonment in the Heavenly Tao prison. Thus, I Chun must express his heartfelt gratitude to Bajie. However, Bajie refrains from disclosing the matter to I Chun, as he does not wish to burden him with concerns regarding his injury, although the two are speculating that Xiaoying might be a divine beast. They are acutely aware that a wound inflicted by a fierce beast can become tainted with malevolent energy, potentially leading to further injury and, if left untreated, even death. Therefore, it is imperative to seek treatment for wounds caused by savage creatures, and the medicinal herbs required for such healing are exceedingly rare. Fortunately, the Heavenly Tao Academy stands as the foremost power in the mortal realm, possessing control over its resources. They can indeed procure such precious herbs. Otherwise, Bajie might not only face death but also a life of suffering. Bajie, Yichen called out. Huh? Bajie responded, coming back to his senses. Yichen inquired, what else do you think Xiaoying eats? Bajie pondered for a moment before replying, it should be that whatever ordinary demonic beasts consume, Xiaoying would likely eat as well. That makes sense. Yichen gazed affectionately at Xiaoying. As they continued their walk, they arrived at the entrance of the western courtyard. Yichen observed that, even though this was not his first encounter with it, he was still profoundly astonished. Particularly captivating was the massive white tiger statue atop the roof. Yichen mused that it might, like the four great fierce beasts, retain a fragment of its true spirit, which is why it emanated an aura of vitality, its eyes gleaming with an intense brilliance as if it were fixedly gazing at him. In truth, if Yichen were to scrutinize closely, he would notice that the white tiger seemed to be intently observing Xiaoying, who, in turn, appeared to be equally captivated by the tiger. Alas, none of this caught Yichen's attention. Yichen and Bajie entered the classroom, which was now bustling with energy. Over the past few days, they had gradually grown familiar with one another, engaging in conversations about their cultivation insights and amusing anecdotes. Everything felt exceedingly comfortable. Yichen glanced around, pondering. Aside from the fact that this is a world of journey to the west, everything here resembles Earth. Hey, Yichen, you rascal. A familiar and light-hearted voice floated through the air. It was undoubtedly Morong Shui. However, Bajie was not pleased and feigned anger, saying, Hey, Morong Shui, why do you call Yichen by his name, but refer to me as rascal? What's wrong? Does this young lady's way of addressing you not sit well? Morong Shui retorted, brandishing her tiny fist. Of course I am pleased. If you call me rascal, it shows you hold me in regard. Bajie flattered. All right then. Bajie quickly shifted his demeanor under the pressure of her presence. Humph. An elderly voice interrupted with a cough. Chapter 58. Discussion on Xiaoying Good, my dear students. Xian Lao addressed them collectively. After these few days, everyone had learned much, just as they would greet a teacher. Wonderful. It seems you all have grasped a great deal. Xian Lao said, stroking his beard with satisfaction. He walked to the center of the podium, gazing at the students below, and declared, as you all know, I am here to teach you the philosophy of combat. However, philosophy does not equate to practical application. Therefore, if I make any errors in my teachings, I kindly ask for your guidance. It must be said that Xian Lao was remarkably humble, devoid of any airs, and treated everyone with utmost kindness. Good. Today, we shall discuss the art of turning the tide in battle. Subsequently, Master Xian expounded upon numerous concepts regarding this transformative strategy. Yichen listened with rapt attention. Yet Bajie found the discourse utterly tedious and succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table. However, Bajie's snores resonated so loudly that Master Xian summoned him to the back for a penalty of standing. Remarkably, Bajie demonstrated an extraordinary talent, managing to doze even while standing, much to Yichen's astonishment. Who would have imagined such a skill in Bajie? Thus, Master Xian continued his lecture for an entire morning. Although Yichen was eager to learn, he began to find the prolonged session rather monotonous. Just as he felt his resolve waning, it finally concluded. Master Xian lifted his cup for a sip of water, stroking his beard as he proclaimed, All right, everyone, take a break. With that, he strode away, clearly pleased with his teaching performance. Once Master Xian departed, Bajie began to grumble. Oh my heavens, standing for an entire morning has left me sore. Come now, Bajie, you could sleep while standing. What do you have to complain about? Morong Shui rolled her eyes, delivering a playful retort. Bajie, brimming with arrogance, replied, That a mark of skill. If you possess any talent, try standing and sleeping. Morong Shui quickly shook her head, teasingly responding, Me? I'm not as gifted as you. I cannot achieve that feat. Humph. Good to know, Bajie declared with a smug expression. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu stifled her laughter, covering her mouth. Hey, Xiaoyu, you weren't penalized, were you? Yichen inquired, feeling a twinge of concern. Chu Xiaoyu glanced at Yichen and replied, Of course not. It is worth noting that my grandfather dotes on me immensely. Should he ever punish me, I would simply ignore him. Chen expressed his envy, exclaiming, "Ah, having such a doting grandfather is truly wonderful. Even I, miss, find myself envious of you." Morong Shui concurred. At that moment, Baixing interjected dismissively, "Humph. What is so special about that? I am a..." Poor Baixing, before she could finish her sentence, was met with a direct punch from Morong Shui. The sensation was quite something. "Hey, did I provoke you in any way? Is it really necessary to target me like this?" Baixing lamented, tenderly touching the spot where Morong Shui had struck her. Her expression filled with grievance. Morong Shui, glancing at her own little fist, retorted with a haughty demeanor, "I didn't provoke you, but I simply felt like hitting you. Is that a problem?" Upon witnessing the murderous glint in Morong Shui's eyes, Baixing quickly capitulated, hastily affirming, Yes. Of course, it's fine. All right, Shui and Baixing. Cease your antics." Chu Xiaoyu interjected to mediate the situation. Just as she managed to defuse the tension and turned her gaze towards Chen, she noticed a tiny, adorable kitten perched atop his head. She exclaimed, "Wow! Chen, is that little creature on your head your demon beast? It's so cute. May I hold it?" "On my head?" Chen queried, perplexed. Upon feeling his head, he discovered that Xiaoying had stealthily climbed onto his crown while he was distracted. Moreover, Xiaoying had shrunk to the size of an infant's palm for comfort while sleeping. With its ebony fur, Xiaoying nestled itself within Chen's hair, blissfully slumbering. Had it not stirred just a moment ago, Chu Xiaoyu might not have even noticed. Chen hesitated, for he recalled that Baixing had been scratched by the little shadow, and he feared that the same fate might befall Chu Xiaoyu. Just as Chen wrestled with his indecision, Chu Xiaoyu reached out her hand toward the little shadow. In an instant, the little shadow opened its eyes, its sharp claws stealthily emerging, poised to strike. Just as the little shadow was about to launch an attack, Baixing, quick-witted and swift, intervened to stop Chu Xiaoyu. Upon realizing she was thwarted, Chu Xiaoyu expressed her mild dissatisfaction. "Baixing, why are you stopping me? I merely wish to pet it." It must be said, her displeasure was utterly adorable, her pouting face irresistibly charming. To further convince Chu Xiaoyu, she rolled up her sleeve to display her arm. Chu Xiaoyu, upon seeing this, remained somewhat skeptical. After all, how could such a diminutive feline possibly inflict harm on Baixing? It was essential to note that Baixing was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. It seemed implausible that he could be injured by a mere kitten. Yet, Baixing had no reason to deceive her, leaving Chu Xiaoyu thoroughly perplexed. If Baixing had hurt her, he would undoubtedly protest. "Must I reveal that the little shadow is a fierce beast for you to be satisfied?" Morong Shui had also been observing the little shadow intently, yet the usually boisterous Morong Shui remained surprisingly composed. Typically, she would have rushed to embrace the little shadow. But now her thoughts revolved around the question, what kind of demon beast is this? Why have I never encountered one like it before? In her recollection, no demon beast resembled this, which struck her as quite peculiar. Moreover, Baixing had asserted that this little cat had injured him, leaving Morong Shui utterly baffled. If Baixing were to overhear this, she would undoubtedly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that it would be you who understands me?" Alas, Baixing remains oblivious to all of this. At this moment, she is still deeply haunted by the presence of Xiaoying. Fearful of Xiaoying, she gives him another gentle tug, for it is well known that Xiaoying is a formidable beast. With a few more tugs, Baixing feels she is perilously close to death. At this juncture, Chen elaborates, "Xiaoying is a bit shy, you see?" Chu Xiaoyu nonchalantly replies, "It's nothing. Is this cat named Xiaoying? What a lovely name." Chen humbly acknowledges her compliment. Morong Shui, puzzled, inquires, "Chen, what kind of demon beast is this Xiaoying?" Well, faced with this question once more, Chen can only shake his head in resignation. Morong Shui remarks with curiosity, "How strange. I am quite knowledgeable about demon beasts, even divine and ferocious ones. Yet, I have never heard of your kind of demon beast. I truly do not know." Chen admits, cradling Xiaoying in his arms with a sense of helplessness. Chapter 59, Searching and Longing. As the discussion unfolds among Chen and the others, Xiaoying can only let out an adorable meow. "Oh, how cute!" Chu Xiaoyu exclaims once more. Morong Shui nudges Chu Xiaoyu, saying, "You really are. Well, how should I put this? Silly. Not at all." Chu Xiaoyu pouts in dissatisfaction. The current demeanor of Chu Xiaoyu is undeniably charming. Unintentionally, Chen finds himself somewhat entranced, not solely by Chu Xiaoyu's beauty, but because she bears a striking resemblance to Jiu Ling Er. Chen murmurs, "Ling Er. Huh, what did you say, Chen?" Morong Shui frowns and questions, Yichun, realizing his slip, clarifies, "Oh, nothing much." Morong Shui replied, her confusion deepening as she pondered. How strange. Did I mishear? Observing her bewilderment, Yichun swiftly diverted the conversation, suggesting, well, since class has ended, shall we take a stroll? Ah, yes, a walk would be nice. My back and waist are aching. Bajie interjected with a yawn. Is it just you who's feeling sore? You slept so soundly. Morong Shui retorted. Hey, you, Bajie exclaimed. Morong Shui pointed at herself, asking me, what's wrong? She raised her small, snowy white fist in emphasis. Oh, nothing, nothing. Bajie quickly shook her head. Just joking. If I say it out loud, I'll get it. It could be said that Morong Shui had an innate talent for sparring with Bajie, her profession seemingly to banter with her. Yichun, witnessing this amusing rivalry, sighed and remarked, Xiaoying, did you see that? You are the most obedient. Please do not emulate them. All right? Meow, Xiaoying complied. Suddenly, Yichun felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up to find Morong Shui glaring at him with a murderous intent. Oh, Yichun, are you suggesting that you want to try as well? Morong Shui stated calmly. There's nothing to it. Nothing at all, Yichun stammered awkwardly. Beside them, Bajie immediately shouted. Yichun, don't be afraid of her. Let us unite against her. Let's take down this wicked girl. Morong Shui stiffly turned her head towards Bajie. Bajie swallowed hard. After a while, at Tiandao Academy, in a certain area, the two boys and two girls, were walking together. It was indeed Yichun and his companions. Ouch! That hurts, Bajie exclaimed, rubbing her head. Next to her, Yichun replied with exasperation, well, that's what you get for provoking Morong Shui. Not yet. I thought you would join me in resisting her, Bajie lamented. Morong Shui turned her head to look at Bajie and asked, what are you discussing? Nothing. Bajie hurriedly replied. With that, Morong Shui turned back and resumed her conversation with Chu Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Yichun swiftly pulled Bajie aside and warned, I caution you. Do not involve me in this. Yichun, I misjudged you. Who would have thought you would yield to a woman? Bajie feigned intense disdain. At that moment, Yichun finally comprehended why Morong Shui was so intent on confronting him. It was because he truly deserved it. Gazing at his own fist, Yichun remarked, are you still hoping to add another bump to your head? TCH. Yichun, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the capability, go ahead and give me another bump. Let us see. Bajie retorted, skeptical. Oh, is that so? Morong Shui, Bajie is secretly slandering you. Yichun exclaimed. Bajie wore an expression of exasperation. Before long, it was indeed evident that Bajie had acquired another bump on his head, one on the left, another on the right. Goodness, how strikingly similar. Yichun marveled. What do you mean? Bajie asked, distressed. Like the third Prince Neza. Yichun immediately replied. Meanwhile, in the western Nyoha continent, seated upon a throne was a figure adorned with two fox-like ears, clad in thick, furry garments. His gaze radiated an overwhelming authority. With a thick stubble at the corners of his mouth, a tall stature, and a square jaw that exuded an imposing presence. This individual was none other than Ling'er's father, the Divine Fox King. However, the King of the Divine Fox wore a bitter smile as he inquired, Ling, do you truly intend to attend the Academy of Heavenly Path? Below, a young woman, possessing a captivating and alluring figure, revealed her long, slender legs. Her skin is white and smooth as snow, with a delicate oval face, sensuous red lips, enchanting eyes brimming with vitality, and a graceful nose. Strands of her hair cascaded elegantly. This was none other than the enchanting wine spirit Ling'er, who had transformed from a charming little girl into a strikingly seductive young lady. Indeed, father, I am determined to go to the Academy of Heavenly Path, Ling'er affirmed resolutely. But, Ling'er my dear, must we truly go? Look at us. Our demon clan possesses resources and skills that rival those of the Academy. We have treasures and techniques galore. The elders of our clan will certainly call upon you. What need have you for the Academy of Heavenly Path? The King of the Divine Fox questioned, perplexed. Please, father, I simply wish to go. Ling'er pouted playfully. Very well. Though your appearance has changed dramatically, your spirit remains unchanged. But, Ling'er, you must at least provide your father with a reason, the king insisted. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling'er replied, because you mentioned that the Academy of Heavenly Path is the most vibrant place across the 4 continents. Are you going there to seek out that so-called Yichun? The King of the Divine Fox asked. Yes, indeed. Ling'er beamed. The King of the Divine Fox sighed. I cannot fathom who this Yichun is, who has so thoroughly captivated my daughter's heart. If I discover his identity, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Father, you jest. Lingo blushed shyly. Ah, go on, go on. One grows old, the king lamented, rising and stepping toward Linger. With a sigh, he remarked, as for the Tiandao Academy, I shall send someone to convey the message. With the Wanhu order in your possession, you may enter the academy directly. Upon finishing his words, he handed Linger a token, which was diamond-shaped, exquisitely carved on one side with a vivid depiction of a nine-tailed fox, so lifelike that it seemed to breathe. The reverse bore the inscription Wanhu Ling. Father is truly the best to me. Oh, and what about the chubby one? Linger exclaimed. Subsequently, the divine Fox King sighed in resignation and presented her with another Wanhu order. Should other demon kings hear of this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. It is known that the divine Fox King possesses only 10 of these orders. Furthermore, possessing a Wanhu order grants command over 100,000 demon soldiers. To behold the Wanhu order is akin to encountering the divine Fox King himself. This underscores the immense affection the divine Fox King harbors for Linger, who holds a significant position in his heart. Father, I have no other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. With that, Linger turned to depart. Halfway through her exit, the divine Fox King called out, Linger, the Tiandao Academy is unlike the demon clan. No one will look after you, so be cautious. Hearing this, Linger smiled gently. I understand. Take care on your journey, the divine Fox King lamented. Linger nodded and continued on her way. A small demon nearby quickly offered consolation. The princess truly loves you. Nonsense. My daughter loves me? Loves you? The divine Fox King retorted with a glare. Of course not. The small demon hastily wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I am merely concerned. Chapter 60. The Tiger's Killing Ground. All right, Bai Xing, do not be angry. Yichen chuckled. After hearing this, Bai Xing fixed an intense gaze on Yichen, causing a shiver to run down Yichen's spine. Could you refrain from looking at me like that? Yichen inquired slowly. What do you think? Bai Xing retorted fiercely. Ah, what splendid weather we have today. Yichen said, tilting his head towards the sky to divert the topic. This only made Bai Xing grit his teeth in frustration, yet she knew deep down that, honestly, she might not stand a chance against Yichen. At that moment, Yichen remained oblivious to the fact that the person he yearned for day and night was drawing ever closer to him. Suddenly, he glanced towards the west. Seemingly lost in thought, Bai Xing waved her hand in front of Yichen and asked, Hey, Yichen, what are you pondering? For reasons unknown, Yichen felt that Ling air was coming closer to him. Unbeknownst to him, this was not a mere illusion. After all, they were two souls in love, deeply attuned to one another. What illusion? Bai Xing queried, puzzled. Yichen turned to her and replied, exasperated, what concern is it of yours? He then strode forward decisively. Bai Xing scoffed, I was just asking, is that so unreasonable? If you don't want to share, fine. I'm not bothered. Hey, Bai Brat, hurry up. You're the slowest. Morong Shui urged from ahead. Got it, Bai Xing retorted, and immediately quickened her pace to catch up with the group. Before long, Elder Xian entered, clearing his throat. I bring you all delightful news. Would you like to hear it? Elder Xian teased. Yes, they responded eagerly. Haha. The good news is that next month marks the competition of the 4 major academies of our Tiandao Academy. Elder Xian chuckled while stroking his beard. The competition of the 4 major academies? I have heard of it. However, it seems that our Western Institute has consistently ranked last each year. What? Could it be that we are indeed the least capable? Such statements cannot be made lightly. We must recognize that we are not without merit. The discourse among the group was lively, yet the prevailing sentiment was one of self-assuredness, with the belief that they could achieve commendable rankings. Upon hearing the discussions below, Elder Xian nodded with satisfaction. This was the class he had guided that exhibited the most confidence in themselves. Subsequently, Elder Xian interrupted the chatter, gazing upon the students with a pleased expression, and remarked, I am delighted to see such confidence among you all. Haha. Tomorrow marks the selection competition for the Western Institute. Please assemble at the 4-Spirit Tiger Combat Arena punctually, following our usual class schedule. Elder Xian, where exactly is the 4-Spirit Tiger Combat Arena? One student inquired. Did I not inform you? Elder Xian replied, somewhat incredulous. No, the students chorused. Ah well, I am getting on in years. Where is the 4-Spirit Tiger Combat Arena? Oh dear, I seem to have forgotten. Elder Xian admitted, somewhat sheepishly. What? You have forgotten? The students exclaimed in astonishment. Even Yichen could not suppress his surprise. What a jest! How could Elder Xian, a formidable figure of the great ascension stage, possibly forget. Yet Elder Xian proceeded to explain. But what? The students eagerly pressed. Elder Xian stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and then said, "The eastern dragon soars to the ninth heaven, while the western tiger awaits its roar. The southern sparrow welcomes 100 birds to roost, and the northern warrior opens but one eye." What does this mean? Yichen could not help but ask. Elder Xian glanced at Yichen and replied, "This is the clue to reach the Force Spirit Tiger combat arena." Is this a clue? Yichen pondered, slowly taking a seat in deep in thought. Elder Xian observed Yichen settling down and looked at all the students, reassured that each was engrossed in contemplation, though their expressions revealed a shared confusion. Elder Xian remained unperturbed, stroking his beard as he spoke deliberately. In any case, if one does not reach the Force Spirits arena, the tiger killing ground, it would be tantamount to a voluntary forfeiture, and one shall forever be ineligible to enter the true Heavenly Path Academy. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, he resumed stroking his beard, humming a tune as he departed. Once Elder Xian left, the students erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Heavens! If we fail to find it, we cannot enter the Heavenly Path Academy? But what does this truly mean? Uncertain. They began to realize that perhaps they were destined to be estranged from the genuine Heavenly Path Academy for all eternity. Meanwhile, Yichen was deeply immersed in thought, his mind racing. Even the typically frivolous Bajie was earnestly contemplating. "Ah, wait a moment," Bajie exclaimed with sudden delight. "What have you figured out, kid?" Morong Shui inquired, astonished. Yichen turned to Bajie, surprised by his unexpected usefulness at such a critical moment. "Ahem. Just consider who Chu Xiaoyu is. She is the granddaughter of the vice president. Xiaoyu must know where the Four Spirits Arena, the tiger killing ground, is located," Bajie proclaimed with a grin. "Indeed. Xiaoyu, please tell us, where is the Four Spirits Arena, the tiger killing ground?" Morong Shui quickly pressed Chu Xiaoyu for an answer. However, Chu Xiaoyu wore a troubled expression and replied, "Well, actually, I do not know." "What? You don't know? Aren't you the vice president's granddaughter?" Bajie exclaimed in disbelief. "In my childhood, I had never visited the Heavenly Tao Academy. My presence here is solely due to my grandfather's longing for me, urging me to come and see him." I casually mentioned my desire to learn a bit from Chu Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat awkward. "What? My heavens!" Bajie immediately collapsed onto the table. Chu Xiaoyu could only respond with a sense of helplessness. "I truly had no idea." "Forget it, Xiaoyu. You well know that Bai is merely here to take advantage of the situation. This is a test bestowed upon us by old Xian. We must rely on ourselves." Morong Shui consoled. Upon hearing this, Bajie pouted and remarked, "Humph. Who was just the most excited a moment ago? What did you say, Bai?" Morong Shui raised her fist once more, gritting her teeth. Bajie's lips twitched as he explained, "It's nothing. Just a joke. I certainly do not wish to become the third Prince Nezu again." Suddenly, at that moment, Yichen appeared to have an epiphany and abruptly stood up. To the astonishment of Bajie and the others, he exclaimed excitedly, "I believe I have figured it out." "What? You know?" Bajie asked in surprise. "Yes." Yichen nodded confidently and declared, "Follow me." Soon after, Yichen and the group ventured outside. Yichen pointed toward the east and remarked, "Look, that dragon statue. Doesn't it resemble one soaring into the sky? This corresponds to the dragon ascending to the 9 heavens in the east." Morong Shui exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Indeed." Yichen nodded, then pointed toward the west, saying, "Look above us, that white tiger. Listen to the western tiger's roar." Bajie called out. Yichen pointed towards the south and remarked, "I have perused the student records, and in the southern courtyard, there stands a tree, said to be the resting place of the vermilion bird, attracting myriad birds to roost here. The southern vermilion welcomes a multitude of birds." Chu Xiaoyu added promptly. Yichen then gestured towards the northern courtyard, stating, "The northern marshal only opens one eye." Indeed, in the direction Yichen indicated, the carved figure of the Xuanwu blinked intermittently. "Goodness! Is that not the Four Spirits Tiger slaughtering ground, right behind our academy?" Bajie exclaimed with excitement. No. Yichen suddenly interjected mysteriously. "Where is it then?" Bajie inquired. "The tiger slaughtering ground. It lies there," Yichen shouted, pointing ahead. Chapter 61. The tiger slaughtering ground. The group turned to the direction Yichen indicated, only to be rendered speechless, astonished by the revelation. Yichen's finger pointed eastward, down towards the eastern courtyard. "What is this? Why?" Bajie questioned, perplexed. Yichen smiled gently and explained, "Historically, the white tiger has never seen eye to eye with the azure dragon." "Oh, I understand now. The The tiger slaughtering ground symbolizes the white tiger confronting the azure dragon. Bajie exclaimed, enlightened. Indeed. Yichen nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Morong Shui interjected, so, the location in the eastern courtyard is ours. Upon hearing this, Yichen chuckled and shook his head. Since ancient times, the dragon and the phoenix have been a pair. Yichen elucidated. Oh, Morong Shui comprehended. Chu Xiaoyu joyfully remarked, this is splendid. We have not been eliminated. She then hesitated and asked, can we inform our classmates? Yichen laughed. Of course. We are all one entity. Splendid. I shall promptly inform others. Chu Xiaoyu excitedly rushed to share the news. It was surprising to see how much she cared for others. Yichen, we have indeed found it. Bajie proposed. Now, shall we proceed to the room? Yichen glanced at Morong Shui and inquired, what about you? Me? To be honest, I find the Tiandao Academy rather dull. When will we have the opportunity to participate in assessments? Morong Shui lamented. Assessments? Yichen questioned. Chu Xiaoyu interjected, precisely. Assessments allow us the freedom to venture out. That sounds liberating. Had I known, I would not have forsaken my status as a young lady to become a mere student here. Bajie mockingly retorted. Morong Shui puffed her cheeks, stood up, and glared at Bajie, exclaiming, that is all your fault. My fault? Bajie incredulously replied. You. Morong Shui pointed at Bajie, struggling to articulate her thoughts, ultimately huffing and storming off. Meanwhile, Bajie remained perplexed, pondering, what have I done to provoke her? Yichen shook his head and remarked, Bajie, are you genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? Morong Shui, she what? Bajie pressed anxiously. Yichen took a deep breath and declared, she has feelings for you. Are you suggesting Morong Shui likes me? Huh, do not jest. With her temperament, I would be lucky to escape unscathed. Bajie laughed heartily, yet remained rooted in place, repeatedly contemplating, Morong Shui likes me? She likes me? Yichen strolled leisurely along the path, resting his hand on his forehead as he gazed up at the heavens. Ah, love truly is an enigma, Linger he mused. As if he could see a cloud in the sky transforming into Linger's visage. He reached out, seemingly attempting to grasp that ethereal cloud, yet alas, he caught nothing but air. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely an ordinary cloud. Oh, at this moment, where are you? Do you ever think of me? Or perhaps search for me? Yichen pondered longingly. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? A rather annoying voice interjected. Without needing to open his eyes, Yichen recognized it was undoubtedly Li Haoran. Turning his head, he indeed saw Li Haoran approaching with a mischievous grin, accompanied by his entourage of sycophants. How is it that wherever I go, I seem to run into you? Yichen remarked, exasperated. I was about to inquire how it is that I keep encountering you. What is your name? Announce yourself. Li Haoran shouted, as he had not had the chance to ask previously. I am Yichen. He replied with a composed demeanor. Yichen? Interesting. Did you know you were the first person to dare strike me? Li Haoran exclaimed, filled with indignation. Oh, then I must consider myself greatly honored. Yichen responded with a hint of levity. Li Haoran surveyed the surroundings before saying, Yichen, do you dare to engage in a martial contest at the Yutian Arena? The Yutian Arena? Yichen questioned, bewildered. This time, it was Li Haoran who appeared incredulous, scrutinizing Yichen from head to toe. Are you not from the Tiandao Academy? How can you be unaware of such basic information about it? It is essential to understand that for individuals like Li Haoran, upon entering the Tiandao Academy, they invariably familiarize themselves with the institution. For someone like Yichen, this was his first encounter with Li Haoran. Afyu, enlighten him on what the Yutian Arena is. Li Haoran directed towards a young man nearby. Certainly, responded the young man, known as Afyu, stepping forward. The Yutian Arena is the designated venue for competitions among the students of Tiandao Academy, where battles are conducted without restrictions, except for death. This is in accordance with the Academy's principle of unity against external threats. Internal strife is simply inconceivable. Consequently, the Academy maintains stringent regulations against students engaging in mutual destruction. However, this has significantly diminished the intrigue and scheming within Tiandao Academy. At the very least, students, whether in public or private settings, are dissuaded from excessive indulgence. Currently, Yichen found himself utterly bored. With opportunities for amusement at hand, why not partake? Thus, Yichen was led by Li Ronghao into a vast arena. Inside, numerous small combat platforms were scattered about, and the surroundings were adorned with an array of imposing statues that exuded an aura of intimidation. Li Haoran approached a counter, exchanged a few words, and obtained a token. One side bore the number 50, while the reverse was inscribed with the characters for Yutian Arena. Noticing Yi Qin's gaze upon him, Li Haoran taunted, "You better not be afraid later. Why not just surrender outright?" Yi Qin responded with a light chuckle, "Just wait. As long as you don't plead for mercy, I still have some fun to be had." "Oh, is that so? You are truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth," Li Ronghao remarked. Impatiently, Yi Qin retorted, "Enough with the idle chatter. Lead the way." With a huff, Li Ronghao proceeded to guide him, while Yi Qin took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Following closely behind, Yi Qin and his companions arrived at an arena, intricately engraved with the words Yutian 50. However, to their astonishment, the arena was sealed off by chains. Just as Yi Qin was about to inquire, Li Haoran inserted the previously acquired token into a slot. Almost immediately, a sound akin to chains scraping against the ground echoed as the arena opened. This astonishing sight left Yi Qin utterly amazed. "Goodness, how impressive. I am truly witnessing something remarkable," he thought to himself. "What do you think, Yi Qin? Please, go ahead." Li Haoran feigned a dramatic flair. With a scoff, Yi Qin lightly leaped onto the platform. He stomped down hard on the arena, exclaiming, "How sturdy." His actions were not without reason, as the memory of the arena's previous collapse still haunted him. "Simpleton," Li Haoran taunted from below. "This is constructed from 9 heavens mystic iron. How could it possibly be fragile?" Yi Qin found himself at a loss for words, recognizing his own ignorance. Reluctantly, he replied, "Then what if I lose, young Master Li? Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing?" As soon as he spoke, a golden book materialized in the center of the arena. Li Haoran approached the book, pricked his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto its surface, and glanced back at Yi Qin, saying, "Do as I do." Yi Qin approached the book and asked, "Why?" "While the text is being updated, please refresh the page shortly to obtain the latest version. The novel fantasy interpretation of Journey to the West is currently undergoing updates. Please hold on for a moment." Upon completion, refresh the page to access the latest content. Chapter 62. The Strength of Li Haoran. Nevertheless, Yi Qin complied, undeterred by the possibility of Li Haoran employing tricks, for he held an unwavering confidence in his own strength, believing that all efforts would be futile in the face of true power. After Yi Qin shed a drop of blood, the book immediately sank, leaving him at a loss. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Eastern Courtyard. Li Haoran battles in the Western Courtyard. Yi Qin, the fight begins." "What? Is the cultivation world so technologically advanced now?" Yi Qin exclaimed in astonishment. The disparity between this reality and the world of cultivation he envisioned was astonishing. Observing Yi Qin's reaction, Li Haoran sneered, "A country bumpkin is simply a country bumpkin. This is the fusion of mechanized arts and spiritual martial arts. Do you understand? Country bumpkin. Mechanized arts and spiritual martial arts?" Yi Qin pondered, recalling his previous encounter with mechanized arts, yet he remained puzzled about the nature of spiritual martial arts. Li Haoran, growing impatient, taunted, "Country bumpkin, are you still going to fight or not?" "Oh, you seem eager for a fight?" Yi Qin retorted defiantly, setting aside his curiosity about spiritual martial arts for the moment, determined to teach the arrogant Li Haoran a lesson. With resolve, he declared, "Dragon descending, tiger subduing," and launched a fist and palm strike toward Li Haoran. Li Haoran, observing this, effortlessly sidestepped Yi Qin's attack with a slight shift of his body. Yi Qin began to take the confrontation seriously. Li Haoran called out, "Yi Qin, had it not been for your moment of distraction, you would never have dared to confront me." "Oh, is that so?" Yi Qin raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, 72 transformations. Divide. Instantly, 10 Yi Qins appeared in place. "Having heard of your extraordinary abilities, I now see that distinguishing the real from the illusion is indeed a formidable challenge. However, humph. Light screen revelation." Suddenly, a radiant aura erupted from behind Li Haoran, becoming blinding in an instant. "This is troubling. My head aches." Yi Qin clutched his head, half kneeling on the ground. In the next moment, Yi Qin's duplicates inexplicably dissipated. Yi Qin was astonished. Li Haoran was indeed playing the role of a cunning predator. It was a trap, but the tension was palpable, and there was no turning back. Behold, mountain collapse. Yi Qin conjured a massive mountain, pressing it down upon Li Haoran. Li Haoran found himself crushed against the platform. Gritting his teeth, "I never anticipated you possessed such transformative skills." "Ah, mountain decision. What kind of technique does Li Haoran wield that counters my every move?" Yi Qin began to realize that Li Haoran's techniques effectively countered his every strike. "Now it's my turn. Tianji Fan." A fan appeared in Li Haoran's hand, adorned with dark golden patterns that seemed to flow. Strangely, the fan was merely a simple sheet of white paper. Yet, Yichen did not underestimate the fan. His instincts warned him that a moment's inattention could lead to his downfall. Intriguingly, the originally plain white fan now bore a striking red character for fire. Something is amiss, Yichen mused, and indeed, fire. Suddenly, Li Haoran gently waved the fan, unleashing a flame that seemed to embody invincibility, surging forth with great intensity. Yichen hastily dodged, yet was unable to evade completely. A small portion of his garment caught fire and began to blaze. Without a moment's hesitation, Yichen swiftly discarded his outer clothing. In less than a heartbeat, the fabric reduced to ashes. This was a deadly game. Enraged, Yichen shouted, "Golden cudgel." Instantly, a radiant golden cudgel materialized in his grasp. A celestial artifact? Li Haoran pondered silently. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to cry out, "Water!" At once, the fiery symbol on the fan transformed into a peculiar, ethereal blue representation of water, and then a torrent erupted from the fan. Truly, it resonated with the phrase, "The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens." Such was the magnitude of the deluge. Yichen dared not underestimate the situation. He swiftly invoked the magical technique of 9 heavens, feeling his power double, and then some. Yet this was insufficient. With a swift movement, he summoned the Nimbus cloud. Soaring into the air, harnessing the spiritual energy within, he deftly evaded the lethal strike. Once safe, Yichen bellowed, "Torrential demon claw." A colossal claw materialized, ensnaring Li Haoran. Startled, Li Haoran struggled fiercely, yet could not break free. Yichen took a deep breath, refusing to relent, and unleashed the attack of the 8 desolations. The golden cudgel fragmented into numerous shadowy strikes, hurtling towards Li Haoran. In a panic, Li Haoran shouted, "Earth." The water symbol once again morphed into a solid, weighty representation of Earth. With a resounding impact, Yichen's torrential claw was broken, yet Li Haoran still bore the brunt of a strike to his back, crashing forcefully onto the platform and raising clouds of dust and smoke. Yichen thrust the golden staff into the ground, using it as a support to prevent himself from collapsing, for he had just expended a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. However, to his astonishment, Li Haoran, who lay on the ground, gradually rose to his feet, adorned with a gleaming suit of armor. Moreover, the character for Earth on his fan had transformed into gold. Remarkably, he appeared unscathed. Yichen exclaimed in disbelief. Clapping his hands, Li Haoran remarked, "Impressive. Yichen, you are the first to compel me to wield the 5 elements. Truly remarkable. But this is where it ends." With that, the characters on Li Haoran's fan morphed into representations of fire and water. Suddenly, flames and torrents surged forth from the fan, oddly enough. The fire radiated an icy chill while the water was scalding hot. Having exhausted his spiritual energy, Yichen was unable to evade the attack and took the full brunt of it. With a thunderous crash, he was sent sprawling to the edge of the arena. After being struck, Yichen felt an intense heat on one side and an unbearable cold on the other, embodying a paradox of fire and ice. "How does it feel? Quite comfortable, I presume?" Li Haoran taunted. Struggling to his feet, Yichen gasped in agony. Each movement intensified his suffering. "Yield," Li Haoran proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "I shall never concede," Yichen shouted defiantly, leaning on the golden staff to rise once more. "I, Yichen, will never surrender." "Young man, time is running out. You'd be wise to capitulate. That fan can manipulate the 5 elements. It's overwhelmingly powerful. Now you possess the strength of the 5 elements but lack the ability to control it. Yield now, and when you can master the elements, we shall duel again," the golden staff advised. "Well said, young one. Indeed, it is as I have anticipated. In light of this, let us proceed." With a single strike, the balance of the universe is established. An indomitable force emanates from Yichen's being. Li Haoran roared, "Heavenly Gigi fan, golden desire wood." The words of fire and water on the fan instantaneously transformed into gold and wood. An armor materialized around Li Haoran, and behind him appeared the ethereal silhouette of a towering tree. Its myriad branches shot forth towards Yichen. Unfazed, Yichen stood resolute. This was his final strength, and the outcome rested on this decisive moment. Chapter 63, Making a Friend Bang. The clash between the golden staff and the branches was magnificent. In an instant, golden light erupted, and as the brilliance receded, Yichen found himself prone on the ground, while Li Haoran merely sustained some damage to his armor. Observing this, Yichen despondently lamented, "I have lost, how infuriating." He coughed up blood, Huh. Yichen, I have emerged victorious. Li Haoran chuckled, albeit with a cough. Though he feigned nonchalance, he could feel the shock reverberating through his internal organs, albeit to a lesser extent than Yichen. Just as Yichen prepared to concede, the golden staff interjected. Yichen, you have not lost. Do you not still possess the infernal execution? Infernal execution? Indeed. I have one more move. With this thought, Yichen gradually rose to his feet, though his form appeared as if it could be toppled by a mere breeze. Oh, Yichen refuses to concede? Li Haoran inquired, puzzled. Yichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared with a smile, concede? Impossible. Infernal execution. Infernal execution? You still have a trick up your sleeve. Li Haoran was taken aback. Despite the depletion of spiritual energy and severe injuries, he was still capable of unleashing techniques. Was he courting death? Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged behind Yichen, surpassing even the towering tree behind Li Haoran. This figure was headless, with breasts as eyes and a navel as a mouth. Wielding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, clad in black armor that exuded a deathly aura reminiscent of the underworld, utterly terrifying. Could it be Xingtian? At that moment, Yichen, still conscious, glanced back and immediately recognized Xingtian, for his distinctive appearance was unmistakable. In that instant, Li Haoran's magnificent tree stood in stark contrast to Yichen's war god, Xingtian. One radiated vitality while the other emanated an oppressive aura of death. Suddenly, Xingtian moved. He swung his axe at the towering tree, and it was evident what would happen next. The tree toppled without resistance. How formidable! A single strike was all it took to shatter my technique. Li Haoran exclaimed in astonishment. He then turned to face Xingtian, whose menacing gaze bore down upon him, causing cold sweat to pour from Li Haoran's brow. The pressure was overwhelming. This Yichen is a monster, Li Haoran thought to himself. Yichen, too, was astonished by the sheer might of the war god Xingtian, who had effortlessly dismantled Li Haoran's technique with a single blow. Seeing the expression on Yichen's face, Li Haoran felt an urge to weep. Did he truly consider him merely a practice target? Alas, he had brought this upon himself, and despite his despair, he resolved to continue fighting. Li Haoran sighed deeply. Although Li Haoran is the epitome of a pompous young master, his true nature is not malevolent. He could easily command his family's subordinates to deal with Yichen, yet he chose to confront him directly. After all, those of noble birth often exude a sense of arrogance, believing themselves to be invincible. As Li Haoran pondered his next move, Xingtian struck once more, swinging his axe towards him. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Haoran. I concede. Upon hearing this, Yichen hastily attempted to stop Xingtian, but to his dismay, he found himself unable to exert control. This is disastrous. Li Haoran dodged. I cannot maintain control. Yet, Li Haoran appeared utterly unperturbed, as if bolstered by some unseen force. Indeed, a surge of energy, seemingly from nowhere, intercepted Xingtian's assault and transformed into the shape of a fist, hurling itself at Xingtian. He quickly raised his shield in defense, only for it to dissolve into nothingness. What an astonishing force! Yichen exclaimed, as a single punch felled Xingtian. However, he soon felt a wave of apprehension. Xingtian was entirely uncontrollable. Li Haoran gradually rose to his feet, and his sycophants eagerly leaped onto the platform to brush off the dust from his attire. Oh, how true it is that comparison breeds envy. Look, Li Haoran has followers to assist in tidying his garments, while he himself. Sigh. Sensing Yichen's helplessness, Li Haoran remarked, Afu, hand that gentleman a garment. Yes, Afu replied, promptly retrieving an outfit from his storage ring and presenting it to Yichen. Perplexed, Yichen glanced at Li Haoran, who continued, It seems we have formed an acquaintance through our clash, have we not? Li Haoran simply wished to forge a friendship with you, unsure of how to proceed. Yichen perceived this and nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his consent. In truth, he discerned that Li Haoran was not inherently malevolent, merely afflicted with the typical faults of a young master. All right, Yichen, this evening, I shall visit your residence for a gathering, declared Li Haoran. Our residence? How do you know? Yichen inquired, puzzled. Li Haoran chuckled. Of course, I am acquainted with Wukong. Is that so? Yichen responded, but soon questioned further, Li Haoran, how do you assess Wukong's prowess? After all, during our last encounter with the cold Xian tiger, Wukong made quite an impression, dispatching it in mere 3 moves. His strength is not to be underestimated. Li Haoran self-deprecatingly replied, I cannot say for certain, but I can confidently inform you that I could not withstand more than 3 moves against him. Not more than 3 moves. Yichen exclaimed, astonished. It was astonishing to learn that a fierce combatant like Li Haoran could be so easily subdued by Murong. That Murong is indeed formidable. Young man, there are many who surpass you. Do not always look down upon others. The Heavenly Tao Academy harbors many profound talents, admonished the Golden Cudgel. Indeed, Yichen no longer underestimated anyone. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Li Haoran, only to realize that he could easily be outmatched. Had it not been for the enigmatic Xingtian, Yichen would have certainly faced defeat. Well then, I am famished. Farewell, Yichen. With a wave of his hand, Li Haoran took his leave. Until this evening. Yichen called after him. Oh. In response, Yichen had a significant change of heart towards Li Haoran, remarking, I never imagined that Li Haoran could be so kind to his friends. Upon hearing this, A Fu replied, in truth, the young master has always treated his friends well. It simply does not manifest in front of outsiders. Why is that? The young master, as the heir to the family, bears tremendous pressure. Every action he takes is constrained by the family's expectations. When he was a child, he was punished for playing with the servants, which led to him being confined for 3 months after being discovered by the clan leader. The servants who played with him were executed. A Fu spoke with anguish. Yichen was taken aback, realizing that Li Haoran also had a troubled childhood, one marred by familial constraints. Chapter 64. By Xing and Haoran. A Fu continued. Among those executed servants was also a younger brother. It was merely by chance that he had gone out to buy something for the young master, thus escaping the clan leader's notice and avoiding death. However, he believed it was the young master's fault. Consequently, I hid in the young master's room, prepared to perish alongside him that night. Yet, I heard him sobbing alone on the bed, murmuring, I am sorry. I caused your demise. It's all my fault. Why am I so useless? Upon hearing this, I understood that the young master was also a victim of circumstance. His earlier indifference towards me was merely an attempt to protect me. I crawled out from beneath the bed, and the young master, upon seeing me, was taken aback but soon broke down in tears, saying, A Fu, do you think I am truly useless? I can't even protect my friends. I am nothing but a failure. I replied, No, you are not a failure, young master. The young master is indeed a victim of circumstances. Ever since that fateful night, on the surface, I am but the young master's servant. However, I am aware that he has always regarded me as his closest friend. A Fu chuckled. I never expected that the seemingly arrogant Li Haoran would, at his core, be such a good friend to others. I misjudged him, Yichen remarked. Upon hearing this, A Fu replied, It matters not, for you and the young master have indeed become good friends now. Haven to you? Haha, it seems so. Also, A Fu, please refrain from addressing me so formally. It feels rather awkward. Just call me Yichen. Yichen insisted. A Fu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Is that permissible? Yichen nodded affirmatively, and A Fu called out, Yichen. Yes. Yichen responded, laughing heartily. I, A Fu, now have a friend. A Fu joyfully shouted. Alas! No matter where one may be, there will always exist these unequal hierarchies, even in this world of Journey to the West. As they conversed, they arrived at Yichen's courtyard. Observing this, A Fu said, Well then, Yichen, I shall take my leave. Yes, Yichen replied, and soon after, A Fu departed with a cheerful demeanor. Yichen chuckled softly, shaking his head as he limped back towards his room. How curious. Where are Bai Xing and the others? Yichen pondered in confusion. He opened the door, only to close it behind him, and sat cross-legged on the bed to recuperate. However, Miao He, you dare to emerge. Yichen feigned anger. During the confrontation between Yichen and Li Haoran, the little shadow had slipped into the space of the golden hoop, feasting on the leftover Langon fruits, indulging with great delight, completely unconcerned with its master's plight. Now you're hungry? Come seeking me again? Humph, don't even think about it. Yichen mused. The cat seemed to grasp Yichen's thoughts, and Xiaoying unexpectedly began to act adorably. Observing this, Yichen declared, I shall not be easily swayed. Xiaoying nodded in response, indicating a certain understanding. Without further ado, Yichen promptly focused on recuperating from his injuries. Xiaoying, feeling a bit bored, lay beside him, narrowing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. Before long, soft breaths could be heard. Upon noticing this, Yichen opened his eyes, covered Xiaoying with a blanket, and then closed his eyes once more. Though he wasn't concerned about her catching a cold, he thought she would find it more comfortable. As time passed, the sun set, and a profound tranquility enveloped the surroundings, with no one wishing to disrupt this rare peace. In the room, Yichen felt that he had nearly recovered. Turning to see Xiaoying wake up, he remarked, All right, let us go. I'll take you out to eat. With that, he placed Xiaoying atop his head and exited the room. Yichen, so you were in your room. Bajie exclaimed. Have you been looking for me? Yichen asked, puzzled. Of course. I even knocked on your door, but there was no response. I had no idea you were hiding in here, sleeping. Bajie replied. Knocking? That was because I set up an array, so you couldn't hear, Yichen explained. I see. Bajie, I'm heading out for a bit. We're expecting new friends tonight. Yichen said mysteriously. New friends? Are they beautiful? Bajie asked, wearing a foolish grin. You'll find out soon enough. Now, let us go. Yichen teased, enjoying the suspense. Humph. I'm curious to see who it is. Bajie replied. Gradually, Yichen arrived at the location of the Langon tree. All right, Xiaoying, if you wish to eat, then indulge yourself. However, Yichen soon discovered that Xiaoying had already leapt onto the tree and was voraciously munching away. Well, it appears I need not call you. I shall gather some for later. With that, Yichen climbed the tree to collect some fruit. Fortunately, as evening approached, the path was devoid of people, yet if a teacher were to catch him, Yichen would undoubtedly face consequences. In the blink of an eye, evening had arrived. All right, Xiaoying, it's time to go, Yichen exclaimed, glancing at the sky. Suddenly, he heard a muffled sound. Xiaoying, the glutton, had choked. Huh, Xiaoying, this is what you get for your greed, Yichen remarked as he produced a flask of water from his space. Here, take this. Xiaoying eagerly drank it down, mewing in relief. Just as they reached the entrance, a voice rang out. Li Haoran, this is not your territory. Get out. Oh, it is a privilege for you that I am here. Why should I heed your words? Came the retort. Bajie, Haoran, cease your bickering. Without needing any further thought. Yichen could easily surmise that Bajie and Li Haoran were embroiled in a dispute, with Murong attempting to mediate. Indeed, upon entering, he witnessed Bajie glaring furiously at Haoran, while Li Haoran wore a dismissive smile, and Murong stood in the middle, trying to quell the tension. As soon as Yichen stepped inside, Bajie exclaimed, Yichen, look, Li Haoran is bullying us. To which Li Haoran retorted, Yichen, you have arrived just in time. Tell me, did we not agree that I could come to your courtyard? Well, that was an arrangement made between Bajie and me, Yichen replied awkwardly. However, upon hearing this, Bajie erupted. What? It was you who agreed? Yichen, you. How could I have misjudged you? Humph. This Bajie has an even worse temper than I do. Li Haoran remarked with a chuckle. All right, Li Haoran, are you not leading me astray? Clearly, you and Bajie are at odds. Yet here you are. Sigh, Yichen lamented. Upon hearing this, Li Haoran sighed. Alas, I am left with no choice. All of this is orchestrated by my father, and I am under constant surveillance, which is quite uncomfortable. Yichen, feeling equally helpless, decided to knock on Bajie's door to clarify the situation. Chapter 65. All heirs tap, tap, tap. Bajie, please allow me to explain. Yichen called out. From within the room, Bajie retorted, there is nothing to explain. Yichen, I have clearly misjudged you as a friend. Yichen, upon hearing this, thought to himself, what on earth is happening? He could only force a wry smile and replied, please listen to me. He then recounted the tale of his encounter with Li Haoran, their battles, and the forging of their friendship. With a creak, the door opened, and Bajie stood behind it. Is that true? He inquired. Yichen, exasperated yet amused, replied, why would I deceive you? Subsequently, Bajie stepped outside, and upon seeing this, Li Haoran exclaimed, oh, are you no longer angry? Hey, you Li Haoran, are you pushing your luck? Bajie retorted angrily. All right, enough of the commotion. Today is primarily about reintroducing everyone. Can we all behave? Murong interjected. Yichen quickly concurred, yes. Precisely. Let us get acquainted. I, Bajie, have nothing to discuss with him, Li Haoran. Bajie declared. Li Haoran shrugged nonchalantly. Talk if you wish, or don't. Hey, you. Bajie shouted once more in frustration. It seemed that these two would never find peace. Everyone is involved in this matter. I, Yichen, shall serve as the mediator. After all, this calamity was instigated by me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yichen. I was once a member of an insignificant small sect, but unexpectedly, our sect faced utter destruction. My friends, Fatty and my partner, Linger, went missing. In my quest to find them, I encountered Bajie, who told me that if I gained fame in the Celestial Tao Academy, the entire continent would come to know of it. I thought perhaps that would lead me to them, so I decided to follow Bajie here. Yichen proclaimed. So it is for this reason you have come to the Celestial Tao Academy. Worry not, I shall assist you. Li Haoran responded. Thank you. Yichen expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. Li Haoran replied. Now it is my turn. I am Morong Zhishuan, the heir of the Morong family. However, I yearn to escape the confines of my family's expectations, which is why I have come to the Celestial Tao Academy. By the way, I have a sister named Morong Shui. I presume you are all aware of her, Morong Zhishuan stated. The group nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Li Haoran said, Now it is my turn to speak. I am Li Haoran, the heir of the Li family. Yet, the darkness of my family has proven unbearable for me, prompting my decision to seek refuge here at the Celestial Tao Academy. To my dismay, my family has dispatched individuals to the academy to watch over me. Alas, it is now your turn, Bajie, Yichen declared. Bajie had no choice but to respond. I am Bajie, the heir of the Bai family. I too have grown weary of my family, which is why I fled. Upon learning that the Celestial Tao Academy was enrolling students, I made my way here and fortuitously encountered Yichen along the way. Thus we journeyed together. Upon hearing this, it seemed that apart from Yichen himself, everyone shared a similar sentiment. Others are merely heirs to their families. Yichen felt quite embarrassed. He inquired, May I boldly ask about your family? Morong began. In our human race, when we venture to the Heavenly Tao Academy, we are divided into 1 emperor and 5 families. The emperor is from the Tang dynasty, and the 5 families are the Bai family, the Xin family, the Zhao family, the Bailey family, and then there is our Morong family. And what of Haoran? Yichen asked, puzzled. Oh, well, actually, Haoran is the current prince of the Tang dynasty. Morong chuckled. What? I didn't realize Haoran was a prince. Yichen stared at Li Haoran, who felt quite uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Li Haoran remarked, There's really no need for you to look at me like that, Yichen. I apologize. Yichen realized his rudeness and quickly offered an apology. Then, Bajie, who had been silent, spoke up. Actually, Elder Xian is an elder of the Xian family, and Teacher Bailey is the young lady of the Bailey family. What? I'm shocked. So, it turns out that this Heavenly Tao Academy is run by your 6 factions. Upon seeing Yichen's expression, Morong smiled wryly and said, There's no need to be so astonished. The Heavenly Tao Academy is actually organized by powerful figures from various races, including formidable beings from the demon race. Yichen grasped the situation, but at that moment, the golden hoop rod chimed in. Kid, you should ask him which race the dean belongs to. Yichen reluctantly mustered the courage to ask, Morong, which race does the dean belong to? The dean? Actually, I don't know either, Morong scratched his head. What? You don't know? Yichen exclaimed in surprise. The headmaster of the Celestial Path Academy is shrouded in mystery. No one knows his identity. And he has not made an appearance for quite some time. Rumors abound that he has succumbed to madness and perished, yet others suggest he is traversing the world. In any case, opinions vary widely. Morong explained, Is that so? Yichen replied, feeling a tinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to uncover the headmaster's identity. Seemingly understanding Yichen's sentiments, Morong continued, however. It is said that the victor of the 4 Great Academy competition will have the opportunity to meet the headmaster and receive his rewards. What? Meet the headmaster? Yichen exclaimed in astonishment. Young man, this is an opportunity. You must win. I am eager to see who this headmaster truly is. The golden cudgel chimed in. By the way, is there a distinction in realms for this 4 Great Academy competition? Yichen inquired. Morong shook his head and replied. Each academy will select 10 representatives. Ultimately, from the 40 participants, there will be no division by academy, only by individual prowess. The one who emerges victorious shall be crowned champion. Did you hear that? Golden Cudgel? This championship is not easily attained. Yichen remarked with a sense of gravity. Moreover, he was acutely aware of formidable rivals before him. Li Haoran, Bajie, and the most formidable Morong. Suddenly, Bajie called out, Yichen, I have obtained the White Tiger's inheritance. What? The White Tiger's inheritance? Yichen responded, bewildered. Heavens, am I not the protagonist here? Haha. Yichen, I will undoubtedly triumph over you. Bajie declared with a hearty laugh. PSH. You laugh like a fool. Li Haoran retorted, attempting to undermine him. Bajie, incensed, shot back. Come on. Let us have a match and see. Don't think I fear you just because you possess the royal family's ancestral Tianji fan. If it weren't for that broken fan, I would have already knocked you to the ground. The Tianji fan? An ancestral treasure of the royal family? Yichen questioned with a hint of confusion. Indeed. The Tianji fan is a celestial artifact passed down through our royal lineage. However, a weapon is also a manifestation of strength, is it not? Li Haoran asserted with conviction. That is true, A weapon is indeed a form of power. They rely on their weapons, so how could one not concede? He added, look at the Rui Jingu Bang. Aside from its ability to enlarge and shrink, what else can it do? Yichen couldn't help but scoff. Moreover, do you not possess the legacy of the Bai family? Is it not the same? Li Haoran inquired. Bajie thought to herself, how could that possibly be the same? The royal heritage is vastly superior to ours. Yet, fortunately, I have the spirit-controlling spear. The atmosphere grew tense, and at that moment, Li Haoran stood up and declared, that will be all. Yichen, I shall take my leave. All right, farewell. Yichen responded, as Li Haoran turned to depart. Bajie, feeling exasperated, approached him. Chapter 66. What luck? There is no one else. What is it? Bajie asked impatiently. Yichen sighed and remarked, in truth, Li Haoran has his own struggles. Him? Humph. Bajie could only huff, unsure of what else to say. Yichen proceeded to recount Li Haoran's childhood experiences. After listening, Bajie felt a sense of understanding wash over her. Actually, I too empathize with Li Haoran. The feeling of being monitored is truly unbearable. I envy you for not being bound by family constraints. What do I have to be envious of? I was abandoned by my parents at a young age and have only just begun to experience love. Yet, Yichen sighed, gazing up at the star-studded night sky. Suddenly, I found the starry sky to be not so bleak. In fact, it carried a hint of melancholy. Perhaps it is subjective, no matter how exquisite the scenery. It appears sorrowful through the lens of a troubled heart. However, upon closer inspection, I discerned its profound beauty, and my spirits began to lift. The stars twinkled one by one. Though their brilliance may not rival that of the moon, they still strive to shine alongside it. Such is life, mused Yichen, when he abruptly realized that his cultivation had undergone a transformation, elevating him to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. What is this? Yichen pondered. Young one, you must have comprehended something just now, which is why this occurred, the golden cudgel elucidated. I see, but where is Bajie? Yichen then noted the absence of Bajie. That lad, seeing you deep in thought, chose not to disturb you and left directly. The golden cudgel replied with a hint of annoyance. Oh well, by the way, golden cudgel, what troubles you? Nothing at all. You can't be serious. Were you not just a bit disheartened? That is absurd. Enough. I'm going to sleep. Wait. You actually sleep? Is that a problem? And thus, the night passed. Thud, thud, thud. Yichen, rise and shine. We still have a competition to attend. A voice called out. All right, I'm coming, Bajie. Yichen hurriedly got out of bed, dressed, and opened the door, saying, come in and have a seat. I still need to wash my face and brush my teeth. TSK, Yichen, you are quite laid back, aren't you? Not the slightest bit nervous? Bajie jested. Nervous about what? One must face it with equanimity. Yichen exclaimed. Indeed. Well said. Yichen, do you have confidence in being first among the 4 great academies? Bajie suddenly inquired. Yichen pondered for a moment and replied. Achieving first place among the 4 great academies is quite challenging. All right, I've finished my preparations. Let's go? Bajie hesitated. Yichen, are you sure? So soon? Didn't you mention that we were pressed for time? But, enough. Let's go? Thus, the two made their way to the Eastern Academy, where Elder Xian had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Yichen, he exclaimed, everyone is here, ha? Follow me. Wait, Elder Xian, didn't you say you forgot? A student suddenly questioned. This was swiftly brushed aside by Elder Xian as he led the students into the Eastern Academy, which was entirely composed of students from the Western Academy. The classes, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, were convening for the first time. Among the students in the Heaven class, Yichen spotted the source of his irritation, none other than Huang Tian. He had almost forgotten about his formidable rival, and notably, the Heaven class was comprised solely of those at the spirit separation stage. How could he possibly compete? At the very least, one would need to be at the Earth stage to pose a challenge. As for the Yellow and Profound classes, they were entirely out of the equation. The golden cudgel consoled, forget it, kid, just consider this a spectacle. It wasn't out of fear, it was simply an insurmountable gap. The disparity was akin to that between an adult and a 3-year-old. Victory was utterly impossible. Nevertheless, I wish to see how well I, Yichen, can perform. Yichen declared resolutely. Ambitious. However, breaking into the top 20 will be exceedingly difficult, remarked the golden cudgel. Must you be so discouraging? Yichen retorted, exasperated. This is not a critique, but rather a statement of fact. Silence, everyone. Now, I, Master Xian, shall speak. Master Xian declared. To ensure fairness, we shall draw lots for the matches, just as we did at the outset. Master Xian stroked his beard thoughtfully. Very well, let us commence the drawing in order. To prevent lower-tier students from facing higher-tier ones immediately, we shall begin with the advanced students, as explained by Master Xian. Subsequently, the heavenly class drew, followed by the earth class, the profound class, and finally the yellow class. However, no. Why? I have drawn the heavenly class. No. A student from the yellow class sat despondently on the ground, utterly disheartened. Alas, how tragic. The other students gazed at him with sympathetic eyes. Well, everyone has completed their draws. It is not unusual for a yellow class student to draw a heavenly class opponent. But, do not lose heart. There is a possibility. You may yet triumph. Master Xian said nonchalantly. Triumph? It is utterly impossible in this lifetime. The gap is insurmountable. Yichun could only silently plead. Please, do not let me draw the heavenly class. Upon revealing his token and seeing the number 35, Yichun called out, Who is 35? I am. A man of unremarkable appearance stepped forward, but Yichun felt like crying. Truly, what one fears most often comes to pass. This man was indeed from the heavenly class. Bai Xing, witnessing this, patted Yichun's back and comforted him. Such is life, with its ups and downs. Strive onward. Yichun's lips twitched. How can one strive? Forget it. I might as well concede. Who would have thought it would end before it even began? Wait a moment. The golden cudgel. Can my infernal executioner truly achieve victory? Yichun, filled with excitement, nearly forgot about Xingtian. Ahem. First and foremost, Xingtian is a demon god, believe me. As soon as you summon him, those instructors will surely apprehend you. The golden rod strikes down. It would be wise to concede defeat. Sighing, Yichun lamented. Old Xian, is it possible to concede early? Yichun managed a wry smile. Look, I am not alone in this. Those who concede can choose to stay and observe or go their separate ways, Old Xian suggested. That works. Go find that individual and practice a bit more on your divine powers. It's settled then. Resolute, Yichun strode towards the courtyard. Chapter 67, A New Divine Ability. Why can't I sleep? Yichun tossed and turned in bed, feeling restless. He recalled that in the past, whenever he fell asleep, he would meet that Tao ancestor. Yet now slumber eluded him. Meow, the little shadow beside him pondered, perplexed by her master's behavior. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Yichun murmured, Here it comes. Haha, why have you come to seek the Tao ancestor? The Tao ancestor inquired with a grin. Yichun retorted, Stop pretending. Before his eyes, the Tao ancestor slowly rose, approached Yichun, and scrutinized him from head to toe, remarking, Not bad. You've reached the 5th layer of Yuaning. You wish to learn divine abilities, do you? The Tao ancestor asked. Yes. Yichun nodded, then added, I wish to learn abilities that can unleash extensive attacks and provide robust defenses. During the battle with Li Haoran, had it not been for the 5th layer of the demon ape body, Yichun would not have been able to endure for so long. Rather than risking his life to block attacks, it would be far more pragmatic to learn a defensive divine technique. The Tao ancestor pondered briefly and said, Then I shall teach you the 36 transformations and the prison bull demon chant. 36 transformations? Prison bull demon chant? Wait, I already possess the 72 transformations. Why would I need to learn the 36 transformations? Yichun questioned, perplexed. With a more powerful 72 transformations at his disposal, what necessity was there for the 36 transformations? The Tao ancestor observed Yichun's astonishment and continued, The prison bull demon chant is inspired by the fearsome creature, the prison bull, and is designed to harness immense power. Mastered to perfection, it ensures the immortality of one's soul. So formidable. I desire to learn it. Yichun exclaimed, realizing that having more skills would only serve to benefit him. The Tao ancestor chuckled, retrieving 2 books from his robes, namely, 36 Transformations and Prison Bull Demon Chant. Here, take them. He instructed as he handed the books to Yichun. Yichun received them with great enthusiasm, eager to study, when suddenly he recalled something important. The 36 transformations are excellent. However, I wish to learn an offensive technique. He expressed. The Tao ancestor, somewhat irked, replied, The 36 transformations can summon rain and wind, shake mountains and valleys. It is indeed capable of offense. But I want to learn something more direct. How should I say this? Yichun struggled to articulate his request. The Tao ancestor sighed and said, Understood, understood. Take this. He handed Yichun another book, which upon inspection bore the title, Heavenly Thunder Breaks the Army. What is this? Yichen wondered. Yichen inquired, "Look for yourself." Subsequently, the Taoist ancestor reclined beneath the tree, propping his head on his hand and squinting his eyes. Yichen, having thoroughly researched on his own, contemplated his next steps and resolved to commence with the Qianyo demon mourning and the heavenly thunder-breaking army. Among these, the 36 transformations posed the greatest challenge. Yet he possessed the 72 transformations to serve as a temporary substitute. Thus, Yichen chose to focus on mastering the Qianyo demon mourning and the heavenly thunder-breaking army. To his astonishment, upon examination, he found them to be extraordinarily formidable. The combination of the Qianyo demon mourning and the demon ape's dominance was indeed a match made in heaven. One bestowed an indestructible body, while the other granted an indomitable spirit. Should he successfully cultivate these two, he could truly claim to be invincible, a veritable immortal. Yichen, filled with exhilaration, etched the essence of the Qianyo demon mourning into his memory before turning his attention to the heavenly thunder-breaking army. Upon further scrutiny, he discovered that the heavenly thunder-breaking army was capable of summoning celestial thunder, and not just any thunder, but that which accompanies tribulations. When perfected, wherever it was directed, not a blade of grass would remain. Yet another exceedingly formidable technique. Yichen concluded, this was indeed a treasure trove. After committing the essence to memory and preparing to practice each technique in turn, a thought suddenly struck him. He vaguely recalled a certain anime from an island nation featuring a protagonist named Naruto, who, through the use of shadow clones, learned various ninjutsu. Could he not employ clones to enhance his own learning? Without delay, Yichen created a clone, one to study the Qianyo demon mourning, and the other to delve into the heavenly thunder-breaking army. Moments later, he burst forth with laughter. It truly worked. Yichen exclaimed with joy, awakening the Taoist ancestor beneath the tree, who squinted and admonished, "Be quiet." Yichen promptly covered his mouth, yet the gleam in his eyes could not conceal his delight. Yichen hastily delved into the art of the 36 transformations, ultimately manifesting 50 replicas of himself, a testament to the pinnacle of his current capabilities. Without further ado, he commenced his studies. The scene was nothing short of magnificent, as 51 Yichens gathered beneath a towering tree, engrossed in their books, resembling a teacher presiding over a multitude of students. Beneath the tree, a middle-aged man observed, murmuring, "The demon god certainly remains as cunning as ever." Another voice responded, "That aspect remains unchanged. Regardless, our mission is to safeguard the demon god. We must ensure he encounters no peril," the Taoist asserted. "Of course, I am well aware of that. However, given my current state," the mysterious voice lamented. The Taoist turned towards the tree, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. Once the demon god awakens, he will undoubtedly come to your rescue." "Haha, yet I wonder if I can endure until then," the mysterious voice retorted with self-deprecation. "Rest assured, you have persevered for hundreds of years. Surely you can endure a few more." As he spoke, the Taoist clenched his teeth and gripped the tree fiercely. Strangely, despite the intensity of his grasp, the tree bore no marks or signs of damage, indicating its extraordinary nature. However, Yichen remained oblivious to all of this, diligently focusing on mastering the divine abilities. Time passed. Celestial Thunderbreak. Chapter 68. Where has Xiaoying gone? With a resounding boom, the sky erupted, and a dazzling purple lightning bolt descended, coalescing into a dragon form. However, Yichen was not content with this. He closed his eyes, silently reciting a mantra, and suddenly, with one hand raised, he unleashed the thunderous might of the heavens. A resounding roar echoed as approximately 50 bolts of purple lightning descended from the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in the hearts of any adversary. As the lightning dissipated, Yichen took a deep breath and remarked, "I never anticipated that having merely cultivated to the first level could yield such formidable power. I can scarcely imagine the might that the subsequent levels will possess. How delightful! Do you not feel invigorated?" The Taoist, seated beneath the tree, watched Yichen with a beaming smile. "Not just invigorated, it is absolutely marvelous," Yichen exclaimed, his excitement propelling him to leap into the air. The Taoist turned towards him and inquired, "What of the Qianyo demon art? How has your progress been?" Yichen scratched his head, hesitating as he replied, "I have committed the principles of the Qianyo demon art to memory, but I am uncertain where to begin my practice." Alas, Yichen realized that, much like the demon ape's dominance, the Qianyo demon art required external elements for refinement. Otherwise, it would merely serve as an ordinary set of teachings. This left him feeling both exhilarated and disheartened, as he had no idea how to commence his cultivation. Yet, fear not. It is simpler than you think. I shall guide you, the Taoist chuckled. You? Yichun was incredulous that one who claimed to be a Taoist would offer him instruction. Upon noticing Yichun's skeptical gaze, the Taoist remained unperturbed. He extended a hand and pointed directly at Yichun. Just as Yichun was about to inquire about the Taoist's intentions, a sudden, excruciating pain erupted in his mind, causing agony to course through him, and the 50 clones beside him vanished without a trace. Yichun felt as if countless ants were crawling upon his head, fervently gnawing at his mind. At times, his veins would bulge, and his face would flush a deep crimson. Just then, a voice urged him, Yichun, quickly, channel your inner energy. Upon hearing this, Yichun promptly began to focus his mind, and in an instant, he felt a modicum of relief. Soon, the pain was not as excruciating as it had initially been. After approximately half an hour, the initial agony had diminished to a mere tickle, and his complexion was no longer so flushed. Yichun understood that this was the extraordinary nature of the prisoner demon's trial. Observing Yichun's improved state, the Taoist ancestor on the tree surmised that he had grown accustomed to the discomfort and thus deepened the intensity of the trial. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Xiaoying noticed Yichun had yet to awaken while her stomach growled with hunger. She nudged him with her nose, but he remained unresponsive. Meow, meow, meow. Xiaoying persistently called out to Yichun, yet he was engrossed in the cultivation of his soul and could not be roused. The Taoist ancestor, conducting Yichun's trial, could not afford to be distracted. A moment's lapse in focus could lead to harm befalling Yichun's spirit. After a while, Xiaoying's gaze fell upon a langon fruit, her eyes widening in delight as drool dripped from her mouth. With a spring of her hind legs, she effortlessly leaped onto the tree and eagerly devoured a langon fruit. Before long, the sun began to set, and the brilliant stars seemed poised to claim the sky. Yet, Xiaoying remained oblivious to the passage of time, continuing to munch on the langon fruit with unabated enthusiasm. Beneath the tree stood a figure clad in white robes, adorned with the image of a white tiger upon his chest, and a mysterious golden pattern gracing his back. With a sudden surge of strength, he propelled himself upwards, hands clasped behind him, soaring above the langon tree. One hand extended behind him, reaching out to seize the small shadow. Initially captivated by this individual, the small shadow realized too late the intent to capture it and had no time to evade. Thus, the small shadow found itself ensnared in the grasp of the stranger. Sensing imminent danger, the small shadow struggled to break free, only to discover an unseen force thwarting its attempts to diminish in size. Panic engulfed it, for it was still in its juvenile phase. Despite its potential, it was not formidable enough to contend with this adversary. The ability to injure Bajie was merely a result of Bajie's unpreparedness, whereas this individual was clearly forewarned. What a curious little creature you are, brimming with malevolence. I never anticipated that Yichun would nurture such a wicked being. Now that I have you in my grasp, I am most eager to witness Yichun's reaction. This truly is becoming more intriguing. Wouldn't you agree, little cat? Meow. A fierce blaze erupted from the small shadow's mouth, but the man, quick-witted and agile, deftly dodged the attack with a swift motion of his head. You little rascal. Do you think to deceive me? He swiftly clamped the small shadow's jaws shut, preventing it from opening its mouth. Behave yourself. Otherwise, you shall regret it. With a laugh, he carried the small shadow away. Yet after taking a few steps, as if struck by a revelation, he extended his hand backward, gathering a multitude of langon fruit into his possession. You little creature, if you enjoy eating, then indulge yourself, lest I be blamed when Yichun comes knocking. Just like that, the person vanished completely into the night. How is Yichun faring? To what level has he practiced? Inquired the Tao ancestor. After silently reciting his mental technique, Yichun replied, Just right. Just like the demon ape's dominance, I have reached the 5th level. Indeed. Remember that both the demon ape's dominance and the prison bull's demon form must not be neglected. It is preferable to maintain them at the same realm. The Tao ancestor instructed. Upon hearing this, Yichun nodded. Observing Yichun's agreement, the Tao ancestor said no more, simply stating, If that is the case, we shall conclude for today. See you tomorrow. With a familiar wave of his hand, Yichun felt a sudden dizziness, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in his room. However, this sensation of disorientation was markedly less severe than before, a testament to the efficacy of his practice with the prison bull's demon form. Yichun promptly sat up in bed, stretched leisurely, and called out, Xiaoying, are you hungry? Suddenly anxious, Yichen realized that in this unfamiliar environment of the Heavenly Tao Academy, if Xiaoying were to be encountered by others, she could easily be captured. Without hesitation, he slipped on his shoes and flung open the door, only to discover that night had fully descended. He recalled that during the nighttime at the Heavenly Tao Academy, one should refrain from venturing out, as evidenced by Li Haoran's stealthy visits. Yet, disregarding these thoughts, Yichen hurriedly opened the courtyard gate and dashed out. Recollecting that Xiaoying had a fondness for the Langon fruit, he surmised she must have gone to indulge in it. However, upon reaching the Langon tree, he found no sign of her and called out urgently, "Xiaoying! Xiaoying!" Chapter 69. The Bond of Souls. Oh no. Yichen hastily concealed himself behind a tree. Holding his breath, a series of footsteps echoed, and he beheld a group of individuals wielding torches, all clad in black attire. Through the flickering flames, he discerned the golden characters emblazoned on their backs. Law Enforcement Squad. Team Qing. My subordinates distinctly heard commotion moments ago, yet the source has vanished. A young man in black attire bowed respectfully. Team Qing? Why does that sound so familiar? Yichen pondered. Suddenly, it struck him. Wasn't he that the team from the beast hunting mountain? What a twist of fate, he mused, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Team Qing took a step forward, surveying the vicinity before declaring, "It appears the area is clear. Let us proceed." But the young man protested, unwilling to relent. Team Qing cast a penetrating gaze at him, causing the young man to nearly stumble in fright, only to be steadied by a companion. "I do not wish for anyone to question my orders. Do you understand?" Team Qing intoned sternly. "Yes." The group responded in unison, hastily complying. With that, they began to disperse, Team Qing trailing at the rear, casting a meaningful glance at the tree where Yichen was hidden before departing. Once they were gone, Yichen exhaled a sigh of relief, quickly wiping away the cold sweat that had amassed on his body. He couldn't help but reflect on the formidable aura exuded by Team Qing. While others remained oblivious, Yichen was acutely aware that after Team Qing spoke, a profound pressure had enveloped him, leaving him breathless. He realized with clarity that he had long been detected by Team Qing. It is perplexing to ponder why this group of hydrocarbons chose to spare him. Perhaps it was an act of unexpected benevolence. Yet, is it truly an act of kindness? Only the group of hydrocarbons holds the answer to that question. Regrettably, this uncertainty is destined to disappoint Yichen. Within the confines of the room, there was no sign of Xiaoying, leaving Yichen to sit on the bed, his brow furrowed, a trace of concern etched upon his face. He could not help but wonder, what if Xiaoying had been captured by the instructors? After all, Xiaoying possessed a somewhat sinister nature. Should the instructors discover her, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. At this moment, Yichen felt utterly helpless. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Yichen inquired, perplexed as to who might seek him out at this late hour. It's me, Yichen. I am Bajie, came the voice from outside. Bajie, what could he want? Yichen felt a wave of confusion, yet he promptly opened the door. Bajie, why are you looking for me at such an hour? Yichen asked, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he stepped back, a glint of coldness in his gaze. Who are you, and why are you impersonating Bajie? The false Bajie merely continued to wear that eerie smile, ignoring Yichen's inquiries, just as Yichen was at a loss for what to do. An unsettling realization struck him. Something was amiss. He quickly retreated, seeking refuge behind the bed. In that moment, a loud bang erupted as the imposter Bajie self-destructed. Indeed, it was a self-detonation. However, instead of a gruesome explosion, a cloud of black mist emerged. Fearing the toxicity of this dark vapor, Yichen instinctively sealed off his sense of smell to avoid inhaling any poison. To his shock, the black mist surged directly into his body, leaving Yichen in a state of alarm. Could this lead to dire consequences? Yichen stood in place, utterly perplexed. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. At that moment, the events unfolding within Yichen's room were vividly mirrored in a nearby reflection. The youth before the mirror exuded an aura of malevolence, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, while in his grasp lay a cat. Hee, Yichen, I shall take care of your cat, the voice echoed. The small cat, Xiaoying, desperately attempted to break free but found itself unable to escape the grasp. Behave, don't fidget, your master is indeed allied with me. The figure then glanced back at the mirror, and with a flick of his hand, the reflection vanished. Meanwhile, Yichen was inspecting himself for any abnormalities, as that dark energy felt exceedingly peculiar. However, he remained unaware that the black infant soul within him had grown increasingly dark, its hue deepening. Yet, this phenomenon escaped his notice. Fear not, young one. That dark energy has not inflicted any harm upon your body, reassured the golden cudgel as it flew from I Chen's ear. Upon hearing this, I Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. But what exactly is that dark energy? He inquired. The golden cudgel pondered briefly before shaking its rod. I suspect this dark energy is related to that figure in black. Currently, the only one entangled with the black-clad individual at the Heavenly Tao Academy is that entity known as Huang Tian. I Chen slowly closed the door and, after tidying the room that had been disordered by that false Bajie, he sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes gradually closing, brows furrowing in concentration. Taking a deep breath, he realized the situation before him was indeed quite challenging to navigate. First, there was the connection with the man in black, followed by the mysterious disappearance of Xiaoying. I Chen felt an inextricable link between the two events. However, the matter concerning Xiaoying was exceedingly difficult to resolve. The vastness of the Tiandao Academy made the search seem daunting. Would the teachers truly mobilize their efforts solely to aid him in locating Xiaoying? That seemed implausible. For I Chen was hardly a figure of significance within the academy. The sheer size of Tiandao Academy further complicated the search, leaving I Chen feeling utterly overwhelmed. Yet, he need not fret. After Xiaoying acknowledged him as her master, an unspoken bond had formed between them. With this connection, he could intuitively sense her current state. The golden staff nudged I Chen gently. A bond of the spirit? I Chen pondered aloud. Indeed, but you must truly feel that bond. The staff glimmered with light as it spoke. I Chen gradually steadied his breathing, focusing intently, and slowly closed his eyes, his previously furrowed brow relaxing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Golden staff. I believe I can sense her. Xiaoying is not in any mortal danger. The golden staff rejoiced for I Chen. That is splendid. Now, first and foremost, knock, knock, knock. I Chen, open the door. More visitors? I Chen swiftly heightened his vigilance. Cautiously approaching the door, readying his dragon-subduing palm. The door creaked open, and without hesitation, I Chen struck out with a palm. He felt as though he had collided with something. Then, a startled cry echoed as an object flew out. I Chen hurriedly leaned forward to catch his breath, only to discover Bajie lying on the ground, a visage of agony etched upon his face. With an air of indignation, he muttered, I Chen, must you resort to such extreme measures to notify me of something? Do we harbor enmity? Bajie, I did not intend for this to happen. I Chen expressed his sincere remorse, feeling utterly helpless. Well, are you not going to assist me? Bajie retorted, his tone laced with irritation. Oh, right away. I Chen promptly helped Bajie to his feet. Chapter 70. Li Gang. I Chen wore an expression of embarrassment as he hastily redirected the conversation. What was it you wished to say? Bajie rubbed his sore behind, casting I Chen a look of grievance, as if to accuse him of being a heartless traitor. I Chen shivered under the weight of Bajie's gaze, feeling goosebumps rise on his skin. Bajie, I assure you, I have no inclination towards such affections. Perhaps you should seek someone else, he said earnestly. Bajie rolled his eyes and spread his hands in exasperation. I am not so fortunate either. I have also faced elimination. Bajie's expression was one of utter resignation. I Chen, at a loss for words, asked, is this all there is to it? Then, Bajie squinted mysteriously, surveying the surroundings before whispering. Due to the vast disparities in the realms of the participants, many of those with lower realms had no opportunity to demonstrate their potential when faced with those of significantly higher realms. Consequently, after deliberation among the teachers and elders, it has been decided to conduct a recompetition, allowing participants of similar realms to compete against one another. Thus, we now have a chance. I Chen interjected, his enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, Bajie nodded in agreement. I Chen was now brimming with excitement. This was splendid news. Finally, he would no longer have to endure such constraints. Seeing I Chen so animated, Bajie couldn't help but smile. Be cautious, Bajie. If we were to meet again right from the start, do not shed tears. I Chen jested. Gazing at Bajie instantly, Bajie's face flushed, as if stifling a laugh. Soon, he could no longer contain himself. Haha, I Chen. You must not be aware of my current realm. Realm? I Chen replied, utterly perplexed. At that moment, the golden cudgel chimed in. This young lad has already reached the refining spirit stage. Refining? Spirit? I Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. In just a few days, he found himself viewing Bajie with new respect. Who would have thought that Bajie had concealed his prowess so deeply? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I Chen realized that he had just been teasing Bajie, only to discover that they were no longer in the same league. Bajie, sensing I Chen's discomfort, clarified. The reason I ascended to the refining spirit stage so swiftly is due to the inheritance of the white tiger. I must say, this white tiger inheritance is truly formidable. I Chien was incredulous. The white tiger inheritance was indeed so potent, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. What do you envy? You possess the inheritance of the great sage. The golden cudgel retorted, unwilling to concede. Can we also swiftly attain the refining spirit stage? No. This led to an awkward silence. I Chien shook his head and casually closed the door. Upon returning to his room, I Chien sat cross-legged on the bed, diligently practicing the 36 transformations in the Chonyo demon technique. Since the Chonyo demon technique focused on the cultivation of the spirit, mastering it would enable him to sense Xiaoying's location through his spirit. Upon reflection, I Chien remained undeterred, realizing that the path of cultivation would not be so facile. Exertion was imperative, for he had been overtaken by Bajie. The morrow dawned with a cerulean sky, and in the early hours, ethereal mist swirled, bestowing an air of enigma upon the landscape. At this moment, I Chien was diligently engaged in his practice, having forsworn rest throughout the night. Although practitioners are not bound by the need for slumber, sleep serves to alleviate mental fatigue. Thus, irrespective of one's cultivation level, rest remains essential, unless, like I Chien, one chooses to forsake it entirely for the sake of advancement. After a night of strenuous effort, he had finally attained the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage. With a sigh of relief, he was interrupted by a series of urgent knocks. I Chien, open the door. Hurry, we must depart for the competition. It was unmistakably Bajie. Stretching languidly, I Chien leaped from beneath his bed and hastened towards the entrance, his hand reaching out to unveil the door. I Chien, good morning. Bajie greeted him with a wave. However, Bajie was taken aback, exclaiming, I Chien, you. In just one night, you have ascended to the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage. This is astounding. My rapid progress is attributed to the white tiger inheritance. Yet you. This is truly extraordinary. It's infuriating how one can be so vastly different. Flattered by Bajie's praise, I Chien could not suppress his pride. Of course, my talent is unparalleled. Just a few compliments and you're already singing your own praises, Bajie remarked with a smirk. The golden cudgel interjected, young man, do not be so conceited. Bajie, accustomed to this exchange, recognized that I Chien was conversing with the golden cudgel. Let us be off, I Chien. It would be discourteous to keep others waiting. With great haste, the two individuals made their way to the arena of the tiger slaughter. By the time they arrived, the others had already gathered. Elder Xian surveyed the scene, caressing his cherished breath, and with a smile, remarked, it seems everyone is already aware of the news. I shall not waste words. Due to the significant disparities in cultivation levels within the realm of heaven and earth, it is impossible to truly showcase the potential of our students. Thus, we have decided to hold a rematch. Competitions will now be organized by equal cultivation levels. Now, those at the golden core stage, please line up, followed by those at the nascent soul, spirit refinement, and divine transformation stages. Is that clear to everyone? Understood. Subsequently, I Chien and his companions began to line up according to their respective cultivation levels. Once the students were arranged, Elder Xian approached them. The rules remain the same. Let us draw lots. This time, I Chien stepped forward and drew number 8. He glanced around, eager to discover who his opponent would be. Suddenly, a boisterous voice called out, that brother over there is number 8. I Chien turned towards the voice, noticing a towering figure, a burly man, muscles rippling, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with stubble adorning his chin and bronze skin. Slowly raising his hand, I Chien responded, that would be me. I am number 8. Huh. So my opponent is you, young brother? The man laughed heartily. Indeed. But I don't believe I've seen you in the Xian class, I Chien inquired. Oh, I'm from the Huang class. I've only recently reached the nascent soul stage. He replied with a chuckle. By the way, my name is Li Gang. What is yours? Hello, I am I Chien. I Chien said, extending his hand to shake Li Gang's. With one hand raised, it was indeed a striking contrast. One hand was large, while the other was small. Chapter 71, A Moment of Rest. I am truly delighted to meet you. Li Gang chuckled heartily. I Chien could only reciprocate the laughter, feeling perplexed as he found himself unable to break free from Li Gang's grasp. Even with 7/10 of his strength, he remained ensnared. I Chien could not help but marvel inwardly. Is this person newly arrived at the nascent soul stage? Such immense strength. Following this, Li Gang released his grip, stating, well then, I shall take my leave to prepare, and slowly walked away. Young man, you may have encountered a formidable adversary. The golden cudgel remarked solemnly. A formidable adversary? Indeed. This Li Gang possesses the bloodline of Qiyu. The golden cudgel exclaimed in astonishment. Qiyu. Yichen was equally taken aback. Realizing that Li Gang bore the lineage of Qiyu, which explained his extraordinary strength. Qiyu, one of the 10 ancient demonic deities, contended with the Yellow Emperor but was ultimately defeated in the Battle of Mai and slain by Ying Long. However, it would be a grave mistake to underestimate Qiyu. He was indeed a being capable of battling the Yellow Emperor. It appears that Li Gang must have recently awakened his Qiyu bloodline, directly ascending to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. The golden cudgel speculated. Yichun felt a shiver run down his spine. The Heavenly Tao Academy was teeming with prodigies. Observing this match, he realized he must give it his all. Once all the students had drawn their lots, Elder Xian gently waved his hand, causing the ground to tremble. For circular battle platforms emerged from beneath, their surface a deep azure, adorned with intricate and mysterious engravings. Each platform bore the carvings of the 4 symbols, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. A martial arts arena. Standing at a height of 1 meter yet sprawling over an expanse comparable to that of a football field, the students were left in awe. Utterly captivated by the grandeur of the scene, Elder Xian and the other 9 instructors exchanged knowing smiles. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the sky. 10 chairs floated aloft. Crafted from platinum, exuding an air of nobility without appearing ostentatious, each adorned with the inscription, Master. At that moment, one of the instructors remarked, Among us, Elder Xian, you are the eldest. Please, take your seat first. Very well. Elder Xian responded with a hearty laugh, gracefully leaping to occupy the 10th chair. Upon witnessing Elder Xian's ascent, the other instructors promptly followed suit. Elder Xian cast a glance at Teacher Li, signaling him to introduce himself. Teacher Li nodded and amplified his voice with a surge of spiritual energy, proclaiming, Greetings, students. I trust one am not a stranger to you. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Li Tan. You may address me as Teacher Li. Now, I shall elucidate the rules of the competition. The rules are as follows. Each arena will be overseen by 2 instructors to monitor the proceedings. The match concludes when one party surrenders or is rendered unable to rise from the ground. As for Elder Xian and myself, we are here to observe for potential talents. Should any promising student emerge, even in defeat, they shall be granted a second chance to compete. The ground erupted in a cacophony of astonishment among the students. Yichun grasped the implications clearly. This was akin to a revival match. If a contestant caught the judge's attention, they would secure an opportunity for advancement once more. This was quite reasonable. After all, should 2 equally promising students encounter one another at the outset, it would indeed be a significant loss. Thus, this measure can prevent promising students from being prematurely eliminated. Following this, the instructor announced, those in the Golden Core stage shall compete on the Xuanwu platform. Those in the Nascent Soul stage on the Zhuke platform. Those in the Spirit Refinement stage on the Baihu platform. And those in the Dividing Spirit stage on the Qinglong platform. During the contests, no harm to others' lives is permitted. Should any violations occur, it will be deemed a breach of academy rules, and intentional harm to a student's life will result in being cast into the heavenly prison. The students below were taken aback. Heavens! To be cast into the heavenly prison. Indeed, that punishment is utterly terrifying. Exactly, that is the heavenly prison. It is said that once one enters, there is no escape. The students below murmured among themselves. This was also the second time Yichen had heard of the heavenly prison. The first time was upon entering the heavenly academy, when he had been entranced by Bai Xing's tales. Yichen was not particularly well versed in the concept of the heavenly prison, but upon hearing his fellow students discuss it, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was truly a place of no return. Silence, the instructor commanded. Instantly, the chattering students fell silent. The instructor declared, the rules are as simple as that. Now then, let the competition commence. In an instant, the students erupted with excitement. Finally, it had begun. Let the first duel on the Xuanwu platform commence. The first duel on the Zhuke platform. The first duel on the Baihu platform. The first duel on the Qinglong platform. Each instructor on the respective platforms announced, and those drawn for the first duel prepared to begin. At that moment, the entire atmosphere surged to a crescendo. Yichen also arrived beneath the Zhuke platform, preparing himself for the impending challenge posed by a formidable opponent. The martial arts arena, towering over a meter high, prompted the students to ascend to the same altitude for a better view of the competition. Those in the nascent soul stage and above soared effortlessly through the air, while those at the golden core stage, not to be outdone, also took to the skies on their swords. The entire scene was truly magnificent. Flying in midair required little spiritual energy, akin to parking a vehicle by the roadside. Remaining stationary did not consume fuel. This is why the students soared freely above. However, it appeared that riding swords was particularly stylish, prompting many to summon their own blades to serve as mounts, though some wielded weapons that were not swords. Every individual at the golden core stage typically carried a sword for the purpose of learning sword flight. Ichen, however, found himself in a rather awkward position. He possessed no sword. All he had was the golden hoop staff. Was he to ride upon a mere staff? He lamented, "O golden hoop staff, why aren't you a sword? What merits does a sword possess?" The staff retorted indignantly, "Besides, young one, I have no intention of serving as your mount." "Humph, I wouldn't deign to do so." Ichen grimaced in response. Suddenly, a turquoise sword materialized before him, its blade adorned with the inscription Qingfeng. Ichen turned towards the direction from which the sword had come, only to discover it was Bajie. Upon noticing Ichen's gaze, Bajie conveyed telepathically, "You seem to be without a sword. Here, take this extra one I have for you." Ichen was profoundly touched. He had not anticipated that it would be Bajie who came to his rescue. Otherwise, with all the students seated upon their swords, he would have been left floating in midair, an exceedingly awkward predicament. No need for thanks. Upon hearing this, Ichen refrained from expressing further gratitude. After establishing a connection with the sword through his consciousness, he discovered that it was named Qifeng sword. He gently caressed the Qifeng sword, exclaiming, "Since you are now my sword, I shall call you Liuli." The Qifeng sword, nay, the Liuli sword, resonated in response, seemingly delighted by its new name, as the characters for Qifeng transformed into Liuli upon its blade. "Even if you are presently merely an ordinary spiritual weapon, I believe that with my presence, you can evolve into a divine artifact," Ichen declared with a smile. This declaration filled the Liuli sword with excitement. As a spiritual weapon, it possessed the capacity for consciousness, allowing it to comprehend Ichen's sentiments. However, Ichen awkwardly interjected, "Before we proceed, could you kindly take a seat for me?" In the aftermath, I must apologize for a delay of 10 updates. I have been suffering from a severe cold, persistent cough, and fever, and thus require a 2-day leave. My sincerest apologies. I promise to deliver the 10 updates thereafter. Fantasy interpretation of Journey to the West 10 updates will follow shortly. Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Fantasy interpretation of Journey to the West novel website, full text updates. Remember the URL. Fantasy interpretation of Journey to the West 10 updates will follow shortly. Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Chapter 72. The Fearless Li Gang. In a moment of utter bewilderment, Liu Jian found himself grappling with an unexpected command, "Sit." What could this possibly mean? Without a second thought, Ichen disregarded Liu Jian's confusion and promptly seated himself. Only then did Liu Jian comprehend the implication of his new master's words. Though 100 reluctances churned within, there was little he could do. After all, Ichen was indeed his master. Poor Liu Jian, instead of engaging in battle as his first act with a new master, was reduced to serving as a mere stool. Meanwhile, Ichen observed the tournament unfolding before him. On 4 separate combat platforms, 2 contestants stood ready. The matches were about to commence. Xuanwu platform, prepare. Zuke platform, prepare. Baihu platform, prepare. Qinglong platform, prepare. The 8 instructors shouted in unison, "Begin." As their voices faded, the participants on the platforms sprang into action. Ichen directed his gaze toward the Zhuke platform, for that was where his own contest awaited. The other 3 platforms held no significance for him. Atop the Zhuke platform, 2 male students stood, their faces etched with seriousness as they prepared to introduce themselves. The man on the right bowed and declared, "I am Ling Jiao." Without further ado, the combatants launched into their duel. Wind style, Ling Jiao unleashed a powerful palm strike, accompanied by a fierce gale. The expression on Wang Jiaotu's face turned grave as he countered with dominance technique. With a resounding crash, a blinding golden light erupted, revealing a golden shield that materialized before Wang Jiaotu, effectively blocking Ling Jiao's tempestuous winds. Ling Jiao was taken aback, astonished that his attack had been so effortlessly thwarted. Outside the arena, hey, Golden Cudgel, who do you think will emerge victorious? Ichin jested. The Golden Cudgel, slightly irritated, replied, How would I know? I am unaware of their hidden cards. Subsequently, the Golden Cudgel added, Youngster, it is best not to employ my power during the competition. Why not? Ichin inquired, puzzled. I wish to witness the true extent of your strength. The Golden Cudgel remarked. Upon hearing this, Ichin chuckled. Then I shall show you just how formidable I am. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the match concluded. And it was revealed that Ling Jiao had triumphed over Wang Jiao Tuesday. I never anticipated Ling Jiao's victory. I thought Wang Jiao too would win. Ichin exclaimed in astonishment. The Golden Cudgel advised, until the final moment, no one can guarantee the outcome. Ichin nodded in agreement. Just then, the instructor called out, Zhuke stage. Number 2. At that moment, the Golden Cudgel suddenly spoke to Ichin. I have a few sword techniques here. Take them. Otherwise, if others wield weapons while you remain unarmed, you will be at a significant disadvantage. Ichin promptly accepted the sword techniques imparted by the Golden Cudgel and began his training. An hour later, Zhuke stage. Number 8. Ichin abruptly opened his eyes. A glimmer of razor-sharp intensity flashing within. He exhaled deeply. Youngster, how is your training progressing? The Golden Cudgel inquired eagerly. Ichin replied gradually, Not bad. I have at least grasped the essentials. Thereafter, Ichin gracefully leaped and descended onto the arena. At that moment, his opponent, Li Gang, shifted his robust frame and approached, each step seemingly causing the arena to tremble. Young man, Li Gang has grown even stronger, Jingu Bang declared. Ichin could not deny it and nodded in agreement. While Li Gang's realm remained unchanged, his power had indeed increased. Ichin, there's no need for further introductions. Let us commence. Li Gang shouted. Zhuke platform. Prepare. Begin. With a fierce shout, Li Gang transformed his hands into fists and struck the ground with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed as molten lava surged forth from the earth. Observing this, Ichin quickly reacted, leaping into the air with the tips of his toes. He thought to himself, Li Gang is incredibly formidable. He has turned the arena into his battlefield. At that moment, the combat platform, roughly the size of a football field, was entirely covered in lava. In the sky, Teacher Li and Elder Xian looked on with great admiration for Li Gang. Ichin, impressive. You actually evaded my bull demon formation. But now, take a look at this. Li Gang bellowed. Suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, though they were devoid of feathers, resembling those of a newly hatched bird. Despite their lack of plumage, the wings were adorned with 2 totems, one of a bull and the other of a bird. Li Gang bent his legs slightly and sprang forward with immense force, charging directly at Ichin with astonishing speed. Ichin attempted to block the assault, but it was already too late. Li Gang collided with Ichin's chest with a resounding crash. Bang! Ichin fell into the searing lava. He gasped, spitting out a mouthful of blood, as the scalding lava consumed his clothing and hair. Powerful, was all that Ichin could think at that moment. Fortunately, Ichin had also cultivated the demon ape body to the 6th level, thus he could endure the searing magma. The only embarrassing aspect was that his clothes had been utterly destroyed, leading to a disgraceful moment in his otherwise illustrious life. Covering his face in dismay, Ichin heard Li Gang's laughter. Ichin, you are not quick enough to concede. Go down and get some clothes. Outside the arena, the other students caught sight of Ichin's bare form and struggled to suppress their laughter, particularly the female students, who covered their eyes yet still peeked through the gaps. Ichin, feeling quite helpless, quickly retrieved a set of clothing from the space of his Golden Cudgel and donned it immediately. With determination, he declared, I am not the one conceding. Lioli sword. In front of Ichin, with a swift motion, a sword materialized. The Lioli sword had undergone a remarkable transformation. Vibrant red fire spirit energy coiled around its blade, resembling true Lioli glass. A celestial being from beyond, Ichin exclaimed, wielding the Lioli sword and sending forth a sweeping strike. A blade of fire spirit energy surged towards Li Gang. However, when it made contact, it merely sliced a small opening in his garment. This cannot be. Ichin was astounded. It defied logic. Li Gang scratched the area struck by Ichin's attack and chuckled. Is this a mere tickle? Quite pleasant. Ichin was at a loss for words, questioning the authenticity of the sword technique. Are you certain that Golden Cudgel is not deceiving me? He pondered, now thoroughly skeptical. Why would I trick you, kid? Don't you want to learn other techniques? Go ahead and use them, retorted the Golden Cudgel, somewhat exasperated. Yi Chen shrugged, just as he was about to unleash his technique. Li Gang moved. Huh. Tiger's blade. As the words left his mouth, a massive sword, a meter in length, materialized in Li Gang's hand. Etched upon the blade was a sinister eye, exuding an aura of malevolence, and a faint, guttural roar could be discerned emanating from it. In the heavens, Elder Xian remarked, "This Li Gang must possess the bloodline of Qiu." A teacher supervising the Zhuke platform commented. Elder Xian glanced at Li Gang and nodded. Indeed, the blade of Qiu. There is no mistaking it. However, the teacher continued, but Qiu is one of the 10 ancient demon gods. The appearance of his bloodline in the Tiandao Academy is quite alarming. Elder Xian casually replied, the Source Alliance is becoming increasingly formidable, though this youth possesses Qiu's bloodline. As long as he can become a student of Tiandao Academy, it shall suffice. The teacher could only acquiesce, for with Elder Xian having spoken, he felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the fact that Elder Xian had been intently observing Yi Chen all along. Chapter 73. Madness. At this moment, upon the martial arts platform, the Lioli sword in Yi Chen's hand trembled incessantly, like a mouse confronted by a cat. Yi Chen understood that the Lioli sword and the tiger's blade were not even in the same league. Moreover, the pressure emanating from the tiger's blade was overwhelmingly immense, far beyond what the Lioli sword could withstand. However, Li Gang misinterpreted Yi Chen's hesitation as a sign of surrender and declared, "So, Yi Chen intends to concede, does he?" "Of course not," Yi Chen replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he summoned the golden cudgel. As soon as the golden cudgel appeared, the tiger's blade in Li Gang's hand emitted a series of ferocious roars. It seemed he could hardly wait for a fierce clash with the golden cudgel. Unexpectedly, the cudgel insisted on your involvement. Yi Chen lamented, "Humph, without me, how could you strike? Who told you to lack a proper weapon?" The golden cudgel retorted. Without further ado, Yi Chen understood that his time with the cudgel was limited to just 1 minute. He swung the cudgel, and Li Gang responded with a swift slash of his blade. The clash of their formidable weapons resonated, unleashing a powerful gust of energy. Once more, Yi Chen called out, repeating his strike, while Li Gang remained silent, matching him with another cut. The two fought evenly, and at that moment, Yi Chen shouted, "Sweep the 8 wildernesses." A cascade of golden light emanated from the cudgel. Li Gang, undeterred, exclaimed, "Ha! Shatter the soul." A colossal tiger shadow erupted from the tiger's soul. The tiger's apparition clamped down on the golden cudgel, and despite Yi Chen's efforts to break free, it held on fiercely. "Huh! Taste my blade." Li Gang swung his sword, aiming directly for Yi Chen's hand gripping the cudgel. Quickly, Yi Chen loosened his grip and hooked the cudgel with his foot, adopting an inverted stance. The tiger shadow, fiercely holding the cudgel, hurled it towards the ground. Boom! The earth shattered as Yi Chen crashed down. No sooner had he landed than Li Gang swiftly attacked. Yi Chen narrowly evaded, and Li Gang struck again. Thus, Yi Chen dodged while Li Gang attacked, relying on the cloud of transformation to escape each time with thrilling precision. This only served to infuriate Li Gang. "You brat! Stop stalling. Time is running out," the golden cudgel urged. "A single strike to determine the universe," Yi Chen declared. In an instant, the golden staff transformed into a towering pillar, hurtling towards Li Gang. Not good. Qiu's form. In a fleeting moment, Li Gang's body began to swell. 2 dark bovine horns emerged slowly from his forehead, and his human visage began to morph into that of a bull. His wings, once mere appendages, turned pitch black. His garments were torn asunder, revealing a coat of black stone armor, and he grew to a towering height of 5 meters. The once 1-meter-long blade, the tiger's fury, now stretched to an imposing 4 meters in length and 1 meter in width. "Come forth," Li Gang bellowed with a deep, resonant voice. The colossal golden staff materialized before him, and he raised the tiger's fury in an attempt to block it. Yet, it was swiftly overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the staff. With a thunderous crash, the vast arena buckled under the impact, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Cough, cough. Yi Chen waved away the billowing dust. The golden staff, having fulfilled its time, vanished into thin air. As the haze dissipated, it became evident that Li Gang, now 5 meters tall, was ensnared within the arena, utterly immobilized. Infuriating. Li Gang roared in frustration. Trapped upon the stage, only his head remained free to move. Hee. Li Gang, will you not surrender? Yi Chen inquired with a smirk. Humph. Do not rejoice too soon, Yi Chen. Fight, fight, fight. A battle flag materialized above Li Gang's head, exuding a thick, dark aura. Suddenly, the dark mist coalesced into human forms, and in an instant, 500 shadowy figures emerged. Aha! What say you now, I-Chen? Li Gang chuckled, his head peeking out. Yet, I-Chen remained unfazed. On the contrary, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Although these 500 apparitions were all at the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage, they only served to stoke his desire for battle. How intriguing! I-Chen's brows furrowed momentarily. In that case, clone. Instantly, 10 identical I-Chens appeared beside him. Based on past experience, your limit for clones should be around 10. Li Gang stated with utmost confidence. I-Chen remained silent, merely offering a subtle smile. Li Gang frowned, questioning, is that not the case? Indeed, I-Chen could only create 10 clones. Even though he had reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, his maximum limit was merely 50. However, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from I-Chen. This is astonishing, Li Gang gasped in disbelief. How can such intense spiritual energy exist? The 10 instructors in the sky were equally astonished. And even the other 3 contestants on the martial arts platform turned their gazes towards I-Chen. At this moment, I-Chen, the young lad, have you lost your mind? You are overexerting your nascent soul, the golden cudgel exclaimed. Overexerting one's nascent soul entails directly converting the energy within into spiritual power, an act that defies the natural order and could lead to irreversible consequences. The 72 transformations. I-Chen's veins bulged as he overexerted his nascent soul. The experience was far from pleasant. The number of I-Chens continuously multiplied until there were 500. Li Gang, what do you say? Charge. I-Chen pointed at Li Gang. 500 I-Chens surged forward. Attack. Li Gang urged the 500 shadowy figures. The spectacle of 500 I-Chens versus 500 shadows was truly magnificent, capturing the attention of all the other contestants. Each I-Chen lunged at a shadow, and with each encounter, they vanished together, one for one. Li Gang never anticipated that I-Chen would act so recklessly. Surprisingly, one is overextending their primordial spirit. How bold! I, Li Gang, am impressed. Yet you dare. Then so shall I. Let the flames ignite. Li Gang too began to draw upon his primordial spirit. This is troubling. Xian Lao, should we intervene? They are truly fighting with all their might. The supervising teacher of the Zhuke platform hurriedly remarked. Xian Lao gently shook his head. Although I wish to intervene, the rules cannot be broken. Indeed, the rules dictate that one must either surrender or be rendered incapable of continuing. However, I-Chen and Li Gang have neither surrendered nor lost their fighting spirit. Thus, the competition persists. The 500 shadows that had vanished earlier now surged forth from the battle flag once more. Haha, let us do this again. I-Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Shape-shifting technique. Come, 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 bang. On the Zhuke platform, 1,000 I-Chens descended from the sky. I-Chen's complexion turned pale as he half knelt upon the ground, supporting himself with one hand. Up. Li Gang was equally unyielding. Battle. Chapter 74. The collapse of the Zhuke platform. Come, come, come. Numerous I-Chens emerged continuously beside I-Chen. Haha, I-Chen. Impressive. Li Gang marveled. Having frantically overdrawn his primordial spirit, Li Gang was nearing his limit. If he continued at this rate, he would perish. Enough is enough, I-Chen. Let us resolve this with one final move. Li Gang twisted his bull-like head. Moo. Bang. The Zhuke platform cracked. Li Gang managed to escape, shaking his bull head. Battle. The demon battlefield. The Zhuke platform began to ignite, releasing an unending stream of heat. Even though I-Chen had reached the nascent soul stage, he found it somewhat challenging to bear the intense heat. The golden cudgel cautioned, young one. This Li Gang has transformed the entire Vermilion Bird platform into his battlefield, where his power will be exponentially enhanced. It is akin to a fish returning to water. Unfazed, I-Chen boldly replied, just perfect. Youngster, you aren't planning to overdraw your nascent soul, are you? The golden cudgel exclaimed in disbelief. A slight smirk graced I-Chen's lips as he retorted, overdraw my nascent soul? Golden cudgel, do not forget that I possess 7 nascent souls. As I-Chen recklessly overextended his nascent soul, the black and transparent nascent souls within him spun wildly, forming a duality akin to a Bajie diagram. The other elemental forces, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, took their respective positions. However, I-Chen was oblivious to this phenomenon, as his entire focus was directed towards Li Gang. With a mighty roar, Li Gang, without any extravagant maneuvers, unleashed his raw physical strength, delivering a powerful punch towards Yichen. This was just what Yichen sought. He was not foolish enough to engage Li Gang in a contest of strength, for he understood that he could not surpass Li Gang in that regard. With the transformation, Yichen embraced the devil's march through the heavens, unfurling his dark wings and morphing his hands into fearsome claws. Li Gang possesses the bloodline of Qi Yu, which grants him demonic energy. But how does Yichen compare? The supervising teacher of the Vermilion Bird platform expressed his astonishment, subsequently casting a glance at Elder Xian. Elder Xian squinted thoughtfully, stroking his beard. Who doesn't he harbor a little secret, During their dialogue, Yichen's demonic claws clashed against Li Gang's fists, resulting in a visceral confrontation. Each impact sent tremors through the Vermilion Bird platform, shaking it fiercely. Again, unleashed the overwhelming demonic claws. Yichen raised his hand, and a colossal claw suddenly seized Li Gang with great force. Realizing the perilous situation, Li Gang struggled desperately to break free, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. Yichen gasped for breath. You see. Heavenly thunder breaks the army. The sky, once clear and bright, was abruptly shrouded in dark clouds. From within those ominous clouds, roiling lightning began to emerge. Yichen exerted every ounce of his energy to channel his primordial essence, striving to amplify the heavenly thunder breaks the army. Let the lightning strike with even greater ferocity. Yichen's voice became hoarse. Trapped within the grip of the claw, Li Gang felt a surge of unease. Indeed, fear gripped Li Gang's heart. In a state of panic, he attempted to shout his surrender, but his mouth was silenced by the enormous claw. Yichen smirked wickedly. This is a grand gift. You must accept it. Heavenly thunder breaks the army. Boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon Li Gang, forcing even the teachers above to hastily evade the onslaught. Li Gang roared in agony. 72 bolts of lightning, each 3 meters wide, descended upon him. The Zhuke platform shattered into countless pieces, and with a resounding crash, it collapsed. Indeed, the Zhuke platform had fallen. Old Xian in the sky widened his eyes in disbelief. This was unprecedented. For millennia, the Heavenly Tao Academy had never witnessed the Zhuke platform's collapse. One could only imagine the sheer ferocity of that lightning. As the dust settled, Yichen hastily turned his gaze toward Li Gang. To his astonishment, Li Gang still stood before him. What? Impossible! Yichen exclaimed in disbelief. The onlookers, including the instructors, were utterly astonished that Li Gang could still remain standing amidst such fierce attacks. Li Gang slowly approached Yichen and exclaimed, Yichen, you are formidable. However, I, Li Gang, am not one to be trifled with. With that, he grasped Yichen's clothing and lifted him off the ground. Yichen looked at Li Gang before him, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Li Gang had his eyes closed. At that moment, he was relying solely on his instinct for combat to remain upright. Even the Rui Jingu Bang expressed admiration, exclaiming, truly deserving of the title god of war bestowed by the Yellow Emperor. Yichen, summoning his strength, broke free from Li Gang's grasp. As Yichen escaped, Li Gang fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Witnessing Li Gang's collapse, Yichen also succumbed to the exhaustion and fell shortly thereafter. The arena fell into silence, soon followed by a wave of astonished murmurs. No one had anticipated this outcome. Elder Xian pondered for a moment before addressing the supervising instructor. Declare Yichen the victor. Furthermore, Li Gang shall be granted another opportunity. The supervising instructor nodded in agreement, calling for silence. I hereby announce that since Li Gang fell first and Yichen fell afterward, Yichen is the victor. Li Gang is defeated. As the instructor's proclamation concluded, the audience erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Incredible! Yichen has triumphed. Indeed, these two are nothing short of prodigies. What shall we do? I too am competing on the Zhuke platform. If I encounter them, will I stand a chance of survival? Others could only cast sympathetic glances at the unfortunate contenders. Meanwhile, the other 3 dual platforms commenced their battles as well. Yichen and Li Gang were carried away. Subsequently, Elder Xian expressed his concern. With the collapse of the Zhuke platform, how can we continue the competition? The instructor of the Zhuke platform was equally at a loss. This was indeed the first occurrence of such an event. As Elder Xian pondered the situation, Teacher Li suggested, Elder Xian, I believe we can hold the competition at the Yutian Arena. The Yutian Arena? Elder Xian queried, perplexed. After all, the Yutian Arena was a venue where students engaged in private duels, and conducting the competition there would likely incite numerous complaints among the students. The combat stage at the Yutian Arena was significantly smaller than the Zhuke platform. It would require 4 or 5 Yutian arenas combined to match its size, which would hinder students from partaking in private contests. Noticing Elder Xian's hesitation, Teacher Li continued. The materials of the Yutian Arena's combat stage are far superior to those of the Zhuke platform, so we need not worry about those 2 young men causing further damage. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Xian responded, Then I shall consult the Vice Dean. As long as the Vice Dean consents, it will suffice. Indeed. Teacher Li nodded. Ah. These 2 little rascals, Elder Xian sighed with a wry smile. Chapter 75. The energy of yin and yang. Ouch, that hurts. Yichen grimaced, pressing his hand against his chest. Looking around, he realized he was lying on his bed in his room. The door creaked open. Turning his head, he saw Bajie entering. Ah, you're awake. Bajie exclaimed, tossing a token into the air. Here is your door token. I placed it on the table for you. Bajie set the token down and approached Yichen's bedside. I must say, I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. To think one would overdraw their yuan-ing for the sake of a single competition. Yichen chose to bypass this topic, inquiring instead, what transpired after I fainted. His recollection of events prior to his fainting was somewhat hazy. Fortunately for you, you fainted just a moment after Li Gang. Otherwise, he would have emerged victorious. Bajie remarked, somewhat exasperated. Yichen vaguely recalled witnessing Li Gang collapse before he himself succumbed. What happened thereafter? He pressed urgently. Well, Bajie teased after that. There was nothing. Yichen shot him a murderous glare, causing Bajie to break into a cold sweat. Wiping his brow, Bajie continued. Due to the collapse of the Zhuke platform, Elder Xian proposed to the Vice Dean that the competition be relocated to the Yutian venue. Upon hearing this, the Vice Dean consented, so now the Zhuke competition will take place at the Yutian venue. Yichen nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Bajie expressed his curiosity. It's peculiar. Overdrawing one's yuan-ing is typically an act against nature. Once the yuan-ing is exhausted, the consequences can be dire. At best, a significant regression in cultivation, and at worst. He fixed a profound gaze upon Yichen. Death. But why am I unscathed? Yichen queried, pointing at himself. Bajie shook his head. When we brought you to the heavenly medical pavilion, it was Elder Yuan himself who examined you. He merely stated that you were fatigued, while Li Gang, on the other hand, suffered a considerable setback in his cultivation due to overdrawing his yuan-ing, now reduced to the 5th level of yuan-ing. Yet, you appear to have emerged entirely unscathed. It is not that Bajie holds any ill will towards Yichen. Rather, the situation is indeed peculiar. Fortunately, Elder Yuan owes their family a favor, which has allowed him to keep this matter concealed. Otherwise, Yichen would have already been apprehended by the educators for meticulous observation. Yichen, feeling quite helpless, spread his hands and remarked that he truly had no idea about this situation. Could it be related to that demon god once again? He found himself lost in contemplation. Observing this, Bajie chose not to intrude further, for who does not harbor their own little secrets? Quietly, Bajie closed the door and departed. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Yichen realized Bajie had already left. Oh, Golden Cudgel. What do you think? Yichen's words trailed off. Young man, look at your primordial spirit. The Golden Cudgel exclaimed excitedly. Primordial spirit? Yichen promptly examined his inner primordial spirit, and to his astonishment, he discovered a Bagua diagram behind it. The transparent primordial spirit and the black primordial spirit stood at the center of the Taiji symbol. The transparent spirit was positioned on the white dot of the black section, while the black spirit occupied the black dot of the white section. The other 5 primordial spirits were arranged at the 5 corners, forming a pentagon. Each spirit was channeling spiritual energy, ultimately directing it towards the black and transparent primordial spirits, which in turn sent a stream of energy back to Yichen, creating a perfect biological chain. This, a Bagua diagram, Yichen exclaimed in surprise. The Golden Cudgel swayed before him, saying, Young man, the time has come for you to break through to the divine refinement stage. Why? If I am not mistaken, the 2 primordial infants have conveyed to you the essence of yin and yang. The Golden Cudgel exclaimed with excitement. Yin and yang essence? Yichen inquired with curiosity. The Golden Cudgel responded, seemingly at a loss for words. It appears I must elaborate on this essence of yin and yang. The so-called yin and yang essence transcends both spiritual and celestial energies, representing an even more profound force, second only to the Xian Wang essence. Moreover, The essence of yin and yang will enable you to grasp the profound truths of the 3,000 pathways at an accelerated pace. Were you not seeking to comprehend the dual paths of time and space? With this essence, your efforts will yield remarkable results, significantly increasing your chances of enlightenment. Young one, you can now wholly rely on this essence to break through your current boundaries and enter the refining spirit stage. Yichen felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. How wonderful! He was finally on the verge of entering the refining spirit stage. However, he soon composed himself. Why are you dawdling, young one? Don't you wish to enter the refining spirit stage? The golden cudgel urged anxiously. Yichen waved his hand dismissively. No, golden cudgel, I have a far superior plan. Subsequently, Yichen calmed his mind. Over the past few days, he had successfully integrated the 36 celestial patterns and 72 earthly fiends with the guidance of the Tao ancestor. He named this powerful combination divine illusion patterns. The fusion of these two great techniques perfectly compensated for the shortcomings of the 36 transformations and 72 transformations, as though they were always meant to be one. Thus, Yichen's primary focus now lay upon the divine illusion patterns. He quickly began to circulate this technique, hastening the transformation of his primordial infant, intending to convert all the spiritual energy within him into yin and yang essence. Given the elevated nature of this essence, the spells unleashed through it would surely possess even greater potency. What Yichen accomplished was the validation of this hypothesis. Even if it proves unfeasible at that moment, he could rely on the abundant yin and yang energy within him to directly transcend into the refining spirit stage. At this juncture, the golden hooped rod also comprehended Yichen's approach and remarked, "Youngster, I believe this method is commendable." Yichen nodded with a smile and subsequently immersed himself in his cultivation, while the golden hooped rod refrained from interruption, silently safeguarding Yichen. Such is the nature of cultivators. Should one be forcibly disturbed during practice, the consequences could range from minor setbacks to catastrophic annihilation. Therefore, when engaging in cultivation, one must either seek a serene and secure environment or find a trustworthy guardian. In this regard, Yichen felt no apprehension, for he possessed an unwavering ally, the golden hooped rod. In Yichen's heart, the golden hooped rod was not merely a weapon, but a cherished companion willing to stand by him through life and death, confronting adversaries together. At last, Yichen gleefully examined the yin and yang energy within him. He had not anticipated that even the hidden injuries sustained during his battle with Li Gang would be healed under the influence of this energy. This revelation came as a delightful surprise, revealing yet another utility of the yin and yang energy. Yichen glanced at the two nascent souls within him. Since that is the case, I shall name the transparent one yang and the black one yin. Now then, it was time to test the might of the techniques unleashed by this yin and yang energy. A spark of determination ignited in Yichen's eyes. Chapter 76. The mysterious black energy. After donning his garments, Yichen entered the realm of the golden hooped rod. There is no alternative. The Heavenly Tao Academy offers no place for trial methods. Thus, Yichen can only enter the space of the golden cudgel. Within this realm, after a moment of contemplation, Yichen decides to first attempt the overwhelming demonic claw. He swiftly channels his technique and strikes fiercely. Yet, to his dismay, it proves ineffective. Embarrassment washes over him. Could this truly be the essence of yin and yang? Why is he unable to even unleash his technique? Young one, this is my domain, not your trial ground, the golden cudgel sighs. Very well. It seems I must seek out that old man. Yichen promptly exits the space, reclines upon his bed, and closes his eyes. Here we go. Upon opening his eyes, Yichen nods in affirmation. What now? He inquires. Let us test the essence of yin and yang. Yichen clenches his fists, declaring resolutely. The essence of yin and yang. The Taoist ancestor exclaims in surprise. Indeed, the figure before him, who claims to be the Taoist ancestor, has been revealed over the past few months to be anything but. Presently, Yichen refers to him simply as the old man. It feels more natural somehow. Yichen cannot comprehend the old man's further utterances. The old man sits cross-legged beneath the heavenly Tao tree, the essence of yin and yang. Go ahead, strike this tree. After speaking, the old man shifts aside. Yet it seems he cannot stray far from the tree, confined to its vicinity. Though Yichen is puzzled as to why the old man instructs him to attack the tree, he senses no ill intent in it. Without hesitation, he swiftly channels his technique, overwhelming demonic claw. Boom. A massive black claw, 30 zhang in length, erupts from the ground. Ichin is astounded. The claw is indeed 30 zhang long, 3 times the size of his previous attempts. The essence of yin and yang is indeed terrifying. If he were to encounter Li Gang now, Ichin firmly believes that with a single strike, he could completely immobilize Li Gang. Indeed, the power of yin and yang is formidable. However, to his astonishment, the tree of heavenly Tao remained utterly unperturbed by the assault. This is inconceivable. Is the tree of heavenly Tao truly that powerful? Ichin scratched his head in confusion. The old man chuckled. Haha, it seems your strength is still inadequate. Unyielding. Ichin retorted, There is more to come. Heavenly thunder breaks the army. Boom, boom. Once again, dark thunderclouds swirled ominously in the sky, reminiscent of the storm clouds formed during Ichin's overexertion of his primordial essence. Yet now, he invoked them with remarkable ease. Strike. Boom. Bolts of heavenly thunder cascaded down, targeting the tree of heavenly Tao. Regrettably, the tree merely shuddered slightly before resuming its stillness. This is disheartening, Ichin thought with a wry smile. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of excitement glimmered in the old man's eyes. He gazed longingly at the tree of heavenly Tao. However, Ichin was oblivious to these sentiments. His thoughts were consumed with how to augment his magical techniques. Stroking his chin, he mused, It appears that my strength is still lacking. I must grow even stronger. In that case, let me break through to the divine refinement stage. With this determination solidified, Ichin bid farewell to the old man and awakened. The old man, upon seeing Ichin regain consciousness, turned his gaze to the back of the tree of heavenly Tao and thought, I knew it. The Master's plan will not falter. Behind the tree of heavenly path, a feeble voice murmured, I hope so. Otherwise, I might perish here, revealing a sense of helplessness. We must have faith in the adults. The old man exclaimed excitedly. The individual behind the tree of heavenly path replied, It's not that I lack faith in the adults. Rather, I doubt my own endurance. No. You will surely prevail. The old man's initial excitement turned to frustration as veins bulged on his forehead. He struck the tree of heavenly path with a fist. To his astonishment, the tree shook violently, unleashing a surge of energy that caused him to spout blood incessantly. Enough of your futile struggles. Trust the adults. The person behind the tree said helplessly. The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, nodded, and settled down again beneath the tree to recuperate. Ichin opened his eyes, stretching languidly. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he wondered, When is it? Gold-banded staff? 3, 2, 1, the staff intoned. Knock, knock, knock. Ichin, open the door. Ichin was momentarily speechless. It appeared Bajie resembled a biological alarm clock. I'm here. Ichin sprang up, quickly dressing before opening the door. Leaning against the doorframe, he remarked, Bajie, I recall we just had a match yesterday, right? By all accounts, there shouldn't be a match today. Oh, you need not compete, but I must. Will you accompany me? Bajie replied with a cheeky grin. Ichin rolled his eyes and retorted, I refuse to go. Ask Morong Shui to accompany you instead. Well, fine. Bajie conceded reluctantly as he exited the courtyard. Once Bajie had departed, Ichin closed the door behind him. It seems prudent to refrain from breaking through my current limits for the time being, and instead focus on solidifying my foundation, ensuring my invincibility among those of the same rank. After a brief contemplation, Ichin settled into a cross-legged position and began to circulate the great immortal technique, fervently alternating between the energies of yin and yang. As he approached the moment of breakthrough, he deliberately compressed these energies, choosing not to transcend yet. This cyclical process revealed to Ichin that his foundation was becoming increasingly steadfast. In terms of sheer strength, he believed he was no less formidable than those at the 5th level of the refining spirit stage. However, those at this stage possess insights into the myriad paths of the universe, allowing them to create advantageous conditions, which was the source of Ichin's greatest concern. Unlike Li Gang, who could rely on his techniques to forge his own domain, Ichin lamented the absence of such capabilities. If only I had a technique to create a domain, he exclaimed. Golden cudgel? Do you have one? Ichin inquired. The golden cudgel promptly emerged from Ichin's ear, stating, I do possess one, but what? Ichin pressed eagerly. It originates from that group of cloaked figures. The golden cudgel replied with gravity. What? From the cloaked figures? Ichin exclaimed incredulously. Then how did it end up with you? When that dark energy passed through the great sage's body, it also entered my space, transforming into a book, the golden cudgel explained, puzzled. Subsequently, a wisp of dark energy materialized, morphing into a book. Before Ichin could examine it, The book swiftly darted into his forehead with a whoosh. Ichin widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is this?" In the distance, within a room, a voice echoed, "Indeed, just like that. Haha. Meow. You think it's marvelous too, don't you? Meow haha." Chapter 77. The piece that leapt from the chessboard. Jin Gu Bang, are you certain you're all right? Ichin inquired, pointing to his forehead with uncertainty. The Jin Gu Bang awkwardly replied, "Well, it should be, probably nothing to worry about." Upon hearing this, Ichin's expression darkened instantly. Why does it feel like Jin Gu Bang is leading me astray? All right, it's of no use to dwell on it now. Can you sense that mass of dark energy? Jin Gu Bang said helplessly. Ichin nodded and hastily attempted to locate the dark energy. After a while, Ichin furrowed his brow deeply. Jin Gu Bang quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is everything all right?" Ichin sighed. For some reason, I simply cannot sense the presence of that dark energy, no matter what. Jin Gu Bang, puzzled, remarked, "Strange, could it possibly have disappeared? That shouldn't be the case. But having a mass of dark energy hidden within one's own body is rather unsettling," Ichin admitted, shivering involuntarily. Who wouldn't feel uneasy? An unknown mass of dark energy residing within your body is undeniably odd. Without further delay, Ichin activated the yin and yang energies, the two primordial spirits, to inspect his own body. Yet, he still found nothing and had no choice but to give up. Sigh, Ichin lamented. Jin Gu Bang quickly added, "It's my fault for bringing that dark energy out." Ichin glanced at Jin Gu Bang and smiled. "It's fine. Perhaps that mass of dark energy might even assist me?" If Jin Gu Bang could express emotions, it would undoubtedly wear a bitter smile. Thinking, assist you? Is that even a possibility? As Ichin observed the golden cudgel in silence. He was about to utter another word when suddenly, his head spun, and he fainted. The golden cudgel, witnessing Ichin's collapse, was taken aback. It quickly burrowed beneath him and laid him upon the bed. Subsequently, it emitted a continuous stream of golden light, seemingly attempting to rouse Ichin, yet to no avail. That golden light, it re-emerged. A youth clad in black, with resolute eyes, gazed towards the east. "Brother, are we heading there?" inquired a similarly attired young girl. However, her face bore the marks of exhaustion, and her gaze was somewhat dim. The boy turned to look at her, gently caressing her head, and smiled. "Yes, once we arrive, we will be safe." Suddenly, a cry arose. "There! Do not let them escape. Chase! Oh no! They are coming! Run!" The boy promptly grasped the girl's hand and fled with great haste. "Old man, did you call for me?" Ichin questioned. The old man nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Ichin found himself once more in the presence of the elder. Why? Ichin pondered aloud. The old man smiled enigmatically, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a book materialized before Ichin. Astonishingly, it was the very essence of the dark energy that had entered Ichin's forehead. Pointing at the book, Ichin exclaimed in disbelief, "This? It came here?" The old man waved his hand again, and the book floated closer to Ichin. Upon closer inspection, Ichin saw the cover inscribed with the words, "Demon Realm." "Ah, one can tell at a glance that it is not a benevolent spell," Ichin remarked, grasping the book and stroking his chin. "Old man, what do you want me to do with this? Surely you won't teach me this cultivation?" The old man nodded. "No way. Just hearing that raises suspicions. Teaching me to cultivate? I fear that I might be apprehended by the Heavenly Tao Academy the moment I attempt it," Ichin lamented, raising his hands in exasperation. The old man chuckled. "Ah, cultivation. Allow me to present you with this." Subsequently, a book materialized before Ichin, inscribed with the title, Bagua Array. "This? The Bagua Array?" Ichin exclaimed in disbelief. He held the book and gazed at the old man. "This cannot be true, can it?" The old man, squinting beneath the tree, affirmed, "It is indeed genuine. Furthermore, do not awaken until you have successfully cultivated." He admonished gravely. "What? You?" Ichin retorted, exasperated. "Even the most gifted cannot swiftly cultivate two domain techniques in such a short span. Rather than complain, you should focus on your cultivation." The old man laughed. Left with no choice, Ichin hastily unleashed the divine phantom energy, creating 10,000 clones to commence their training. The old man, perched beneath the tree with eyes half closed, mused, such astonishing progress. It seems liberation is increasingly within reach. The demon realm was somewhat manageable. Strangely, cultivating in the demon realm felt akin to revising. Unlike the Bagua Array, which left him utterly perplexed. Therefore, Ichin promptly commanded all 10,000 clones to practice the Bagua Array. "This won't do. I feel as if something is lacking." Ichin gritted his teeth. Once more, I refuse to believe this. Ah, how difficult this is. Who will come to my rescue? A chorus of lamentations erupted from Yichun. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Why am I so foolish? Do I not possess a Bagua array within me?" Yichun pondered, tapping his forehead. He promptly began to rotate the Bagua array within his body. Gradually, centered around him, the array commenced its expansion, ultimately encompassing an area akin to that of a football field. Yichun chuckled, not too large, not too small, just perfect. He then turned to the elder, exclaiming, "How about it, old man? Quickly, release me." The elder waved his hand, and Yichun vanished. "Do you see? It draws ever closer," the elder exclaimed with excitement. A voice from behind the tree echoed with equal enthusiasm, "Indeed, I never expected to emerge. Ha! The heavens do not forsake me. Once I am free, I shall annihilate them all, eradicate those traitors." The voice from behind the tree spoke with malice. However, the elder furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you truly despise the traitors, or do you harbor animosity towards the master?" The voice from behind the tree replied bitterly, "Ha! Hatred? I harbor both. Yet, what can be done? In the end, we are all mere pawns." The elder shook his head, gazing at the apex of the heavenly Tao tree, and stated, "Perhaps we can attempt it. Let us leap from this game." "Leap?" The voice from behind the tree questioned uncertainly. "Indeed," the elder affirmed resolutely. "Leap from this game. Even if we shatter into 1,000 pieces, we shall be free." "Very well. I shall accompany you in this leap, even if it means our utter destruction. I refuse to remain a pawn." The voice from behind the tree roared defiantly. The elder nodded and said, "Let us not rush. First, we shall follow the master's plan. At the crucial moment, we will shatter this game." "Yichun, you have awakened. Splendid." The golden cudgel let out a sigh of relief. Yichun slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "I've learned it." Chapter 78. Spiritual Weapons 1 Learned? Learned what? The golden cudgel inquired, puzzled. "You merely fainted for a moment. What could you possibly have learned?" Yichun smiled enigmatically and stood up to gaze outside. "How long has it been? It's time for me to take the stage," he declared with a grin. After straightening his attire, Yichun set off towards the Feather Sky Arena. As he opened the door, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. "What a beautiful day. I have arrived," he proclaimed confidently as he strode towards the arena. Upon reaching the Feather Sky Arena, Yichun was astonished to find it teeming with people. "It's rare for me to arrive so early, yet the crowd is still so large," he complained. "Now, the advancing students may come forth to draw their lots." A voice called from the center of the arena. "Make way," Yichun shouted as he pushed his way forward. After much effort, he finally made it onto the stage, where he eagerly drew a lot. As soon as he stepped down, he couldn't contain his curiosity and opened it to reveal the number 7. Yichun glanced around, hoping to see who else shared his fate. He really wished to avoid encountering someone like Li Gang again. Just as he thought of Li Gang, a familiar voice rang out, "Hey, brother Yichun." Upon hearing this, Yichun's lips twitched. It was undoubtedly that foolish giant, Li Gang. Sure enough, when he turned around, there stood Li Gang, patting Yichun on the shoulder. "Hey, brother Yichun, what a coincidence. We meet again." At that moment, Yichun felt a strong urge to retort, "Isn't it obvious? We're both here to compete in the Feather Sky Arena. How could we not cross paths?" Unbeknownst to Yichun, Li Gang inquired with a foolish grin. "What number are you?" Yichun scrutinized Li Gang and thought to himself, could it be that Li Gang, this clumsy giant, is number 7? He promptly asked, "What is your number?" Li Gang glanced at his badge and presented it to Yichun. "I am number 5. With a sigh of relief, Yichun responded, "Thank goodness. And what about you, Yichun?" Li Gang scratched his head. "I am number 7. Yichun revealed his badge to Li Gang. Li Gang, filled with regret, thumped his chest. "Ah, Yichun, I never imagined we would not share the same number. What a pity." Yichun was left speechless. Everyone has arrived. The competition is about to commence. First up, contestant number 1. The instructor in the sky, noticing the gathering, swiftly prepared for the start. Soon, the first contestant took to the stage. Interestingly, it was 2 women, one of whom Yichun recognized. As they began their introductions, the woman in white declared, "I am Chu Xiaoyu." The woman in blue bowed, saying, "I am by Li Yanran." By Li Yanran? Yichun pondered, recognizing the surname. He examined her closely. She possessed a classic oval face, cascading waves of hair, elegantly arched eyebrows, bright and clear eyes, long lashes, a prominent nose, alluring red lips, and a statuesque figure. He couldn't help but think that, like her sister by Li Yun Miao, she was strikingly captivating. Could it be that all the women from the Bajie family were such stunning beauties? At that moment, on stage, Chu Xiaoyu smiled and remarked, "Ah, so you are the third miss of the Bajie family. My apologies." Bajie Yanran respectfully remarked, "Oh, I truly did not expect that you, the granddaughter of the vice president, would command such respect." Observing their polite exchanges, Yi Chen's expression darkened. He found their pretense rather tiresome. Just as he pondered this, the two on stage made their move. Chu Xiaoyu raised her left hand, and a formidable surge of sword energy erupted from her sleeve. Upon closer inspection, it was a sword, approximately 1 meter in length, 3 fingers wide, its blade of vibrant green interlaced with dark hues, inscribed with the words, "Gentleman's Sword." To the right, it bore the inscription, "Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall laments white hair, as morning silk turns to snow by evening?" Oh, I never imagined that the vice president cherished his granddaughter so dearly, bestowing upon you the very first sword of the sword immortally by. Bajie Yanran stated solemnly. What? The sword of the sword immortally by? Each and below was astonished. Yet, how could Li Bai's sword end up in Chu Xiaoyu's possession? On stage, Chu Xiaoyu pouted, "Of course. If my grandfather does not cherish me, who else would he?" Well, Bajie Yanran conceded this point. She had to admit defeat. After all, it was Chu Xiaoyu's grandfather who had saved the life of the sword immortal Li Bai. Upon comprehending the essence of the sword, Li Bai sealed his tin sword intents within the gentleman's sword, gifting it to Chu Xiaoyu's grandfather as a gesture of gratitude. Do not underestimate those tin sword intents. Each one could easily annihilate a cultivator at the divine refinement stage. However, it was clear that Chu Xiaoyu would not utilize the sword intents to attack Bajie Yanran. After grasping the sword, Chu Xiaoyu swung it towards Bajie Yanran. Bajie Yanran deftly evaded the strike with a graceful movement and subsequently drew her own sword to engage in combat with Chu Xiaoyu. Regrettably, being at a disadvantage, there was little that could be done. Although Chu Xiaoyu refrained from harnessing the sword intent to assail Bajie Yanran, the Junzi sword was imbued with such intent. Unbeknownst to the wielder, a degree of sword intent is inevitably comprehended. Thus, relying upon this sword intent, Chu Xiaoyu maintained a steady edge over Bajie Yanran. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Bajie Yanran knew that if this stalemate continued, defeat was inevitable. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "Silver cold break." With a resounding boom, icy chill emanated from Bajie Yanran, radiating outward. Ice spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Chu Xiaoyu. With a swift stroke of her sword, Chu Xiaoyu severed the icy projectiles. 1,000 years of sorrow, she declared, raising her sword high. The sword intent coalesced into a tempest, sweeping the icy debris towards Bajie Yanran. Pale-faced, Bajie Yanran retrieved an object resembling a Rubik's Cube, placing it upon the ground. With a press of her hand, a series of clicks resonated, followed by a thunderous boom. A beam of light shot forth, dispersing the tempest conjured by Chu Xiaoyu's sword intent. Bajie Zhou, Bajie Yanran called out as the cube transformed into her very likeness. The onlooking students gasped in awe. This is a spiritual weapon. Incredible! Indeed. The Bajie family is formidable, they exclaimed. The prowess of this spiritual weapon is astounding. Absolutely. Yi Chun hurriedly inquired of a nearby student. What is that spiritual weapon? The student, taken aback, responded incredulously, "No way. You don't even know what a spiritual weapon is? Are you even from this continent?" Others nearby cast scornful glances at Yi Chun. He could only chuckle inwardly. What a coincidence. I truly am not. The student hurriedly introduced, when it comes to spiritual weapons, one cannot overlook the Bajie family. It is important to note that the Bajie family ascended to prominence among the 5 great families solely through their mastery of spiritual weapons. In Chapter 79, Spiritual Weapons 2, it is recounted that the ancestor of the Bajie family, through a fortunate coincidence, discovered that mechanism techniques could be fused with spiritual energy. Thus, he dedicated himself to the study of spiritual weapons. Ultimately, perseverance bore fruit. The ancestor successfully developed the spiritual weapon, marking the dawn of a new era for such creations. The student spoke with wide-eyed wonder. Yi Chun, surprised by the emergence of such talent in the journey to the West Realm, inquired, "What are the functions of these spiritual weapons?" The student continued, "Spiritual weapons are classified into 3 types: tool type, trap type, and human type. At this moment, Bajie Yanran is employing the human type. Observe." Upon finishing, the student gestured towards the stage. There, Bajie transformed into Bajie Yanran, her fingers morphing into razor-sharp claws. As she opened her eyes wide, she unleashed a beam of spiritual energy, akin to Superman's laser vision, albeit in a striking blue hue. Chu Xiaoyu swiftly summoned the Junzi sword for defense. The sword floated before him, rotating to form a protective shield that intercepted the beam. Without granting Chu Xiaoyu a moment to breathe, Bai Liu launched another assault, her claws becoming a gust of wind that rushed towards him. Chu Xiaoyu swung forward with a decisive strike, producing a resonant clang. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Bai Liu managed to grasp the Junzi sword directly, and remarkably, her hands remained unscathed by the blade. It is noteworthy that the legendary sword of the immortal poet Li Bai had transformed from an ordinary weapon into a terrestrial artifact, nurtured by his sword intent. In this light, it is evident that Bai Liu is at least a formidable weapon, truly worthy of being a spiritual artifact. Indeed, it is extraordinary. Bai Yanran smiled gently, acknowledging, no wonder it is the sword of the sword immortal Li Bai. It is truly impressive. However, Bai Liu unleashed a flurry of spikes. Each spike measured half a meter in length. Had it not been for Chu Xiaoyu's timely evasion, he would surely have met a grim fate. Ah, the most venomous heart resides in the cleverest of women, Yi Chun remarked with a sense of awe. This earthly spiritual weapon proves to be remarkably effective. Young man, should the opportunity arise, you ought to study at the Bailey family. It will undoubtedly serve you well in the future, the golden cudgel noted. Yi Chun rolled his eyes in exasperation. Easier said than done. Haven't you heard? The Bailey family thrives on this very thing. How could they possibly impart such knowledge to an outsider? If the Bailey family were to divulge the secrets of crafting spiritual weapons to those beyond their clan, would they still have a foothold in the world? Is not your teacher, Bailey Yunmiao, a member of the Bailey family? The golden cudgel inquired. Yi Chun spread his hands. True, she is my teacher. Yet, based solely on that, how could it be possible? You could simply marry Bailey Yunmiao, couldn't you? The golden cudgel suggested, with a hint of mischief. Behold, the intent of the sword immortal. Chu Xiaoyu raised the Junzi sword high. The sword began to hum vibrantly, as if something were about to emerge from within. A surging sword intent erupted, cleaving straight towards Bai Liu. Bang! Boom! Bai Liu shattered. Witnessing this, Chu Xiaoyu plunged the sword into the ground, supporting himself as he gasped for breath. With Bai Liu's destruction, Bai Yanran also appeared to lose her vigor. Due to the overwhelming strength of Bai Liu, Chu Xiaoyu was compelled to unleash the sword intent within her blade to vanquish him. Once more, wind and rain sword technique. Chu Xiaoyu immediately channeled her spiritual energy, delivering a lethal strike towards Bai Yanran. In haste, Bai Yanran adjusted her stance. Spirit weapon umbrella. A dazzling crimson umbrella materialized before her. Bai Yanran extended her hand, grasping the handle and unfurling the umbrella. The wind and rain sword technique collided with the spirit weapon umbrella, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, sharp and clear. Humph. Spirit weapon umbrella. Envelop. Bai Yanran launched the umbrella skyward. The spirit weapon umbrella descended upon Chu Xiaoyu's head, casting a beam of light downwards. Beneath the umbrella, Chu Xiaoyu found herself at a loss, attempting to move but discovering she was utterly immobilized. Humph. Chu Xiaoyu, let us see how you evade this time. Bai Yanran proclaimed triumphantly. She then retrieved a spike from her storage ring. The spike, appearing metallic and black, exuded a chilling aura. Taste this. 10,000 bees spike. Bai Yanran hurled the spike towards Chu Xiaoyu. What initially was a single spike suddenly multiplied into hundreds. If Chu Xiaoyu were to be struck, she would undoubtedly resemble a pincushion. 10 directions spirit art. Detonate. With a flourish of her hand, Chu Xiaoyu summoned 10 spirit artifacts, which detonated spectacularly. They obliterated the oncoming swarm of spikes, scattering them across the ground. What? Bai Yanran's eyes widened in disbelief. Her astonishment was not merely at Chu Xiaoyu's ability to fend off the spikes, but rather at the fact that she had chosen to directly detonate 10 spirit artifacts to do so. Each spirit artifact, upon explosion, equated to a full-force strike from a nascent soul expert. Moreover, spiritual artifacts are indeed rare treasures, and others would rejoice at their acquisition. Yet you, Chu Xiaoyu, dare to detonate 10 spiritual artifacts? Such an audacious display of power. The students below cast envious glances at Chu Xiaoyu. After all, she is the granddaughter of the vice president. What extravagance! Once she confirmed that all was well, Chu Xiaoyu exhaled in relief and patted her chest. I was nearly frightened to death. Thankfully, nothing happened. After that, she pointed at Bai Yanran and exclaimed, Hey, was it necessary to be so ruthless in this competition? Bai Yanran quickly defended herself. In a competition, one must give their all. There can be no leniency. Isn't that right? Fine, fine, fine. Chu Xiaoyu, clearly incensed, continued to point at Bai Li Yanran. If that's the case, come forth. Qing'er, she called out. A melodious bird call resonated, and everyone turned their gaze skyward to behold a Qingwan. Who would have thought? It is indeed a Qingwan, one of the legendary 5 phoenixes. No wonder she is the granddaughter of the vice president. She can summon such a magnificent creature. The students below murmured in awe. The Qingwan, one of the legendary 5 phoenixes. It stands alongside the Zhuke and the Fenghuang in glory. Its form resembles that of the Fenghuang, yet its body is adorned in azure hues, with resplendent plumage. Its long, pointed tail feathers and wings are decorated with numerous yellow and white eye-patterned spots, making it a truly majestic sight when spread wide. And look, it appears to be a male. Suddenly, a golden cudgel emerged. A male? Ichin questioned, puzzled. Indeed, the particularly long pointed tail feathers are a primary characteristic of the male, the golden cudgel elucidated. Meanwhile, Bai Li Yanran on the field wore a wry smile. Is this really how we are to proceed? The Qingwan, although still in her youth, she possessed the cultivation of the refining spirit stage from the moment of her birth. How could one compete against such prowess? Just as Bai Li Yanran was about to concede, a voice interjected. Not so fast. Apologies. Updates will resume tomorrow. The announcement continued. Please wait a moment as the content is being updated. Afterward, refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Chapter 80. The Arrival of Linger. Not so fast. The voice echoed again. Everyone turned towards its source, only to discover it was a female instructor. Upon seeing her, Ichin's brows arched in surprise. It was none other than Bai Li Yunmiao. Bai Li Yunmiao addressed the situation. Student Chu, while competition is important, deploying such a formidable spirit beast seems rather excessive, does it not? Indeed, the Golden Cudgel had just mentioned that this Qingwan was not merely at the refining spirit stage, but had attained the separation spirit stage. Thus, with the assistance of this Qingwan, Chu Xiaoyu was assured victory, which was undeniably unfair to the other students. Humph. It was Bai Li Yanran who stated that one must give their all in a competition. Is not a spirit beast a form of strength? Chu Xiaoyu retorted. Are you, Bai Li teacher, biased simply because you hail from the Bai Li family? Bai Li Yunmiao remarked. While that may be the case, employing such a formidable spirit pet is undeniably inequitable for the other students. Ichin leaned against a pillar, intent on observing how Bai Li Yunmiao would navigate this situation, especially since the rules were originally non-existent regarding the use of spirit pets. Chu Xiaoyu, feeling indignant, retorted, but Bai Li Yanran can also utilize a spirit pet. Oh, dear heavens, do you suppose spirit pets are simply conjured into existence? Especially those of higher realms. Without nurturing them from a young age, they would never acknowledge a human as their master. The reason Chu Xiaoyu possessed a small Qingwan was due to her grandfather owning 2 such creatures, serendipitously, one male and one female, thus forming a pair. Naturally, the offspring, a small Qingwan, was bestowed upon his cherished granddaughter, Chu Xiaoyu. Having a benevolent grandfather certainly makes a difference. Bai Li Yanran found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, spirit pets could be considered a form of strength. Yet an excessively powerful spirit pet was grossly unfair to other students. Just as Bai Li Yunmiao was pondering her next move, a resonant voice declared. Spirit pets may be utilized. However, they must be of the same realm as the students. The assembled students turned to see the source of the voice. And Bai Li Yunmiao also directed her gaze toward him. In a mere moment, the crowd chorused, Greetings, Vice President. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Chu Xiaoyu's grandfather, the vice president of the Tiandao Academy, Chu Fong Tian. On the dual platform, Chu Xiaoyu playfully pouted, Grandpa. Indeed, responded Vice President Chu, nodding, My dear, this has gone a bit too far. Such a powerful spirit pet cannot be employed. It was evident that Vice President Chu was wholly devoted to the welfare of Tiandao Academy, for he was acutely aware of his granddaughter's capabilities. If she were to secure the first place and meet the dean, only for him to discover that her victory was due to her spirit pet, she would undoubtedly face the dean's wrath. After several discussions, a new rule was established. Participants were prohibited from using spirit pets with a rank exceeding their own. Ultimately, Chu Xiaoyu, unwillingly, conceded defeat. In terms of strength, she truly could not match Bai Li Yanran. Subsequently, everything fell into a proper rhythm. At last, students who drew number 7 prepared to take the stage. A smile crept across Ichen's lips. It was finally his turn. Yichen leaped onto the combat platform, facing a frail-looking young man. The man timidly introduced himself. I am Ling Mu. I am Yichen, in stark contrast to Yichen's confidence. Ling Mu exuded a sense of timidity. Begin. Tiger Fist. Yichen unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Ling Mu's abdomen. Ling Mu hurriedly protected his chest with both hands. But alas, it was too late. He was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Yichen was taken aback, incredulous at the opponent's weakness. Hey kid, do you think everyone at the Heavenly Path Academy is that formidable? Besides, due to the influence of yin-yang energy, your strength has increased significantly. So how could Ling Mu possibly withstand this? The golden cudgel explained with irritation. Yichen awkwardly scratched his head, taking a few steps forward to extend a hand to help Ling Mu up. This startled Ling Mu, who feared that Yichen intended to strike again. He quickly exclaimed, I surrender. Yichen sighed. Just get up. He extended his right hand. Thank you. Ling Mu grasped Yichen's right hand. With a determined exertion, Yichen effortlessly lifted the spiritual wood. The outcome of the competition was clear. Yichen emerged victorious. Instantly, jubilant cheers erupted from his group, as if Yichen's triumph was a collective victory for them all. This brought immense satisfaction to Yichen, such as the essence of teamwork. Following this, he retreated to his quarters to continue his cultivation. In a vast palace, upon a central crimson chair, sat an individual clad in red garments, adorned with the golden character for flame on his back and the dark character for source engraved upon his chest, with intricate patterns embellishing the edges of his attire. Bring in the person, commanded the figure, as a man in black armor suddenly emerged from below. Keep a vigilant watch on Han's movements. Should he make any move, ensure he faces some form of interference. Understood? The seated individual instructed. Yes, Lord Yin, came the reply. Now depart. Once the individual had exited, Yin muttered to himself, Han, you dare to challenge me? Humph. At the Tiandao Academy, within the teacher's hall, a warm-hearted middle-aged woman jested. What brings my dear niece here on such a gusty day? A lively young woman, playfully tugging at the woman's sleeve, replied, Oh, I simply missed you. Ah, I see how it is, the woman feigned annoyance, tapping the girl's forehead gently. Hee, only my aunt understands me. The girl giggled, grinning mischievously. The woman straightened her posture and asked, Now, what is it you wish to discuss? I desire to join the Tiandao Academy. The young woman exclaimed excitedly. The Tiandao Academy? The woman pondered for a moment before laughing. Did you not once express a disinterest in joining? What has changed your mind? Oh, come on. In the past, I was rather naive. Now, however, I have gained wisdom. The young girl patted her chest confidently. Very well. What else is there? The woman replied with a smile. Is it possible for me to have a friend join as well? The girl inquired cautiously. A friend? The woman paused in surprise. What sort of friend? Come in, fatty. The girl called out. This young girl was none other than Linger, and the woman was her aunt, the sister of the king of 10,000 foxes. Fatty entered cautiously, and after sizing him up, Linger's aunt remarked, I never imagined my niece had such a preference. Aunt, Fatty is merely a friend. Linger retorted angrily. Fatty quickly clarified, no? It's E's sister who likes E brother, not me. E sister? E brother? Linger's aunt chuckled. Oh, now you're calling her E sister. Pray tell, who do you truly fancy? Linger, who had been fuming, suddenly felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. All right, no more of that. Besides, if you continue, you might just roast yourself. Do you wish to join that class? Her aunt asked. Which one do I want to join? Chapter 81, An Encounter. Is Yichen present? Suddenly, the previously silent Fatty inquired. Yichen. Linger's aunt pondered for a moment before retrieving a jade tablet and then a brush. The brush, crafted from phoenix feathers, bore the inscription of the Way of Heaven, while the handle was made from the wood of a parasol tree. Holding the jade tablet, Linger's aunt asked, which Yichen? She then proceeded to inscribe 2 characters. Yichen. With a sudden exhale, the jade tablet unexpectedly revealed the visage of Yichen along with some pertinent information. Aunt Ling read aloud. Yichen, who, after the original Longting sect was obliterated by the Source Alliance, became separated from his friends and beloved. In his quest to find them, he encountered Bajie and arrived at the Tiandao Academy, solely to seek his friends and loved ones. Yes, Brother Yichen, the portly fellow exclaimed with palpable excitement. Linger, covering her mouth, seemed to have tears welling up in her eyes, incessantly glistening. At last, I found you. Upon witnessing Linger, Aunt Ling's expression shifted dramatically, as if she had come to an understanding, teasingly remarked, So, This Chen is indeed your ideal partner. Initially overwhelmed with joy, Linger abruptly flushed at the implication. All right. But Chen is in the Western Courtyard Xuanzang class, and you are at the refining spirit stage, thus you cannot enter the Xuanzang class, Aunt Ling said, raising her hands in a gesture of helplessness. I can enter the Xuanzang class, the chubby boy interjected, raising his hand. Aunt Ling cast a glance at him and replied, at the nascent soul stage? That is permissible. Please state your name, so I may record your information. However, Linger tugged at her aunt's hand and pouted, saying, Aunt, could you please make an exception just this once? Raising a finger in a childlike manner. Sigh, Aunt Ling said, patting Linger on the head with a resigned tone. I truly find myself at a loss. Humph. Linger sulked on a nearby bench, visibly upset. Aunt Ling, recognizing how spoiled she had become, sighed. Well then, Linger's friend, please provide your information for recording. The plump fellow hurriedly approached, his mind racing with excitement at the prospect of meeting Ego. Linger discreetly turned her head, noting her aunt's indifference, which only fueled her irritation further. Once the plump fellow completed his information, Linger's aunt finally turned to her and asked, recently, Chen has been competing. Would you like to watch? Chen is competing? Naturally, she would. Linger's excitement surged unexpectedly. Alas, a girl of her stature cannot be retained, thus. Her aunt had no choice but to take her along, with the plump fellow trailing closely behind. Inside the room, Chen was engrossed in his training. Suddenly, a spark illuminated his eyes. Such a familiar sensation. A familiar sensation? At that moment, the golden cudgel also sprang forth. Yes, indeed, a very familiar feeling. Chen lifted his gaze towards the door. Meanwhile, as Linger was en route to the venue, she too unexpectedly turned towards Chen's direction. Both their hearts skipped a beat. Run! Chen exerted himself, flinging the door open and striding towards Linger. She, in turn, dashed towards him. Lingo, where are you going? Her aunt inquired. However, Linger paid her no heed. Reluctantly, her aunt followed suit, with the plump fellow once again in pursuit. At the center of the Heavenly Tao Academy stood a tree known as the Heavenly Tao Tree. This tree, believed to possess the power to span 36 heavens above and descend to 18 hells below, symbolized the essence of the academy. Yet now, beneath its boughs, Lingu? Chen gazed at the graceful maiden before him, uncertainty clouding his words. It was important to note that before their separation, the spirited Linger was a pure young girl, and her transformation into a striking young woman was startling. Chen, it's me. Having uttered her words, Linger leapt into Chen's embrace. In that moment, the two were enveloped in each other's warmth. Following closely behind, Linger's aunt and the chubby companion, witnessing this scene, shared a tacit understanding and refrained from interrupting. At this juncture, Chen realized that she remained the same pure-hearted Linger, the one with those vibrant, expressive eyes. He held her tightly, enveloped in silence, as perhaps this was the only way to convey his current feelings. A sudden voice, intrusive and disruptive, broke the ambience. Well, have you had enough of the hugging? Linger turned with a face full of reproach toward her aunt, who could only evade the piercing gaze. Chen. Fortunately, the awkward tension was dissipated. Hey, buddy. Chen exchanged a fist bump with the chubby friend. I thought you had been slain, the chubby one lamented. Upon hearing this, Chen affectionately patted his friend's head, reassuring. Your Chen could never come to harm. After all, you must be quite formidable. Indeed, Chen is the strongest. The chubby friend replied with a simple grin. It was precisely this innocent and honest nature that endeared Chen to him, for he had a profound aversion to those who practiced deceit. Chen, come here. I wish to speak with you, Linger's aunt beckoned. Linger protested, Aunt. Do not fret, dear niece. I harbor no ill intentions, her aunt replied with a hint of exasperation. Soon, Chen found himself summoned to a secluded spot by Linger's aunt, who began, I trust you are now aware of Linger's true identity? Chen nodded, for the golden cudgel had already revealed to him the truth of Linger being a nine-tailed fox. Upon witnessing this, Aunt Jo spoke. So you are aware? Then allow me to share some matters with you. My name is Jiao Ninghua, the aunt of Linger, and I am also the sister of the king of 10,000 foxes, one of the 5 great demon kings of the demon clan. He has but a single daughter, Jiao Linger. From the moment of her birth, Linger has been burdened with a significant issue. Our clan's high priest, through divine signs, discovered that she has awakened the bloodline of our ancient ancestors, the nine-tailed celestial fox. This should have been a fortunate occurrence. However, it came with unexpected consequences. Such a constitution requires diligent cultivation, specifically the 9 divine techniques. Should she fail to practice the 9 divine techniques, she would be unable to enter the nascent soul stage, destined to wither away in old age. Yi Chen, you bestowed the 9 divine techniques upon Linger, did you not? Jiao Ninghua fixed Yi Chen with a piercing gaze. Just as he was about to clarify, she abruptly gestured. Why do you possess the 9 divine techniques? I do not wish to pry further. I simply implore you not to betray Linger. Otherwise, I shall hunt you down without mercy. Her eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Yi Chen understood that should he truly fail Linger, Jiao Ninghua would undoubtedly pursue him to the ends of the earth. But Aunt Linger, I swear, I shall never betray her, Yi Chen declared resolutely. Seeing his determination, Jiao Ninghua felt reassured, her faith in Yi Chen's character restored. Oh, when did my sister Linger arrive? How was I unaware? A male voice interjected. Chapter 82. Overthrowing the Demon Clan? A man clad in the attire of the eastern courtyard approached, greeting Linger. This prompted Yi Chen to ponder. Who is this individual? Do not call me Linger, sister, Linger exclaimed in indignation. The man chuckled. If I do not call you Linger, what shall I call you then? Linger, who is this? Yi Chen interjected. Angrily, Linger pointed at the man and declared, his name is Xiao Yuantian. He is the sole heir of the divine Tiger King. Xiao Yuantian glanced at Yi Chen, scrutinizing him for a moment before inquiring, Linger, who might this be? Before Linger could respond, Yi Chen abruptly embraced her, grinning. I am her husband. Husband? Xiao Yuantian raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Observing this, Yi Chen promptly planted a kiss on Linger's lips, causing her face to flush a deep pink. Ripe as a red apple, the mirth that had adorned Xiao Yuantian's face began to fade, replaced by a chill. Yi Chen, is it? Xiao Yuantian remarked with a smile, though it was evident to any discerning observer that this was merely the calm before the storm. Indeed, Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. With a casual gesture, Xiao Yuantian invited. May I have a word? Naturally, Yi Chen was undeterred. Just as he was about to step forward, Linger grasped his arm. Yi Chen, trust me. Whatever he says is not the truth, Linger implored, her eyes wide with concern. Yi Chen playfully pinched Linger's cheek. Silly girl. How could one believe his words? Thus, Yi Chen and Xiao Yuantian moved aside to confer. Upon reaching a distance of 10 meters from Linger, Xiao Yuantian casually waved his hand, erecting a soundproof barrier. Linger, now outside the barrier, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had hoped to eavesdrop using her fox ears, but now all hope was lost. After Xiao Yuantian set up the barrier, he gazed ahead and declared, Yi Chen, are you aware that Linger and I have been childhood sweethearts? I do not. Yi Chen replied succinctly. Humph, uninformed. Then you should know now that Linger has long been considered my possession. With that, he abruptly turned to fix his gaze on Yi Chen, stating fiercely, no one shall touch her but me. Do you comprehend? Yi Chen, undaunted, met Xiao Yuantian's eyes and suddenly noticed the overwhelming aura of dominance within them, evoking a sense of reverence. Yet, after a brief moment of astonishment, he resolutely declared, no. From this moment forth, no one shall touch her except for me. The two locked eyes for a considerable time, until Xiao Yuantian suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, Yi Chen, you are truly something. You have chosen to ignore my hospitality and invite punishment instead. Oh, and what might this punishment entail? Yi Chen inquired with a light chuckle. Xiao Yuantian grinned mischievously. Today, I shall send someone to propose to the king of the 10,000 foxes. I am confident that, given the friendship between my tiger clan and the king of the 10,000 foxes, he will surely acquiesce. Humph. Who does not know how dearly the king of the 10,000 foxes cherishes his daughter? How could he possibly force her to marry someone she does not love? Yi Chen asserted confidently. He had conducted his own investigations into the king of the 10,000 foxes, for that too was a clue regarding Linger. The king, having only one daughter, Linger, held her in great affection. It was utterly inconceivable that he would compel her to wed someone against her will. However, Xiao Yuantian suddenly scoffed, naive. Allow me to share a matter of significance. The Eagle King and the Canopy King have long harbored disdain for the Fox King, preparing to hone their skills by eliminating him. The Fox King's sole hope for survival lies in an alliance through marriage with my tiger clan. How absurd. It is sheer nonsense. Once the Fox King is vanquished, can you assure me that the Eagle King and the Canopy King will not turn their sights upon the tiger clan? Yi Chen expressed his disbelief. Alas. Xiao Yuantian patted Yi Chen's shoulder and remarked, this is precisely why I deem you naive. My tiger clan has already allied with the dragon clan. They would not dare to provoke us. Whether you believe it or not, grant me 1 year. I shall overthrow the demon clan. Yi Chen's eyes glimmered with determination. Xiao Yuantian's face flushed crimson. You? Just you? Overthrow the demon clan? Surely you jest. Jest? Yi Chen's profound gaze fixed upon Xiao Yuantian, causing him to involuntarily shudder. In a year's time, you shall understand. With that, Yi Chen shattered the barrier and strode towards Linger, leaving Xiao Yuantian in a state of bewilderment. Upon seeing Yi Chen emerge, Linger hurried to his side and inquired. He did not say anything, did he? Yi Chen gently shook his head and asked, Linger, do you believe that I can, in just 1 year, overthrow the demon clan? In contrast to Xiao Yuantian's mockery, Linger smiled softly. I believe in you, Yi Chen. She then embraced him tenderly, and he reciprocated by wrapping his arms around her waist. In that moment, Xiao Yuantian had unknowingly departed from the scene. Hey, honestly, is my presence so negligible? Jiao Ninghua expressed her dissatisfaction. Not at all, Andy. Linger replied playfully. Jiao Ninghua gently rested her hand on her forehead and said, Yi Chen, your friend, the chubby one, is in the same class as you. Please take him around to familiarize himself with the surroundings. As for Linger, she will be considered a special student at the Tiandao Academy. Special student? Yi Chen queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. Jiao Ninghua proceeded to elucidate the concept. It turned out that the term special student here differed from its previous connotation. It referred to those admitted to the Tiandao Academy for unique reasons, exempt from any trials or examinations. However, such students were not permitted to access the Academy's internal resources, only receiving methods for cultivation. It was akin to acquiring knowledge without the necessity of taking exams to obtain a diploma. This was the essence of being a special student, though they could transition to full students, typically through connections. Fortunately, Linger's aunt was responsible for managing student information and promotions, making the process of transferring Linger quite simple. Once Linger became a full student, she could join Yi Chen in the Earth-level class when he reached the refining spirit stage. After Jiao Ninghua accompanied Linger to handle her registration, Yi Chen took the opportunity to guide the chubby friend around the Tiandao Academy, inquiring about the events that transpired following their separation from the Longting sect. He also shared his own experiences since their parting. Before long, night fell, and noticing that his friend had yet to secure accommodation, Yi Chen invited the chubby one to his room. Just before entering, they encountered Bajie, whose usual banter allowed him to quickly bond with the chubby friend. That night, Yi Chen remarked, to be honest, I never expected you to still be alive. The chubby one chuckled in response. At first, I thought you were done for, Yaich. Who would have thought? Hey, still kicking. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression darkened. His continued existence implied that he was indeed doomed. The plump fellow immediately sensed something amiss and hastily corrected himself. Yaich, no? I merely thought you had perished. Ah, no, that's not it. I meant, all right. My friend, I understand. Sleep now. With that, Yi Chen closed his eyes. The sounds of slumber filled the air. Chapter 83. The rematch with Li Gang. My heavens. Yi Chen lamented, astonished to discover that the plump fellow's sleeping posture was even more disheveled than that of Bajie. Observing the late hour, Yi Chen roused the plump one, donned his attire, and stepped outside. Stretching languidly, Yi Chen prepared for the days ahead. The competition was swiftly approaching its climax. During this interval, Yi Chen had also progressed to the final round, with only 4 combatants remaining. Yaich, will today's match determine the champion? The plump one mumbled, his mouth full of meat buns. Though he had reached the nascent soul stage, his insatiable appetite remained unchanged. Indeed, Yi Chen nodded in affirmation. He then patted the plump fellow on the shoulder. I shall take to the stage now and demonstrate my prowess. With his cheeks stuffed, the plump one cautioned, Yaich, do not underestimate your opponents. Rest assured, I will not. Yi Chen's gaze shifted to the platform. Now, we invite the 4 contestants to draw their tokens. The instructor called from the stage. Yi Chen leaped gracefully onto the arena. The other 3 participants were none other than Li Gang, Bajie, and Murong Shui. Yi Chen pondered how best to approach the match. After all, they were all familiar faces. Unlike Yi Chen's awkwardness, the other 3 were already primed for battle. As the token drawing commenced, Yi Chen pondered how to defeat his opponents while still preserving their dignity. A cough from the teacher in front of him reminded Yi Chen to proceed. He extended his hand and drew a token. The teacher then announced, the rules remain unchanged. The student who draws token number 1 will compete first. Yi Chen raised his hand to inspect the token. Number 1. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. If memory served him right, the towering figure of Li Gang was also number 1. As expected, he exclaimed, haha, I have drawn number 1. I wonder what number my esteemed brother Yichen has. Li Gang approached Yichen with a broad smile. Noticing Li Gang's approach, Yichen promptly revealed his token. What a coincidence. I too have drawn number 1. To his surprise, Li Gang quickened his pace and enveloped Yichen in a hearty embrace, exclaiming, it seems that fate has brought us together. Meanwhile, Murong Shui and Bai Xing exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the futility of their situation. All right, since the draw is complete, the other 2 students may exit the stage. Yichen and Li Gang, please prepare yourselves. The teacher interjected. Li Gang chuckled, Brother Yichen, I assure you, I will not hold back. Yichen responded with a smile. Neither will I. He admired Li Gang's boldness. Yichen believed that once they finished their match, they could become friends. The 2 slowly stepped back, and at that moment, 2 more teachers arrived at the teacher's table, Elder Xian and Teacher Li. Teacher Ming, the supervisor of the Yutian arena, hurried over, inquiring, May I ask what brings Elder Xian and Teacher Li here? Elder Xian exchanged glances with Teacher Li before responding with a smile. We have come to observe these 2 intriguing young individuals. Teacher Ming glanced at the 2 individuals on the stage. Indeed, they had managed to bring down the Zhuke platform. On the platform, the golden silhouette of a book reappeared, and at this moment, Yichen was no longer a stranger. Just as he was about to bite his finger, he unexpectedly saw Li Gang, who simply placed his hand on the surface. Yichen promptly followed suit. A transcendent voice echoed, Yichen of the Western Courtyard Xian class versus Li Gang of the Northern Courtyard Xian class. Yichen felt he had been deceived. Indeed, deceived. Was it unnecessary to pierce his finger? Ah, Li Haoran, I shall remember you. Meanwhile, on the road, Li Haoran suddenly felt a chill down his back, followed by a yawn. He unexpectedly sneezed. His attendant, astonished, inquired, Your Highness, have you caught a chill? After all, having entered the realm of cultivation, it was impossible to be free from ailments, hence the attendant's surprise. Li Haoran waved his hand dismissively. No, how long until we arrive? The attendant glanced at the time and replied, Your Highness, it will take approximately another half an hour. Li Haoran nodded, gazing ahead, and murmured, What is destined to come must eventually arrive. On the combat stage, both sides prepared for battle. Hee. Magic traverses the heavens. Golden cudgel. Instantly, Yichen doubled his strength. Ah, Chiyu, Tiger's soul. The formidable blade of demonic energy reappeared in Li Gang's hands, and his body transformed into the battle form of Chiyu. Both sides unleashed their peak powers. A stick sweeps the 8 realms. Soul-crushing. A single strike determines the universe. Breaking motion. The clash of the 2 divine weapons created a shockwave that shattered the surrounding statues into fragments. Quite impressive. Suddenly, he has grown stronger again. Yichen, gripping the golden cudgel, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Li Gang also dabbed at the blood on his lips, affirming, Indeed. Yichen held a deep admiration for Li Gang. He had believed that after transforming the energy of yin and yang, he would be invincible within this realm, yet Li Gang proved to be an equally formidable opponent. Suddenly, Yichen's eyes sparkled with golden light. The monstrous claws of darkness descended. Boom. The enormous demonic claw seized Li Gang once more. Li Gang, feeling a surge of panic, exclaimed, Surely it cannot be coming again. Hee. There is no other move that can contend with you. Yichen chuckled wickedly. Heavenly thunder. Break. Army. Alarmed. Li Gang desperately sought to escape, but it was to no avail. Yichen's hands crackled with flickering lightning, emitting a sizzling sound. Ha! Come forth. Boom. Above them, the amassed thunderbolts roared and struck down fiercely. However, a cunning glint appeared in Li Gang's eyes. Promoting the book, Curse of the Evil God. New release. Announcing the Curse of the Evil God. Fantasy interpretation of Journey to the West is now promoting. Curse of the Evil God. Currently being typed, please wait a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to access the latest updates. Fantasy interpretation of Journey to the West novel website. Remember the URL. Fantasy interpretation of Journey to the West is now promoting. Curse of the Evil God. Currently being typed, please wait a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to access the latest updates. The novel Fantasy interpretation of Journey to the West is fully updated. Please remember the website. One World of Supremacy offers an exquisite introduction. The female supporting role in Cultivation Aims for the Heavens presents a captivating narrative. The Path of Light unveils an intriguing tale. The Great Desolation Devouring the Heavens technique offers an enthralling storyline. The Zodiac Guardian introduces a fascinating concept. Tattoo Awakening, beginning with the left dragon and right tiger engraved with Azura provides an exciting introduction.